Chapter 81. It turns out that Princess Xia is actually. Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth with both hands, but still couldn't hide her small teeth. As expected of you. My mouth substitute. Isn't the princess who was sent to another country to suffer? This is too heartbreaking. After a while, Meng Jieyu seemed to realize it late, and slapped her mouth in annoyance. I don't mean anything else by what I said. Yu Jiaoyi, please don't think too much. Then she stood up and bowed slightly, and bowed to her. I admit my mistake first, and I hope Yu Jiaoyi won't blame me. I have always been a person who can't stay idle. If I can't go out for 10 days or half a month, I will definitely get sick. Yu Jiaoyi clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth to blurt out a few words. What are you talking about? Meng Jieyu? I won't worry about it. The queen waved her hand. That's enough. I'm tired too. You can go back on your own. I'll take my leave. Xu Guifei picked up Yao Yao and prepared to go out. Chu Yaoyao poked her head out of her mother's arms and looked back. She happened to see the maid next to Yu Jiaoyi pulling her, and seemed to exchange a glance. How strange. Who is the princess between these two? Sister Guifei. Please stay. Hearing this voice, many concubines slowed down their pace. Some even simply stopped walking and chatted on the spot. Glancing over here. What advice does Yu Jiaoyi have? Shang Wanmingyu walked up slowly and smiled. My sister is new here, and is not familiar with the rules of the palace. I wonder if she can go to Qionghua Palace and ask Sister Guifei for advice? Still not giving up. You have to make trouble. Right? Chu Yaoyao looked at her angrily. Noticing her gaze, Yu Jiaoyi curved her eyebrows and whispered. It seems that the little princess welcomes me very much? TSK. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao rolled her eyes at her, turned her head, and faced her with the back of her head. No! Am I crazy? Welcome someone who is full of malice towards me. Yu Jiaoyi's smiling eyebrows froze instantly. Yao, don't be rude. Xu Guifei touched her little head and scolded. Although she blamed her mouth, the smile in her eyes could not deceive people. I'm so sorry. I was born not to like lively places. Yao is shy and afraid of strangers. Being embarrassed by the mother and daughter in public. Shang Wanmingyue's expression was almost unbearable. Is that so? At this time, Meng Jieyu came over with Liang Fei. My lady, can I and Sister Liang Fei come over to ask for a cup of tea? Xu Guifei looked at her helplessly. I can't say. So you won't go? The few of them left, talking and laughing. Chu Yaoyao nestled in her mother's arms, trying to hold back her laughter, her little body trembling. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. My mother is really good at playing double standards. Yu Jiaoyi looked at their backs with a sinister expression. Her teeth were about to break. The handkerchief in her hand had long been torn to pieces. The concubines who were watching the fun all looked disdainful. Do you think they are used to Xu Guifei and her daughter? Don't they want to find fault? The queen mother and the emperor dote on them, and the queen and the prince protect them. Do they dare? The queen's personal maid came over with people. The queen mother said that Yu Jiaoyi is new here and doesn't know the palace rules. Copy these palace rules a few times, and you will remember them. As she said that, she asked the eunuch to hand her a half-person high booklet. Yu Jiaoyi almost lost her grip, and it was the maid beside her who helped her to avoid falling to the ground with the booklet. This embarrassed look attracted the mocking eyes of many concubines. Shang Wanmingyu took a few steps forward unconvinced, but was stopped by the maid beside her. She had to grit her teeth and leave. Seeing her frustrated look, the concubines couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph! You want to establish your authority as soon as you come? You deserve it. In Qionghua Palace, concubine Ming couldn't help laughing as soon as she entered the hall. Did you see her expression just now? Her face was so dark that even the veil couldn't cover it. Although concubine Liang didn't laugh as boldly as her, she also looked very happy. Okay. I see that this Yu Jiaoyi is not a good person. You should restrain yourself a little, so as not to be caught in the wrong. Meng Jieyu rubbed her belly that was so full of laughter that she almost choked. I'm not afraid of her. Then she came forward and took Xu Guifei's arm, winking at her. Was I very nice just now? Xu Guifei gently pushed her head away and looked at her helplessly. Yes. Yes. You are the most loyal. Meng Jieyu turned her head back and looked at her expectantly. A friend as loyal as me. The imperial concubine will definitely not treat me badly. Right? Xu Guifei took a step back. What do you want? Hee. Meng Jieyu glanced at Liang Fei and smiled at her. That's it. Those days of the month are coming again, and the previous ones have been used up. Liang Fei lowered her head a little embarrassedly. I want to buy some more too. But that's our stuff. I can't decide. Then the two of them turned their eyes to the little figure next to them. Chu Yaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged and drinking milk tea happily, suddenly felt a shock in her body, looking at the two people who were extremely enthusiastic. What's going on? Finally, Ming Jiayu and Liang Fei each took a small package and walked out of Qionghua Palace happily. Xu Guifei, so you helped me for this? Where is the sisterly love? After all, it was a mistake. Chu Yaoyao happily put away the gold ingots and jewelry on the table. Seeing her money grubber look, Xu Guifei shook her head helplessly. But when she thought of Yu Jiaoyi who inexplicably targeted Yao Yao, her expression became serious. Yao, if you want to go anywhere in the future, you must first inform your mother. You must not sneak out alone or go with strangers. Remember? Why did your mother suddenly say this? I know. I must have been scared by Princess Mingyu. System. Turn on the live broadcast. I want to see the situation in Ufu Palace. System, okay. A picture popped up on the panel. After returning to the palace, Yu Jiaoyi lost her temper and smashed the bedroom. Li Wanji. That BXXXH. I'm so angry. Chu Yaoyao stared at her face in a trance. Why does she look familiar? Is your intelligence wrong? A woman who is favored by the emperor has not become the target of public criticism. Those concubines dare not even say a word in front of her, let alone framing her or causing trouble for her. And the queen. She actually loves the children of other concubines so much. This is not normal at all. In the picture, a maid looked at her calmly and spoke slowly, her tone full of sarcasm. Have you made enough noise? If the news we got is true, do we still need you? I thought you knew your identity very well. Her disdainful look reminded Shangwan Mingyu of the situation when she was ridiculed by everyone just now. And she immediately shouted as if stimulated. My identity? Moing. I am the Princess Mingyu recognized by your master himself. In terms of identity, I am half your master. Is this your attitude towards your master? The maid named Moing took a few steps forward and rushed to her side at a very fast speed. She threw her against the pillar and then strangled her neck. After calling you princess a few times, have you forgotten your identity? Xiao Yunqi. Even if you put on gorgeous clothes, you can't turn into a phoenix. You are still the daughter of a criminal. Just a fugitive. Moing pulled out a dagger and gently scratched her face, with murderous intent in his eyes. People, you should know how to be grateful. Otherwise, even if the master can spare your life, I can still kill you. As she spoke, the strength of her hands became stronger and stronger. Xiao Yunqi's face was pinched by her, and she gradually lost the strength to struggle and slap, and could only look at her with begging eyes. As if she felt bored, Moing sneered and let go of his hand. Xiao Yunqi covered her neck, gasped for air, and slid to the ground weakly, looking at Moing. Her eyes were full of fear. Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes in surprise. I said it looked familiar. It turns out that Princess Mingyu was Xiao Yunqi in disguise. Xu Guifei. Emperor Qishuan quietly walked to the door, wanting to give them a surprise. Who knows? I didn't give them a surprise, but I got scared. Chapter 82 Emperor Donlin is here. No wonder she is so hostile to me and my mother. It turns out she is from the Shao family. But there is one less prisoner in exile. How come no one noticed? Xiao Yunqi must have entered the palace for revenge. She must be exposed as soon as possible. Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists. But soon she lost her temper, holding her chin with both hands and resting her elbows on the table. Her public identity is Princess Xia. After all, it is related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Without solid evidence, it is not easy to deal with her. Emperor Qishuan's eyes flickered, raised the corners of his mouth, and strode into the palace. What's wrong? But who is blind and offended my little princess? As he said, he picked Yaoyao up and scratched her little nose lovingly. Who is it? Father will help you decide. Chu Yaoyao's big round eyes turned. Good idea. I will first put on eye drops in front of the scumfather and let the scumfather ignore Xiao Yunqi. It has to be done this way. Xiao Yunqi is pretty, and she wants to be favored. What if the scumbag father gets lustful and favors her, and she chops him in the middle of the night? Although the emperor father is a bit of a scumbag, he treats her well, and she is not ready to change. And the safety of the scumbag father is related to her mission. The smile of Emperor Qishuan froze at the corner of his mouth, and he clenched his fists, holding her hands. He couldn't not clench them, because he was afraid that he would beat her, but to pieces. Chu Yao pouted her little mouth, put her hands on her hips, and began to complain. You Joey. You scolded me for being rude. I'm so angry. There is such a thing. Emperor Qichuan's voice was somewhat angry. After all, what she said just now was too infuriating. Concubine Shu also pretended to be thinking. I don't know why, but I always feel that Yu Jiao's eyebrows are familiar. Chu Yaoyao's big eyes lit up. Is a woman's sixth sense so magical? Mother, your feeling is right. Come on. Keep thinking along this line. Emperor Qichuan raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Zhao Yu looks a bit similar to concubine Xian in her eyes and eyebrows. Chu Yaoyao also nodded heavily. Yes. Very similar. Mother is really meticulous and smart. Concubine Shu blushed a little after being praised. How bold. Xia acted like this. He really didn't take Daki seriously. Emperor Qichuan slammed the table heavily. Su Maowen. The servant is here. Immediately let Zhao Chen investigate secretly to find out if any one of the exiled Xiao family women escaped. We also need witnesses. Preferably Xiao family servants. People who are familiar with Xiao Yunxi. Go to Xiao family servants in secret. These two things must be done in secret. Although Su Maowen was puzzled, he hurried away after receiving the order. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. After leaving the door, Emperor Qichuan's face darkened. Through these clues, he basically guessed the male protagonist's plan. Presumably, his good brother also had a hand in this. Because of Xiao Yunxi's matter, Chu Yaoyao felt a sense of crisis in her heart for the first time in a long time. System. Do you know the plan of Xiao Yunxi and the male protagonist? System. The plot has changed. And I don't know. What's the use of you? System. I must remind you. Although I have helped you find a lot of gossips before, I am a counterattack system, not a gossip-eating system. Forget it. Let's just draw a lottery. After another 10 consecutive draws, Chu Yaoyao felt more at ease looking at the fragments emitting blue light in the space. What is this? She took out 2 talismans. System. The host is lucky. She actually drew 3 special items. System. This is a bad luck talisman. Once used, you will have bad luck for 24 hours. Your front teeth will be knocked out when you step over the threshold. And you will get stuck in your teeth when you drink cold water. After listening to the system's introduction, Chu Yaoyao carefully put it away. This is a good thing. Maybe because she got up too early, she gradually fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. Of course, before closing her eyes, she did not forget to use the plot fragments. The next morning, she had a dream all night, but it did not affect her sleep quality. After waking up, Chu Yaoyao looked at the curtain in front of her and was a little dazed. Then she smiled mysteriously. You have a plan. But I have a cheat. Just after the mother and daughter finished breakfast, Su Maowen hurried over. The emperor asked Yaoer to go to the imperial study? Xu Guifei was a little surprised. The emperor actually asked Yaoer to go alone? Su Maowen smiled and nodded. To answer the imperial concubine. The emperor of Donglin is here and wants to see Princess Qiyuan. Emperor of Donglin? When Chu Yaoyao heard these 3 words, she was excited. She walked out with her short legs, and after 2 steps, she turned around and waved at Su Maowen, as if asking him why he didn't follow. Xu Guifei looked at the unusually active little ball helplessly. This child? What is so excited about? Imperial study. Chu Yaoyao was held by Su Maowen, and she stretched her neck to look inside before she entered the door. Let me see what the legendary most beautiful man in Donglin looks like. When Emperor Qichuan, who was about to make a move, heard this, his hand trembled, and he made the wrong move. The man in a black brocade robe with auspicious patterns on the opposite side laughed when he saw this. You lose this time. As he said that, he took out a white chess piece. And with a click, the winner was clear. Emperor Qichuan threw the chess piece in his hand away. No more. Then, he waved at Yaoyao. But Chu Yaoyao was so focused on looking at the handsome uncle that she had no time to care about him. Seeing her like a nympho, Emperor Qichuan gritted his teeth. How could she, a baby, know so many things? He is also the most handsome man in Donglin. How can she compare to him? Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Could it be that Wanji said that? He subconsciously touched his face. Could it be that Wanji was tired of his face? The Emperor of Donglin also noticed Yaoyao's gaze, stood up, and walked over to squat beside her. He looked at her with amusement. Are you stunned? Is uncle more handsome than your father? Chu Yao blinked her big eyes. To be honest, he is on par with his scumbag father. But the Emperor of Donglin only has one queen. And keeping male virtues is the coolest. Thinking of this, she grinned and nodded, shouting, "Uncle is more handsome." Hearing this straightforward answer, Emperor Qishuan felt a chill in his heart. He had only heard of female virtues and female disciplines. But what the L is male virtue? The little cotton jacket is so young. And it's already leaking? Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Donglin raised his head and laughed loudly, reaching out and picking up Yao Yao. "Chui Cheng, your little girl has better taste than you." As he spoke, he gently scratched the chubby cheeks twice. Chu Yao Yao closed her eyes and moved closer to cooperate. Those who didn't know would think they were father and daughter. Emperor Qishuan gritted his teeth and looked at the scene. "That's my child. Don't be so stingy. Wait. Uncle will bring you a gift." As he spoke, Emperor Donlin touched his waist, then turned over his sleeves, and it seemed that he didn't find what he was looking for. After putting Yao Yao down, he searched again carefully. "Are you looking for the jade pendant? Don't look for it. Your jade pendant has been stolen a long time ago. Tomorrow it will become evidence to frame my mother and you for having an affair." Emperor Qishuan. Chapter 83 Awakening in the World. Emperor Qishuan looked at someone who was still looking for the jade pendant in disbelief. What does Yao Yao mean by this? This guy not only wants to snatch my daughter from me, but also wants to ruin the reputation of my concubine? I can't stand it at all. He swung his clenched fist at Emperor Donglin's face, and the other party dodged. "What are you doing?" Emperor Qishuan's clenched hands were bulging with veins, and his joints were cracking. He looked at him and gritted his teeth. "Can't you see this? Of course. I'll beat you up." "Okay." Emperor Donglin moved his wrists a few times, posed a pose, and raised his chin to him. "Then let me see if your kung fu has improved over the years." The two of them started to spar with bare hands in the imperial study. Outside the door, after hearing a ping-pong sound, Su Maowen hurriedly pushed the door in. After seeing this scene, he quietly retreated and closed the door tightly, as if he had never been there. Seeing such a fierce fight for the first time, Chu Yao Yao clapped her hands and stamped her feet excitedly. She almost shouted good at the top of her lungs. Then she took out a few copper coins to show her support. After a cup of tea, the two were tied. But in her opinion, her father, who was panting, was just a little worse than the Donglin Emperor, who looked normal with only a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. She shook her head and sighed. Is this the difference between having only one queen and having a group of concubines? Father is really weak. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's heart, which was already leaking, seemed to be hit by an arrow again. He walked to Yao Yao's side and pinched her chubby cheeks as if to vent his anger. How could such a soft little baby have such a vicious mouth? Chu Yao Yao cried out in pain, and looked at him accusingly with her big watery eyes. Father is bad? You can't beat the Donglin Emperor. So you run to a 2-year-old child to find a sense of existence? Emperor Qishuan, you still know that you are only 2 years old. Are you a baby supposed to say those lewd words? Even if you want to, you can't. That's enough. If you are not as good as others, you should admit it. Why take it out on a child? Emperor Donglin picked up Yao Yao and helped to rub her. Emperor Qishuan glared at him unhappily. It's obviously a draw. Okay. Let's put this aside for now. Send someone to help me find the jade pendant. Speaking of the jade pendant, Emperor Donglin looked a little ugly. It was his personal belonging. If the token of an emperor of a country falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it will be bad. Emperor Qishuan sat down again and looked at him jokingly. Did you give it to a lover and forget it yourself? Emperor Donglin was so angry that he jumped up and down. Don't you slander my innocence. After a few sarcastic words, Emperor Qishuan felt relieved and his expression became serious. Did anything strange happen before you came? Emperor Donglin seemed to have remembered it, and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. A maid bumped into me. Did she take the jade pendant? I thought she wanted to throw herself into my arms. Emperor Qishuan sat upright and spoke seriously. Since you are involved, I won't hide it. Then he told the story that Princess Xia was suspected to be a daughter of the Shao family. At the end, he said, I may need your help. Emperor Donglin frowned and thought. So my jade pendant is likely to be used by them to frame concubine Shu? I am just guessing. That's for sure. By the way, is my scumbag father so smart? He can guess this almost exactly? Chu Yao Yao was simply stunned. Her mouth unconsciously opened wide. Emperor Qishuan raised his hand with amusement and helped her lift her chin up. With a little guy like you, it's hard for me not to know. Emperor Donglin paced back and forth in the study, muttering to himself. I should have thought of it earlier. How can your family's food be so delicious? Suddenly he turned around. Isn't this related to your annoying brother? Chu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. That's right. The reason why the male protagonist gave up the Xiao family so quickly was because he found a better partner? Puff. Seeing her serious look, Emperor Donglin was directly amused. Yaoyao is amazing. You are helping your father at such a young age? Chu Yaoyao pretended to be ignorant. Her dark, round eyes looked at him innocently. This little look made the Emperor of Donglin unable to hold back, and he stroked the little hair on her head. If you ask me, since he wants the chair so much, you might as well just leave this mess to him. He sat down opposite Emperor Qixuan again. You will come back to Donglin with me. I will make you an iron-hatted king. In 2 years, I will just let you be the emperor. As he said this, he showed a yearning expression. Our two families will go out to travel and have fun. That would be a comfortable life. Zhu Shichong. What about me? According to the two families you mentioned. Just dig me out. Chu Yaoyao's stomach was cramped and hurt from holding back laughter. I really can't hold it back. Does the Crown Prince of Donglin know that his father is cheating him like this? It's okay for him to want to retire in his 30s. But he also wants his son to support his brother's family. What a touching brotherly love. But the affection of the Emperor Donglin is indeed impressive. Thinking of the plot in the book, Chu Yaoyao couldn't laugh anymore. I remember that after my grandfather and the Zhao family were persecuted, Xia often provoked and started wars on the border. But at that time, Daqi had no generals who could lead troops. It was the Emperor Donglin who sent troops to reinforce many times despite the opposition of the court officials. After his father passed away, the Emperor Donglin also secretly helped the third brother many times. But it was a pity that the third brother was a hopeless case. Later, the male and female protagonists unified Daqi and Xia, and even several small countries around them surrendered. But the kingdom of Donglin never surrendered and kept fighting against the male and female protagonists. Not only her, but even Emperor Qixuan was very moved when he heard this. But there is one thing. I can't afford to support your children and those women. You have to support them yourself. If that doesn't work, just dismiss the harem. After hearing this, Emperor Qi Xian's heart was touched, and he slapped his hand that was about to take the teacup. You are the emperor of a country after all. Can you be more serious? Can you give up the throne just by saying so? Even if you want to step down, you can't give the throne to that soft persimmon. Otherwise, everyone can be bullied. What will happen to the people of Daqi? The Emperor of Donglin seemed to be very resentful. What's so good about being an emperor? You get up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, and work harder than cows. You deserve to do good things. But any mistakes will be nailed to the pillar of shame and infamous for thousands of years. If God happens to be blind, there will be earthquakes here, no rain there for several years, and he will issue a self-criticism edict at any time. He drank a cup of tea and sighed. It's so frustrating. Anyway, I've had enough of sitting on the throne. I didn't expect this person to be sober. Chu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. She suddenly understood the tyrant. To be honest, social animals can have a short rest on statutory holidays. A slightly more responsible emperor is simply the ancient version of 007. And he works all year round. Is it uncomfortable to lie down? Or is it not good to be rotten? After complaining bitterly, the Emperor of Donglin looked at Emperor Qixuan with sympathy. I'm better off. Take you for example. You can't even decide which woman to favor or which concubine to sleep with. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qixuan quickly covered Yao Yao's ears. Can you stop being so outspoken? What if you teach Yao Yao bad things? Emperor Donglin suddenly sat up straight, then smiled and picked up the little guy. Speaking of Yao Yao, I have to change what I said before. I can still afford to raise a goddaughter. Emperor Qixuan, do you want to hear what you were saying? Chapter 84. Why don't you smile? Emperor Qixuan gnashed his teeth. My princess, when did you become your goddaughter? Just now. Yao Yao, do you want to go back to Donglin to live with your godfather? Chu Yaoyao frowned and thought for a long time, then shook her head. Emperor Qixuan was happy now, and looked at him proudly. Did you see it? After all, the biological father is more important. However, his pride did not last long. The book says that the founding emperor of Donglin only married one woman in his life, and their children followed their parents when they grew up. Gradually, Donglin, from the princes and nobles to the common people, all took pride in monogamy. Those who have 3 wives and 4 concubines will be poked in the back and scolded as unfilial descendants when they walk on the street. I am a princess of a country. When I grow up, I can have 7 or 8 concubines. Right? If I go to Donglin, how can I experience the happiness of being hugged by women? Emperor Qishuan's fist hardened again. Hugging on both sides? Do you believe that I will beat your ass right now? System, I didn't expect that you, the host, are such a person. What's wrong? I just made a mistake that all women would make. System, scumbag. I just want to be pleasing to the eyes. What are you thinking? Emperor Donglin looked at it for a while, and then whispered in Yao Yao's ear. Look at your father's expression. He seems to be quite unhappy if you say you won't leave. Why don't you think about it again? Emperor Qishuan. She is still so young. And she knows how to play. She is still childish. And she is lustful. How can I be happy? After joking, Emperor Donglin said seriously. What are you planning? Emperor Qishuan looked cold. Of course. When the thief cries thief, take the opportunity to catch the real thief. The next morning, Chu Yao Yao, who was supposed to go to Fengyi Palace with her mother, was curled up in bed and refused to get up no matter what. After a lot of coquettish and cute behavior, concubine Shu had no choice but to go alone to pay respects. After she left with the maid, Chu Yao Yao immediately got out of bed. She calculated the time and quietly walked to the outside of her mother's bedroom and hid beside the bushes. As expected, she saw a sneaky figure running out from inside. Looking at the favorability above her head, Chu Yao Yao was a little puzzled. It's so strange. System. Xia Ji's favorability has not dropped. It is still 80. Why did she do something to frame her mother? System. If she was forced to do this, her favorability would certainly not change. System. Except for the 100% favorability that will not betray. The other values are just for reference. The host should not rely too much on this function. I understand. Because she had dreamed of this scene. Chu Yao Yao knew that the palace people around her had been sent away by Xiaogu. So she stopped hiding and pushed the door open and ran into the room. Coming to the dressing table, according to the scene she saw in the dream, she opened an inconspicuous jewelry box, which contained only a pearl hairpin. She took out the pearl hairpin and reached out to scratch the edge. With a click, the secret compartment was revealed. Inside was a white jade pendant with exquisite totems and words engraved on it. She put it directly into the space, and then put the butterfly jade pendant given to her by her third brother into it. After that, she shook it and found that it was about the same weight as before. So she put the jewelry box back to its original place with satisfaction. After leaving the bedroom, she did not go back, but came to the side hall where the maids lived. Most maids lived on a large bunk bed, but close maids like Chanshi and Xiaogu, although they also lived in the same room, had their own beds. She walked to Xia Ji's bed and crawled under it. She pried up a wooden board in the corner with a dagger. And sure enough, she saw the gold and silver jewelry hidden by Xiaogu. Chu Yao Yao put most of them into the space with peace of mind. When she saw a pair of jade earrings, she paused. I seem to have seen it somewhere. System, could it be that it was awarded by your mother? Chu Yao Yao clicked on the playback. But in fact, this function was really useless, and it could only review what she had experienced. It fast-forwarded rapidly, and finally stopped at the day when concubine Zhao was punished. God really helped me. These earrings belonged to no one else but Su Shui, who bribed Xiaogu. Besides, she was so outstanding that day, and many people must have seen her wearing the earrings. She couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Chu Yao Yao closed the secret compartment again, and put a piece of silver nearby for fear that the searchers would not find it. Of course, the silver was also taken from the stolen money. After a long time of tossing and turning, she thought that the troublemakers were coming, so she hurried back to her room. As soon as she closed the door, she heard a commotion. Please, Queen, control the people of concubine Shu first, and don't give them the opportunity to destroy the evidence. The person who said this was, of course, Su Shui. Su Shui. The matter has not been clarified yet, so don't say some things too early. The queen's tone was not very good. Chu Yao Yao opened the door and ran to stand beside her mother. Seeing her, concubine Shu's expression eased a little, and she looked at Su Joey and said something lightly. The innocent are innocent. Su Shui glanced at the corner secretly and saw Xiaogu nodding at her. She seemed to have a clue in her mind. And then she smiled proudly and wantonly. Since the imperial concubine has said so, let's have someone search it, so that we sisters can feel at ease. Seeing her so sure, Imperial concubine Shu suddenly felt a little flustered. Chu Yaoyao grabbed her hand and shook it, grinning at her. Don't be afraid. Mother! What happened? Emperor Qishuan strode closer, followed by the crown prince and 2 princes. As soon as she saw him, Su Shi knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I want to report Imperial concubine Shu for having an affair with someone, not keeping her husband's virtue, and defiling the harem. Emperor Qishuan looked at her with an ambiguous look. Oh! Not only that, Imperial concubine Shu also secretly kept her lover's personal belongings, and she misses him every day when she sees them. Heh! Jie Yumeng looked at her and snorted coldly. Su Shi's palace is far away from here, and concubine Shu has never been in contact with you. How can you say that? Did Su Shi see it with her own eyes? If the situation was not wrong, Chu Yaoyao would have wanted to scold her on the spot. Good job. Su Shi was choked by her words. Her eyes were a little vague, and then she shouted, whether it is true or not, we will know it after searching. But you still didn't answer my question. Meng Jie waved her hands, raised her eyebrows, and looked at her like a rogue. Under Su Shi's threatening eyes, Xia Gu knelt on the ground trembling. Your Majesty, I can testify that the imperial concubine did have an affair with the Emperor of Donglin. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. She is talking about the Emperor of Donglin? How is this possible? The love between the Emperor and Empress of Donglin is known to the world. Who knows? Hearing the discussion, Su Shi raised the corners of her mouth proudly. Your Majesty, this matter concerns the face of the royal family. Please issue an order to search the Qionghua Palace immediately. I agree. It's best to search it all, especially under Xia Ji's bed. Hearing this voice, Imperial concubine Shu's eyelids trembled slightly. Could it be that Yao? Seeing her seemingly righteous appearance, Emperor Qishuan had no expression on his face, and sneered in his heart. Royal face? Falsely accusing the imperial concubine of having an affair with the emperor of another country? When she came up with this plan, did she think about the face of the royal family? Su Maowen, send someone to the imperial study to invite Emperor Donglin over. Make sure to search the entire Qionghua Palace carefully, and don't let any corner go unchecked. Su Maowen led his men to search room by room. Soon, a young eunuch walked out quickly holding a jewelry box. Your Majesty, this box has a secret compartment. Hearing this, Su Shi smiled triumphantly. There's a jade pendant inside. Hearing this, her smile deepened. Li Wanji, no one can save you this time. Huh? Isn't this the jade pendant I gave to my sister? Looking at the jade pendant in the eunuch's hand, Chu Yao asked curiously. What? Su Shi looked over in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Why aren't you laughing? Chapter 85 Su Shi was plotted against. Have you become less fond of laughing? Chu Yaoyao grinned, afraid that others would see her expression. Concubine Shu stepped forward and blocked her little body. Your own child. Naturally you have to spoil yourself. Chu Yaoyao was even less scrupulous now. Her little body trembled with laughter. Why did I hear that there is something about me in this? Emperor Donglin also rushed over from the imperial study at this time. Just then, Su Maowen approached with a tray. After seeing the box on it, Xia Ji's eyes suddenly went dark. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. How could this be? She had clearly hidden it, and the place was very hidden. Even Chun Shi, who lived in the same room, had not found it. Your Majesty, this was found under Xia Ji's bed. Su Maowen bowed his head respectfully and presented the box. He was puzzled. The place was very hidden, which showed that the person who hid the things was meticulous. But why would he leave a piece of silver outside? If he hadn't seen the silver, he really wouldn't have found it. Chu Yao put her hands on her waist and tapped her toes, hiding her merits and fame. Concubine Shu also noticed something was wrong, and she turned her head back suspiciously. Seeing her arrogant little look, coupled with her dirty body, a hint of understanding flashed across her eyes. So that's it. No wonder she refused to go to Fingy Palace just now. But her expression became serious. This child dared to do all this alone, and she was too brave. What should she do if she encounters danger? Let's not talk about other people. Just talk about Xia Gu. If she was discovered by her, Yao, a baby, could run faster than her or beat her? When she thought of this, Concubine Shu felt a little scared and then clenched her fists. This child really deserves a beating. Chu Yaoyao, who was watching the excitement, suddenly felt a chill on her back. She subconsciously covered her buttocks and her big round eyes looked around vigilantly. What's going on? I feel the murderous intent. Xu Guifei turned around. I'll deal with you later. Aren't these earrings the ones Su Shi wore on the day when Yu Jiayi came to pay respects? Ming Jieyu was sharp-eyed and saw the earrings at a glance. After she shouted this, many concubines remembered and responded. I was wondering why a pair of earrings were missing. It turned out that you, a slut, stole them. Su Jiayi strode to Xia Ge and slapped her hard. The force was so strong that her brightly painted nails scratched Xia Ji's face. Xia Ge covered her swollen and bleeding face, knelt on the ground, and cowed out heavily. Your Majesty, spare me. Su Shi failed to bribe her and threatened her family's lives. I was confused for a moment, so I helped her frame the imperial concubine. You are talking nonsense. Su Shi pointed at her and shouted angrily, then raised her arm high, as if she wanted to take action again. Stop! Emperor Qi Xian stopped her, and shot a sharp and cold look at Xia Ge. Tell the truth. I can spare your life. Otherwise, he snorted coldly, framing the imperial concubine, framing the emperor of another country. Either one is enough to kill your entire clan. Xia Ji's body trembled almost every time he said a word. Yesterday, Mayor from Su Shi's palace sent me a message, saying that there was something important. When I went there, I found Su Shi was there too. Hearing this, the maids around Su Jiayi panicked visibly. Su Shi gave the earrings to me and asked me to hide a white jade pendant in the bedroom of the imperial concubine. She also said that if anyone asked, I should say that the imperial concubine had an affair with the emperor of Donglin. Shut up. I have never seen you. After Su Shi finished shouting, she looked at the maids around her with a ferocious expression. It was you. You must have stolen my earrings and gave them to that slut. Right? Seeing that she pushed everything onto herself so easily, Mayor knelt on the ground in a hurry, with a flash of resentment in her eyes. Your Majesty, spare me. I am just a little maid. How can I have the courage to make up stories about the imperial concubine? Everything was instructed by Su Shi. The emperor of Donglin had been secretly observing the maids present. Suddenly, his sight stopped at a certain place. Then, he gave Emperor Qishuan a subtle look. Found it. Your Majesty, please don't listen to the nonsense of these two slaves. I am really wronged. Su Shi knelt on the ground, holding his sleeve and crying. Emperor Qishuan turned his eyes away impatiently and pulled his sleeve out with force. Xia Ge, right? Is this the jade pendant that Su Shi gave you? Emperor Donglin took the jade pendant in his hand and played with it. A trace of interest flashed across his eyes. This little girl is quite smart. I must take it back to show the queen. Xia Ge shook her head. No. There are 2 dragons carved on that piece. And there is a word. Ju. My surname is Donglin. That's really strange. How did my jade pendant get into Su Shi's hands? This light sentence reminded Su Shi. And she suddenly pointed at the crowd and shouted. It was Yu Jiayi. She gave me the jade pendant. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi walked out of the crowd slowly and walked to Emperor Qishuan and bowed. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness the Emperor of Donglin. Is what Su Shi said true? Xiao Yunqi nodded. It is true. Yesterday, Moing accidentally bumped into the Emperor of Donglin, and the jade pendant was picked up at that time. Afterwards, I wanted to give the jade pendant to the Emperor and asked you to pass it on. But I didn't expect to meet Su Shi on the way. As she said this, she looked at Su Shi kneeling on the ground, her tone full of guilt. Su Shi said that she happened to have something to ask the Emperor to see, and I didn't think much about it. So I gave the jade pendant to her. But I didn't expect to cause such a big trouble to the imperial concubine's sister. After saying this, she raised her eyebrows at Su Shi with a little sarcasm in her eyes. Seeing her eyes, Su Shi also reacted at this moment. Yesterday's situation reappeared in her mind one by one. On the way back to the palace, she met Shangwan Mingyu and heard the maid beside her say, This time, I finally have a legitimate reason to ask to see the emperor, and I must seize the opportunity. She was somewhat disdainful when she heard it. The emperor had been busy with government affairs recently and had not entered the harem for many days. Shangwan Mingyu was simply wishful thinking. Then she heard them say, on the grounds of returning the jade pendant to the emperor of Donglin. They also lamented that Princess Qiyuan was favored and even the emperor of Donglin liked her very much. When she heard this, she felt jealous and asked for the jade pendant. Then, she stared at Xiao Yunqi in front of her. It's you? You said those words to me on purpose. You have been plotting against me from the beginning. Chapter 86 Rumors spread. Why don't I understand what Su Shi said? Xiao Yunqi's innocent look irritated her. You framed me. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife and get rid of the imperial concubine with my hand. Right? Su Shi stood up, pounced on Xiao Yunqi with a ferocious face, and strangled her neck with both hands. Xiao Yunqi had slowly retreated when she made a move. When she was strangled, she was only one step away from Emperor Qishuan. Although he knew that she was a member of the Xiao family, he had decided to play along. Before the matter was accomplished, of course she had to save her life. Emperor Qishuan kicked Su Shi away a few steps, and Xiao Yunqi turned around with a force and threw herself into his arms. Emperor Qishuan subconsciously wanted to push away, but didn't want to be firmly grasped by her arm. Your Majesty, I am so scared. Xiao Yunqi looked at him pitifully. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were watery at the moment because of the shock. What is she doing? Seducing the scumbag father in public? The scumbag father is not interested in her. Is he? Chu Yaoyao stretched her neck to look out from behind her mother, and curled her lips after seeing this scene. When she was suspicious before, she looked like she wanted to chop someone down. But now that she is a delicate beauty, she is still fascinated by her? The word lust is a knife above your head. Scumbag father. If you sleep with such a person, aren't you afraid that she will get up in the middle of the night and stab you to death? Hearing this voice, Emperor Qishuan almost instantly pushed Xiao Yunqi away. He took a few steps back and then looked in her direction. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Seeing the three people kneeling on the ground, he waved his hand impatiently. Take them away quickly. After the three people were taken away, Emperor Qishuan looked at the queen. The follow-up matters will be handed over to the queen. Yes. The queen nodded and bowed. Wait a minute. My jade pendant has not been found yet. As he said this, the Emperor Dongling glanced at a little girl who was too guilty to look directly at him, and walked over with a smile. Why are you looking at me? How do I know where your jade pendant is? Since you want to give it to her. It's hers. Well, she took her own things. Little guy. Do you want to go to the imperial study with your godfather? Ahem. Emperor Qishuan gave him a warning look. Let's talk about it in the imperial study. The originally perfect plan was ruined by a palace maid. Xiao Yunqi was furious at this moment. Looking at the indifferent concubine Shu, she gritted her teeth. Can't just give up like this. Looking at the position where the Emperor Donglin was standing, she came up with a plan, and then gave Emoing a look. Emoing nodded slightly, took out a bead, and flicked it to the feet of concubine Shu. The next moment, concubine Shu, who was about to take Yao Yao back to the bedroom, stepped on the bead, slipped, and was about to fall. The nearest Emperor Donglin reached out and helped with his fan. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor Donglin. The Emperor Donglin looked at the beads on the ground with a gloomy expression. It's just a little help. Are you leaving? The Emperor Qishuan looked a little ugly after seeing that scene. I didn't expect Xiao Yunqi to still not give up. Then she didn't wait for him anymore and left directly. When the concubines left in groups of 3 or 2, the Qinghua palace became quiet. Chu Yaoyao also saw the beads on the ground. As soon as she picked them up, she suddenly felt her body lose weight and her feet left the ground. Mother? What is mother doing? You are getting more and more courageous. Xu Guifei carried her to the bedroom with one hand, and the door was closed. Soon, a heart-wrenching cry resounded throughout the Qinghua palace. Donglin Palace? Xu Shicheng was busy and exhausted, and his confidant suddenly reported. Your Highness, the Emperor's handwritten letter. Oh! Xu Shicheng raised his eyebrows, took it and waved his hand, asking the confidant to leave. Didn't the Emperor say that he was not allowed to look for him, no matter what happened? Why did he write a letter instead? He shook his head helplessly, and his face changed suddenly after opening it. Come here. After the jade pendant incident, it was calm for a few days. One day, Chuncher came back from outside angrily, and he hesitated several times. What happened? Chuncher's face was ugly. She gnashed her teeth and looked indignant. I don't know where the rumors came from, saying that you and the Emperor of Donglin hugged each other in public, and you must have a private affair. And they also said that the little princess looks like the Emperor of Donglin. That's bullshit. Concubine Shu was calm and comforted her. Okay. The innocent will be innocent. The more angry you are, the more proud they will be. But the palace is full of rumors. The Emperor hasn't come to see you for a long time, but he often goes to Yuefu Palace. Didn't the Emperor believe it? Chuncher was so anxious that she turned around and around. What should I do? There was a little crying in her tone. which showed how anxious she was. Concubine Shu handed her a handkerchief helplessly. The emperor won't believe it. She was sure of this because the emperor came to see her last night. What's more, the emperor could hear Yao's voice. Thinking of this, her face was a little solemn. The person behind the scenes was really vicious. If Yao hadn't been favored by the immortals, she would have the magical ability to predict the future and let them hear their inner voices. People's words are scary. And 3 people make a tiger. This time, she really couldn't tell how many mouths she had. After packing up, Concubine Shu took Yao to Fengyi Palace to pay respects. Along the way, many palace people saw them, whispering to each other. Chu Yao held her fingers and looked at her worriedly. Don't be afraid. Mother, Yao will accompany you. I'm so angry. It's really easy to spread rumors. And it's useless to break your legs to refute them. And it's useless to break your tongue. Seeing her little look like she wanted to rush over and fight a big fight, Concubine Shu smiled and pinched her face, silently comforting her. She has more things to worry about, so she doesn't care about these jumping clowns. When they arrived at Fengyi Palace, the concubines also looked at the mother and daughter and whispered. Looking at it this way, they do look a bit alike. I heard that Concubine Shu often went to Donglin for fun before entering the palace. I'm afraid it wasn't at that time. Ah? No wonder the Emperor of Donglin wants to recognize her as his godparent. It is said that the Emperor and the Emperor of Donglin had a big fight over this a few days ago. What nonsense are you talking about? Ming Jie was so angry that she stood up and wanted to argue with them, but was stopped by Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu looked indifferent, walked over slowly, and scanned several people one by one, stared it by her eyes. Several people lowered their heads a little guilty. One of them stiffened his neck and looked at her. Are you wrong? It was you who hugged and kissed other men in public. Concubine Shu looked up at her nonchalantly. The Japanese palace was attacked by someone and almost fell. His Majesty the Emperor of Donglin used a fan to help me. He clearly did a good deed. How come it became a dirty thing in Zheng Ronghua's mouth? Sure enough, people with a heart see everything as dirty. You? Zheng Ronghua was speechless for a moment. Speaking of going to Donglin for fun, Concubine Shu looked around and smiled softly. At that time, I went with the Emperor. Didn't the Emperor mention these things to the sisters? Then she nodded and said to herself, yes. I guess he thought it was unnecessary. Puff. Chu Yao hurriedly covered her mouth. Mother is really a little expert at hurting people's hearts. Chapter 87 Someone Poisoned. Her voice caught Zheng Ronghua's attention. She immediately pointed in Yao's direction. What are you so proud of? It's not certain who the bastard is. With a slap sound, Concubine Shu slapped her hard. You? If I hear you say a word about my daughter again, I will tear your mouths apart. Chu Yao clenched her fists and shouted in her heart. Wow! Mother is so domineering. At this time, the queen also came out. Zheng Ronghua, who was beaten, ran over and cried and complained. The queen glanced at her, and then her sharp eyes swept over the concubines one by one. You are gossiping in Fengyi Palace. Is it because I have been too lenient recently that you have forgotten the rules of this palace? Queen, calm down. That's enough. Concubine Shu stays, and everyone else goes back. Looking at Yao sitting obediently beside her, the queen's expression eased a little. Don't pay attention to those rumors. The Emperor and I will give you justice. You don't have to come to pay respects these days to save you trouble. Shu Guifei smiled and responded. Thank you, Queen, for your consideration. On the other side, Xiao Yunqi, who witnessed a good show and copied the palace rules for a few days, felt much better. Go and send a message to your master, saying that the matter has been settled. Emoing nodded, then looked around cautiously and left quietly. Looking at Shu Guifei's sedan chair, Xiao Yunqi's eyes seemed to be poisoned. Li Wanji, I will double the pain that your Li family has brought me. Imperial study. After the Emperor Donglin dropped a piece, he looked at the person opposite and raised his eyebrows slightly. Your concubine and daughter have been said like that. But you are so calm. Hearing his words, Emperor Qishuan became even more upset and messed up the chessboard. No more. By the way, how are you doing? Emperor Donglin separated the chess pieces and put them in their respective chess boxes. Looking nonchalant. Don't worry. The letter of 800 miles of express delivery has already reached Shirchong's hands, and the army is probably on the way. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's frown for many days finally relaxed. Xianghua Palace. Because the queen was exempted from paying respects, the mother and daughter lived a comfortable life behind closed doors. On this day, after breakfast, Concubine Shu prepared to play with Yao Yao on the swing as usual. Chuncha ran over in a panic. It's bad. My queen. Something happened in the Marquis's mansion. At this time, a group of people suddenly broke in. The Emperor has ordered that the Marquis of Jinshi Mansion colluded with other countries, rebelled against the Emperor, and intended to rebel. It has now been thrown into the heavenly prison and will be executed on a certain day. Li, the imperial concubine Shu, will be demoted to a commoner from now on. And the golden book and golden seal will be taken back. She should have been sent to the Coal Palace. But considering her contribution to the birth of the princess, she will be imprisoned in the Cheonghua Palace from now on. And no one is allowed to visit her. This is the order. Li Wanji's face was pale, even though she knew that all this was fake and just acting. But she couldn't stop worrying in her heart. She could only hug Yao Yao's little body tightly. Only in this way could she feel at ease. Seeing the golden book and golden seal being taken away, the palace servants serving in the Cheonghua Palace knelt on the ground one after another. Li Wanji certainly knew what they were thinking. Those who want to leave, go. Hearing this, the palace servants kowtowed happily, then packed up their bags and left. Chuncher spat at them. This group of heartless people. It's a waste of you and the princess being so kind to them on weekdays. Normal. Li Wanji looked at her and said, I can write a letter to concubine Meng or concubine Liang, asking them to take you in. My queen. What are you talking about? Chuncher immediately knelt on the ground, wiping her tears as she spoke. I have been with you since I was a child, and I won't go anywhere. I just beg you not to abandon me. Seeing her eyes swollen from crying, Li Wanji felt a little bit sorry. But she didn't regret the test. Now the Li family and Daki are in a difficult situation. If they are not careful, they will lose everything. There is no room for the slightest mistake. Get up quickly. As long as you don't mind the hardship. Follow me. Hearing this, Chuncher nodded vigorously and burst into laughter. On the other side, in Tian Palace, the father and son of the Zhao family pleaded for the Li family, angered the emperor, and were punished to reflect on their mistakes behind closed doors. The imperial guards under Zhao Qingwen's charge were temporarily handed over to a man named Pao Huilan. Censor Zhou was so blunt in his persuasion that he fainted. Emperor Qishuan then relented and said that he would discuss it after the palace banquet. So far, no one in the court dared to speak for the Li family. After the court session, in the imperial study, Emperor Qishuan and Emperor Donglin had a big fight over the Li family. In the end, Emperor Donglin left the capital with his guards. On the other hand, Shang Wanji also received the news that Emperor Donglin was leaving for Donglin. At that time, he was making plans in the Canaan Palace. King Canaan hesitated. Although the Li family was arrested, there are still 10,000 Li family soldiers stationed in the military camp outside the city. Even if Pao Huilan is my man, can the imperial guards 100 miles away plus the Li family army outside the city really force the palace? Hearing this, Shang Wanji sneered in his heart. If it weren't for this prince, with your cowardly appearance? Of course not. Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. I have already made a thorough plan. Shang Wanji personally poured him a cup of tea. What do you mean? Emperor Qishuan has captured the entire Jinshi Marquis. It's good enough that the 10,000 troops don't rebel. How can they help the great Qi royal family? Although 50,000 imperial guards are stationed 100 miles outside the city, there are only 1,000 imperial guards and 1,000 city guards in the capital. And Your Majesty has 3,000 imperial guards. Shang Wanji said faintly. What if Emperor Qishuan and the princes were poisoned to death at the banquet? He glanced at King Canaan and continued. The Xia envoy took the opportunity to make trouble, and Your Majesty came forward to stabilize the situation, with the imperial guards on the side to deter. I think the ministers will certainly support the new monarch to ascend the throne very happily. Even if the imperial guards come, everything is a foregone conclusion. Hearing this, King Canaan's breathing became rapid. His eyes were red, and he seemed very excited. Seeing this, Shang Wanji continued to work hard and added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty's biological mother was the first empress of the previous emperor, and he grew up beside the successor since childhood. Seeing the other party's eyes gradually filled with resentment, Shang Wanji's mouth began to rise. I have heard that at the beginning of the fight for the throne, there were still many ministers in the court who supported you. In the next few days, Your Majesty can ask Song Xijing to go in and talk to them. King Canaan nodded, looking full of confidence. This king knows. Cheonghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao stared at the live broadcast screen with his big eyes. Yeah, I know that too. So what if you have a thorough plan? The villain in her heart put his hands on his hips and raised his chin. But I have a cheat. Hearing this sudden sentence, Li Wanji looked over in confusion. Yaoer has been in this position for a long time. What is she looking at? My queen? Princess? The food is back. Chuncher put the green vegetables, tofu and pickles on the table one by one, looking at the almost cold food without any meat. Her eyes gradually moistened. The villains in the imperial kitchen who flatter the powerful and bully the weak are really too much. Li Wanji accepted it well. She picked up a steamed bun, broke it in half, kept half for herself, handed the other half to Yao Yao, and gave the rest to Chuncher. As soon as she picked up the chopsticks, she suddenly heard a shout. Don't eat it. It's poisonous. Chapter 88. Feeling the burning sensation on her index finger, Chu Yao Yao had a stern face. The chopsticks in Li Wanji's hand fell to the ground with a click. Her face turned ugly. Poisoned? Who on earth was it? Chuncher hurriedly took out some of the food and threw it into the corner. Seeing that the ants that had eaten the food were no longer moving, she knelt on the ground in panic. I am wrong. Please punish me. Madam. She felt a burst of regret and fear in her heart. It was all her fault. If the madam and the little princess were poisoned, she would die and never redeem herself. You get up first. Did you meet anyone on the way back and forth? Chuncher recalled carefully, then shook her head. No. Suddenly, she didn't know what she thought of, and her face changed drastically. I seem to see Yuju in Zheng Ronghua's palace in the imperial kitchen. Li Wanji clutched her sleeves tightly. Her eyes gradually darkened. Zheng Ronghua? Chuncher stood up. My lady, I will go to the imperial kitchen to get some more food. No need. Go to the small kitchen and eat whatever is available. After this incident, how could Li Wanji dare to eat the food in the imperial kitchen? Chu Yao Yao stood on tiptoe and raised her hands high. I'll do it. She ran back to her room and dragged out a big package in a short while. What is this? Li Wanji picked up a round thing that looked like a dry cake with some doubt. It was so hard that she and Chuncher were fine. But Yaoer couldn't bite it. Add water and cook. Li Wanji did what she said doubtfully. After a while, she smelled a strong and domineering aroma. My lady, it turned out to be noodles. And it smells so good. Chuncher took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and looked like she was enjoying it. Sister, Chu Yao brought a lot of things over, especially delicious ones. As he walked, he thought that this time, he must become the most important brother in his sister's heart. But he didn't expect that he didn't see the poor hungry girl he imagined. Instead, he saw a little dumpling holding a bowl and slurping noodles, looking very satisfied. The air was filled with a familiar smell. He swallowed his saliva and forced himself to look away. He silently hid the food box behind him. Suddenly he felt embarrassed. Third brother, do you want to eat noodles? Chu Yao Yao raised her face with fine noodles and waved at him. Seeing that she was eating like a little cat, Chu Yao walked forward with a funny face. When his eyes touched the food on the table that was brought back from the imperial kitchen, his face suddenly darkened. Is this sent from the imperial kitchen? Those snobs. How dare they treat Yao Yao so harshly? Chu Yao Yao angrily said that the food was poisonous. What a courage! Chu Yao immediately stood up and walked out aggressively. I'll report to my father right away. He ran all the way to the imperial study, not wanting to run into a concubine wearing a veil. The moment she saw him, Xiao Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. The corners of her mouth that were originally smiling froze, and she panicked instantly. I didn't expect to meet a familiar person so soon. Although she was wearing a veil, she had met the third prince many times. Will she be exposed? Xiao Yunqi was at a loss and stood there in a daze. Seeing this, Moing reacted very quickly and leaned close to her ear and said something in a voice that everyone present could hear. My lady, this is the third prince. Her voice brought Xiao Yunqi back to her senses. She took 2 steps forward, then bowed, trying to pinch her throat, and turned her voice into a completely different voice from usual. Hello. His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Chu Yao had some doubts in his eyes. Why did he feel familiar with this person? Who are you? The eunuch beside him stepped forward to remind him. Your Highness, this is Yu Jiaoyi of Yuefu Palace. Yu Jiaoyi? Chu Yao frowned slightly. I will take my leave first, fearing that she would say more and make more mistakes. Xiao Yunqi left in a hurry. Seeing her running away quickly, Chu Yao's doubts deepened. Running so fast. There must be something wrong. Entering the imperial study, he saw the soup bowl on the table, and thought of the person he had just met. and he felt a little uncomfortable. The imperial concubine and Yao Yao were nearly poisoned, but the emperor was in the mood to be here to add to the fragrance of the red sleeves. And the beautiful concubines were also offering soup to show their courtesy. It was simply unfeeling and ungrateful. Emperor Qishuan dealt with the memorial, looked up, and saw his resentful eyes, and his eyelids jumped immediately, and he was puzzled. What happened to this child? What's the matter? Chu Yao snorted and turned his head to look aside. My sister's meal was poisoned by Zheng Ronghua. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan clenched his hands on his knees into fists, lowered his eyes to look at the memorial on the table, and a storm was brewing in his eyes. Seeing that he had not spoken for a long time, Chu Yao looked at him in disbelief. Father! I said that the imperial concubine and my sister were poisoned. Why didn't you react at all? Emperor Qishuan swept the soup bowl to the ground with a crisp sound. I have issued an order that no one is allowed to go to Qionghua Palace. You are disobeying my order. How dare you question me? Then punish me. Why not put me in jail? Chu Yao gritted his teeth, stiffened his neck and stared at him, refusing to give in. You put the Jinchi Marquis mansion into jail without knowing the truth. You even did not let the Zhao family who begged for mercy go. You ignored the imperial concubine and sister because of the false rumors. Chu Yao's eyes were red as he accused one thing after another. Finally, he used so much force that the blood vessels on his forehead burst, and he shouted, You are not like our father at all. Shut up. Emperor Qishuan slammed the table heavily, and then stood up. Don't mention this matter again. Come here. Su Maowen walked in quickly, holding his breath. Send the third prince back to Qindong Su, and don't let him step out of the palace. No need. I can walk by myself. Chu Yao roared, glared at him deeply, then turned and strode away. At this time, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the door, and Su Maowen looked over. Miss Emoing. What's the matter with you? Emoing looked at a loss, as if she was frightened by the situation just now. General Manager Su. My queen's bracelet is here. Su Maowen motioned her to wait outside, then turned and walked quickly into the imperial study. Your Majesty? Emperor Qishuan gave him a look, then glanced under the desk. Su Maowen looked down and saw it was there. He was wondering in his heart, since the emperor had seen it a long time ago. Why didn't he remind you, Jiaoyi? Emoing took the bracelet and left. After the door was closed again, Emperor Qishuan sat back heavily as if he had lost his strength, and blood faintly flowed from the fingers of his clenched fists. Your Majesty. Su Maowen was shocked and rushed forward to help him. Emperor Qishuan grabbed his collar with all his strength. His eyes were red and full of murderous intent. The Imperial Kitchen. It's time to knock. Chapter 89 Knocking on the Imperial Kitchen. Su Maowen quickly bowed his head and responded. He cursed in his heart. Those self-righteous fence-sitters. It's enough to make good meals for the master to eat comfortably, but you dare to interfere in everything. I asked you to flatter the high and trample the low, and now you have stepped on the iron plate. Right? It's simply courting death. Chu Yao walked back with a gloomy face, and met Chu Yu, who came back from the Liangfei Palace on the way. Third brother. What happened? When he saw him, Chu Yao told him that someone had poisoned Yao Yao. Then he looked worried, afraid that his sister would not have enough food and clothes in the future. After hearing this, Chu Yu secretly made a note of the Zheng family in his heart, and then patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. My father only said that we are not allowed to enter the Qionghua Palace, but we can always put some things at the door. After hearing this, Chu Yao's eyes lit up and nodded heavily. That's right. Su Maowen was very efficient. In less than half a day, many people from the imperial kitchen to the small kitchen servants were arrested. The imperial kitchen steward knelt on the ground, constantly wiping cold sweat, trembling like a sieve. Has he been found out for bullying the palace maids? Or has his nephew outside the palace been exposed for murder? He looked at Su Maowen flatteringly. Su, why is this? Su Maowen looked at him coldly and pointed at the banknotes he found in his room. This palace can only accommodate two kinds of servants. One is honest and dutiful, and the other is really smart. The imperial kitchen steward collapsed on the ground. His face was pale as paper, and the last ray of hope in his eyes was completely extinguished. There are so many people in this palace who change their minds according to the situation. He was just doing things in a favorable way as usual. He really didn't understand why a concubine and princess, who had been disliked by the emperor, would bring such a disaster to himself. Seeing his expression, Su Maowen sneered in his heart. Can't figure it out? Then go to the underworld and ask the king of hell. There were suddenly fewer people in the imperial kitchen. But many people came in one after another. But no one was curious. And no one dared to ask. In such a huge palace. What's the big deal about a few fewer people? It's normal. As the sky got darker, Su Maowen presented a cup of strong tea and prepared to leave. Just when he thought the emperor would stay in the imperial study again tonight. Emperor Qixuan spoke lightly. Go to Yunshui Palace. Go to Jing's palace. Hearing this, Su Maowen's heart was pounding. Would the emperor want to? Although he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He reacted very quickly. Yes. I will send someone to notify Zheng Ronghua right away. Emperor Qixuan stood up and walked out from behind the desk. No need. Just go there. As he said that, his lips were pressed into a straight line. And his eyes were cold. Seeing this, Su Maowen became more certain of his guess, and quickly lowered his head, and followed behind. In a side hall in Yunshui Palace, Zheng Ronghua walked around the room anxiously. With a look of anxiety and more expectation. She stirred her handkerchief. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Are you sure you put in? Yushu nodded and replied. I bribed the chief steward of the imperial kitchen, and put the medicine in myself. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The emperor is here. Hearing this voice, Zheng Ronghua was overjoyed. She quickly checked her clothes and makeup, and quickly picked up the lip balm to apply it. Then she hurried out to meet him. As she walked, she thought, sure enough, only when Li Wanji was gone, the emperor could see them. She walked to the steps, knelt on the ground with a smile, and her voice was soft and gentle. I pay my respects to the emperor. Emperor Qixuan lowered his eyes, and glanced at her coldly, and said him lightly, and walked directly into the palace. But Zheng Ronghua didn't think much. And when she looked up, she saw the palace maid sent by other concubines in Yunshui Palace to observe secretly. She glanced at them arrogantly, and then returned to the palace with a smug look on her face. In another side hall of Yunshui Palace, concubine Zhao, who was still under house arrest, almost gnashed her teeth. The emperor actually went to her place. The same scene happened in many places. Looking at the tall and majestic figure, Zheng Ronghua bit her lips slightly, and walked over slowly. Noticing her movements, Emperor Qixuan said lightly, I remember that you are quite knowledgeable about tea art. Go and make a cup of tea. Hearing this, Zheng Ronghua was delighted. And she didn't expect the emperor to remember it. She immediately responded with a happy face. Yes. Su Maowen outside the door had a serious face. The emperor asked suddenly just now. So he should not have missed anything. Right? Suddenly, the sound of porcelain breaking came from the store. And he hurriedly pushed the door in. Your Majesty, are you okay? Seeing the handful of tea leaves, his eyelids jumped, and he hurried to the yard to get a basin of cold water. Your Majesty, soak it in cold water first, and I will call the imperial physician now. Zheng Ronghua had already knelt on the ground with a pale face. How could this happen? The emperor was sitting on the chair. Why did he suddenly appear behind her? Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. The burning feeling on his hand gradually disappeared, and Emperor Qixuan had time to look at her. Zheng was disrespectful in front of the emperor, and was punished with 20 strokes of a cane. She will be demoted to a concubine and confined to Yunshui Palace from now on. No, Your Majesty. Zheng Chongzai threw herself at his feet and begged bitterly. Your Majesty, I really didn't see you. I didn't mean to do that. Oh! Emperor Qixuan looked at her with cold eyes. You mean I should be blamed? Frightened by his eyes, Zheng Chongzai spoke hesitantly. I dare not. Su Maowen asked someone to pull her away, and Emperor Qixuan strode away. This scene was passed on to their respective masters by the maids of each palace. The concubines who were so angry that they just crushed many handkerchiefs all had a gloating expression. After dealing with Zheng, Emperor Qixuan felt relieved a little. But when he thought of the real mastermind behind the scenes, he felt very angry again. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yunqi, wearing a crescent-colored gauze skirt, slowly approached with a small basket in one hand and a lotus in the other. When he saw her, Emperor Qixuan clenched his hands behind his back slightly. His eyes gradually became cold, but his tone was still as calm as usual, and people couldn't tell how he felt. What did you Jiaoyi do? Xiao Yunqi lowered her eyes, lowered her chin slightly, and said softly, I saw lotus roots in the pond, so I picked some lotus seeds and prepared to make soup. Oh! Emperor Qixuan's eyes flickered slightly. I wanted to ask before, but I didn't expect you, Jiaoyi, a princess, to know how to cook. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi lowered her eyelids. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She looked sad, and her tone was choked with sobs. Your Majesty, you don't know that although I am a princess, I grew up in the cold palace since I was a child. My life is not as good as the servants, who are proud of themselves in front of the masters of the palaces. Seeing her acting like this, Emperor Qishuan sneered in his heart. Pretending. He sighed. It seems that it's not easy for you either. Xiao Yunqi raised her head and shook it. The tears hanging on her eyelashes were about to fall. Her watery peach eyes added a bit of innocence to her. She looked pitiful, being looked at by such a pair of eyes. It seems that all they see is you, and they regard you as their only support. After coming here, especially seeing you, I feel that everything is worth it. Su Maowen, who was standing aside, secretly sighed in his heart that this Yu Jiaoyi was really good at tricks. But who is Emperor Qishuan? He knew the truth a long time ago. How could he be caught by a little beauty trap? Suddenly, the wind blew, and Xiao Yunqi sneezed lightly. Then she hugged her shoulders, shivering, looking very cold, and her watery peach eyes revealed some anticipation. Emperor Qishuan tightened his cloak. It's cold at night. I'm back. You can go too. Seeing him turn around without any reluctance, Xiao Yunqi secretly stamped her feet and shouted with an unwilling look on her face. Your Majesty, would you like to try the soup I made? Chapter 90 Trouble is coming. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan paused, thinking that he had not yet drunk today's soup. He was somewhat tempted. Turning around and looking at her, he nodded slightly. Okay. The news that the emperor was intercepted by Yu Jiaoyi when he passed by the imperial garden quickly spread throughout the harem. Many concubines who had dressed up carefully and were preparing to meet the emperor on the road could not help but curse out loud. Concubine Zhao, who also received the news, smashed the vase she had just replaced again. That vixen. The first time I saw her, I knew she was not an easy person to deal with. Thinking that she was only a few steps away from the emperor just now, she gritted her teeth. If I hadn't been confined, how could she have offered herself to him? Uefu Palace. Emperor Qishuan waited for a while, and Xiao Yunqi walked in with the soup bowl. Your Majesty, please enjoy. Su Maowen stepped forward and tested it with a silver needle. After confirming that it was non-toxic, he presented the soup to Emperor Qishuan and then withdrew. After drinking a few sips, Emperor Qishuan wiped the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Xiao Yunqi lowered her head shyly. It's just practice makes perfect. How can my cooking skills compare to the imperial chef? As long as the emperor likes it. Don't belittle yourself. The soup you sent these days is delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Emperor Qishuan looked at the soup bowl at hand, a little puzzled. I don't know if it's because of the recent worries in my heart. Everything I eat is not tasty. My appetite is poor, and even my spirits are not very good. The soup that Xiao Yunqi sent every day is quite to his taste. Originally, today's soup bowl was smashed, and he was a little regretful. I don't know how it was done. Otherwise let her teach the method of making soup to the imperial kitchen? Just as he was about to speak, Yao's words suddenly echoed in his mind. After adding Wushizhen, how can I be listless? I'm getting more and more addicted to it. I'm getting more and more addicted to it. I'm getting more and more addicted to it. I'm addicted. Suddenly, Su Maowen knocked on the door and shouted outside. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has ordered that you must go to Xi'an Palace today no matter what. I deserve to die for forgetting this matter. Emperor Qishuan stood up suddenly, and the anger in his heart seemed to have found an outlet, and he roared at him. Why don't you forget yourself? Hurry up. On the way. Emperor Qishuan's face was as dark as if ink was dripping. As long as he thought of the soup he drank these days being drugged, the murderous intent in his heart could not stop bubbling out. Seeing this, Su Maowen raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat. It was the emperor himself who instructed that as long as he went to Uefu Palace, he must find an excuse to knock on the door within an instant stick of time. He was also following orders. So why was the emperor still angry? Could it be the emperor was blaming him for ruining the good thing? Su Maowen had a sad face. Then next time, should he interrupt? Emperor Qishuan hurried to Xi'an Palace. The Queen Mother was about to rest, but after hearing the palace servant's report, she had to clean up again. What happened? Emperor Qishuan's face was not very good. After asking the palace servants to leave, he leaned in and whispered, Can you call Zhang Yuanshou in the name of the Queen Mother? Hearing this, the Queen Mother's face suddenly changed. and she hurriedly gave the order. UFO Palace. Xiao Yunqi sneered at the soup bowl on the table. Dog Emperor. Is the soup with added ingredients okay to drink? Then he ordered the maid beside him. Leave. The shadow in a nightgown came in through the window. After entering, she pulled down the black cloth covering her face. Emperor Qishuan did take people to the Empress Dowager's palace, and also summoned the imperial physician. It seems that the Empress Dowager's illness is very difficult. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi snorted coldly, and then looked up at her. Send a message to your master. Qian Palace. After taking the pulse, Imperial Physician Zhang frowned all the time. Your Majesty, have you often felt tired recently? Emperor Qishuan frowned and nodded imperceptibly. Seeing this, Imperial Physician Zhang hurriedly lowered his eyes, and his beard trembled slightly. May I ask if your Majesty particularly wants to eat a certain kind of food, and feels anxious when you can't eat it, but feels extremely happy when you eat it? Hearing this, especially seeing that Emperor Qishuan actually nodded, the Empress Dowager's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the hand holding the Buddhist beads trembled uncontrollably. She looked solemn. Dr. Zhang, what poison has the Emperor been poisoned by? Replying to the Queen Mother, I have seen in the Baikuzi that there is a herb called opium, which has the effect of astringing the lungs and relieving pain. But taking too much can make people addicted. Bold. The Queen Mother slammed the table in anger. Dr. Zhang was so scared that he knelt on the ground and said, Please calm down. Queen Mother. Unlike the Queen Mother's anger, Emperor Qishuan was very calm and a little surprised. Opium? He thought it was wushizhen. The Queen Mother asked sternly. How to cure this poison? Dr. Zhang's forehead never left the ground. The Emperor is not poisoned deeply, as long as he does not take it in the future. Hearing this, the Queen Mother breathed a sigh of relief. Then she raised her hand and waved, and the nanny beside her took Dr. Zhang out with a look. There was no one else in the palace, and the Queen Mother looked worried. What happened? Emperor Qishuan had to tell the story. Humph. You are so brave. The Queen Mother put down the beads in her hand, with murderous intent in her eyes. If I had known this would happen, I should have obeyed the late Emperor's will. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and kept him until now. Emperor Qishuan poured a cup of tea, handed it over, and comforted him softly. Don't worry too much. Mother, I know what's going on. The Queen Mother took the teacup and took a sip. She suppressed her anger a little. Hearing this, she put the teacup down again. You know what's going on. Then why didn't you take Yao Yao out? Do you really believe those rumors that are unfounded? Of course not. Emperor Qishuan didn't even think about it, and subconsciously refuted. The Queen Mother sighed softly. It doesn't matter if others don't know. You can clearly hear. Mother! Emperor Qishuan interrupted her helplessly. It is precisely because my son knows the reason that he made this decision. King Canaan comes here every now and then. He says he cares about her, but we all know what he is really here for. It is safer for Yao Yao to stay in Qionghua Palace. Thinking of the hypocrisy these days, the Queen Mother also felt a headache. My son has something else to discuss with you. The Queen Mother looked at him deeply for a while, then half closed her eyes. I have no objection to how you want to compensate the Li family and the imperial concubine. But one thing. As she said this, she opened her eyes and said earnestly, be sure to explain it clearly to the Queen. Don't let her have any grudges. Emperor Qishuan nodded solemnly. Son understands. After coming out of the imperial kitchen, Chunshur walked on the road with the food box, wondering in her heart, what happened to the imperial kitchen today? They were suddenly very polite, and the dishes were as rich as usual. Could it be that the third prince went to knock on the door? When she thought of this possibility, her face became happy. No matter what. As long as the queen and the princess can eat well. It's fine. Not far away, there were a few figures. It was Zhao Guiran who ended her house arrest and dressed up gorgeously, ready to meet the emperor by chance. She wandered around half of the harem. Her feet were sore, and she didn't even see the emperor's shadow. Which was the time to be angry. Which palace is that? She looks familiar. The maid next to her replied, Master, that's Chunshur from Qionghua Palace. Qionghua Palace? How could you forget her? When she thought of what happened these days, Zhao Guiran's eyes had a hint of joy. She raised her chin proudly. Go to Qionghua Palace. Chapter 91 Cute Kids Fight. My queen! Chunshur shouted happily after entering the room. Hearing her voice, the mother and daughter came out. Seeing the food on the table, Li Wanji frowned and looked at her with disapproval. It had been a few days. If she hadn't been afraid of exposing Yao Yao's abnormality, She wouldn't want to eat the food in the imperial kitchen anymore. How much silver did you spend on the dishes today? I'll get it for you. Chunshur hurriedly stopped her. No, my queen. I didn't spend a single copper coin. I also think it's strange. Could it be because of the crown prince and the two princes? Hearing this, Li Wanji's eyes deepened. Is that really the case? Chu Yaoyao climbed onto the chair, leaned forward, and touched the plates one by one, then waved at them. It's okay. You can eat it. Hearing her say this, Li Wanji was relieved. Chu Yaoyao aimed at a big chicken leg and stretched out her little hand, eager to try. Suddenly, the door was knocked open with a bang. Concubine Zhao rushed in with 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maids. Seeing the food on the table, she gestured to the eunuch behind her. She is just an abandoned woman who was banished to the coal palace. Is she worthy of such good food? Smash it. The 2 eunuchs stepped forward and overturned the table. If Li Wanji hadn't acted quickly and picked up Yao Yao in time, I'm afraid she would have fallen to the ground with the table. Concubine Zhao, don't go too far. Concubine Zhao glanced at her, with undisguised pride and joy between her eyebrows. Li Wanji, you are just a commoner now. How dare you not kneel down when you see me? As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 eunuchs walked up to Li Wanji, grabbed her arms and pushed them down hard, trying to force her to kneel down. Let me go! Let our queen go. Chunshur stepped forward and slapped the 2 eunuchs hard, but was kicked away. Concubine Zhao glanced at Chunshur curled up on the ground with disdain and walked slowly closer. My lady concubine, you have come to this day too? Seeing Li Wanji, who was dressed in simple clothes but still couldn't hide her stunning beauty, the jealousy in her eyes could no longer be hidden, and her expression became ferocious. A hand with slender nails painted with bright nail polish was raised high. She must be jealous of her mother's beauty and want to ruin her mother's face. Seeing this scene, Chu Yaoyao ran out from behind and shouted, Hit my mother. I will fight you. New hatred, people who bullied her, and old hatred throwing her chicken legs mixed together. Chu Yaoyao was so angry. She swung her short legs quickly, ran forward like a calf, and ran straight towards Concubine Zhao. Concubine Zhao was actually knocked to the ground by her. Yaoer. Li Wanji looked at her worriedly and struggled hard. With the help of 2 maids, Concubine Zhao stood up again and pointed at Yao Yao and shouted, Catch her too. A maid stepped forward and held Yao Yao's shoulders. Chu Yao looked up, gritted her teeth, and glared at her fiercely, looking at her delicate little face and her facial features that were extremely similar to Li Wanji. Concubine Zhao was almost jealous and crazy. She stretched out her finger and poked Yao Yao's forehead hard. Sure enough, she is a bastard born of a BXXXH. She just has no rules. Hiss. The child's skin is delicate, and her nails are long, so they were pierced in an instant. Chu Yao's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, trying not to let her tears flow out. Xiao Ying. Although I was banished to the coal palace, Yaoer is still the princess Qi Yuan appointed by the emperor. Seeing the red on Yao Yao's forehead, Li Wanji was anxious, struggling and shouting. Hearing her words, Zhao Gairen's reason was burned out by jealousy. Her eyes were gradually filled with madness, pointing at Yao Yao with one hand, and turned to look at Li Wanji. How about this? You kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I won't touch her. Otherwise, she looked at Yao Yao and smiled strangely. Didn't the little princess fall into the water before? I think she must like playing in the water very much. If she falls in again by accident, it's normal. Hearing these threatening words, Li Wanji's face turned pale instantly. You dare. You can try. As she spoke, Concubine Zhao's hand was getting closer and closer to Yao Yao. Suddenly there was a thump. Chunshur was sweating profusely. Her lips were pale, and she knelt on the ground. She looked like she was injured by the kick just now. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Concubine Zhao, I kowtow to you. Please spare the queen and the little princess. As she spoke, she kowtowed several times. Chunshur. Li Wanji frowned after seeing this scene. Sister Chunshur, get up. The tender voice was a little firm. Looking down and seeing the pair of big eyes with clear black and white, Concubine Zhao's mouth curled up with a cruel smile. She reached out again, as if she wanted to strangle Yao Yao's neck. No! Li Wanji's eyes were bloodshot. Unexpectedly, Chu Yao Yao didn't know where she got the strength from, and slipped away from the palace maid holding her like a loach. She hugged Concubine Zhao's arm with both hands and bit her tiger's mouth. Ah! A sharp dull pain came from her hand, And concubine Zhao screamed miserably. Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes wide, stared at her fiercely, and bit her hand tightly. Soon, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was just a 2-year-old child, and anyone who saw her looked harmless. But at this moment, everyone was shocked by this scene. Ah! It hurts. Come on. Come on. Pull her away. Concubine Zhao bent over in pain. But this bending down made it easier for Chu Yaoyao. She kicked her feet and exerted force. And her 2 legs actually entangled Concubine Zhao's arms tightly. No matter how Concubine Zhao shook and slapped, she didn't loosen up at all. The harder she hit, the harder she bit. That fierce look made Concubine Zhao tremble with fear. Gradually, she lost her strength due to the pain, and looked at the eunuchs and palace maids around her and shouted, "Hurry up and kill her! Kill her! I'll see who dares!" The prince ran over with a lot of sweat on his forehead. He brought some snacks to visit Yaoyao. On the way, he heard from the palace servants that Concubine Zhao had taken people to Qionghua Palace, and was afraid that Yaoyao would be bullied. So he hurried over. Unexpectedly, he heard this sentence as soon as he ran to the door. Seeing this scene in front of him, his eyelids twitched, and he went forward to comfort her, with a distressed look on his face. "Yaoyao, Big Brother is here. Don't be afraid. Let go." As he spoke, he hugged the little body wrapped around Concubine Zhao's arm. The bloody taste in her mouth became stronger and stronger, and Chu Yaoyao felt nauseous and couldn't help but retching. Seeing this, the prince quickly carried her aside. Blood was flowing from the palm of Concubine Zhao's right hand, and a small piece of meat was hanging down. "Ah! My hand? My meat was bitten off." The pain made her completely lose her mind. "Come here. Kill her. I want to cut her into pieces." The prince's face was livid, and he glared around. "I'll see who dares to move." As he spoke, the guards he brought stepped forward a few steps and surrounded Concubine Zhao and her servants. Chu Yaoyao touched the blood at the corner of her mouth and spit a few times in disgust. Are you not sick? Mother said that diseases come from the mouth." The prince personally brought a cup of warm water, fed it to her mouth, and helped her rinse her mouth. "You are such a fool. You put everything in your mouth, no matter if it's clean or not." After helping her wipe the blood off her face, the prince noticed the wound on her forehead, and his face suddenly darkened. "She actually hurt you." He turned around and looked at Concubine Zhao with a sharp and murderous look. To murder the heir to the throne, the 9 clans should be executed. Concubine Zhao raised her injured hand and looked at him in disbelief. "It was obviously she who bit me. I just touched her accidentally." The prince's face was gloomy. "How can it be the same? I will report the matter to my father truthfully." "Come on. Send Concubine Zhao away." Concubine Zhao almost fainted from anger. "Report truthfully? I find it hard to believe your attitude and tone. If you don't heal your wound, your flesh will be gone." Chu Yaoyao looked like she was not afraid of trouble. "Your hand is missing a piece. It's so ugly." She showed a disgusted expression and used her last killer move. "Father, I don't like it." Chapter 92. Give her a bad luck gift package. "Ah! Stop talking." Being stimulated by these words, Lady Zhao covered her ears with one hand and yelled. Then she covered her wound and hurried back. "Imperial Physician. Go and call the Imperial Physician." Li Wenji hurried over and hugged Yaoyao's little body tightly. "It's okay. It's okay." These words were to comfort Yaoyao and herself. The prince also squatted on the ground, looking at the wound on her forehead with heartache. "Does it hurt?" Chu Yaoyao reached out and touched it, then bared her teeth at them. She was injured more seriously. "I am not at a disadvantage." Entering the palace, the prince gently helped her apply medicine. "Father, didn't you send someone to protect you?" Hearing him ask this, Li Wenji understood that the prince also knew the emperor's plan. If the secret guards are allowed to come out, how can I get rid of this bad breath? Hearing this soft voice, both of them were shocked. How? Yaoyao actually knew this too? Then the two of them watched her move back and take out a yellow paper with a strange pattern on it. Then she smeared the blood of Concubine Zhao on her hand. The moment the blood was smeared, the talisman paper emitted a burst of light, and then it spontaneously ignited without fire. After the talisman paper disappeared, Chu Yaoyao clapped her hands. Speaking of which, the bad luck talisman is also quite tricky. It must be smeared with the blood of the person being used to trigger it. Otherwise, she would have given one to Su Shui or Xiao Yunqi who poisoned her. Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists. Concubine Zhao. Right? Get ready to accept the bad luck gift package I send you. When the two saw the scene, their breathing became much faster. The prince asked excitedly, Yao Yao. What is this? Chu Yao Yao grinned. Bad luck talisman. Suddenly, she took out a small porcelain bottle. Here, the detoxification pill. I almost forgot about the main business. The male protagonist and King Canaan planned to poison the father and brothers at the palace banquet. They originally wanted to ask the big brother of the secret guard to deliver it, but they didn't expect the prince to come. Poison? Hearing this, the prince's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. King Canaan dared to kill the king? I don't know if the father knows about this. It seems that I still need to discuss it with the father as soon as possible. At this moment, Chuncher was taken to the side hall to heal her wounds. There were confidants guarding outside the door. The prince held Yaya's little body and spoke slowly. Sister, don't be angry with the father. The father has discovered that Sia and King Canaan are colluding. Whether it is arresting the Li family or locking you up here, it is just a trick. Chu Yaya pretended to be an expression of what are you talking about? Why don't I understand, and looked at him in a daze. Then he lowered his head and covered his mouth with a smile. Of course I know. When the father and Uncle Zhu were discussing, I was next to him. However, Bo Huilan is the king of Canaan's man, which means that the royal guards are under his control, plus the troops brought by the Sia mission. It's still a bit risky to rely on the imperial guards and the city guards outside the palace alone. Even if the reinforcements arrive in time, if the king of Canaan closes the palace gates, we will still be in danger. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao felt depressed. The prince also frowned, which was also what his father and he were worried about. What if the king of Canaan fails to force the emperor to abdicate and decides to die together with him? Seeing the small box in the space, the light bulb in Chu Yaoyao's head suddenly lit up. I have a solution. What solution? The two people beside her looked at her with burning eyes. On the other side, concubine Zhao was walking back in a sedan chair, cursing. Hurry up. Hurry up. The two eunuchs carrying the sedan chair had red faces and big drops of sweat on their foreheads because of the effort. Their feet and the ground were about to rub sparks. But concubine Zhao still looked impatient and thought they were too slow. Didn't you eat? Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back. Cack. Cackle. A few crows flew in from nowhere, tormented by the pain. Zhao Ying was already furious at the moment. Seeing the crows hovering above her head, she felt a fire in her chest, suffocating her. Her nose was about to be crooked with anger, and she pointed at the air and cursed. Those two Bexes are fine, but a group of flat-haired beasts dare to bully me? The crows seemed to understand, and they cried even louder, and bird shit rained down on Zhao Ying's head. Many of them covered her eyes because she was cursing, and some fell on the corners of her mouth. Ah! Ugh! Because her right hand was injured. She couldn't take care of her eyes and mouth with one hand, and she couldn't wipe it at all. The eunuch was in a hurry to drive away the crows with a stick. The palace maid resisted the nausea and helped her wipe the bird shit on her face and body. Master, the crows have been driven away. The young eunuch came forward with a wooden stick and smiled flatteringly to take credit. Zhao Ying kicked him angrily. What have you been doing before? You bunch of rubbish? After scolding, she snatched the stick from the eunuch's hand and threw it out heavily, as if to vent her anger. However, the stick did not fall to the ground, but flew far away and directly knocked down the hornet's nest on the tree. The black, dense hornets flew towards the few people. Hurry up and drive them away. Concubine Zhao kept flapping her hands and covering her face with a handkerchief, but she was still stung all over her face. She endured the severe pain and pulled the palace maid in front of her to cover her, then ran away. After finally running to the bedroom, she saw the door a few meters away, and her face showed joy. As long as she gets back to the room, it will be fine. Thinking of this, she sped up, but she didn't expect that on the flat ground that she had walked countless times, a stone appeared from nowhere, and she was tripped and rushed straight to the steps. She fell down and bit directly on the steps, and all the 16 teeth on the upper and lower parts were broken. Ah! Noble Lady Zhao lay on the ground, her mouth wide open, howling hysterically. In Qianghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao nestled in her mother's arms, laughing so hard that she held her stomach and laughed so hard. You deserved it for bullying us. Li Wanji fed a piece of candied fruit to her mouth, looking at her strange expression suspiciously. What happened again? In the imperial study, after the prince left, Emperor Qishuan secretly made a note of noble Lady Zhao. Then he put down the memorial and began to think about what crime to use to punish her today. Unexpectedly, a little eunuch hurried over and whispered something in Su Maowen's ear, and Su Maowen's face changed drastically. Your Majesty. The beam of the side hall of Yunshui Palace suddenly collapsed for some reason. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan paused with his pen in hand. Which side hall? It's the one where Concubine Zhao lives. Concubine Zhao's leg was broken. Su Maowen told him about the crows, wasps, and broken teeth. As he spoke, he wondered in his heart. Concubine Zhao. She was so unlucky. Emperor Qixuan suddenly remembered what the prince had said. Yao Yao had used a bad luck charm on Zhao. Could it be related to this? He then shook his head and chuckled silently. He was overthinking. How could that little guy be someone who could suffer a loss? Chapter 93 New Dimension. Hearing this news, he was in a good mood. Took another memorial and continued to review it. Suddenly, Su Maowen walked into the hall again and reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, old Master Zhou wants to see you. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan sat up slightly with a serious face. See you? After a while, old Master Zhou came in with a dragon-headed cane. Your Majesty, I have some doubts about the Li family's treason case to report. As soon as he saw the cane, Emperor Qixuan felt a headache. The old master hadn't taken out the dragon-headed cane for some years. Is he going to do it again today? Emperor Qixuan felt a pain in his back for no reason. There was a little helplessness in his tone. Old master. A subtle sound suddenly came from outside the imperial study. Emperor Qixuan moved his ears. And then his tone was a little angry. Since the old master is not feeling well, you don't have to attend the palace banquet in 3 days. Old Master Zhou? Hearing this, old Master Zhou was stunned. He was talking about the Li family, and never said he didn't want to attend the banquet. His old and turbid eyes examined the emperor on the high position. After all, they had a master-disciple relationship for more than 20 years. So Master Zhou reacted very quickly. He immediately hit the ground with his cane several times, looking very angry. In this case, I would like to thank your Majesty for your consideration. After saying this, old Master Zhou's nostrils bulged, snorted angrily, and walked away in front of all the palace people. Emperor Qixuan grabbed the teacup at hand and threw it at the door in a rage. Su Maowen wiped the cold sweat and walked in trembling. Your Majesty, Yu Jiaoya is here to serve soup again. Let her in. Xiao Yunqi walked in with a tray and advised softly. Old Master Zhou is old and a little old-fashioned. It's normal that he doesn't know how to adapt. Your Majesty, don't get upset because of this. Looking at the soup bowl in front of him, Emperor Qixuan tightened his hands under the table. It doesn't matter. There is Yao Yao's detoxification pill. He comforted himself in his heart, and then took a sip of the spoon without changing his expression. For some reason, this soup suits my appetite. I will miss it if I don't drink it for a day. Xiao Yunqi said softly, as long as your Majesty likes it. Emperor Qixuan put down the spoon, and the handle of the spoon collided with the porcelain bowl, making a crisp sound. There will be a palace banquet in 3 days. Concubine Liang is too weak, and I'm afraid she can't help much. Since you are a good cook, help the queen to take care of the banquet. Xiao Yunqi wanted to start at the banquet, and now it can be said that he fell asleep and the pillow came. She tried hard not to show her true emotions, and bowed slightly. Your Majesty obeys your order. After she left, Emperor Qixuan's face immediately turned cold, and he asked Su Maowen to take the soup away. Let Dr. Zhang check carefully. This made Su Maowen's eyelids jump. Could it be that the soup? Emperor Qixuan reminded again. Don't let others know. Su Maowen bowed his head respectfully, with a cautious look on his face. I understand. After nightfall, Sifang Pavilion. After receiving Mo Ying's message, Shang Wanji was in a good mood. Master, there is no unusual movement in the military camp outside the city. Shang Wanji shook his hand holding the tea, and then looked indifferent. It's normal. After all, there are Li's confidants in the military camp. Mo Zhou spoke with a little uneasiness. But in this case, wouldn't our plan to use the death of the Li family to alienate the ruler and ministers of Daqi fail? No problem. Shang Wanji smiled lightly, with an unfathomable look on his face. As long as the border is in chaos, the charge of treason by the Li family will be confirmed, which is more beneficial to us. As long as the border is in chaos, it will be the best time for Xia to counterattack. Mo Zhou looked excited and said excitedly, Master is wise. If this plan succeeds, the position of the crown prince will belong to you. Qianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao stared at the slot machine on the panel excitedly and nervously. System. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the interstellar plane. Interstellar. It's actually interstellar. Seeing these words, she couldn't help but climbed up and jumped on the bed a few times. System, your trading partner sent a video invitation. Do you accept it? Chu Yaoyao quickly sat down seriously and adjusted her erected hair in front of the camera. Pursing her lips and putting on a stern face, she tried to make herself look more stable and reliable. Everything was ready. So she nodded. Except, a young man wearing a white shirt, with brown hair and pupils of the same color as his hair appeared on the screen. Cub? The man on the other side seemed very surprised. Chu Yaoyao's stability was broken in a second. She curled her lips, and when she saw the other party's message, a hint of cunning flashed in her big eyes. She greeted him with a well-behaved face. Hello, Grandpa Leah. Hearing this address, Leah's mouth twitched, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this revenge? He didn't say anything. Although he is already 100 years old, he has just become an adult. Right? He explained helplessly. The average life expectancy here is 460 years old, and I am still very young. Oh! Chu Yaoyao lowered her eyes and responded absent-mindedly. She was half full after eating snacks before dinner, and she was hungry again now. She rubbed her soft, plump belly and smacked her lips. After thinking about it, she took out a peach. Eating fruit shouldn't make you fat. Right? Yes. That's right. Thinking of this, she held a peach that could cover her face and took a bite. The soft peach flesh was easy to bite, and the sweet juice exploded in her mouth with a gentle sip. Chu Yaoyao was so beautiful that she crossed her legs. Ever since Noah got on the Big Brother, the progress of the task has been increasing rapidly. It has only been a short time, and it has been upgraded to level 3. The weight of each transaction item has also increased from 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms. In addition, there are many female members in the research team. After knowing that she is a little kid, they will bring private goods in every transaction and give her some fruit milk powder and snacks. On the other side of the video, watching her bite the juice splashing, Leah couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He secretly turned on the light brain, took a picture of this scene, and sent it to his second brother, who works at the Institute of Paleobotany. The peach was washed very clean and didn't prick the mouth at all. Chu Yaoyao was so engrossed in eating that she didn't even realize someone was taking a photo. The system did notice it, and it took a quick look. Seeing that the other party had taken a cute photo of its host, it didn't say anything. Ahem. Excuse me. Is that the legendary fruit you're eating? Chu Yaoyao raised her head and looked at him blankly. Legend? Is there no fruit in their world? She raised a peach that she had eaten 1/3 of and pushed it in front of the panel. Do you want to eat it? Looking at the fruit that was magnified several times, it seemed that she could smell the fragrance through the screen. Saliva quickly secreted from Leah's mouth. You still have it? I want it. I can buy it with points. Is 20 points okay? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao blinked. Seeing that she didn't react, Leah thought she was complaining about it. He glanced at the balance on the panel, gritted his teeth, and stamped his feet. I am presumptuous. Then, 50 points each? Killing a level 1 star beast can get 0.5 points. Level 2 1 point. And so on. After reaching level 2, he only had 80 points in his hand. Chu Yaoyao didn't complain about it at all. She was simply shocked. She quickly calculated in her mind. The peaches were given by the little sister equals free equals no points. This is a profitable business. Afraid that the big money owner would run away. She nodded hurriedly. Deal. Chapter 94 The Code to Get Rich. Leah stood up excitedly and jumped twice on the spot. Great. This also allowed Chu Yaoyao to catch a glimpse of the high-tech humanoid iron lump behind him. That was Mecha? What is that? Leah turned around in confusion. Oh, that's a toy I had when I was a child. It was made 1-to-1 based on a real mecha. He scratched his head. Do you like it? I can give it to you. Thinking of Nua's previous statement that he had encountered a bottleneck in his research, Chu Yaoyao nodded. Thank you then. Then she bought the toy Leah mentioned for 1 point. Looking at the other party's expectant eyes, she picked the biggest and reddest peach from a pile of peaches. Glancing at the mecha she had just bought, she felt a little sorry and took another one. Finally, she grabbed a handful of strawberries and put them on the display stand. Amid Leah's thanks, she smiled awkwardly and quickly closed the video. System. Swindler. Leah looked at the 2 large and 3 small fruits on the table, picked up a red one, took a bite carefully, and felt the juice bursting in his mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. He licked the corner of his mouth. So this is the taste of strawberry. After stuffing the remaining half into his mouth, he picked up the pink one again. He remembered that the cub peeled the skin when eating. But, what a waste. He tried to take a small bite. His eyes suddenly lit up. And then he gobbled it up. Suddenly, the light brain buzzed, and his second brother was madly tagging him. That child is not your illegitimate daughter. Right? No. What is the cub holding in his hand? That is an ancient plant. Hurry up and grab it. Don't let her eat it. Looking at the 99+ messages, Leah turned off the light brain directly and continued to enjoy the delicious food. On the other side, Chu Yaoyao had just sent the news that he got the mecha, and one news video came over. Finally, after their discussion, they decided to trade at a price of 50 points plus a large amount of supplies. At the end, Chu Yaoyao looked at the supplies in the space with bright eyes, as well as the balance of points, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. She seemed to have discovered the code to get rich. After the excitement, Chu Yaoyao regained her rationality. System. What script did Leah have? The system took a look at number 10091 crying in front of it. If it hadn't had hands, it would have wanted to cover its face and cry. Why are the younger brothers it encounters more miserable than each other? But it has been one of the top 10 systems for 3 consecutive years. Based on the principle of being born from the same roots, it will not despise them. System. His place is not a novel world. What do you mean? System. Number 10091 encountered time and space turbulence and was accidentally drawn into that world. And because it is not bound to a book traverser, many functions cannot be unlocked. For example, System, task panel and big turntable in. He only has 1 trading seat. System, even worse than one new. Now he can only rely on the energy crystals in the star beast to replenish his energy. Chu Yaoyao opened his mouth in surprise, and did not respond for a long time. System, host. What's wrong with you? Both trading partners were in trouble, and it was indeed its fault. System, sorry. Host. Business opportunity. This is a huge business opportunity. Thinking of the special nature of these 2 planes, Chu Yaoyao seemed to see countless points queuing up to jump into her pocket. And she laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Hee hee. EVA Galaxy. Central Star. Area A. Leah smacked her lips and leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, looking at the remaining strawberry and peach on the desk. He was a little entangled. Should I give it to Grandpa to taste? Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was an urgent knock on the door. Then came the anxious voice of his second brother. Leah. I know you are in there. Open the door for me. Leah had to get up and open the door. Likon pushed him aside, hurried into the room, looked around, and kept muttering. Where's the cub? Where's the peach? Suddenly, his nose flared slightly, and he sniffed around, then turned his head and stared straight at Leah, the desk behind him. What is that? Likon's throat almost broke. He ran over in 2 steps, his eyes red with excitement, and held the 2 fruits in his hands. He was so cautious that even his breathing slowed down, and he gently stroked the peach and strawberry. I've seen them in the database. They are strawberries and peaches. Seeing her third brother's perverted expression, Leah felt a chill. Burp! After making this sound, he subconsciously covered his mouth. This sound brought Likon back to his senses. He suddenly remembered the peach that had been bitten a few times in the photo, and the one in front of him was obviously not that. Looking at someone with a slightly flustered look, his eyes were gloomy. What about that one? Being stared at like this, Leah instantly recalled the fear of being dominated by force, and he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Second brother? What are you talking about? I don't know. However, Bao Hiccup didn't intend to cooperate with him. Hiccup! Another sound. Leah ran away. But how could he, an A+ level, be faster than Likan, who had S level mental power? He was immediately grabbed and caught. Likan came close to his mouth, sniffed carefully, and found the fruit pulp fibers that were not wiped clean from the corners of his mouth. That's one of the few fruits in the entire galaxy. And you ate it? As he said, Likan punched it. Ouch! Leah was beaten and ran around. Second brother, listen to my explanation. I can buy more. Okay. Then if you take out a few more, I won't beat you. Well, not now. Wait 15 days later. Leah touched her nose, then shook her head and stepped back. Then you are lying to me. Likon's face turned cold, and he started another one-sided beating. The two brothers were fighting, and the whole family was attracted. Suddenly, Likon's ears moved slightly, and he looked over in the direction of the sound of shisua, and found that the fruit on the table was gone. Grandpa, what are you doing? Looking at the old man who was eating happily, Likon wanted to cry, but had no tears. After eating a peach, old man Lenori sucked his fingers stained with peach juice, and nodded with satisfaction. Delicious. As he said that, he reached out to grab the remaining strawberry. Likon rushed over quickly, picked up the strawberry, and hid it behind him. Grandpa, I want to take this back to study. Lenori, who was a step late, showed regret. Okay then. The originally fist-sized peach had only a peach pit that was eaten clean, and Likon felt a pang of heartache. Well, second brother, I have another one. As he said that, Leah handed over another peach pit. Likon roared, Get away! Time passed quickly, and the day of the palace banquet came in a blink of an eye. As the sun set, Shang Wanji packed up and prepared to go out with confidence. Mo Zhou walked over hurriedly with a note in his hand. Oh no! Master! Something big has happened. Chapter 95 Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Shang Wanji paused and looked at him with some displeasure. Why are you so panicked? Mo Zhou's face was slightly pale. Our carrier pigeon was intercepted. The Emperor of Donglin did not return to the country at all. Instead, he went to the border between Daqi and our dynasty secretly. The army of Qi dynasty did not cause any unrest. As he said this, he presented the note. Slightly panicked, the sixth prince sent a letter by carrier pigeon. The border is reporting urgently that the army of Donglin is approaching. If our dynasty rashly launches a war, it will be attacked from all sides. Your Majesty is furious and orders you to immediately stop assisting the plan of King Canaan. Most importantly, the spies who went outside the city to monitor the military camp and the imperial guards did not send back any news last night. After that, Mo Zhou knelt on the ground and spoke earnestly. Master, our plan must have been exposed. Please leave. Shang Wanji crumpled the note into a ball and crushed it hard. He gritted his teeth and roared. Who leaked the news? Shang Wanji gritted his teeth. Leave? I have been planning for a long time, but I failed at the last moment. How can I be willing to do this? Master, as long as you have a green mountain, you will not be afraid of a lack of firewood. Shang Wanji clenched his fists tightly, closed his eyes tightly, took deep breaths, and tried to calm his mind. After a while, his expression returned to normal. Give orders to leave the city immediately. In addition, when you go to Shur's house, after nightfall, Taiha Hall was as bright as day. King Canaan saw that there was no one at the position of the envoy who sent the bride, and he felt a little uneasy. I wonder why the fifth prince of Xia did not show up. Lu Li, the deputy envoy of the delegation, bowed to him. The fifth prince suddenly contracted a serious illness and is resting in Sifang Pavilion at the moment. Hearing this, King Canaan forced a smile. I see. Is it really such a coincidence? He became more and more uneasy. But when he saw the imperial guards on duty outside the hall, he relaxed a lot. He was lucky. I wanted to arrest him too. In Uefu Palace, Xiao Yunqi was restless. Ever since she put the poison in the wine, she has been in a state of tension and excitement. At this time, the banquet has already started. Right, she said softly. But after waiting for a long time, no one responded to her. Mo-ing? Mo-ing. Xiao Yunqi turned around and shouted twice. But where was Mo-ing in the palace? Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt something was wrong. So she hurried out. Unexpectedly, she saw several people who broke in as soon as she went out. Seeing the leader, Xiao Yunqi took a step back in disbelief. Jiao Chen Wen, Taiha Hall. At the banquet, after Emperor Qishuan made an impassioned speech, he picked up the wine glass, and everyone also picked up the wine glass. Seeing Emperor Qishuan raise his head and drink the wine in the glass, King Canaan had a sneer on his lips. He finally waited for this day. The music started, and the dancers slowly entered the stage. Suddenly, Emperor Qishuan covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, what happened? The palace was in chaos. The prince stood up and shouted to everyone, be patient. He didn't expect that as soon as he said this. He also spat out a mouthful of black blood, fell forward, and fell straight down. After that, The second and third princes were not spared, and fell directly on the table, unconscious. The ministers were completely panicked. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician. Call the Imperial Physician. At this time, Luli, the deputy envoy of the Sia mission, stood up. Since the life and death of Emperor Daki is unknown, the conditions of Sia must be changed. As soon as this was said, everyone in the delegation echoed. That's right. Return the city to us. Otherwise, we will spread the news that Emperor Daki is critically ill. Among the delegation, there was a person sitting in a wheelchair, not speaking or moving, just looking down at the table, just staying there quietly, out of tune with the chaotic environment around him. What do you mean? Hearing this, Chongbin of the Honglu Temple strode forward and pointed at the delegation angrily. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Lu Li's beard moved slightly, and he turned his head to look at the chaotic platform. Your own emperor is about to die, and you still want me to pay tribute to Sia? Dream on. Chongbin's face turned pale. You? You are so shameless to go back on your word. Suddenly, a little eunuch jumped down the steps and shouted at everyone. Your Majesty is dead. He moved too fast, and Su Maowen had no time to stop him. He could only glare at him fiercely, and secretly remember his appearance. Hearing this voice, the ministers of Daki were all shocked. Suddenly, Song Sijing of the Dali Temple came out, lifted his skirt, and knelt down in front of the Canaan king's table with a plop. Please ascend the throne immediately, and preside over the overall situation. Zhou Yushir stood up, pointed at him, and accused him harshly. Song Hui, do you know what you are talking about? Song Hui had a righteous face. Your Majesty has passed away, and the crown prince and the princes are unconscious. I would like to ask you, who else can take on the burden of Daki's inheritance except King Canaan? The faces of the ministers turned ugly, and many people began to waver. King Canaan stood up with a sad expression, walked to the center, and his voice was sad. Your Majesty left suddenly. Now is the time when Daki is facing internal and external troubles. This king has no choice but to do it. Song Hui turned around on his knees, facing him, bowed deeply, and shouted, Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! Long live your Majesty! The knees of many ministers began to bend slowly. Zhou Yushir pointed at King Canaan and scolded. You are really ambitious and unworthy of being a brother. Even if I follow your Majesty today, I will never associate with villains like you. As soon as he said this, many old ministers also approached him, and their attitude was very clear. They didn't admit it either. Seeing this, King Canaan sneered and shouted to the outside of the door. Someone come! Pu Huilan ran in with the imperial guards and surrounded the hall. King Canaan looked at him and sneered. Since Censor Zhou is so loyal, I am willing to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, Pu Huilan stepped forward with his sword and raised it high. Brother, are you so impatient that you start calling yourself I? Emperor Qishuan stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and stared at him with a cold expression. Your Majesty. Censor Zhou's eyes were filled with tears. He cried like a child even though his hair and beard were half white. Then he bowed to the sky. God his eyes. Thank you for your blessing. Hearing the voice, King Canaan turned around abruptly and looked at the man standing on the high platform with a look of astonishment. You are? Okay. At this time, the three prince brothers also stood up. Seeing this scene, the Sia envoy sat down in disgrace. Only the man in the wheelchair had a hint of interest in his eyes. King Canaan was panicked for a while, and when he thought of the imperial guards in his hands, he became bolder again. So what? King Canaan's face was filled with madness. Now the imperial guards are under my control. The palace gates are closed, and the lives and property of everyone present are all in my hands. He snatched the sword from Bo Huilan's hand and pointed at Emperor Qishuan on the high platform, with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. Including you. Emperor Qishuan looked disdainful. Really? Suddenly, King Canaan's confidant ran in a panic. It's not good. My lord. The Meridian Gate, the Shenwu Gate, the East Gate, and the West Gate are all surrounded by the imperial guards. With a sound of bang, the sword in King Canaan's hand fell to the ground. He grabbed the collar of his confidant. His eyes widened, and he looked like he wanted to tear the man in front of him to pieces. What did you say? The man repeated it tremblingly with cold sweat on his forehead. Finally, he shouted, Your Majesty, we are surrounded by the imperial guards. The Canaan king loosened the collar of his confidant and stepped back in despair. He subconsciously looked at the empty seat in the Xia delegation. So that's how it is. No wonder. He raised his head and laughed wildly. Then, he bent down to pick up the sword on the ground. And his bloodthirsty eyes swept through everyone in the hall one by one. And finally stopped at Emperor Qishuan. Let's see who is faster in attacking the city. Or who is faster in killing. Chapter 96. The villain appears. Kill them! Oh no! King Canaan is going to kill! Does he want to die with us? Seeing his expression, everyone immediately ran away and moved closer to the platform. The Imperial Guards had already put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was forced to do this. Seeing this, King Canaan was furious and kicked Pao Huilan in the chest. Waste. A bunch of waste. Suddenly, there was a rumble in the distance, and everyone felt that the ground seemed to tremble twice. What's going on? The ground shook? Oh no! Your Majesty! A confidant rushed in. I don't know what they used. After a loud noise, the palace gate broke open, and the Li family rushed in with the Imperial Guards. Hearing this, King Canaan's eyes flashed with determination, and he went straight to the man in white, who was alone and sitting in a wheelchair. As long as he held the hostage, he would be able to escape from the capital. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the other party's guards before he took a few steps. He was knocked down and captured in just a few moves. The father and son of the Li family and Zhao Jingwu each led a team of people and rushed to the outside of the palace. Seeing that the situation was settled, King Canaan lowered his head in despair. He lost. Completely lost. The father and son of the Li family and Zhao Jingwu walked into the palace in armor and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please forgive us for being late to rescue you. Emperor Qishuan came down and helped the four people up with a smile. My dear ministers, you came at the right time. Then he glanced at the captured King Canaan, then turned around and ordered in a cold voice. Take him away. In the Qionghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao held snacks in one hand and milk tea in the other, staring at the screen on the panel with her big eyes. What a pity. Such an exciting plot of forcing the emperor to abdicate can't be seen in person. Li Wanji's eyes widened instantly when she heard this. Did she hear it right? Is Yaoer still looking forward to it? So strange. Why can't I see Zhao Chen win? System detected that the host's blood relatives eliminated the treacherous ministers. Reward counterattack progress plus 11. Current progress 86. Reward points plus 55. Points balance 295. Before Chu Yaoyao could get excited, she was amused by the next scene. Haha. I asked you to take advantage of the fire. Now you have nothing to say. Right? You are in the wrong. Right? In the Taihe Hall, Zhao Qinwen forced Xiao Yunqi and the Xiao family servants into the hall. At this moment, Xiao Yunqi's veil had been taken off. Seeing her face, the old servants of the Xiao mansion, the third prince, and the ministers who had seen the young lady of the Xiao family came out to identify her. Only then did everyone know that the Princess Mingyu in front of them was actually the second young lady of the Xiao family. Xiao Yunqi. The evidence was so strong that Xiao Yunqi could not continue to quibble. The Xia envoys were all like bereaved parents. Forcing the emperor to abdicate is such an ignominious thing. And the emperor certainly doesn't want to make it known to everyone. If the delegation had not interfered before. Even if the fake princess's story was exposed. As long as they admitted their mistakes in time. Maybe the emperor would not be angry. That's good now. Wait for compensation. In the Taihe Hall, Emperor Qishuan was furious. At the critical moment, the fourth prince of Xia, Shang Wanjin, the man in white in the wheelchair, bowed and saluted, with a gentle tone, neither humble nor arrogant. Your Majesty, Emperor Kechakshuan, Princess Mingyu grew up in the cold palace since she was a child and rarely appears in front of people. The delegation has never seen Sister Mingyu's appearance. So someone with ulterior motives took advantage of it. The Xia envoy also nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Shang Wanjin bowed his head again and spoke earnestly. Please, Your Majesty, please consider that we help Daki capture the thief and don't make things difficult for the delegation. If Daki does not pursue this matter, Xia is willing to offer another 100,000 taels of gold. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan also thought of the situation just now. If it weren't for the quick reaction of the guards besides Shang Wanjin, I'm afraid, if the Xia prince got into trouble in Daki, they would have been wrong this time. Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan said in a deep voice, Indeed, ignorance is not a crime. After this, The Xia envoys were relieved as if they had been pardoned. But Emperor Qishuan held his head high and stood with his hands behind his back. The face of my Daki cannot be measured by a mere 100,000 taels of gold. This? Shangwan Jin frowned slightly. His expression became serious. I cannot make this matter public. But go back and tell the Lord of Xia that if he can't handle this matter well, I don't mind doing it for him. That male protagonist must pay the price. After that, Emperor Qishuan led everyone away. Shangwan Jin's eyes gradually turned cold. What if he has made all the calculations? This time, the fifth brother has no chance of the throne. After the king and ministers of Daki left, the envoys of Xia began to whisper. Will the emperor really take 100,000 taels of gold? The fourth prince is really inappropriate this time. If the emperor is unwilling to pay the gold, the emperor of Daki will definitely not let it go. What do you mean? You are really heartless. If it weren't for the fourth prince, I'm afraid we would have lost our heads today and died in a foreign land. The man before bowed and apologized. I'm just worried. Shangwan Jin turned the wheelchair and faced everyone. Don't worry. I will pay for the 100,000 taels of gold. Yes, the fourth prince's mother's family is the richest in Xia. If not, the man who spoke secretly glanced at his legs, and then shook his head with a look of regret. By the way, is the fifth prince really resting in Xifeng Pavilion? Someone suddenly asked. As soon as this was said, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the faces of the Xia envoys were all ugly. They have been officials for many years, and none of them are fools. The fifth prince must have received the news a long time ago, letting them delay time here, and then take the opportunity to escape. And the face of Lu Zheng, the deputy envoy of the delegation, was so dark that ink was dripping, and he gritted his teeth. He is a real fifth prince. He did a lot for the fifth prince openly and secretly. Just say that the princess who married this time is missing. He deceived his superiors and subordinates, and did so much. Unexpectedly, now that the matter has been exposed, the fifth prince did not even mention it, and abandoned him. If the fourth prince had not remained calm and thought of a countermeasure, he would have been beheaded. Thinking of this, he walked to Shangwan Jin and knelt solemnly on the ground. Your Highness, I thank you for saving my life. Seeing this, the other envoys seemed to have just reacted and bowed. Your Highness, I thank you. Shangwan Jin reached out and helped Lu Li. You are all my loyal subjects. I will never stand by and watch you die. These words really touched the hearts of these people. For a while, their favorable impression of Shangwan Jin increased. When they left, they walked in groups of 3 or 2, and kept discussing in low voices. The fourth prince is much better than the fifth prince. That's right. One person shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the fourth prince's legs. Alas, he is destined to have no chance of that position. Hearing their discussion, Lu Li stopped, turned his head and looked behind him, and took a look at the resolute face. He turned his head, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? After the delegation left, Jin Shu stepped forward and pushed the wheelchair. Congratulations, Your Highness. I see that those ministers respect you a lot. This is the first time that the master has been respected by those ministers from the bottom of his heart since he was injured. Shangwan Jin clenched his hands on his legs and pulled the corners of his mouth in self-mockery. So what? Hearing the unwillingness and resentment in his tone, Jin Shu's eyes gradually turned red. If it weren't for that battle, the master wouldn't have. How high-spirited was the master before? Now that he has just reached the age of 20, he is already gloomy and dull, like a pool of stagnant water. All this is the fault of the second prince. After watching the excitement, Chu Yaoyao began to look at the man in white seriously. I didn't notice it just now. Sitting in a wheelchair? Oh my god! Isn't that the villain? Chapter 97 Moment of Social Death. Li Wenji frowned slightly. Villain? He doesn't sound like a good person. Is it really good for such a person to stay in Daki? But no matter what she thought, a palace coup ended just as it began. 2 days later, Emperor Qishuan brought several children to the palace gate and personally sent Emperor Donglin's carriage out of Beijing. Emperor Donglin looked at the sacks with some disgust. I'm not saying that I've been busy for you, sleeping in the open air, and your thank you gift is too shabby, isn't it? Emperor Qishuan glared at him unhappily. Next year, you will know how precious those things are. Then he handed him 2 boxes, one large and one small. With a serious face, I believe you have heard about what happened on the day of the palace banquet. These things are a bit dangerous. Keep them well. Hearing him say this, Emperor Donlin subconsciously glanced at the palace gate that was still being repaired. He suppressed his excitement and resisted the urge to open it on the spot. He patted Emperor Qixuan on the shoulder. Good brother. Then, he carefully took the box. Emperor Qixuan handed him another booklet. The instructions are on it. The third brother will go to Donglin with you. In the future, he will be fully responsible for the glass and soap business in Donglin. As he spoke, Chu Yao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Chu Yao greets His Majesty the Emperor of Donglin. The Emperor of Donglin nodded at him. No need to be polite. Just call me uncle. Then he turned around and looked at Yao Yao with a smile. Yao Yao, do you want to go to Donglin to play for a few days? Chu Yao Yao hugged the prince's neck and shook his head. Wait until I grow up. Then go and see my godfather. Okay. Being rejected, the Emperor of Donglin was a little sad. Chu Yao looked back every few steps. After getting on the carriage, he leaned out half of his body, with red eyes, and shouted to Yao Yao. Sister, when the third brother makes money, I will buy you delicious food. Chu Yao Yao blinked her moist eyes, waved at him, and then put her hands to her mouth and responded loudly. Okay. I'm waiting. Emperor Qixuan restored the reputation of the Li family in the court. Not only did he restore the official position, but he also rewarded many things. The same was true for the Dao family. And Li Wenji was promoted to imperial concubine. For a time, the Li and Zhao families, especially the Li family, were in the limelight. After solving a big problem, Emperor Qixuan's eyes were full of smiles for several days. However, early this morning, the secret guard sent a message. What? Hearing the report from the leader of the secret guards, Emperor Qixuan paused with his pen, and a large drop of cinnabar fell on the memorial. Shi Jingjing is missing? The leader of the secret guards knelt on the ground. On the day when the king of Canaan forced the emperor to abdicate, I withdrew the secret guards, who were watching the Shi family for fear of accidents. Unexpectedly, Shi Jingjing was kidnapped. Emperor Qixuan put down his pen and frowned slightly. Kidnapped? From the conversation between the Shi family and their husbands, Shi Jingjing was indeed kidnapped by several men in black. Emperor Qixuan put down his pen and lowered his eyes to think. Could it be that the male protagonist did it? Shang Wanji almost turned Daki upside down. Not to mention the addition of the evil Shi Jingjing. No. We must not let these two people join forces. How did the Shi family react? Did they report to the police? If they did, they could use this as an excuse to send troops to arrest Shang Wanji. The leader of the secret guards lowered his head. No. Emperor Qixuan stood up from the chair suddenly. Why is this? Outside the palace, Shi's family, Mrs. Shi wiped her red and swollen eyes and hugged her little son beside her, looking at the middle-aged man pacing back and forth in the room. She cried and begged, Master, let's report to the authorities. If we delay any longer... Jingjing. Shut up. Shi Jinboi interrupted her loudly, staring at her closely, with a hint of coldness and cruelty in his eyes. Jingjing suddenly contracted a serious illness and has died. What kind of official report is this? As if she was frightened by his tone and eyes, Mrs. Shi showed timidity and moved her lips. Don't forget. You still have a son. Hearing this, Mrs. Shi looked at her 7-year-old son in her arms, and tears fell down. Yes. If the news that Jingjing was kidnapped by thieves spread, who knows what would be said about Jingjing and the Shi family? And the reputation of the Shi family would be over. She must consider her son's future. I can only feel sorry for Jingjing. Thinking of this, she wiped away her tears, and her eyes became firm. The master is right. I will go to prepare for Jingjing's funeral. Late at night, in the dense forest outside Shuzhou City, a small group of people were resting here. Shang Wanji stared at the fire in front of him, slightly absent-minded. Are we really going back to the capital in such a disgrace? He tightly grasped the dead branch in his hand, and the barbs on it had pierced into his palm. But he was unaware of it, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Who leaked the news? Master, Mo Ying is back. Mo Ying, wearing a nightgown, walked up quickly, took off the black scarf on his face after walking to his side, and knelt on one knee. The subordinate greets the master. Shang Wanji threw the dead branch into the fire, and the dead branch was immediately swallowed by the flames, and the fire burned more vigorously. King Canaan, defeated? Mo Ying looked at him worriedly and nodded slowly. Emperor Qixuan has already noticed it and has been playing along. He, the Li family and Emperor Donlin have joined forces to weave a big net, waiting to catch us and the king of Canaan in one fell swoop. Shang Wanji picked up another branch and scratched it on the ground carelessly. How is the delegation? Moing looked up at him. A little hesitant, but still said it. It is said that the fourth prince remained calm in the face of danger and helped Daki capture the rebels. So Emperor Qishuan did not blame the delegation. Shang Wanji's face turned ugly. What good luck. Any other news? Thinking of the scene he saw, Mo Ying's eyes showed a trace of panic and fear. Daki seems to have forged a new weapon. And that object can actually break the palace gate. What? Shang Wanji was so shocked that he didn't even notice the branch falling from his hand. Did you see it clearly? Mo Ying replied cautiously. I saw it with my own eyes. How is this possible? Mo Zhou looked unconvinced. Mo Ying tilted his head to look at him, and growled in a low voice. Do you still suspect that I am deceiving the master? Enough. Shang Wanji interrupted the argument impatiently. He looked at the crackling fire and fell into deep thought. Although it was incredible, he had a feeling that what Mo Ying said was true. Shang Wanji was jealous to the point of madness. Daki was really lucky to have such a capable person to help him. If this person was under his command, why would he worry about his plan failing? When he thought of the powerful new weapon, his eyes were full of jealousy. Why couldn't he meet such a capable person? No. He looked at the carriage not far away. Since Shi Jingjing knew the formula of soap and milk tea, she might also know how to forge that weapon. Thinking of this, he walked quickly to the carriage. As soon as he opened the curtain, he felt something stabbing at him. He subconsciously dodged, but his face was still scratched. Master! Mo Ying shouted, then drew out his sword, pointing the tip of the sword at Shi Jingjing, his eyes full of murderous intent. It doesn't matter. Shang Wanji took out a handkerchief and wiped it with a nonchalant look. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Shi Jingjing held a hairpin in both hands and looked at everyone vigilantly. Don't be afraid, Miss Shi. I just want to invite Miss Shi to visit my house. Seeing his warm smile as usual, Shi Jingjing didn't relax, but became more afraid. Yunji, where are you taking me? Shut up. How dare you call your highness by his name? The sword in Mo Ying's hand immediately fell on her neck, and the sword energy cut off a strand of hair, and his eyes seemed to be quenched by ice. Mo Ying, hearing the displeasure in his tone, Mo Ying angrily retracted the sword. Your highness? Shi Jingjing was slightly stunned. Seeing her expression, Mo Ying's eyes were full of disdain. The one standing in front of you is my highness, the fifth prince of Xia Kingdom. What? Shang Wanji was in a hurry to return to Xia and didn't want to deal with her. After having her put in a carriage, the group continued on their way. The next morning, Qianghua Palace Chu Yaoyao rarely stayed in bed, and changed her clothes without waiting for Chunshur to come in. As soon as the imperial concubine came in, she pursed her lips and tried to hold back her laughter. Oh, the sun is rising from the west today? Our little princess didn't stay in bed. Of course, after more than a month, I can finally leave the palace again. Chu Yaoyao sorted out her clothes from top to bottom, looking so proud. I put them on myself. After saying that, she was about to run out. The imperial concubine grabbed her by the back of the neck. Come back here. Chu Yaoyao kicked her short legs. Why? Father has agreed. Why won't you let me go? The imperial concubine looked serious. Put on your underwear. Chu Yaoyao's face flushed immediately, and she covered her hem with a smile. No wonder it felt chilly. Chapter 98, Encountering a Human Trafficker. And this hair? Do you want to go out and give the bird a home? Chu Yaoyao was so ashamed that she couldn't face anyone. She covered her face with her hands and said vaguely, Mother, help me. Seeing her like this, the imperial concubine felt soft in her heart. Helped her choose a new set of clothes. System, host. You don't wear. Shut up. I'm wearing it. Chu Yaoyao was angry. It's just a little short. Suddenly, a half-wooden bracelet with strange patterns fell out of her mother's sleeve. She squatted on the ground and picked it up. What is this? The imperial concubine took the wooden bracelet away and put it close to her body. Nothing. After that, she took a comb to help her comb her hair. Just willow-like eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and a trace of sadness flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Chu Yaoyao blinked her big eyes. Mother seems very sad. But the book does not mention that Mother has any old lover. She scratched her head. It's really a headache. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Even if there is an old lover, that's something that the scumbag father should worry about. She happily got on the carriage out of the palace. Looking at the little guy shaking his head happily, Chu Yu shook his head and chuckled. Do you like to go out of the palace so much? Chu Yaoyao smiled, revealing a few small teeth. She opened the pink, straw-covered small water bottle slung over her shoulder, and took a sip of sweet and rich milk. The water bottle and milk powder were bought by Wan Nuo for her. She drank half a pot of milk in one breath, and then leaned back comfortably. Of course, this is not allowed in the palace. That is not allowed. What's fun? Chu Yu nodded secretly. Indeed. For children, there are indeed more rules and constraints in the palace. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the voice of the guards came from outside. Sir, we have arrived at Wan Tao Tower. Wan Tao Tower. Chu Yaoyao licked her lips unconsciously. Sounds like a restaurant? This is the largest restaurant in the capital. Their chef is very good. Haven't you had breakfast yet? Second brother will take you to fill your stomach first. As Chu Yu introduced, he carried her down the carriage. Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up when she heard that they were going to eat delicious food. He pointed at the door impatiently. Let's go. Eat. My mother is very strict. She only allows me to eat 1 chicken leg per meal. I must eat a lot of meat today. Eat all the previous and future portions. Chu Yu, I'm not allowed to eat more. Isn't it for your own good? You forgot about eating too much meat and having a stomachache in the middle of the night? You really only remember to eat but not to be beaten. Sister. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Yu turned around with Yao Yao in his arms. Just happened to see Xie Jiansheng across the street and Jing Shi waving on tiptoe. Cousin! Cousin! Jing Shi ran to Yao Yao and grabbed her little hand. Sister, I miss you so much. I heard that gong. Yen. Jing Shi. Xie Jiansheng interrupted her. No problem. Chu Yu smiled faintly and shook his head. Yao Yao hasn't eaten yet. Would you like to have some together? Cousin? Jing Shi nodded hurriedly. Of course she agreed. She wished she could stick to her sister all the time. Xie Jiansheng, who had already become a sister control, naturally had to follow suit. The group came to a private room on the 3rd floor. Chu Yaoyao used chopsticks to pick up a lion's head and was about to put it in her mouth. With a click of her upper and lower teeth, she only bit the air. Who is it? Who stole my meat? Chu Yaoyao looked at the culprit beside her angrily. Second brother is bad? Chu Yu originally just wanted her to eat some vegetables first, and then eat greasy food. Hearing this accusation, he pursed his lips and gave her a fake smile. Then in front of the little guy, he stuffed the braised lion's head into his mouth. Seeing his childish behavior of stealing meat from a baby's mouth, Xie Jiansheng helplessly held his forehead. Suddenly there was a noise outside the window. Look! It's Miss Qianyun. Miss Qianyun is coming out to dance. Miss Qianyun, I will marry you. I want to redeem you. I want to divorce you. I want to take you home in a sedan chair. Is there something exciting to watch? With melon to eat. How could Chu Yaoyao care about being angry? She immediately jumped off the chair, ran to the window, stood on tiptoe, and jumped a few times. But she couldn't reach it. Jing Shi walked over and touched her little head. Don't worry. Sister, I have a way. As she said that, she put her hands on Chu Yaoyao's armpits and lifted them up. But her face was flushed. Her forehead began to sweat. And Chu Yaoyao's little feet never left the ground. This position is not convenient. I will hold you from behind. Turning to the back, where Chu Yaoyao couldn't see, she wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. Then she stood in a horse stance, took a deep breath to accumulate strength, stretched out her hands to hug Yaoyao's belly, and pulled up, with force. She used so much force that her expression was ferocious. But she only let Yaoyao's feet leave the ground for a few seconds. Seeing this scene, Chu Yu and Xie Jiansheng pursed their lips and held back their laughter. And they had to hold back their laughter. Once again on the ground, Chu Yaoyao pouted and looked back at her with resentment. You make me so embarrassed. Actually, my sister is not heavy at all. When I was 7 years old, I could lift a bag of 30 kilograms of rice. It must be that I have been pampered for the past 2 months and my strength has weakened. Jing Shi nodded vigorously. Yes, it must be like this. Chu Yaoyao was speechless for a while. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of your explanation, everyone knows my weight. Jing Shi was so anxious that he scratched his head. What should I do? My sister is angry. She looked at her brother for help. Chu Yu was also afraid that if he continued to watch this excitement, he would really annoy the little guy. Just when he was about to pick her up, he saw her pushing a chair to the wall and then climbing onto the chair. Standing on the chair, Chu Yaoyao finally saw the situation outside clearly. On the opposite side, a woman wearing a red gauze skirt and a tassel veil on her face walked out. She danced with the music in a light-hearted manner, her beautiful face looming with the swaying tassels, her peach blossom eyes flickering, her waist that seemed to be swaying in the wind, her graceful dancing posture, and her charming eyebrows. The men watching below the stage were crazy. The women who saw this scene gnashed their teeth. TSK. The owner of Wan Tao Lu really knows how to do business. He opened a shop opposite the brothel. The customer flow is amazing. Chu Yaoyao leaned on the window frame, holding her chin with both hands, looking at the dancing woman in confusion. I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel like I've seen her somewhere. And glanced at the top of her head. Is she another enemy? Hearing her words, the eyes of several people looking at the woman in red were more scrutinizing and wary. At this time, the door was knocked. Dear guests, the dishes are here. Chu Yu tilted his head slightly. Come in. The waiter who served the dishes came in. You are also looking at Miss Qianyun. Is she famous? Chu Yaoyao turned his head and asked. You are from other places. Right? Miss Qianyun is the new courtesan of Wanyu Pavilion. In just 1 month, she has fascinated the dignitaries and ordinary people in the capital. How many people have spent thousands of dollars and waited for a long time just to let Miss Qianyun play a song and smile? As he said, the waiter looked out the window with a yearning expression. It's a pity that she was bought by a mysterious gentleman at a high price. Ordinary people like me can only see her once at this time. Seeing his obsessed look, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. Yes, another fanatical fan. Good. The sudden voice scared her. The woman in red did a difficult move. Splits in the air. Splits. It's really strange. Why do I feel that she has been looking at us? Xie Jiansheng also felt that the woman looked familiar. But after watching for a while, he felt bored and returned to his seat. On the opposite side, the song ended and the dance came to an end. Miss Qianyun retreated amid cheers and requests. The people in the audience seemed to be still unsatisfied and stood there blankly. I must have seen her. System. Do you know who she is? System. I don't know if I haven't seen her face. It would be great if I knew which room she was in, so I could use the live broadcast function. As she was thinking, Chu Yu waved at her. The food is getting cold. Come on. Chu Yaoyao responded and jumped off the chair. She touched her stomach and prepared to find a place to solve the problem. If she had known, she would not have eaten those snacks. Where is the toilet? She looked at the waiter and asked. In the backyard. In the north corner. Jing, she took her hand and said, My sister and I will go together. Chu Yu ordered a guard to follow them. After solving the big problem, the two sisters held hands and prepared to return to the box. But they didn't want to run into two women carrying a large box. The two looked at each other and quickly covered the mouths and noses of the two sisters. Jing, she shouted incoherently. Help! Woo! After struggling for a few times, her body became weak and limp, and she gradually stopped moving. The two sisters were stuffed into the big box by them. As her consciousness became more and more chaotic, Chu Yaoyao was very excited. I met a human trafficker? Chapter 99 sold. System. Are you so excited? Then I won't care. A woman with a mole on her mouth looked outside and hesitated. These two girls are followed by guards. They are definitely not girls from ordinary families. We won't get into trouble. Right? Another woman with a headscarf on her head and dressed like a peasant woman glared at her. We have someone protecting us above us. What are we afraid of? As she said this, she looked at the two sisters like goods. These two little girls are delicate and tender. The older one can remember things at this age. We can sell them directly to the other side. As for the younger one, the woman with a headscarf touched her chin, her eyes shining. She has red lips and white teeth. She looks lucky. She can be sold to a wealthy family without children. After that, the two carried the box out of the toilet. Because the toilets here are used by women, the guards can only guard a few meters away. Even though he was far away, he could not avoid being looked at with strange eyes by the women passing by. He could only walk a few steps further away. The two women, carrying the box, passed by him openly. They left through the back door. Soon, their figures appeared at the corner of the street. Not far away, a burly man drove a carriage forward a few steps. Why did you take so long to come out? Hurry up. The three hurriedly carried the box into the carriage, and the burly man raised his hand and whipped the horse, heading towards the city gate. On the other side, the guard waited for a long time, but the little princess did not come out, and his face suddenly changed. He didn't care about anything else. and ran directly into the toilet, searching every corner. But there was no one. He was so anxious that he was sweating. And the big box appeared in his mind. The two women carried the box uneasily at first. And when they came out, he was trembling all over. And he felt that his eyes were black, and he almost couldn't stand. It's over. He lost the princess. The two people chatting in the private room did not wait for their sisters to come back. And they were very worried. The guard suddenly rushed in and knelt on the ground with a plop. My master. It's not good. The princess and the county lady are missing. What? Chu Yu and Xie Jiancheng stood up almost at the same time. When did it happen? Did you see who did it? The guard stammered yes. It was two women. About an instant stick ago. He talked about Yao Yao and Jingxi being hidden in a box and taken away. Chu Yu's face was terribly gloomy. But anger and anger were the most useless at this moment. Come here. Although he was anxious, he still ordered in an orderly manner. Send a message to my father immediately. And also send a message to the city guards and the Wuqing Bingma division. If you encounter a sedan chair or a carriage, search them all without error. The strong man was driving a carriage on the street, and suddenly saw several teams of officers and soldiers passing by. He subconsciously stopped with a guilty conscience. Ouch. What happened? He jumped down and ran to the front to check. The soldiers stopped the sedan chair from leaving the city. The strong man turned around and prepared to leave from another city gate. But the situation was the same at every city gate. Now he was really panicked. After parking the carriage in a remote alley, he lifted the curtain. What are the origins of these two girls? At this time, Chu Yaoyao had already sat up and stared at him, with a hint of curiosity in her big eyes. Where are you going to sell us? Auntie Hua. Why did she wake up so quickly? The strong man frowned and looked at the woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth. Because I have a cheat. Chu Yaoyao bared her teeth at him, and continued to stare at him with her big eyes. Auntie Hua was a little scared of him, and didn't dare to look at him at all. After all, this child is young, and she should have fainted without inhaling much drugs. The amount of drugs is small. So she woke up early. Seeing her cowardly look, the strong man rolled his eyes impatiently, and then looked at the woman with a headscarf. Sister Qin, what do you think we should do? Sister Qin's triangular eyes rolled, and then she slapped her thigh fiercely. Got it. Sell these two girls directly to Wanyu Pavilion. Wanyu Pavilion? Hearing their words, Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth slightly. What is this called? A pillow comes when you doze off. She was just worried that she had no excuse to go into Wanyu Pavilion to investigate the woman in red. God really helped me. Chu Yaoyao bared her teeth, and the corners of her mouth were almost grinning behind her ears. Sister Qin, is this little girl mentally ill? It's okay if she doesn't cry. But why is she grinning foolishly? Her Langzi was a little worried. Can a fool be sold? Hearing his words, Sister Qin also turned her head and took a look. Chu Yaoyao had laughed enough, and was drinking milk from a kettle at this moment. This is quite normal. She even knows to look for milk when she is hungry. While talking, Jingxi also woke up. She blocked Yaoyao behind her, stared at the three people, and threatened. Do you know who I am? My mother is the eldest princess. Hearing her words, the strong man laughed. Don't say your mother is a princess. Even if you are a princess, don't think about escaping once you fall into our hands. Hearing her words, Sister Qin's eyes were full of hatred, and her face was a little vicious, as if she wanted to kill her. Since you are the blood of Chu Thief, I should buy you to a brothel, and let you be ridden by thousands of people. Only in this way can I relieve my hatred. Chu Yaoyao looked at her suspiciously. Looking at her expression, does she have a grudge against the Daqi royal family? Chu Thief? I seem to have heard of this name. She drank milk and recalled. I remember that the remnant of the previous dynasty who pretended to be an imperial physician called my father like this. Is she also from the previous dynasty? Remnant of the previous dynasty? Jingxi shrank. Although she had just returned home not long ago, she had heard her mother and brother mention some things about the Murong family of the previous dynasty. They were actually from the previous dynasty? Jingxi stood in front of them. They must not be allowed to discover their sister's identity. No wonder the officers and soldiers reacted so quickly. Okay, Sister Qin, calm down. These two girls need to act quickly, our Langzi advised, and then continued to drive the carriage. The carriage circled the city several times, and the strong man and the two women got off the carriage in turn, either to buy things or to ask for directions, confusing the audience. Finally, it stopped at the back door of Wanyu Pavilion. The proprietress came out, looked around the two sisters, pinched their cheeks, and then nodded with satisfaction. I want these too. The big one is 100 taels. The small one is too small. Let's just 50 taels. Chu Yaoyao was not satisfied. Cut it in half? I never thought that I would be sold by the pound one day. If I had known, I would have eaten more, grown taller, and sold more. Jingxi? We have all been sold. And you still have the mood to laugh? Weighing the purse, Sister Qin was a little unwilling. We have spent a lot of effort on these two girls. Do you think you can? The boss lady glared. I don't dislike it yet. The little one is only 2 years old at most. And it doesn't cost money to raise her? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao refused to do it. She patted her chest, pointed at herself with her thumb, and loudly proved herself. I am 2 years, 7 months, and 9 days old. Only age, height, weight, and money can't be sloppy in the slightest. Chu Yaoyao's little face was slightly tense, and her big eyes were slightly glaring. This is her last stubbornness. The proprietress chuckled. You are quite stubborn. Then she took out another 20 taels, and threw them to the 3 people impatiently. Hurry up. Before leaving, Sister Qin grabbed Yaoyao's pink kettle. I am Mei Yang. Call me Mom or Sister Mei from now on. Mei Yang sternly waved the whip in front of the 2 sisters. You have to do whatever I tell you to do in the future. If you don't obey or want to run away. She hit the whip on the stone slab, shaking up fine sand and gravel, making a crackling sound. Jingxi shivered at the sound, but still stretched out his arms to protect his sister. Do you understand? Then, Mei Yang gave the servant a look. Take them away first. Chu Yaoyao ran to the side. I won't. Mei Yang walked in front of her, raised the whip, and looked at her viciously. If you don't obey, I will beat you. Chu Yaoyao was not afraid of her, and stared back with big eyes. She pointed to the room upstairs. Her eyes rolled around, and she shouted in a chuckle. Go now. Watch and learn. Chapter 100 used the big move. Hearing this righteous shout, Mei Yang blinked her eyes, not knowing how to react for a moment. The girls they bought back all refused to obey and threatened to die. She was not afraid of those things, and she had done a lot of things to force good women into prostitution. There are many ways to deal with them. This is the first time I have seen someone eager to learn. Today I really opened my eyes. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? Does this count as? The ignorant have no fear? I think Mei Yang has been in the capital's romantic world for 10 years. What storms have she not seen? How could a little kid take the initiative? Mei Yang looked at her viciously. Do you know what's going on inside? She pretended to be a hungry tiger pouncing on food, approached Yaoyao, and opened her bloody mouth. I can eat you to the bone and not even a dregs are left. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, wrinkled her nose and took a step back. Seeing this, Mei Yang looked at her smugly. Are you scared now? Cry. Cry. She likes to hear children cry the most. Unexpectedly, Chu Yaoyao suddenly retched twice, and then covered her nose with disgust. Big sister, your mouth stinks. It's really rude and uncivilized to talk so close to people with bad breath. Mei Yang was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She raised her hand and covered her face with her wide sleeves, then put her hand to her mouth, exhaled, and immediately put on a painful mask, obviously disgusted by herself. What's going on? When did it start? No wonder Mr. Qian didn't want to get close to her recently. What should I do? Mei Yang, who was upset, had no intention of entangled with them, and just wanted to find a doctor to cure her hidden illness as soon as possible. She waved her hand. Take them away quickly. They don't know anything, and they are just making trouble here. Wait a minute. Chu Yaoyao raised her hand high. Then she patted her chest and gave a thumbs up. I know. I'm good. I can help. Looks like I have to use my big move. Chu Yaoyao waved at her cousin. Jingxi walked over with a confused look on her face. The two of them were whispering, and Chu Yaoyao was the one talking. Finally, she asked, did you remember it? Jingxi nodded hesitantly. I should remember it, right? The two stood in front and behind, and Chu Yaoyao beat the rhythm. Move and beat the time. Beat the whole time. Jingxi only felt a childish and strange melody ringing in her ears, making people want to sway with it unconsciously. Ready. Go! With the sound, the little arms and legs began to shake, leading the dance in front. Raise your hands. Jingxi raised her hands, imitating the little body in front. Shake your head. Twist your waist. Well, okay. Chu Yaoyao didn't have a waist yet, so she could only twist her, but lift your hips. Shake them. Turn around. Look back. Squat down. Shake your head. Raise your hands and touch your head. Take a step with your left foot. Straighten it. Bend it down. Touch your left leg. From bottom to top. Main Yang. The servants surrounding them. Chu Yaoyao jumped up and down in ecstasy according to the melody in her heart and the videos she had watched. However, those charming movements made her look out of place with her short arms, short legs and round body. It was like a wobbly white goose. Inexplicably funny and humorous. This made Jingxi, who was already slow, become stiff, because she had to hold back her laughter. In the end, Chu Yaoyao, whose sense of balance was not very good, fell headfirst and bumped into Jingxi. The two rolled into a ball. Then she stood up as if nothing had happened and continued to jump. After the dance, Chu Yaoyao supported her knees and panted heavily, took out a small handkerchief, and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Jingxi was also panting slightly. The two servants were still confused. Good. Main Yang clapped her hands and praised. She looked at Yaoyao with some appreciation. This dance was tailor-made for their Lanyu pavilion. At such a young age, she can compose such a strange dance, which is really a natural talent. If this is carefully cultivated, she will definitely be her cash cow in the future. What's the fear of being young? If she is young and taught for a few more years, wouldn't she learn more? The most important thing is that this little girl has a heart to learn. My skills finally have a successor. Thinking of this, Main Yang looked at the baby with a red face with the eyes of looking at the successor. Her expression was so gentle. Quick! Take her in. Go to which room she wants to go. No one is allowed to delay her learning. Her eyes turned to Jingxi on the side, and her tone became cold. Lock her in the woodshed. Jingxi hurriedly said. I can help. I also want to go in to learn. Main Yang looked at her. Although she is a beauty, but with a little doll who can choreograph charming dances in front, this one is not so attractive to her. Jingxi was sweating anxiously. Suddenly, she pointed at the little guy with a three-head body. I can take care of the little sister. She is so young. If she goes in alone, if she is hit and injured, wouldn't sister May lose? This seems to make some sense. Then you will serve by the side in the future. But you must take good care of the girl. Jingxi nodded hurriedly. Seeing that she was honest and sensible, Main Yang's expression was much more relaxed. Suddenly, she felt her knees being patted, and she looked down. Here. Chu Yaoyao handed over 2 chewing gum lozenges. This thing was of no use to her. But after all, she had to stay here for a few days, and making the manager happy would only benefit them. What is this? Chu Yao picked up a lozenge and put it in her mouth. Exhaling. It smells good in my mouth. Main Yang moved closer and smelled it carefully, and her eyes lit up immediately. Good stuff. She stared at Yaoyao's palm with burning eyes. Are there any more? I want them all. Chu Yaoyao took out 5 more and gave them to her. Main Yang hurriedly grabbed them, put one in her mouth, and hid the rest in her purse. Okay. You guys go in quickly. In this way, the 2 sisters swaggered into the Lanyu pavilion. Main Yang stood there, smacked her lips twice, and then frowned. Why do I feel a little cold? As if there is air leaking from my mouth. Then she stretched out her hand in disbelief and blew a breath. After smelling the fresh smell, she covered her cheeks. It smells so good. The sisters walked into the building, and Chu Yaoyao had not had time to sigh at the boldness and playfulness of the ancient people. A woman in a pink gauze skirt came towards them. She was holding the arm of a middle-aged fat man, laughing tenderly, and her voice was artificial. Oh, sir, there are still people here. Let's go back to the room. And then? Hee. The middle-aged man hooked her chin and looked at her lustfully. You annoying little devil. As early as when she heard the dirty words, Jingxi came to Yaoyao and hid away, and even covered her ears. Sister, don't listen, lest your ears are dirty. Chu Yaoyao was stunned. Why can't I listen? I fought for this with my strength. Suddenly, she saw a familiar red figure flashing in the corner. It's her. It turned out to be on the 3rd floor. Who is it? Who is on the 3rd floor? Jingxi looked up suspiciously. Chu Yaoyao crouched down and ran up the stairs. Sister, Jingxi shouted in a low voice. Seeing that Yaoyao was still determined to climb up, she had no choice but to follow. Chu Yaoyao walked carefully to the innermost room on the east side. She stretched out her hand and pushed open a crack in the door. There were endless teasing sounds inside, and the curtains were fluttering. This is... Sister, you can't watch this. Hearing that voice, Jingxi's cheeks flushed with shame, and she closed the door directly. Chu Yaoyao pouted in grievance and walked to another room. I didn't mean to do that. I found the wrong one. Just after walking a few steps, a familiar voice came over. These are all the news I have found out in the past half-month. This voice is so familiar. Following the voice, she walked to the next room, put her ear to the crack of the door, and listened carefully. Not enough. A lazy and slightly hoarse voice came into her ears. Chu Yaoyao rubbed her little ears. This voice is amazing. Lazy and smoky. If he becomes a voice actor, he must be very popular. Ah! This voice kills me. In the room, a man in a dark silver brocade robe embroidered with auspicious cloud pattern sat at the table. The silver mask on his face covered half of his face. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly, and his sharp eyes shot towards the door. Who's outside? Who are you? Chapter 101 Mysterious Man. In the room, the woman in red suddenly changed her expression when she heard the man's words. She hurriedly opened the door to check, but there was no one outside the door. Just a few meters away, at the entrance of the stairs, her mortal enemy Cece was arrogantly teaching a little girl of 8 or 9 years old a lesson. It is estimated that the girl was just bought back and did not know the rules. She did not know that ordinary people were not qualified to go to the 3rd floor. She closed the door again and shook her head at the masked man. There is no suspicious person outside the door. The man lowered his eyes and said nothing. No one. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, who was that voice just now? Thinking of the person outside, the woman in red showed disdain. It was Cece, who has been in the limelight recently, and a little girl who was just bought back. Chu Yaoyao stood on the left of Jingxi, and the woman did not see her because she was blocked by the flower pot. Heh. Hearing this, the man chuckled softly and glanced at her. You are in the limelight? Now, let alone the Lanyu Pavilion. Who can compare with you in the whole capital? Hearing this, the red-dressed woman froze. Her face became ugly, and her eyes were full of hatred and humiliation. Thinking of the bright and clear figure opposite her, she felt ashamed. She was no longer worthy of that person. When she thought of this, she felt unbearable heartache. She clenched her fist tightly. Her nails pierced into her palm, and the stinging sensation brought her back to her senses. Don't forget the deal between us. I just saw the second prince of Daki and that stinky girl in Wentao Tower. I want you to kill them. The man who was looking through the intelligence heard this and paused. Are you ordering me? Facing his deep eyes, as if they were a bottomless cold pool, the red-dressed woman subconsciously took a step back, with a little panic on her face. Don't you also regard the Daki royal family as your mortal enemy? This is also helping yourself. The black-clothed man stood up and walked to the window, standing with his hands behind his back. This is not something you should worry about. Speaking of transactions, the man glanced back at her and said disdainfully, you may have forgotten that the one doing business with me is your master, not you. The red-clothed woman looked annoyed and took a few steps forward angrily. I can't believe that the owner of the shadow building is such a shameless person who goes back on his word. The man turned around suddenly. His figure swayed, and the speed was so fast that people only felt that the eyes were blurred. And the man came in front of her and grabbed her neck. Why? After being the courtesan Qianyun for a few days, have you forgotten your identity? Don't forget who gave you a place to live. At the staircase on the 3rd floor, Jingxi had quickly pulled Yao Yao and ran away when he heard the sound. But he ran into someone after running 2 steps. Where did you come from? You wild girl? How dare you run to the 3rd floor? A woman with slightly exposed shoulders, holding a round fan, and dressed seductively blocked the way of the two. The woman looked at the 2 sisters. How did the people downstairs do their job? How dare they let a child in? At this moment, the servant who came in to look after the 2 sisters under Mei Yang's order came late. When he saw the woman, he lowered his body and smiled apologetically. Don't be offended, Sister Cece. These 2 girls just came and don't know the rules. Oh, so she was just bought back. Cece looked at the 2 sisters dimly, and her eyes became more picky and contemptuous. Since you don't know the rules, you have to teach them more. As she said that, she raised her hand. Sensing her malicious intentions, Jingxi stretched out his arms to protect Yao Yao. The servant was embarrassed. If he had known, he would not have taken the job. One is Sister Cece, who is favored by Mr. Qian, and the other is the little girl who is liked by the boss lady. He can't afford to offend either of them. Chu Yao tilted her head, staring at the woman named Cece with her big eyes, and her long eyelashes flickered. Suddenly, she stretched out her chubby fingers. Your makeup. Hearing this, Cece retracted her hand and stroked her cheeks proudly. Is it beautiful? This is the most popular peach blossom makeup in the city recently. Then he looked at them impatiently and fanned them with a fan. You don't understand even if I tell you. Chu Yaoyao's delicate eyebrows slightly frowned. Seeing this, Cece glared at her and took a few steps forward. What's that expression on your face? Are you disgusted with my makeup? Do you think I'm not good looking? But Chu Yaoyao's eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter. Cece pressed on step by step, staring at her. But what? My makeup is smudged. The corners of my eyes and nose. The powder is stuck. What? Cece screamed in shock, then covered her face and hurried back to the room. Seeing her look like she was chased by a wolf, she was stunned. Scare away the enemy with just one sentence. My sister is so powerful. Chu Yaoyao raised her little chin proudly. Sure enough, this trick is used in ancient and modern times. And it works every time. You too. Come down quickly. Otherwise I'll beat you up. The servant didn't dare to go up to the third floor, so he could only raise his fist to scare them at the steps on the second floor. Thinking of what Cece said, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes turned and looked at him with a smile. With an innocent look, she stretched out her right index finger and hooked it at him. You? Come up. Servant. So angry. Come down if you can. Why are you still here? Don't you know that ordinary people can't come to the third floor? I think you just need a lesson. The one who said this was Cece, who had packed up. Chu Yaoyao hugged her arms and wanted to make a cool gesture, but her arms were too short and could only be crossed, which seriously lowered her aura. She had to change to her hands on her hips and looked up at her. Meng Yang. Big sister. You asked me to come. Do you have any objections? Is what she said true? Cece looked at the servant and asked sternly. This? Xiaoxi stood at the stairs between the second and third floors, sweating profusely. What happened? Meng Yang twisted her waist and walked up slowly. When she saw her, Xiaoxi seemed to have seen a savior, and tears almost filled his eyes. Boss lady. Meng Yang glanced at him, then waved him down. Useless thing. Do you still know who the master is? Sister Mei. Cece nodded perfunctorily, just as a greeting. Seeing her behavior, Meng Yang's face turned cold. You've only been on the third floor for a few days, and you're already causing trouble? Hearing this, Cece looked surprised. What does Sister Mei mean? As she spoke, she stroked the jade hairpin on her bun and looked at Meng Yang proudly. Master Qian is coming today, and I just want to go out to greet him. But I didn't expect to meet these two sneaky little girls. The guests on the third floor are either rich or noble, and I'm afraid they will offend the nobles and cause trouble for our Lanyu pavilion. Glancing at the hairpin on her head, Meng Yang gritted her teeth secretly. She had asked Master Qian for that hairpin, but now it was worn on this BXXXH's head. It's not that the hairpin is so expensive that she can't afford it. The key is that this BXXXH is deliberately making trouble for her and wants to slap her in the face. Sister Mei, this little girl said that you asked her to come up. Is that true? Meng Yang narrowed her eyes and said in a cold tone. Are you questioning me? Chu Yaoyao also looked at her angrily. You two tigers are fighting. Why do you bring me and my cousin? Don't Q. We don't want to be a part of your jealousy. The sound of footsteps that were so light that they were barely noticeable suddenly stopped, and the man in black clothes suddenly looked at the small figure. To be precise, it was her face. The eyebrows and eyes were so similar. Chapter 102. Young Master? When Meng Yang saw him, she didn't care about Cece's disrespectful words, and hurried forward a few steps with a very respectful attitude. Why are you here? Come out for some fresh air. Hearing this very distinctive voice, Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked over. It's the man in the room. Meng Yang is so respectful to him? A trace of deep thought flashed across her dark eyes. Could this man be the big boss behind the Moon Pavilion? She even looked around deliberately. What buns? Is my sister hungry? Did they disturb you just now? I'll let them leave now. The man nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand and pointed. She stays. Looking at the finger pointing at her, Chu Yaoyao quietly moved her feet and moved to the side. But the other party's finger also moved with her, hiding wherever she went. What's going on? She was panicked and could only hold her little hand tightly. Why must he let his sister stay? She must not be separated from Yao Yao. Mei Yang nodded, walked to the two sisters, grabbed Jing Shi, and wanted to take her away. Chu Yao Yao raised her head and looked at the masked man. I want my sister to play with me. Hiss. Hearing this, Mei Yang took a breath of cold air. This little girl is really a tiger. She dared to make conditions with the master. After all, she is the child she likes. And the key is that the delicious candy is still counting on her. Mei Yang quietly pulled her and scolded her in a low voice. Be honest and don't be disrespectful to the master. Chu Yao ignored her, just blinked her big eyes, and looked at the top of the black-clothed man's head. She dared to say this because the masked man's favorability towards her was 70. A person who met for the first time could actually reach a friendly level. This person can brush. She looked at him, and the other person's calm eyes were also staring at her. The big and the small looked at each other at a distance of several meters. After a long time, the masked man turned around and said, Follow me. Chu Yao blinked, a little confused. So easy to agree? She hadn't used her trick yet. Obviously, the big one lost in this eye contact. Mei Yang looked unbelievable. Oh my god! What kind of magic does this little girl have? A man like the master not only forgave her insolence, but also made an exception for her. As if he found that they didn't move. The black-clothed man turned around. Why don't you keep up? Chu Yao Yao immediately grinned and showed a big smile. Come! While responding, she pulled her cousin and ran over, as if to take care of their small steps. The black-clothed man walked slowly in front, and the two sisters followed closely behind, looking at the black-colored silver-lined figure in front. Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked profound, with her keen sense of smell as a bystander. This person must have a story. Then let me see what secrets you are hiding. Jing Shi. Secret? Could this person also be a remnant of the previous dynasty? The masked man suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at her quietly. Chu Yao Yao didn't feel anything, and stared back with her big round eyes. But Jing Shi was really scared. She held Yao Yao's arm tightly. This man is so scary. Sister Mei. Who is that? Cici stared at the back of the man in black clothes, and she didn't look away until he walked into the room. Mei Yang saw her little thoughts. Of course. And her face sank immediately. This is not what you should ask. I warn you. That person is not something you can dream of with your status. Cici lowered her eyelids and curled her lips in disdain. Isn't it because she is afraid that she will take that young man away from her like she took away Mr. Qian? But she wants to take him away. Come on. Hearing Mei Yang's voice, several servants downstairs hurried over. Come, two people. Move Cici's personal belongings to the westernmost room on the second floor. Considering that Cici is still useful, she will not be allowed to go back to the first floor. The westernmost part of the second floor is the farthest from the master's room. Mei Yang. What do you mean? Hearing this, Cici was unhappy. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she asked loudly, not even calling her sister, Have you asked Lord Qian before asking me to move out of the third floor? As she said this, she raised her chin proudly. Lord Qian is a senior official in the Ministry of Personnel, in charge of official assessment, and a figure that many ministers want to curry favor with. She just didn't believe that Mei Yang dared to offend Lord Qian. Hearing this, Mei Yang raised her eyelids slightly, glanced at her, and raised a slight arc at the corner of her mouth. Her lips painted with pink lipstick moved slightly, and she uttered a few words. Throw her things out. Hearing her tone, the servant didn't dare to delay and ran to Cici's room quickly. You? Cici gritted her teeth and glared at her, watching several servants break into her room. After a while, her clothes, jewelry and other items were thrown to the door one by one. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Seeing her angry but not daring to speak, Mei Yang was in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that she could still make money for Lanyu Pavilion. How could they let her go so easily this time? Suddenly, the girl below shouted, Master Qian, you are here. Seeing the figure of Master Qian, Cici raised her hand and rubbed her eyes hard, rubbing them red. She first glared at Mei Yang fiercely, then covered her face and ran down crying. The speed of her expression change was astonishing. Master Qian, I have been waiting for you so hard. In this sentence, the tone of each word was changed 3 times. Qian Bain, who was originally fascinated by the beautiful women and was a little dazed, heard this voice and immediately showed a look of heartache. Cici ran over and pushed the girls around him away one by one, and then said nothing, just watched him wipe his tears. Qianbyan had been thinking about her recently, and he was used to being flattered. During this period of time, who in the Lanyu Pavilion didn't know that Cece was his? She was actually bullied. Isn't this a slap in his face? He hugged Cece's shoulders and coaxed, "Oh, my dear. What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Cece cried for a while and looked at him aggrievedly. "You said that you would come today. I prepared a lot of good things and waited to serve you well. I didn't expect." She stopped talking and timidly glanced at Mei Yang standing on the 3rd floor. "I must have offended Sister Mei Yang. It's right for Sister to let me move out of the 3rd floor. But today I have to wrong you and me to stay on the 2nd floor." As she said, she lowered her head, looking like she had suffered a lot of grievances. But she had to swallow her anger. In the largest room on the 3rd floor, Chu Yaoyao shivered uncomfortably and shook off the goosebumps. "Really? Good tea art." Chapter 103, So You Want to Be My Little Brother. Jingxi? Sister wants to drink tea? She glanced at the man carefully, then picked up the teapot and poured a cup, feeding it to Yao Yao's mouth. "Sister." "Ah?" Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao subconsciously opened her mouth. The bitter tea made Chu Yaoyao instantly put on a mask of pain. "It's so bitter." As early as when Jingxi made a move, the black-clothed man beside him had turned his eyes from the book to them. Seeing this scene, he gently curled the corners of his lips. "Cuting tea. How can it not be bitter?" He got up and closed the window, then continued to pick up the book and read absent-mindedly. Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her little face, stuck out her tongue, and took out 3 milk candies from her pocket. One was stuffed into her mouth, and one was given to her cousin. Seeing that the other party looked guilty, she comforted her in a baby voice. "It's okay. Just eat some candy." Looking at the masked man opposite, Chu Yaoyao walked over, smelled the tea in his cup, wrinkled her nose in disdain, and handed over the candy. "This tea is so bitter. I'll give you a candy to sweeten your mouth. Here." The masked man stared at her for a long time, then slowly put the candy away. Seeing that he accepted it, Chu Yaoyao returned to her original position and sat down. She was just a vulgar person, and she couldn't do such an elegant job as tasting tea. So she should just eat melons honestly. In the picture, Mei Yang also went downstairs. She smiled seductively, twisted her waist, and walked to Qianbyan. "Master Qian, Mei Yang is really wronged. It was obviously Cece who was ignorant first. If I don't set up the rules, how can I convince everyone in the future? You say, is this the truth?" Seeing that she was so close, Cece didn't push her away like she did with other girls. Instead, he smiled meaningfully beside her, looking like he was waiting for a good show. Did she really not know that she had a bad taste in her mouth? But it doesn't matter. As long as Mei Yang is pushed away by Lord Qian in public, her prestige in Lanyu Pavilion will be gone. It's not in vain that she has warned those maids and servants in public and told them not to tell Mei Yang about this. However, the scene she imagined, where Mei Yang was disliked by Lord Qian in public, did not happen. On the contrary, Lord Qian came up to her lustfully, sniffed, and looked like he was enjoying it. "Mei Yang is very special today." Mei Yang sneered in her heart. "Huh? Man!" Cece stared at this scene in amazement. Didn't Lord Qian say that the taste in Mei Yang's mouth was disgusting? Why? She suddenly remembered that she had heard that some people have quirks and like to smell strange smells. Could it be? Ugh! Cece covered her mouth. As long as she thought about Qianbyan's possible quirk, she subconsciously began to feel nauseous. Mei Yang pulled her hand out and patted him gently. "I have learned a new dance recently. Do you want to see it?" Qianbyan grabbed her hand again and kept stroking it, with an obsessed look on his face. "Really? Why not watch it here?" Mei Yang pulled her hand out again, put it on his shoulder, and leaned close to his ear. "This dance is a bit erotic." Okay, let's go back to the room." Qianbyan looked impatient, pulling her away without even glancing at Cece next to him. Before leaving, Mei Yang glanced at someone who was furious, who said that teaching a disciple will definitely starve the master to death. "You are still a little naive to fight with me." After they left, the girls around whispered, as expected of Mei Yang. She snatched Mr. Qian back so quickly. "Aren't some people very proud these days?" "Keep laughing? What are you talking about?" Sister Cece is not unwilling to laugh, but she was born not to laugh. Cece first glared at the few people who were sneering and sarcastic, then stared at the direction where Mei Yang disappeared, and left with a sullen face. 3rd floor. In an unfamiliar environment, Jingxi sat uneasily beside Yao Yao. Although she was afraid in her heart, her body was always tense and alert at all times. She secretly glanced at the masked man who was still reading a book, and silently clutched Yao Yao's clothes. She couldn't be afraid. She was the elder sister, and she had to protect her younger sister, just like her younger sister protected her at the beginning. Chu Yao Yao didn't know what her cousin was thinking. She watched the live broadcast with her smile on her face. I've really learned a lot. The intrigue is no worse than the palace fighting drama. But that Qian guy looks fat and bloated. He's really good at eating. Chu Yao Yao clicked her tongue twice. He has a strong taste. Jingxi? What is my sister talking about? The black-clothed man looked up at her, then put down the teacup in his hand, stood up and walked in front of the two of them, looking at the little guy who was grinning and laughing happily. He spoke softly. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Chu Yao Yao subconsciously replied. Eating melons. Of course I'm happy. Oh no! I almost let it slip. Realizing that something was wrong, she quickly changed her words. Melon seeds? As she said that, she took out a handful of melon seeds, raised them up, and started to recommend them with a grin. It's caramel flavored. So delicious. The black-clothed man stared at her for a long time, before Chu Yao Yao wanted to put down her hand because it was sore from holding it up. He reached out and picked up a few seeds from his white palm. Crack! After Chu Yao Yao grabbed a handful for her cousin, she cracked 2 melon seeds for herself. Squinting her big eyes, she nodded with satisfaction. This brand of melon seeds are big and plump, crispy and thin-skinned, and full of caramel aroma. Delicious. Caramel melon seeds. My favorite. System? It has heard this before. What about the roasted sweet potato? Seeing that she was eating happily, the black-clothed man also ate one. Crack. Crack. He had only eaten one, and the little guy had already eaten a small handful. Seeing that she was eating one after another, and she couldn't stop at all, he was a little worried about the little guy's milk teeth that had not grown in. He took away all the rest. What are you doing? Chu Yao Yao's eyes were wide open. Do you guys like to snatch my things? How about not leaving any for me? I'm going to make a scene. The black-clothed man glanced at her and said nothing. He just peeled the melon seeds one by one, put them in an empty teacup, and pushed them to her. Be careful not to break your teeth. You'll cry later. Chu Yao Yao, who had originally grabbed 2 melon seeds and stuffed them into her mouth happily, said, eating my food and cursing me at the same time? Are you polite? Forget it. For the sake of the melon seeds, I won't bother with you. After eating another handful, Chu Yao Yao wiped the corners of her mouth contentedly. Now we are good friends who have eaten melon seeds together. After saying that, she let out a long breath. I'm so tired. It's hard for children to speak. Longer sentences are not only stuttering, but also easy to pronounce unclearly. The masked man's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said something ambiguous. Friend? Chu Yao Yao tilted his head and looked at him in confusion. You don't want to. The black-clothed man raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you think? Look at your age. Chu Yao Yao wrinkled her little face and was a little entangled. Could it be that you still want to be my? The black-clothed man straightened his back slightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yes, the seniority should indeed be raised. Little brother? Chapter 104. This plan is strong. Hearing these 2 words, the smile of the black-clothed man froze at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips, looking tangled, and scratched her chin with her hand, and her chubby cheeks trembled. Could it be that he saw my strong soul through my soft and cute appearance? Is he deeply impressed by my boss's temperament? So he invested in advance? Jingxi's shoulders trembled wildly. Chu Yao Yao's face was serious, and she looked over with her eyes. It's not impossible. But I want to see your strength first. Puff. Jingxi couldn't help but burst out laughing. My sister is so interesting. The masked man glanced at her coldly, and she shrank, pursed her lips, and lowered her head. What's wrong? Chu Yao Yao's puzzled eyes turned back and forth between the two. Look at this one for a while, and then look at that one. She scratched her head and was anxious. What's going on? When did you two become close enough to share the same secret behind my back? Too much. The black-clothed man took a deep breath. Forget it. Friends are friends. They are better than younger brothers. Wan Ming. My name is Wan Ming. Play. Play with your life? Chu Yao Yao opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Wan Ming's forehead twitched. He always felt that his name was very meaningful. Now hearing her say this. Well, killing intent. Counts as well. Right? As expected of the boss behind the biggest brothel. This name is domineering. Chu Yaoyao stood up immediately and straightened his clothes. He looked up and solemnly extended his right hand. With a serious face. Looking like a little adult. We can't show our fear. Hello. My name is Yaoyao. As expected? Wan Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He looked down at her movements and also extended a finger of his right hand. And touched her palm. It's really strange. Chu Yaoyao turned her hand behind her back and stared at the top of his head in confusion. It's increased again? So strange. Jingxi also followed her line of sight. What's up? Gurgle. Chu Yaoyao shyly covered her rumbling stomach. She rubbed her feet on the ground a few times. Her face slightly red. And looked at him a little embarrassedly. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. I haven't had time to eat the big table of dishes before. What a pity. Seeing this, Wan Ning had a little smile in his eyes. I'm going out for a while. Don't run around. After he left, Jingxi first opened the door and looked to make sure he was far away, then held Yaoyao's little hand. Sister, while he's not here, let's run away. That's right. Anyway, we already know that this is Qinyun's room. It's the same if we go back to investigate. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao nodded vigorously, with a fierce look on her face. Let's go! Let's ask our father to send someone to crack down on pornography when we go back. The two sisters walked to the door, gently pushed it open, and looked out, but no one was seen. Then he tiptoed out. After walking a few steps, Chu Yaoyao felt that the sky above her head was getting darker. Where are you going? Hearing this voice, Jingxi held Yaoyao's hand and subconsciously clenched it tightly. She really didn't understand why her sister thought this person's voice was nice. This voice is clearly comparable to the devil Shura. Right? Oops. I've been caught. Chu Yaoyao's eyes rolled around. And she immediately came up with a plan. She raised her head and shouted at him with a righteous voice. Looking for milk. She patted her chest. I'm still young. Tea is not good. I need milk. Wan Ning frowned. Although he knew it was an excuse, he was still a little annoyed. How did he neglect it? I'll ask someone to get some milk. You go back to the room first. Finally, under his gaze, the two sisters returned to the room unwillingly. When they went in, Wan Ming took out a special lock from his sleeve and locked the door. The moment he turned around, the breath around him turned cold. He took 2 steps, glanced at a certain place with murderous eyes, and his tone seemed to be quenched with ice. If you dare to do anything under my nose, I will definitely kill you. As soon as the voice fell, the slightly opened door a few steps away closed. Seeing this, he snorted coldly, retracted his gaze, and then strode downstairs. He found the servant directly and told him to get some milk. Young master, Cici, who was looking for a new home nearby, immediately approached him with a look of joy when she saw him. Wan Ming dodged. His brows knitted tightly, and his eyes were full of impatience and disgust. Seeing his expression, Cici touched her lips lightly with her fingers, laughed softly, and swayed her wide sleeves in front of him. You are already here in Lanyu Pavilion, but you still look cold and icy. So hypocritical. As she said this, she pretended to slip, and was about to throw herself into his arms. Wan Ning directly kicked her out of the way. Get out. I think it's dirty. Ah! Someone hit me. Run. This scene scared many people, and they all hid away. Cici lay on the ground, her face pale, and it took a long time for her to move. She covered her aching stomach, and big drops of cold sweat fell down. Facing the cold and bloodthirsty eyes, she felt a chill deep into her bones, and fear swept through her body instantly. He would really kill her. Realizing this, she gritted her teeth and endured the severe pain, got up from the ground, and staggered back to the room. At this time, the servant came back with a pot of milk. The subordinate, who went to buy food across the street, also came in with 2 food boxes. He took the things back to the room and laid them out one by one. Looking at the full table, Chu Yaoyao sniffed her little nose and opened her mouth slightly. It's the food from Wan Taolu. She sipped her saliva and looked at Wan Ming eagerly. The other party didn't let her wait any longer. Picked up the chopsticks and took a bite casually. Seeing him move his chopsticks, Chu Yaoyao grabbed the chopsticks and stabbed a braised lion head with a roar. The meat that she had been thinking about for several hours finally came into her mouth. Her big grape-like eyes narrowed into 2 slits in enjoyment, and she raised her little feet, which was simply beautiful. After eating a meatball, She grinned at Wan Ming with her cat-like face. Not bad. You are smart. I see your sincerity. I will accept you as my little brother. From now on, I will protect you. Using the softest and most domineering voice, she said the most domineering words. She quickly took a big mouthful of rice and suppressed her smile. Wan Ming said nothing, picked up the warm and wet towel and wiped her face and hands. But the arc of his mouth revealed his good mood at the moment. Putting down the handkerchief, he put the warm milk on the table. Drink the milk you want. Chu Yao picked up the small bowl and drank it in one gulp. At the end, he touched the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Awesome." She had food and drink here. And she also accepted a new younger brother. She was so beautiful that she didn't know where to go. But I don't know how many people outside the walls turned the capital upside down to find her. At the gate of the city, Zhao Qinwen stepped forward to greet the second prince, who was walking back from a carriage with his head down. Don't worry. Your second prince, the little princess and the county lord are lucky people. And they will definitely come back safely. Chu Yu's eyes were fixed on the gate of the city. And he was always frowning. He asked him a question with his head tilted. Have the other 3 city gates been arranged? Don't worry. They will carefully check the carriages and sedan chairs coming and going. Hearing this, Chu Yu nodded. That's good. Suddenly, he noticed something in a woman's hand. That was Yao Ao's milk pot. He clenched his fists tightly, resisting the urge, so he didn't rush up to question immediately. Why was there no child beside the woman? Could it be that Yao Yao was hidden somewhere in the capital? He glanced at Zhao Qinwen beside him. The other party nodded carefully and followed quietly. On the other side, after being kicked, Cici no longer dared to get close to that person. Although she was greedy for money, she also cherished her life. She didn't dare to keep thinking about the young master. So, she must find a way to get Mr. Qian back as soon as possible. She quietly entered the back kitchen, looking at the onions and garlic on the chopping board and the leek stuffed bun she had just bought. She was a little disgusted. But the smug look on Mei Yang's face when she left with Lord Qian was still vivid in my mind. She was unwilling to give up. Cici took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. After this plan, although the tone was heavy, the rewards were great. Let's fight. Chapter 1051 Pill costs 10 taels. Upstairs, after eating and drinking to her heart's content, Chu Yaoyao strolled around the 3rd floor with a belly full of food and a carefree pace. It turned out that the room she stayed in before belonged to the new younger brother, so she had to continue looking. In fact, there were less than 10 rooms on the 3rd floor, so it was not impossible to click on them one by one from the live broadcast. But that would cost points, and it would be forced to interrupt when encountering exciting scenes. Not only was it expensive, but the experience was extremely bad. It would be better for her to come out and find it herself. Hee. And help digestion. The younger brother said that he would ask someone to buy snacks from Shabapa later. It is said that the chef in their family is second only to the imperial chef. Slurp. Chu Yaoyao wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, looked around, and found that no one saw her just now. So she continued to stroll as if nothing had happened. She also had a small notebook in her hand. And when she passed a room, she lay on the door like a thief and listened for a while. It's not the one just now. And it's not this one either. She held the pen seriously and crossed out the book. Downstairs, Qian Baiyin put his hands behind his back, walked out with a square step, and his face was flushed. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the corner. Master Qian. Hearing the familiar voice and tone, Qian Baiyin turned his head and looked over. Cici imitated Mei Yang's behavior and deliberately got very close. Have you forgotten, Cici, now that you have sister Mei Yang? When she opened her mouth, the fermented smell of onions, garlic and leeks in her mouth went straight into Qian Baiyin's nostrils. It almost suffocated him. Ugh! Ugh! Qian Baiyin's face was pale, and he retched in front of her. Ugh! You! Ugh! Go away! Pushing her away with great disgust, Qian Baiyin ran out quickly. Master Qian, don't go! Cici waved a handkerchief at him. Hearing this, Qian Baiyin frantically swung his legs, and his chubby body ran out of the shadow. Not leaving? If he stayed any longer, he would be sent away. He could just invite the whole village to a feast. Seeing this, Cici was confused and stood there in a daze. Why? She had already smelled it, and the taste in her mouth was stronger than Mei Yang's. Why didn't Mr. Qian like it? It wasn't until the laughter around her got louder and louder that she came back to her senses. Did you see it just now? There are still chive leaves in her teeth. Just now I heard the aunt in the kitchen say that she ate all the onions and garlic in the kitchen. And the aunt didn't even stir-fry the chopped green onions when she cooked. Eat all? I wonder why the smell is so strong. As soon as the voice fell, everyone covered their noses and stood away, listening to the increasingly wanton ridicule of the crowd. Cece pointed at them and shouted, "Shut up." Several girls covered their noses and fanned, rolling their eyes in disgust. "You should shut up. Go away. The smell is too strong." Facing the mocking and disgusted eyes of the crowd, Cece's face turned pale and blue. She opened her mouth, but she was also choked by the odor. She gritted her teeth, glared at everyone fiercely, and then ran to the second floor with her face covered. "It's so embarrassing." On the stairs, she met Main Yang leaning on the handrail. She was about to bypass Main Yang, but she took a few steps to the side and blocked her way. "Cece, why did you make yourself like this?" As she spoke, Main Yang fanned with a fan in disdain. "You?" Cece gritted her teeth and looked at her. Suddenly, her nose moved slightly, and she sniffed carefully. "How could the taste in your mouth be?" Seeing her look of disbelief, Main Yang leaned close to her ear. "I said a long time ago that one day, you will pay the price for your own cleverness." As she spoke, the fresh scent of jasmine came. "You did it on purpose." Main Yang frowned and covered her nose, pushing a few steps away. "You better go back quickly. Otherwise, the guests will be driven away by the smell." Hearing this, Cece stamped her feet angrily and continued to run to the room. Main Yang glanced at her disdainfully, and then shouted, "Come on. Open the window quickly to dissipate the smell, and light up the incense." Chu Yaoyao hid beside a pot of money tree, and laughed so hard when she saw this scene. "That Cece's brain circuit is really unique. How did you think of it, little doctor?" Chu Yaoyao pushed aside the leaves of the fortune tree that blocked her view and looked downstairs. "Where is it? What does it look like? How small is it, little doctor? Thank you for your delicious little pill." Main Yang excitedly grabbed her arm. "What's going on?" Chu Yaoyao's big eyes were blank for a moment. Main Yang looked around, then pulled her into the room mysteriously. "Little doctor, you will be the VIP of my Lanyu pavilion in the future. You should tell me the truth. Do you still have the pill?" Chu Yaoyao stretched the sleeve that she was holding, but did not pull it. He could only look at her speechlessly. "Thank you for the invitation. I'm not a man. What's the use of your VIP in the brothel?" Chu Yaoyao raised his eyes and looked at her meaningfully. "This person is too dishonest. What's the matter? He thinks I'm young and easy to deceive, right?" Seeing that she was unmoved, Main Yang became anxious. The sugar pill was gone in less than a cup of tea, and there was still a bad taste in her mouth afterwards. Only 5 or 6 pills. How long can they last? Just now, to irritate Cece, she ate the last one. "I'll buy it. I can buy it with silver. Right?" Seeing that she couldn't get something for nothing, Main Yang had no choice but to change to a practical method. Chu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. "I've been waiting for you to say this." She stretched out a short, chubby finger. 1. 10 taels. Main Yang's eyes widened instantly. "You might as well go and rob it." "Oh." Chu Yaoyao didn't allow her to bargain, and walked to open the door with her short legs, muttering as she walked, "I'll go find Cece. 20 taels. She's willing to buy it. Right? This won't do." "Stop." Main Yang closed the door again, gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. "Okay. 10 taels is 10 taels. Give me 10 first." Outside the door, Cece chewed tea leaves to clean her mouth and walked to the door carefully. She wanted to sneak into Main Yang's room to see what treasure she had hidden to make her breath fragrant. "I didn't expect to hear such a big secret. Great. Such a good thing." She ate it all by herself. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps, and she hurried back to the second floor. After making another big deal, Chu Yaoyao happily returned to her younger brother's room. Wan Ning looked at a certain milk ball who was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets with surprise. "What are you looking for? Do you have a small bottle? You'll be a shareholder." Wan Ning took out a white jade bottle that was about the size of her palm. After Chu Yaoyao took it with a smile, she took out a small iron box from her pocket. She counted out 10 chewing gum lozenges from it, put them in the jade bottle, and then ran out with the bottle in her hand. As soon as she saw her, Main Yang rushed over eagerly. "Where's the stuff?" Chu Yaoyao put one hand behind her back and stretched out the other hand in front of her. One hand for the money, the other for the goods. "I don't know who raised this clever guy. It's really hard to fool him. Mei Yang complained in her heart, and took out a silver note of 100 taels from her sleeve. System. Do you think this is true? System? So, I also work part-time as a money detector. Right? System. Yes. After hearing the affirmative answer, Chu Yaoyao bent her big eyes, took the money in one hand, and handed the small bottle to her in the other hand. Then, for some reason, he reached out and tugged at her sleeve, waving at her. Mei Yang squatted down. Not knowing why, Chu Yaoyao leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Are you constipated?" Then she winked at Mei Yang. "I have a way. 2. By the way, there are more than a dozen pills of the spoof series of pills I won in the lottery." Finally, Mei Yang was recommended again. "Cousin, I got money." As soon as she returned to the room, Chu Yaoyao shared the good news with her cousin. 180 taels. My sister is really amazing. Jing Qi's eyes suddenly became starry. Hee hee. Chu Yaoyao raised her chin proudly, then walked to Wan Ming's side, tiptoed, and slapped the banknote on his desk. "I want to redeem myself. The extra money will be used as meal money." That's right. She is such a principled person, and she will never eat or drink for free. Hearing this, Wan Ming was directly angry and laughed. "That bottle is made of white jade. It's worth 1,000 taels. Chapter 106. Wan Ming, want to settle the account? No way. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, squatted down with a lonely look, and hugged her little body. Her defense was broken. She thought it was a business with no investment and huge profits. Who would have thought that in one transaction? She owed her younger brother hundreds of taels of silver. This heavy debt. She felt the weight that her thin body could not bear. Seeing her look like an eggplant hit by frost, Wan Ning's cold face showed a trace of panic. Did he say the wrong thing just now? Was it too straightforward? Don't be too sad. You are very capable. You can make money at such a young age. It seems like a loss? He stopped talking in time and changed his words. You have a desire to make money at such a young age, which is already amazing. Chu Yaoyao raised her head, her long eyelashes flickering. Are you praising me? But why do I feel that you are insulting me? Given his greed for money at such a young age. On the other side, Mei Yang looked at the bottle in her hand in confusion, rubbing it carefully to check. Is this mutton-fat jade? Whose prodigal child is this? The gift is more expensive than the things for sale. She hummed a cheerful tune happily, and put it in her purse to put away. This deal is not a loss. Putting the purse on the table, she took out the 4 pills she had spent a huge amount of money on. She gently scraped off some powder with a hairpin, drank it with water, and then paced back and forth in the room. After waiting for about a cup of tea, she felt her stomach moving. She was immediately ecstatic and hurried to the toilet. As soon as she reached the door, she turned back and picked up the chewing gum. Such an important thing must be kept close to the body. She solved her hidden illness here and smiled at everyone she met. This also made the people who were hiding in the dark and observing her more determined in their guesses. Mei Yang hurried to the toilet and didn't notice that someone had sneaked into her room. In the largest room on the 3rd floor, Wan Ming could hardly hide his worry as he looked at the little girl squatting on the ground and refusing to get up. He was not good at comforting people, and the 2 words of comfort just now were already the limit. Get up. Chu Yaoyao still did not move. Wan Ming exhaled heavily, squatted down, and looked at her seriously. I didn't ask you to pay back the money. So, you make money just to redeem yourself and go home? Then I'll have someone send you back. Jing Shi looked at him in disbelief. Really? Is this man so kind? This won't do. Chu Yaoyao wanted to stand up, but she squatted for too long. Her legs were numb, and she squatted down on the ground. The movement scared both of them. And Jing, she quickly helped her up. Chu Yaoyao grabbed Wan Ming's clothes, tilted her head, and looked at him stubbornly. I won't leave. Hearing these 3 words, Wan Ming's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he looked away uncomfortably and looked elsewhere. Why? Chu Yaoyao was confused by his reaction. What's going on? You look like a shy young wife. What are you doing? She blinked. I haven't had enough fun yet. Then, she turned to look at her cousin. Send my sister back? Qianyun's identity has not been found yet, and I have something important to do. No. Jing, she refused subconsciously. It was too dangerous for her sister to stay alone. If you want to go, we go together. If you want to stay, we stay together. Chu Yaoyao looked at her with emotion. That's nice. We will be sisters in the future. Jing, she didn't quite understand what this meant. She was Yao Yao's cousin, wasn't she? But this didn't stop her from being excited, and tears welled up in her eyes. The sister said that she was the closest to her. Ahem. Wan Ning interrupted the affectionate gaze between the two sisters. All right. You all have to go. I'll have someone send you away. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. Master, Mr. Mu is here suddenly. Hearing this report, Wan Ning suddenly became serious. I have something to do. Neither of you is allowed to go out. After that, he hurried out the door. Before leaving, he arranged for his men to guard the door. Seeing that he changed his mind so quickly, Chu Yaoyao scratched her head in confusion. It's really strange. Let him go for a while, and then not let him go. Man, your name is changeable. It doesn't seem right. She helped her walk to the chair. What's wrong? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and looked serious. That man called owner? She thought about it carefully. Yes, he did call me that. After that, she frowned. That's right. This place is called Lanyu Pavilion. Why not owner? Chu Yaoyao slapped her forehead. The pattern on his mask seems to be Bianhua. Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes and took a breath. I remember. He is the owner of Shadow Tower, the largest assassin organization in Daki. Wuming. Killer? When Jingshi heard these two words, his face turned pale and his lips trembled. Sister, this is our first meeting. Can you still use the object you used to knock out that servant? Her hand holding Yao Yao's arm trembled a little. It's dark now. My family must be worried. Let's go back quickly. Chu Yaoyao nodded vigorously. She is not the heroine who can influence the cold-faced killer. Even if the favorability is high, the other party is moody. But before leaving, there is one thing that must be done. A carriage was parked at the door of Lanyu Pavilion, and several guards and a middle-aged man stood around. But the strange thing is that the man's hair has a faint white thread. But he has no beard. A man who is estimated to be about 30 years old got off the carriage with the help of the middle-aged man. Mei Nyang had been waiting at the door. When she saw the man, she took a few steps forward and bowed. Hello, Mr. Mu. The man opened his folding fan and fanned slowly. I haven't seen you for a long time. Mei Nyang is still as charming as ever. Mei Nyang lowered her head and chuckled. Mr. Mu is still so good at joking. As she spoke, she led a few people into a private room on the second floor. Wan Ning had arrived first and was waiting there. Master Wuming, long time no see. How are you? In the westernmost corner of the second floor, Cici saw Mei Nyang being so polite to that person. She secretly clenched the bottle in her hand. It seems that the young man must be a big shot too. Today, she had offended Mei Nyang and the young man behind her. There will definitely be no good days in the future. But Mr. Qian can no longer be counted on. So for now, she can only pin her hopes on that young man. I hope his identity can really make Mei Nyang afraid. When she found Qian Yin also entered the box, she became more determined. She opened her purse and poured out a small black pill. After thinking about it, she felt unsafe and took out another one. Mei Nyang was really careless. Such an important thing was placed on the table casually. Then it was not her fault. She saw the opportunity and knocked out the girl who was going to deliver tea and snacks. Then put on a veil and walked in with a tray. In the box, Wan Ning glanced at the man indifferently. His tone was calm and no emotion could be heard. According to our agreement, it is not the day for us to meet. The middle-aged man stepped forward and pointed at him angrily. How dare you? Mr. Mu closed his folding fan and waved it, indicating that the man should leave. Then looked at Wan Ning and chuckled. I heard there was good news, and I was so impatient. I came here uninvited this time. I hope the host will not be offended. When he mentioned this, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. I heard that the little princess of Chuzhe is in the host's hands. Can you let me deal with her? When Cici, who sneaked in, heard this, she was sweating all over. What princess? How to deal with her? Wan Ning glanced to the side with murderous eyes. Humph! Dare to play tricks under his nose. Do you really think that his previous warning was just talk? Aware of his gaze, the woman in red froze instantly. She was not wearing a veil at the moment. If Chu Yaoyao saw her, she would definitely recognize her. This was Xiao Yanru she had seen before. Really? In that case, who said that? Mr. Mu can go to her to ask for her. So you are not going to cooperate? As soon as Mr. Mu finished speaking, the guards beside him drew their swords and surrounded Wan Ning. As soon as they made a move, 5 or 6 men in black jumped down from the beams and pointed their swords at Mr. Mu. Under the candlelight, the swords emitted a dazzling cold light. A battle was about to break out. And at this moment, a gurgling sound suddenly sounded. Cece hurriedly covered her stomach. Puff puff puff. Chapter 107 Scumbag. Puff. Cece's face was sometimes filled with shame and anger, and sometimes with annoyance. Her face was sometimes red, and sometimes white. And her facial expressions kept changing, looking very hideous. Puff. Finally, she hurriedly covered her back, rushed out the door. The box was filled with the smell of feces. The tense atmosphere that was originally tense was broken in an instant. Everyone covered their noses, because Cece wanted to attract Mr. Mu's attention. She had been standing beside him looking for an opportunity. So, Mr. Mu was the first to smell it, and the one who was most shocked. He jumped up suddenly, holding the table and retching continuously. When he thought of the yellow filth behind the woman's clothes when she ran out just now, he was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. Master, are you okay? The middle-aged man covered his nose while handing over a handkerchief. After Mr. Mu took it, he blocked his mouth and nose. Although he was disgusted enough, he still did not forget to say harsh words. I'll let you go for now, but I won't give up. I'll come again. After saying that, he left with a group of guards, whose faces were distorted by the stench. After they walked away, Wan Ning also walked out of the box quickly, and then began to breathe heavily. Han Chi leaned against the wall and retched for a while, then walked to his side and took a look at the woman in red, who was caught by his subordinates. How does the owner of the building want to deal with her? Wan Ning didn't even look at her, and his tone was calm. Hasn't Han Shan always said that he needed someone to test the medicine? Send him to the dark prison. Yes. Xiao Yunru, who was a few steps away, also heard this, and she shouted at Wan Ming. No, I don't want to go. I'm Mr. Mu's man. You can't deal with me at will. Wan Ming ignored him and just walked upstairs quickly. Seeing the slightly open door, his face suddenly changed. Pushing open the half-closed door, he saw Han Liang lying on the ground. Oh no! Merongshan had just left. Wouldn't he have seen the two little guys? Just as he was about to go out, he heard a bang sound, and the tea in the teacup on the table sloshed out a little. Following the sound, he opened the window and saw a group of people breaking the door to the backyard. And the one leading the group was the little guy he was worried about just now. Time went back to half an hour ago. Chu Yaoyao handed the electric baton to Jing Shi and taught her how to use it. Then he grabbed a teacup and threw it hard on the ground. After a click sound, the person outside the door pushed the door open. As soon as Han Liang entered the room, he saw the little guy sitting on the ground, covering his hands and crying loudly. He hurried over to check, but as soon as he squatted down, he felt something against his neck. Then his whole body began to twitch uncontrollably, and finally lost consciousness. After knocking him out, the two sisters walked out of the room hand in hand. Perhaps because they all knew that they were people that the boss lady valued. The girls and servants they met on the road didn't dare to ask them where they were going. The two sisters walked to the woodshed in the backyard. Sister, someone is watching us. What should we do? Chu Yaoyao glanced at the servant guarding the door of the woodshed, and her eyes turned. She went back to the hall on the first floor, took a pot of wine, and threw 2 small pills into it. Then the two returned to the woodshed. Why are you here? The servant asked sternly. Sister Mei Yang said that you have worked hard. It is cold at night. Drink some wine to warm your body, Chu Yaoyao said, and handed over the wine pot. Hearing that this was obviously not something a child could think of, the servant's suspicion and vigilance disappeared. He smiled immediately, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, boss lady. This is what I should do. He sniffed, and his mung bean-sized eyes suddenly lit up. Top-grade daughter's red wine. He looked back at the woodshed, looking embarrassed. I'm sorry to trouble the two girls to make a trip, but the boss lady has already ordered that you can't drink when you are on guard. But, you obviously want to drink? Chu Yaoyao said what he was thinking. That's right. Sister Mei just doesn't want you to get drunk and cause trouble. It's okay to drink a few sips to warm your body. Jing Shi also chimed in, shaking the wine pot in front of the servant while speaking. Now, the aroma of wine floating in the air is even stronger. The servant smelled the smell and swallowed his saliva. Then I drink a few sips? Drink it. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her hand and patted his hips. It's not that she didn't want to pat other places. It's really out of reach. But this position is just right. Seeing him accept the wine pot, The two sisters pretended to go back, but actually walked to the side and squatted in the corner to observe secretly. The servant drank a pot of wine in 2 or 3 gulps, and soon he ran towards the toilet with his stomach covered. Humph! He drank it all. You won't be able to come back for an hour now. Chu Yaoyao patted the hem of her skirt and stood up. But he took the key with him. Don't worry. I've already taken action. Chu Yaoyao shook the key that she had just taken into the space, looking like she had everything under control. The two sisters opened the wooden door, and there were 7 or 8 girls sitting together inside, leaning on each other. Among them, the oldest was estimated to be 15 or 16 years old, and the youngest was about 7 or 8 years old. When she heard the door open, her body trembled uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. We are here to save you. Jingxi looked at them and comforted them in a low voice. Really? The one who spoke was the youngest, a girl with 2 buns that had become a mess. Chu Yaoyao nodded vigorously. Hurry up. Run from the back door. Several girls followed the sisters out of the door tentatively, and after finding that there was indeed no one guarding, they ran to the door as if they were desperate. The youngest walked to the other side. Where are you going? Jingxi asked in a low voice. The little girl cried. I'm going to save my sister. She's been taken to the torture chamber. Then do you know where it is? The little girl shook her head blankly, then cried with a pursed mouth. Woo! I don't know. Woo! Seeing this, Jingxi was a little at a loss. Don't cry. What if you attract bad guys? Hearing this, the little girl stopped crying, covering her mouth and nose, her body twitching. Shut up. Chu Yaoyao had a stern face. Don't say it. After hearing this, the girl really stopped crying. Follow me. According to the arrow given by the system, Chu Yaoyao led the two to the legendary torture chamber. Ah! Let me go! They heard a scream while they were still some distance away from the torture room. The little girl's face turned pale. It's my sister's voice. The 3 of them walked over carefully with solemn faces. The door of the torture room was ajar, and there were torture instruments such as tiger benches, crosses, whips, and needles inside. 2 girls had their hands and feet tied to the cross, and even their necks were tied with ropes. Unable to move at all, a thug whipped them with a whip, and after a few whips, he began to prick their fingers with a needle, and then continued to whip, and so on. There was another girl, who was tied to the tiger bench with her legs raised high, but their mouths were blocked by cloth, and it was obvious that they were not the ones who had just screamed. Ah! Let me go! You beasts! The 3 looked over in the direction of the voice, and saw a strong man holding a woman's hair with one hand and pretending to strip her clothes with the other hand. Let me go! The thug on the side seemed to be tired of beating, put down the whip, spit at the girl tied to the rack, and turned to look over there. His eyes were obscene, and his face was full of lewd smile. That one is good looking. You are really lucky. Hurry up. Let's switch after you are done. It's agreed that I will be the next one to break the virginity. Seeing this scene, the little girl's tears could not stop flowing down. If Jingxi hadn't covered her mouth tightly and pulled her, even if she didn't hold back and didn't rush in directly, she would have cried out and been discovered by the people inside. Looking at everything that happened in the room, Chu Yaoyao gnashed her teeth with anger, and her eyes were red. The sound of the whip, the whimpering of several girls in pain, the sound of the cloth being torn, the desperate cry of the woman who was about to be humiliated, and the wanton, disgusting laughter. These sounds poured into her ears and constantly attacked her reason. These 2 scumbags. Things worse than beasts. Chapter 108 The Angry Baby. Damn it! Chu Yaoyao's rationality was almost burned out by anger. She wished that a bomb would blow up here directly, but she couldn't do that. She took out a 4-arm-long electric baton from behind and gave Jingxi a look, indicating that each person was responsible for one. The 2 sisters walked in quietly. Perhaps the 2 thugs were too focused, or perhaps the woman's screams were too loud. The 2 thugs really didn't notice their footsteps. It was just that the 2 girls tied to the cross shook their heads vigorously when they saw them, but their necks were fixed, so they could only move slightly and kept signaling with their eyes to let them run. And the little girl's sister, after discovering them, struggled harder and shouted louder, as if she wanted to cover for them. Chu Yaoyao kicked the calf of the strong man with her foot. Who is it? The good thing was interrupted, and the strong man looked angry. The moment he let go of the woman, Chu Yaoyao turned on the electric baton to the maximum power and directly hit the side of the strong man's waist. There was a sizzling sound, accompanied by a smell of burnt food. Chu Yaoyao suddenly had a very out-of-place thought, wanting to eat roasted kidneys. Almost at the same time, Jing Shi's electric baton fell on the thug. Seeing that the two men fell, the little girl hurriedly ran to her sister. Because she was too flustered, she tripped over the threshold when she entered the door. She fell straight to the ground. Her palms were scratched, and there were gravel piercing her flesh. After all, she was raised in pampering. If it were normal, she would have cried aggrievedly. But at this moment, she just sniffed, did not stand up, and crawled to her sister. Sister, are you okay? I'm fine. The woman gathered her torn dress, rubbed her head, and wanted to smile at her. But she pulled a wound on her face, and immediately gasped in pain. Sister, are you in pain? The little girl couldn't help it, and cried out of breath. Chu Yaoyao took the dagger and cut the rope to save people with great effort. And her forehead was slightly sweaty. Seeing this scene, she felt helpless. Can we wait and talk about the past? Help first. Okay. If we delay any longer, we will be discovered and no one can escape. Oh, here we come. The woman wiped her tears and took her place. Soon. Except for the girl who was tied to the tiger bench just now, who couldn't stand still. The other three girls gritted their teeth and kicked the thugs who fainted on the ground like dead pigs. The little girl's sister held the dagger tightly with both hands, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Chu Yaoyao turned away and took out a time bomb and put it in the corner. The system said that this place is remote and there are no other people around. So even if it explodes, it will not affect innocent people. This torture room full of sin should be blown to ashes. When it was set, she walked to the door. You only have half a cup of tea. Actually, it's 20 minutes. But if there's any noise, many people will come. So you need to leave enough time to escape. After saying that, she closed the door considerately. The moment the door closed, a muffled cry of pain came from inside. Then, there was the sound of a sharp object piercing into flesh and blood. It lasted for about half a cup of tea. No more. No less. Several girls came out with blood on their faces and clothes, their eyes full of joy after their great revenge. Jing Shi subconsciously grabbed her sister's hand, but Chu Yaoyao said nothing. Several people came to the back door, but they didn't expect that the girls were still there. The door is locked. We can't open it. They lowered their heads embarrassedly. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand. Back off. Stay away. Wait until several people hide far enough. System. Can the protective shield knock open this door? System. The opportunity to get wool is here. Does happiness come so suddenly? System, of course. Let alone this wooden door. Even a 10 centimeter thick iron door can make a cup-shaped hole for you to knock out. How about it? Host. Do you want to experience it? I understand. She took out another time bomb, set a 2-minute countdown, and put it by the door. Then she ran to the corner, covered her ears, and squatted down. From everyone's perspective, there was a loud bang. Not only the door, but also the walls and the stone floor were blown to pieces. On another street, Li Wanjing, who was gathering information with officers and soldiers on the street, heard the sound and stopped abruptly. This sound is Yaoyao's weapon. He called out to the guards. Leave 2 people to report to the crown prince and the second prince, and the rest of you follow. Then he jumped on his horse and ran to the place where the sound came from. Chu Yaoyao clapped her hands and stood up, saying to the girls, Let's go. It's okay. Let's go home. After that, she pulled her cousin out. The girls followed the little figure in front of them blankly, with awe and gratitude in their eyes. She must be sent by the gods to save their little fairy child. Upstairs, hearing the sound, Mei Niang ran to Wan Ning's room, just in time for this scene. Someone, come here. Bring all those people back to me. I will make them pay. Let's see who dares. Wan Ning glanced at her. Mei Niang's anger instantly extinguished when she met those cold eyes. In recent years, I have turned a blind eye to many things because you provided information to the shadow building. For example, those shameful activities. And you used the power of the shadow building to eliminate dissidents and dominate the brothel in the capital. Hearing these words, Mei Niang's eyes began to wander, and her expression became flustered. It turned out that the master had always known. Wan Ning turned his head indifferently, staring at the little figure in the front, leading a group of girls out, and spoke slowly. I remember the first time I saw you was the day you were kidnapped into the brothel. At that time, I received a mission to go to Donglin to kill a corrupt official, and met you who was dying. These words reminded Mei Yang of her sad story. She lowered her head with sadness in her eyes. I will never forget that you saved me from the mire. Wan Ning's eyes were always on the little guy. Do you know why I saved you? Because the master is kind. Heh! Wan Ning laughed at himself. You use kindness to describe a killer? This curse is too harsh. Mei Yang raised her head and looked at him in confusion. I am stupid. Please explain it to me. Master. Wan Ning turned around and looked at her quietly. It's your eyes. It's your eyes that still carry hope and desire to live even if you are humiliated and fall into the abyss. Hearing this, Mei Yang's eyes gradually became blurred. So she used to be that kind of person? A breeze blew in, and she suddenly felt a chill on her face, and she raised her hand to wipe it. Thinking carefully, she couldn't remember how long she hadn't shed tears. Yes. At that time, she hoped that someone who could save her would appear. She did wait for it in the end. But now, she has become a person who tears up other people's hopes and ruins other people's lives. It turns out that over the years, she has become the person she once hated the most. Master, I know what to do. After saying that, she slowly walked out of the room. Not long after the group walked out of the back door, they heard a sound of horse hooves. Several girls opened their arms and protected the 3 children. Yao Yao. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yao Yao ran out from under the arms of several young ladies, jumping on his feet, waving his hands and shouting, Uncle! Li Wanjing jumped off the horse. He strode to her side, then squatted on the ground, grabbed her little shoulders, and looked at her carefully with a nervous look. How is it? Are you okay? Seeing his dry lips and sweaty appearance, Chu Yao Yao's eyes were slightly hot, and his nose was sore. Uncle, don't worry. I'm fine. Hearing this, Li Wanjing's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, suddenly fell halfway. Chu Yao Yao suddenly showed a big smile. 3, 2, 1. What? Li Wanjing was wondering, and heard. Boom! Upstairs. Hearing this sound again, Wan Ning laughed and shook his head. Really? No matter how much you have, you can't waste it like this. But it's good to let out some air. He stroked the pouch on his waist, with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Han Chi stepped forward. Master, what a good opportunity. Why don't you just tell them? Enough. Chapter 109. A certain baby who is admired. Don't mention this again in the future. Wan Ming's expression became lonely. A person who walks in the dark and cannot see the light is not suitable to stand with them. Owner, why are you doing this? Han Liang spoke for him. Since you took over the shadow building, we have only killed those who should be killed. Moreover, in recent years, assassins sent by various countries to assassinate the important officials of Daki have not succeeded thanks to our secret obstruction. You have never done anything to harm Daki. Even if you cooperate with Murong this time, it is because the Li family was. Shut up. Wan Ming turned his head and shouted softly. He looked out deeply, and a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around, and the moment he looked back, his expression became as cold as usual. This place can no longer be used as a base. Take the important items with you and leave through the secret passage. Outside, after being rescued, several women hugged each other and cried loudly. Why? I just saw that she had sprained her leg and sent her to the clinic. Why did you do this to me? The woman hurt her leg on the tiger bench. She was sitting on the ground now, with a desperate expression and a dark look in her eyes. Seeing her like this, several girls sobbed and told their experiences. Without exception, there was despair in their eyes. I felt that the woman was blind and felt a little pitiful. So I helped her find her relatives. But she lied to me. I have been engaged for a long time and will get married next month. Why did I have to go through this? A woman covered her face and cried bitterly. I was kidnapped into the brothel. My reputation has been ruined. Lu Lang will not want me anymore. My parents must think that I have disgraced the family and will not let me stay at home anymore. What should I do? What's the point of living? The woman cried and banged against the wall. But she was stopped by the official. Don't be afraid. It's not you who are wrong. Chu Yao Yao struggled to get down from her uncle's arms and walked in front of the girls. If you don't want to go home and have nowhere to go, you can go to the suburban welfare home first. It's okay. Go to the suite building. Work as a helper. And support yourself. She tends to be unclear when speaking longer sentences, but she still speaks word by word, trying to make her words clear. The soft and tender, but extremely firm little voice echoed in this dark and cold night. The women stared at her in a daze, tears silently falling from the corners of their eyes. Can we really do it? Of course we can. Chu Yaoyao clenched her little fist and made a cheering gesture. It's better to rely on yourself than on anyone else. This voice soothed their fearful and uneasy hearts and tore through the endless darkness in front of them. Just like the loud noise that just broke the door. Let them see light and hope again. Several girls knelt on the ground, looking at the little person. Their expressions were pious as if they were worshipping. Chu Yaoyao sighed slightly. She was really not used to being worshipped. Get up first. However, no one moved. My little benefactor, may I ask your name? I want to set up a longevity tablet for you and worship it every day, praying that God will bless you with a safe and smooth life. Yes, please tell me your name. My benefactor. Chu Yaoyao was so scared that she took a step back, shaking her head and waving her hands repeatedly, and every pore of her body revealed the meaning of rejection. No. No. That's too much trouble. No need. I'm still alive. It's scary to think about setting up a memorial tablet. Right? You should live a good life in the future. That's your repayment. The woman with torn clothes and now wearing a guard's cloak was moved to tears when she heard this. At least, please tell us your name. We always need to know who the benefactor is. The guards around Li Wanjing raised their heads and looked proud. The one in front of you is Princess Qiyuan of our great Qi kingdom, the daughter of the emperor and the imperial concubine, and the granddaughter of the Marquis of Jinshi. Hearing this shout, Chu Yaoyao's toes almost scratched the soles of her shoes. So embarrassing. It's the princess. She's the granddaughter of General Li. You're wrong. She's the Marquis of Jinshi now. Sure enough. She's the blood of the Li family. She's so chivalrous at such a young age. Several girls kowtowed. Greetings to the princess. May the princess live long and healthy. May you live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Chu Yaoyao helped them up one by one. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you justice. Yaoyao. Sister. The crown prince and the second prince also rushed over. Finally, the crown prince personally ordered a thorough investigation of the trafficking of women and children in Lanyu Pavilion. That night, Lanyu Pavilion was sealed. And except for the two sisters who shouted that they wanted to go home for revenge, the rest of the girls went to the Beijing Suburbs Welfare Institute. On the carriage back to the palace, Chuyu couldn't hold back any longer. Huge tears fell down while holding the soft little body. Even the prince's eyes were red, and he clutched his clothes tightly, his joints white. I'm sorry, Yaoyao. It's all my fault. It's my fault that I lost you. You must be very scared. Right? Are you scared? Seeing him crying, Chu Yaoyao raised her chubby little hands, wiped his face, and comforted him in a baby voice. Don't cry, brother. I'm fine. Hearing this, Chuyu cried even harder, saying nothing, holding her and refusing to let go. The prince glared at him secretly. Not hugged enough yet? He brushed his arms away, and then held Yaoyao in his arms. Are you hungry? Big brother has snacks here. As he said this, the prince's voice was a little choked. How long has it been? You look a little thinner. Burp. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yaoyao burped. It still tasted like braised lion's head. The prince silently put her down and let her sit down. Hee. Chu Yaoyao covered her belly and laughed awkwardly. Before leaving the house, she ate a meatball. Chapter 110 Sick. Qianghua Palace. The imperial concubine stood at the door, looking around and wiping away tears. Although Emperor Qishuan was sitting on a chair, his frown showed that he was not as calm as he appeared. Your Majesty, Yaoer must be very scared. When she comes back, don't be cold-faced anymore. Don't scare her again. Emperor Qishuan looked at her helplessly. What is a cold face? It sounded as if he was so cold and heartless. Isn't it because I am too worried about her? Mother, I'm back. Chu Yaoyao cheered and ran towards her mother's arms. She only felt a gust of wind on her face. And then she was lifted up, feeling the hardness. Unlike the soft and fragrant embrace of her mother, Chu Yaoyao struggled twice in dissatisfaction. Yaoer, you didn't have breakfast. It's already dark. Are you hungry? Look at your dirty face. Did those people make you work? You must be very tired. Right? Mother, will you take you back to your room to rest? Chu Yao touched her face and wiped off the dust. She was a little disgusted, seeing her mother's haggard and worried look. Chu Yaoyao was moved and distressed. Mother, I'm not hungry. I ate 4 braised lion heads, a chicken leg, and drank half a pot of milk. I'm still full now. Hearing this, the imperial concubine paused in wiping her face, silently clenched her fist, and then increased her strength. She was worried that the little girl had a good appetite. She felt a little pain on her face, and Chu Yaoyao grinned slightly. Is it too hard to wipe? Or just dip it in some water? But looking at her mother's red and swollen eyes, she felt a blockage in her heart. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. It doesn't hurt that much. I'm not tired either. I've been eating and playing all day. How tired can I be? This time, Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists. He hasn't approved the memorials for the day yet. He'll have to go back to work all night soon. But this little guy is having a leisurely time. No hurry to rest. I just did a great thing. 2 bombs went down and blew up half of the brothel, and helped so many innocent young ladies out of their misery. They all worship me like an idol. I must show off this glorious deed to you. The thought of being looked at with admiration by so many people satisfied her little vanity. She held her head high with her chest held high, and her little chin was proudly raised. Her little mouth almost stretched to the back of her head. Emperor Qishuan and the imperial noble consort both clenched their fists. Or maybe we should just beat her up. Speaking of which, Yao Yao, how did you escape with those girls? The prince looked at her with a fake smile, and asked casually. With a bomb. Chu Yaoyao bared her teeth and shouted proudly. Then she told the story of saving people bit by bit. Everyone was shocked and trembling, looking at the little guy in his arms, who was smug and looking for praise. Emperor Qishuan gritted his teeth secretly, suppressed his anger, and nodded to his 2 sons. You 2 brothers have worked hard today. Go back and rest early. Don't go. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her hand and grabbed him. I haven't finished yet. And I'm about to get to the most exciting part. System. This beating is inevitable. The 2 brothers looked at her with complicated eyes before leaving. Still showing off? Good luck to you. As soon as they left the room, there was a burst of crying in the room. Woo woo woo. Hiccup. Woo woo. Hiccup. Looking at this little guy who was crying and hiccuping, Emperor Qishuan was also very distressed. But the slap still fell again. He was afraid. That was a bomb. A bomb that could blow a hole in the city wall. She actually dared to play with such a dangerous thing. With her little arms and legs. How far can she throw it? How fast can she run? You are so brave at such a young age. You? You want to save people? How dare you use such a dangerous thing? What if you hurt yourself? He had a fierce face. Do you know you are wrong? I save people. I did nothing wrong. Seeing her unrepentant look, Emperor Qishuan was so angry that he hit her a few more times. Chu Yaoyao's howling became louder and louder, and her little voice was about to become hoarse. Hearing the sound, Emperor Qishuan's raised hand trembled slightly. He didn't use any force at all. Did it really hurt that much? The imperial concubine stood aside, listening to the crying. Her heart ached. And she cried? Chu Yaoyao didn't really feel pain. She just felt ashamed. There was also a bit of grievance in it. She was abducted by human traffickers. And she was beaten after returning. And she just did a great thing. So it's okay if she doesn't praise her. Why did she still beat her? Where can she be justified? The imperial concubine twisted Emperor Qishuan's arm hard and glared at him. It's okay to scare him. How can you really use heavy hands? Emperor Qishuan gasped in pain. Seeing that complaining look, he felt aggrieved too. He really didn't use any force. It was just a little harder than hitting a mosquito. Okay. Okay. I won't beat you anymore. Do you know you're wrong? The imperial concubine picked her up. Chu Yaoyao wiped her tears and turned her head away angrily. He beats even the meritorious officials. He is indeed a tyrant. Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists again. This stinky girl. Do you want to be beaten again? Mother knows that you are different from ordinary children. But you should also think about your father and mother. You are too young and too weak. You are so weak that others can take you away from us completely with a slight push or a slight raise of their hands. As she spoke, the imperial concubine's tears fell again, like a broken string. Chu Yaoyao blinked her wet eyes. In fact, she also knew that she was reckless this time. But she didn't regret it. If it was a little later, the lives of those girls would be completely ruined. She pursed her lips, sniffed her nose, and didn't say anything. She just leaned her head against her shoulder and rubbed it gently. Seeing her acting like a spoiled child as usual, the imperial concubine breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that everything is fine. At this time, Chunshur knocked on the door outside. My queen, the chicken soup is ready. Chicken soup? Chu Yaoyao raised her head and sniffed. She rubbed her round belly and smacked her lips. Is it possible to sew? Seeing her like this, the two were speechless. After a bowl of hot and fragrant soup, the little guy's eyelids began to fight after running around all day. The imperial concubine and Chunshur gently helped her wash up. Back to the soft bed, she fell asleep completely. Late at night, something unexpected happened. The imperial concubine entered Yao Yao's room. Today, she was always worried. Even if Yao Yao came back, she would not feel at ease. Now she could only feel at ease when she saw that little person. She didn't want to notice her abnormal, slightly rapid breathing as soon as she entered the door. She was startled and ran over quickly to touch her little face. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! She has a fever. At this time, Chu Yaoyao suddenly vomited and vomited all over her. The imperial concubine was frightened and shouted outside. Imperial physician. Go find the imperial physician. There was panic and fear in her tone, and it was obvious that she was in a state of panic at the moment. Then she quickly poured a cup of warm water, fed it to Yao Yao's mouth, and helped her rinse her mouth. In the middle of the night, the Qianghua Palace became lively again. Emperor Qishuan also put down the memorial and hurried out of the imperial study. Your Majesty, when have we ever lacked food for her? Isn't it for her own good to not let her eat too much meat? Emperor Qishuan embraced her and comforted her softly. This happened once before. This child only remembers food but not beatings. The two looked at each other and made the same decision in tacit understanding. This time, she must be taught a lesson. Chapter 111. A certain Yao Yao, who is looking for meat everywhere. Chu Yaoyao slept until noon. She sat up in a daze, covered with a quilt. She stretched out her white and tender little hand with 4 dimples and rubbed her big eyes that were not fully open. As if she heard her movement, the palace maid outside the room knocked on the door. Come in. She yawned and responded vaguely. Princess, I am here to take care of your food and clothing on the order of the emperor. You can just call me Ashur. Chu Yao blinked her misty eyes. Ashur? The palace maid bowed her head slightly. I'm here. Where is Sister Chunshur? Miss Chunshur has returned to the imperial concubine. System, host. This new palace maid is interesting. What do you mean? System, she has martial arts skills. The kind of masters? And has seen blood. Chu Yaoyao swallowed nervously. A little excited? It's really exciting. It seems that what happened yesterday frightened my father and mother, so they sent them to protect me. Seeing that her eyes were a little dull, Ashur seemed not to notice. His eyes looking at his nose looking at his heart. Standing still, the emperor had ordered that the little princess had many differences from ordinary people, so there was no need to make a fuss, and no one could ask. If necessary, you should help cover it up. With the help of Ashur. After cleaning up, Chu Yaoyao sat in a special seat and waited for dinner. Ashur came in with a food box and took out one by one. Well, red date and yam porridge, hand-shredded mushrooms, stir-fried green vegetables. Seeing that Ashur was about to put away the food box, she quickly stood up from the chair, picked at the food box, and stretched her neck to look inside. Gone? Where's the meat? Where's the big chicken leg that I eat with every meal? Ashur explained softly. The queen ordered that the princess is ill. If she eats meat, she may have stomach discomfort. So you are asked to eat light food these days. Eat light food. These words were like a bolt from the blue. It made Chu Yaoyao want to cry without tears. So she didn't have meat for this meal. The next meal. No meat at all? Sure enough, the flag cannot be set casually. In the end, she turned her grief and anger into appetite, and ate the mushrooms one mouthful at a time. At least it tastes a bit like meat. Today, there are 3 things on everyone's lips in the capital. The first thing is that the autumn examination is about to begin. The scholars in this city are not keen on finding a tea house to chat, nor do they gather together to talk about poetry and songs. They all work hard to recite books. The second thing is that the Lan Yu Pavilion has been closed. This made a group of men sigh to the sky and slam their feet. The women applauded and cheered, saying that they were happy. Do you know? 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky last night, destroying most of the Moon Pavilion. What? There is one more thing. The Moon Pavilion is secretly engaged in trafficking women and children. After saying this, the man spat at the door of the Moon Pavilion. It turns out that you have done too many bad things and are suffering from the punishment of heaven. God has eyes. It's so refreshing. When the two women saw the seal in front of the moon pavilion, they smiled happily. Let's go to the Sweet Taste building. I'll treat you. Great. I heard there are new products. It's just that this shop is really far away, and it's in 2 directions from my house. The woman who said she wanted to treat us came closer with a mysterious look on her face. You don't know yet? Sweet House is going to open a branch. Really? That would be great. This is the 3rd piece of news. The Imperial Study. After listening to the report from the Zhao family father and son, Emperor Qishuan threw the memorial in his hand directly on the table and pinched his eyebrows. Didn't catch him? Zhao Chenwen said cautiously. It is said that Murongshan is meeting a friend outside. Emperor Qishuan snorted. What a coincidence. He was sulking in the Imperial Study. And Chu Yaoyao was also angry when she looked at the food on the table. Why? You don't even want to give lard? She stretched out her chubby fingers and asked loudly. Not only don't give meat, but you don't even want to give oil? As she brought out the last small bowl. Princess, there is egg custard today. Seeing the yellow egg custard, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes suddenly glowed green, and tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. Holding the small bowl, she began to eat, eating every bite very cherishingly, and even licked the bottom of the bowl clean. Chunshi, who was outside the door, saw this scene and felt a little distressed. My queen, the princess is still young, and it is the time for her to grow up. How can she not eat meat every day? The imperial concubine also saw it with her eyes and felt pain in her heart. But since she has made up her mind to teach her a lesson, she can't give up halfway. She sighed. If she doesn't punish her more severely, how can she remember it? I can't bear to beat her, so I can only punish her like this. Forget it. Give her a boiled egg for breakfast tomorrow. After eating vegetarian meals for several times, hiding in the quilt in the middle of the night to eat dried meat and being caught, and having it confiscated, this series of tragic experiences. Early that morning, Chu Yaoyao chewed a boiled egg slowly and ate it, then jumped off the stool with a stern face. She didn't want to perish in silence. She clenched her fists. I want to save myself. She walked to Xi'an Palace with her short legs. Mammy. Grandmother. Are you busy? I'm here to accompany grandmother and chat to relieve her boredom. Chat for a while, and then you can have lunch. No matter how powerful my father and mother are, they can't control Xi'an Palace. Chu Yaoyao gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. As smart as I am. Mammy smiled and replied, the queen is accompanying the queen mother to worship Buddha in the small Buddhist hall. Princess. Wait a moment. Worship Buddha? Chu Yaoyao had a bad premonition. Then she heard Mammy instructing the palace maids to let the imperial kitchen prepare some dishes. She didn't listen to the details, but they were all vegetarian. The kind without any animals. Chu Yaoyao suddenly felt something was wrong and began to retreat, shouting as she walked back. Mammy. I have something else to do. I'll come another day to accompany the Empress Dowager. Seeing her quickly tossing her short legs, the Mammy chuckled, then turned and walked into the bedroom. Empress Dowager. The princess is back. The Empress Dowager paused with her hands folded in the Buddhist beads, and slowly opened her slightly closed eyes. She glanced at the queen sitting beside her, then shook her head and pointed her finger at the outside, with a hint of smile in her eyes. Look at this little guy. He's so smart. The queen smiled and nodded in agreement. On the other side, after leaving Xi'an Palace, Chu Yaoyao knocked on the door of concubine Meng's bedroom. Aunt Meng, you eat alone. Are you lonely? Yaoyao is here to accompany you. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Meng Jiayu throw her skirt on the chair. Why are you so small? Have I gained weight? What happened? Meng Jiayu covered her forehead, looking unacceptable, and slumped on the chair. I want to lose weight, so I won't eat dinner in the future, and I will only eat vegetarian food for every meal. Chu Yao paused, and didn't move forward this time. Meng Jiayu seemed to have just seen her, with a surprised tone. Little princess, why are you here? Then she waved her hand. It's just right. It's time for dinner. Don't leave later. Let's have a vegetarian feast together to clean up our stomachs. Chu Yaoyao waved her hands repeatedly, shaking her head like a rattle. Just kidding. I don't have any oil or water in my stomach. What can I clean up? No. 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 My mother is calling me. Go home for dinner. Before she finished speaking, she started to run out. Seeing her walk away, concubine Meng asked someone to put away the clothes, then laid down on the rocking chair, squinting her eyes. Tell the imperial kitchen to bring a plate of crystal pork elbow. After coming out of concubine Ming's bedroom, Chu Yaoyao was held by a Shi and came to concubine Liang again. Concubine Liang. Yaoyao is here to see you. How are you recently? How is your body? Did you sleep well at night? Is your appetite good? Hearing her little adult tone, concubine Liang smiled and shook her head, putting down the paper and pen. It just so happens that I am helping my parents copy scriptures to pray for blessings. Why don't you come and take a look? And learn a few words by the way? Chu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Copy scriptures? Pray for blessings? Chapter 112 finally. I got to eat this piece of meat. Isn't it? Such a coincidence? The maid next to her replied, yes. Little princess. Our queen is the most pious. She always bathes and burns incense. During the period of copying scriptures, she does not eat meat. Chu Yaoyao. The hanging heart finally died. Liang Fei pulled her little hand to the desk and said, come. Today I will teach you 3 words. Okay? Of course not. It's okay if you can't get the meat. But you have to get yourself involved. It's impossible to learn. I have to run away quickly. She pulled her hand back. What's wrong? Liang Fei looked at her puzzled. Chu Yao looked outside. Oh. It's time. I should go home and eat. Goodbye. Queen Liang. She shook her little hand and turned to leave. Seeing her hurried look, Liang Fei laughed and shook her head. The imperial concubine still has a way. A sure thing. After they left, the maid took a look at the Buddhist scriptures on the table. My queen, do you want to take it down? Concubine Liang smiled faintly and shook her head. Since we have started, how can we give up halfway? After that, she sat down again and continued to copy the scriptures. After leaving the gate of concubine Liang's palace, Chu Yaoyao was sluggish and moved slowly. She walked all the way to Qingdongsua and began to see Fang Sigu. If only the 3rd brother was here, he would definitely stand on my side. Asher asked, Princess, where do you want to go next? After hearing this, Chu Yaoyao stamped her feet unwillingly. Where else can she go? The 2 brothers must listen to their father. With the order, the imperial kitchen dare not give her meat. She and the other concubines in the harem are not the kind of friends who can come to the door for free meals. She just wants to eat some meat. Why is it so difficult? Conspiracy. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy against me. Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao sniffed. This smell. Who is eating? Spiced duck? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The smell of meat. I miss it so much. Following the smell, she saw a man in a wheelchair pulling off a duck leg, then peeling off the duck skin, tearing the duck leg meat into strips, and feeding it to the cat in his arms. Why throw away the skin? Duck skin is the most flavorful and the most delicious. Woo! If you don't want to eat it, you can give it to me. Slurp. Smelling the delicious smell, Chu Yaoyao couldn't control herself and drooled. Who are you? Why are you here? A man who looked like a guard stepped forward a few steps, blocked the man, and looked at them warily. Jinshu. Don't be rude. Shangwan Jin put down the duck leg, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped his hands. Then he looked at them with a faint smile. His eyes fell on Yaoyao, who was held by Asher, and he nodded slightly. I am Shangwan Jin, and I greet Princess Chiyuan. Chu Yaoyao patted Asher's shoulder and asked her to put herself down. Ahem. She cleared her throat, put her hands behind her back, and spoke seriously. I know you are a hostage from Sia. Jinshu looked a little dissatisfied, and muttered to himself. Shangwan Jin didn't react much. I wonder what Princess Chiyuan is here for. Chu Yaoyao secretly glanced at the spiced duck on the table and swallowed her saliva. Let me see if you have been bullied. What? Hearing this, Shangwan Jin was slightly stunned. Of course he didn't believe this. But apart from his mother and the guards around him, it seemed that no one had ever cared about him, even if it was just talk. Chu Yaoyao walked closer. The fragrance became stronger, and she slurped her saliva. Have you been treated harshly in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation? Especially food. They didn't make things difficult for you in terms of meals, did they? As she said this, she glanced at the spiced duck on the table. Has the food for you become sour and cold? Have you cut corners? Let me help you check it. As she said this, she grabbed the spiced duck, pulled off another duck leg, and took a big bite. Several people were stunned by her sudden move. Princess. As she ran over quickly. But it was too late to stop him. This? I was so cautious. But I didn't expect the little princess to do this. Chu Yaoyao looked at her triumphantly. One mouthful after another. After a duck leg was eaten, she had a serious face. It doesn't taste right. I'll try it again. As she said that, she was going to try again. As she quickly picked up the plate. Princess, have you forgotten what the queen said? Chu Yaoyao smacked her lips with some regret. Seeing this, Shang Wanjin put his fist against his mouth and smiled silently. He had also heard a little about what happened in the past 2 days. His eyes flashed slightly, and he reached out to take out a bowl of chicken soup from the food box. Scooped out half a bowl, and handed it over. I think the soup doesn't taste right either. So I'll trouble Princess Chiyuan to check it carefully again? So smart. Chu Yaoyao first glanced at Ashi, then pursed her lips and looked at him with embarrassment. She is obviously a little kid, but she has to act like an adult. Actually, Mother, I am not allowed to eat meat. But since you said so. She stared at the steaming bowl. I can't refuse. She looked helpless. Okay then. She looked like she couldn't do anything about you. I am doing this to help you, Chu Yaoyao said, and sighed in a serious manner. But her movements were not slow at all. She took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Yaoyao. Chu Yu saw her eating Shang Wanjin's food, and he shouted in a hurry. She was too bold. Daring to eat a stranger's food? Meet the second prince. Ashur was immediately pardoned. Finally, someone who can control the princess has come. Chu Yu quickly walked to Yaoyao, took the bowl from her hand, and put it on the stone table. Fourth prince? I'm sorry to bother you. Shang Wanjin smiled and looked at Yaoyao. I think Princess Chiyuan is very cute. I'm really sorry to bother you today. Father has something to do with Yaoyao. I'll visit you another day. Chu Yu picked up Yaoyao and turned to leave. Chu Yaoyao was still grinning and waved to Shang Wanjin before leaving while being held by her second brother. This villain is actually quite nice. Hearing this, Chu Yu stumbled and almost stepped on air. He gritted his teeth. But he just gave you a bowl of soup. So he is a good person? You dare to eat anything from anyone. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, looking indifferent. I'm not afraid. I have a treasure that can identify poison. In the courtyard just now, after the 3 people left, Shang Wanjin retracted his gaze and looked at the 5-spice duck on the table with 2 legs missing, and remained silent for a long time. Jin Shu's face was solemn. Master, that palace maid is a master, and her martial arts are not inferior to mine. If it weren't for Princess Chiyuan speaking, he would not have noticed the footsteps of the palace maid at all. Normal, Shang Wanjin said absent-mindedly, staring at the plate for a while. Then he picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Well, although it's a little cold, it tastes good. Seeing this, Jin Shu was delighted and said excitedly, Master, these dishes are cold. I will go to the imperial kitchen to get you hot ones. No need. Shang Wanjin drank the chicken soup in the soup bowl. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Bring some meat back for the next few days. After saying that, he smiled and shook his head, as if thinking of something, and added, Don't bring too much. He looked outside the yard. I don't think he will come again. Right? Chapter 113 Familiar Recipe. Different taste. On the other side, Chu Yu was ready to leave after sending Yaoyao to the gate of Chunghua Palace. Next month, Ye Guangfang plans to open a branch in the south, and he will personally decide on the location and manpower. He is so busy every day. Before leaving, he said earnestly, Yaoyao, try not to meet with Prince Xia in the future. Why? Hearing this righteous question, Chu Yu felt a little depressed. What why? Didn't you say he was a villain? But can he say these? Of course not. In the end, he could only come up with a very far-fetched reason. At the banquet that day, the Xia delegation was originally at a disadvantage. But he turned the situation around with just a few words. And before he was injured, 1/3 of the ministers in the Xia court secretly stood on his side. Chu Yu's face was solemn. This man, whether in terms of scheming, means, or intelligence and strategy, is the best choice at the moment. There is no benefit in getting too close to such a scheming person. I already knew all this. And I also know the truth about his injury. Chu Yu had a heart attack. You know what kind of person he is. And you dared to get close to him? Chu Yao lowered his head, not seeing the ugly face of his second brother, and carefully recalled the contents of the book. Everyone, including the villain himself, thought that it was the delay of the second prince of Xia that led to his ambush and serious injury. In fact, Shang Wanzai is just a scapegoat. Hearing this, Chu Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This matter is almost known to the world. After all, before that, from the ministers in the court to the poor people in Xia, everyone believed that the fourth prince would enter the East Palace. Is there any hidden secret in this? In fact, the background of the villain is very strong. His mother is the only daughter of the richest man in Xia. In terms of financial resources alone, not to mention the princes, even the emperor of Xia cannot compare with him. In addition, he worked hard. When he was 8 years old, he was already a famous prodigy in Xia. He learned martial arts at the age of 6, went to the battlefield at the age of 16, and became famous in one battle. What a pity. Tut tut tut. Isn't that what novels do? Describe a super invincible and powerful villain, and then let the protagonist defeat him to show the protagonist's ability and strength. According to the plot of the novel, Shangguan Jin's legs were broken when the heroine encountered the biggest crisis since she traveled through time. That is, when she was targeted by the Yongyi Marquis Mansion and Hanlin Garden. The hero came forward to help, and the relationship between the hero and the heroine heated up straight away, and began to sprinkle sugar on a daily basis. After the sugar, there are setbacks and knives. Not long after that incident, by chance, the villain met a hidden doctor who cured his legs. The regrouped villain discovered clues based on the intelligence information he had collected over the years. It turned out that the mastermind behind his murder was the low-profile fifth prince, Shangguan Ji. Most importantly, the death of his mother was actually caused by the hero's mother. The hatred of his mother's murder and the broken leg made him embark on the road of revenge. And eventually, he died on this road. After the memories ended, Chu Yaoyao sighed and shook her head. If she hadn't come, I'm afraid that the whole family of the emperor's father would have become a whetstone on the growth path of the hero and heroine. After hearing this, Chu Yu didn't react for a long time. He was prejudiced. When he heard Yao Yao address Shangguan Jin, he subconsciously thought that he was not a good person. It turned out that Shangguan Jin was just a poor man played by fate. It was not his turn to say this. After all, he was better than them. At least, lived longer than them. Thinking of this, he looked at the little guy beside him tenderly. Fortunately, Yao Yao had an adventure. System. Next time you connect to Leah, you must remind me to trade a medical warehouse or a treatment device. System. What does the host want to do? Do good things? Chu Yao Yao said righteously. The villain is so powerful. There is no need to feel sorry. Anyway, his legs will definitely get better. So what difference does it make if it's earlier or later? And the male and female protagonists. These two get together. I don't know what they are plotting. I haven't drawn a lottery for a long time. Alas, I have been slacking off recently. Chu Yao Yao walked back with a thoughtful look on his face. When I returned to the main hall, I saw a group of palace maids carrying out many boxes. What are they doing? Hurry. Hurry. The queen has ordered that these should be packed. And the ones over there should be discarded. Send them back to the warehouse. Chunshur directed the two palace maids to carry them back. And she kept writing something in her hands. She was a little surprised when she noticed her. Princess, when did you go out? Chu Yao Yao smiled at her, but did not answer. Just looked at her movements in confusion. Who are you sending them to? At this time, the imperial concubine also came over. It's the 60th birthday of the old lady of the Yongyi Marquis Mansion. And my mother is preparing gifts. Birthday banquet? Chu Yao Yao's big eyes lit up. Isn't that just going to a banquet? This is possible. This is really good. She raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth. Laughing, the imperial concubine glanced at her faintly. And she had a beautiful idea. Why are you so excited? I'm not taking you with me. Tomorrow I will go to visit the old lady on behalf of the emperor and the queen. Actually, she didn't have to go. But before she got married, she had a good relationship with the sister of the Marquis of Yongyi, Yu Shuan. Besides, the old lady was nice to her when she was a child. So she had to go and see her. Suddenly, Chu Yao Yao frowned. Wait a minute. The 60th birthday? The Marquis of Yongyi's mansion? Isn't that the time when the heroine caught someone having an affair? And it was. Chu Yao Yao's body was shaking from trying to hold back her laughter. What did she catch? An affair? The imperial concubine held her breath and listened carefully. But the little guy kept laughing. Looking at the little guy who was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his face was distorted. She was even more anxious. Who is it? How audacious. There's more to it than this one melon. Anyway, this birthday banquet was quite lively. After all, It was about an acquaintance. So the imperial concubine decided to ask again. She picked Yao Yao up, sat on the chair, and helped to tidy up the small strands of hair on her forehead. Mother hasn't told you about your Aunt Shulan yet, right? Chu Yao Yao nodded uninterested. It's true that she didn't tell you, but I definitely know more than Mother. Royal concubine. Then should I tell her or not? Mother, I want to go too. Chu Yao Yao looked at her eagerly, with longing in her big eyes. Take me with you. Take me with you. Whether it's eating melons or eating at a banquet. It's too attractive to me. The imperial concubine was a little entangled. She didn't want to take Yao with her. Otherwise, wouldn't the punishment these days be in vain? But she really wanted to know who was so bold as to have an affair in the Yongyi Marquis' mansion. Otherwise, she should take him with her. At most, she would have to work harder and keep an eye on her at all times, watching her hands and mouth. Thinking of this, the imperial concubine nodded. Okay. Yeah. Chu Yao Yao was excited and beaming. But she was miserable the next second. Hiccup. She quickly covered her mouth. The imperial concubine's nose moved slightly, and she sniffed closer, then put away her smile and looked at her seriously. You ate meat secretly. Chu Yao Yao's big eyes rolled around guiltily. Who is it? As she spoke, her sharp eyes swept towards Usher. Usher knelt on the ground. It's Sia's hostage. Please forgive me. I didn't keep an eye on the little princess. Get up. Usher was the emperor's secret guard. She had no right to deal with him. She couldn't question Sia's hostage. She put Yao Yao down with a cold face. Chu Yao Yao quickly covered her little butt and stepped back. I didn't expect the imperial concubine to stand up, turn around and leave, leaving only one sentence. I will go alone tomorrow. Chu Yao Yao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why don't you just beat me up? So she lost a table of food because of a duck leg. And she also lost the joy of being a wild boar? Chapter 114, The Legendary Imperial Master. Oh no. My mother is angry. Watching her mother leave without looking back, Chu Yao Yao hurriedly chased after her, following her all the way into the bedroom. Seeing her mother sitting on the bed with a cold face, Chu Yao Yao was so anxious that she grabbed her hair. What to do? She walked over and poked her, looking at her eagerly. Mother! Don't be angry. The imperial concubine changed her position and faced her sideways. Seeing this, Chu Yao Yao had to use her trump card, climbed onto the bed, put her little head on her mother's shoulder, rubbed it constantly, and acted softly. Mother! Don't be angry. You get old quickly when you are angry. But the two little tufts on her head were rubbed, and her mother didn't react at all. This doesn't work? In the end, Chu Yao Yao could only lie on the bed, with her legs hanging between the edge of the bed and the ground, moving her little butt, covering her face with a pillow. She said in a muffled voice, Beat me. Mother! As long as it can make you feel better. Beat me as you like. Seeing her like this, the imperial concubine couldn't hold it in any longer, and bit her lips hard to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Will it be useful for me to beat you? Will you change after I beat you? Tell me. Why can't you control your mouth? You actually went to eat something that a stranger has given you. This is what made her most angry. In the future, will you just run after someone who shows up and gives you a chicken leg? Looking at the little girl with her head buried under the pillow, she was afraid that she would get bored. She picked her up and helped to tidy up her frizzy hair, with a serious expression. Do you know you are wrong? Chu Yao Yao nodded vigorously. I was wrong. The main thing is to admit your mistakes and make them again next time. It is impossible to change. In her previous life, she was a humble social animal. She worked hard and overtime every day. When she got her salary, she would deduct 1/3 for the director's mother, and the rest would be gone after deducting rent and daily necessities. She had to start saving money in the middle of the month, for fear that the company would not pay her salary on time next month, and she would be left with nothing. Once the director's mother was sick and hospitalized. After paying the fees, not only did her newly received bonus completely run out, but she also had to advance a month's salary. That was when she was the poorest. She hadn't seen meat for more than a month. No. She ate a sausage that she had bought a long time ago and forgot in the locker. She cut a $1 sausage into small pieces and took 2 slices each time to put in a steamed bun. For more than a month, she didn't even eat her favorite roasted sweet potato. She lived a new life and was still a princess. This time, she must not let herself down again. No matter what aspect. No matter who it was. It was not allowed. This earned life must be lived to its fullest. Who knows if there is a next life? Seeing that she was distracted again, the imperial concubine pinched her little fat, and finally couldn't help laughing when she saw her teeth bared. Noticing that her mother's expression had eased, Chu Yaoyao began to flatter her in a baby voice. Mother, you look so beautiful when you smile. Mother is the most beautiful. The imperial concubine gently tapped her forehead with her index finger, with a little doting in her tone. You are such a little flatterer. Chu Yaoyao grinned and laughed. Moving closer. Then can mother take me with you? The imperial concubine frowned slightly, and looked at her for a long time without saying anything. Chu Yaoyao looked at her pitifully. No way. I just want to eat a hot melon. Is that not okay? Seeing this little look, the imperial concubine didn't keep her in suspense anymore, lowered her head, and rubbed her plump forehead. Okay then. Chu Yaoyao also smiled and rubbed back. Mother is the best. Ha. The room was filled with the cheerful laughter of the mother and daughter. Late at night, thousands of miles away, in the capital of Xia, the imperial master's mansion, a man dressed like a Taoist child looked at the old man with white hair and white clothes on the observatory with an indignant look on his face. Master, the king is too much. It's fine that he trusts that half-baked person who came from nowhere, but he even asked you to give up the position of national teacher. The old man did not respond to his words, but kept looking up at the starry sky. Suddenly, his brows were furrowed. No! The Taoist boy looked at him puzzledly. What's wrong? The old man's face was solemn, and he murmured softly. The purple star gradually dimmed, and a new star rose slowly. This light is even closer to the previous purple star. In time, it will definitely surpass it. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Why? Why are there two purple stars? It's because of it. The star that shouldn't exist, but represents great fortune. And that star is in the northwest direction. The Taoist boy scratched the back of his head. After hearing this, he seemed to be even more confused. At this time, a servant ran over. Sir, the fifth prince wants to see you. Hearing this, the old man looked anxious. Hurry up. He must find out what's going on. Shi Jingjing was almost escorted by Moing into the imperial master's mansion. Shang Wanji stepped forward a few steps, bowed politely, and said, I found this girl according to your description, but I have many questions about this trip to Daki. Can you please help me solve them? The imperial master just looked at Shang Wanji and Shi Jingjing without saying anything. Instead, the Taoist child on the side said in a sarcastic tone, Fifth prince, you are too kind. Didn't you just find a hidden master, Taoist Qin? With such a capable person, why do you need my master to take action? How dare you? How dare you disrespect his highness? Moing stepped forward and drew his sword slightly. The Taoist child shrank back when he saw this, but still stiffened his neck and looked at them angrily. Back off! Shang Wanji shouted at Moing in a low voice. Then he looked at the master and apprentice with a gentle expression. It is true that Yuanji handled the matter of Taoist Qin inappropriately. He should have explained it to the imperial master, but it happened suddenly. Yuanji will explain the reason later. Please forgive me, imperial master. He bowed again, this time much deeper than the last time. Fifth prince, you don't have to do this. What I said at the beginning was just to make a good relationship. Now, it's not necessary. The imperial master smiled faintly and turned around. Fifth prince, please go back. Shang Wanji's face turned ugly. What does the imperial master mean? Your highness, please. The servant stretched out his hand towards the door and made a gesture of invitation. Shang Wanji had no choice but to leave. On the other side, the Taoist boy followed the national master, looking puzzled. Master, haven't you always been on good terms with the fifth prince? Why? I am not on good terms with him, but with people with great luck. The Taoist boy suddenly realized. Could it be that you have noticed something wrong? I can't say. The national master raised his hand to stop him, and said meaningfully, the secret cannot be leaked. Pack up your things. We will set off immediately. The Taoist boy was stunned. Where to go? The national master kept walking, with an unfathomable look on his face. Of course, we are going to find the real son of luck. Chapter 115, Eating Melons in the Yongyi Marquis' Mansion. Daki, Imperial Study. Emperor Qishuan looked at the list and account book on the table and remained silent for a long time. Father. This voice interrupted his thoughts. Here it comes. He looked up and handed the things to the prince. Look at these. The Li family found them in the underground secret room of Lanyu Pavilion. After taking them, the prince flipped through them roughly, and his face was solemn. This is the list of ministers who colluded with Morong. And the account book for bribing ministers? After being shocked, he was puzzled and murmured. But why did Shadow Tower lose such an important thing? Yes, from Yao Yao's voice in the past few days, they already knew that the power behind Lanyu Pavilion was Shadow Tower. And Shadow Tower seemed to have cooperative exchanges with Morong. They say that Shadow Tower is an enemy, but it secretly protects many important officials. If you say it is a friend, it is now cooperating with the Morong family. Emperor Qishuan turned the ring on his thumb twice and sighed slightly. In recent years, their actions have become more and more puzzling. And, according to Jingxi, the owner of Shadow Tower seems to be very good to Yao Yao. Finally, Emperor Qishuan stood up with the help of the table, looked at the swaying candlelight, and spoke slowly. This is indeed the most confusing thing for me. After breakfast, the imperial concubine took Yao Yao on the carriage out of the palace. According to convention, when the imperial concubine and the princess travel, there must be flags, fans, and a guard of honor. But neither the mother nor the daughter likes to show off. So they only brought their own personal maids and a dozen guards. Sitting in a spacious carriage that is low-key on the outside and exquisite and luxurious on the inside, they headed towards the direction of the Yongyi Marquis's mansion. After getting off the carriage, the mother and daughter did not let the doorman alarm anyone, but just let the servant lead them inside. Being led by her mother, Chu Yaoyao looked around with her big eyes. This Yongyi Marquis mansion is great, almost catching up with the princess mansion. She stared at the two pavilions facing each other, a little confused. It's really strange. There is a small garden over there, and there is a large flower field over here. How much do you love flowers? Isn't it good to build a pond? Fishing, admiring lotus flowers, etc. when you have nothing to do. The imperial concubine looked at her speechlessly. It's all because of you. Chu Yao looked up and met this look. She was a little confused. What's going on? I haven't done anything yet. Looking at a little kid grinning at her, the imperial concubine retracted her gaze. Following her mother's walk-in, when they passed through the corridor, they met two men who were tasting tea. One was wearing a blue shirt, and the other was wearing a white robe. When the two saw them, they quickly got up and walked closer. Meet the imperial concubine. Meet the little princess. The imperial concubine nodded slightly and looked at one of them. Pei Diao and Wei Bianxiu are together. Where is Shulan? The man in white lowered his head slightly. Shulan is chatting with her mother-in-law. I have nothing to do, so I'm chatting with Brother Wei here. Chu Yaoyao looked over. So this is the third place winner of the imperial examination. Isn't it said that the third place winners are all good-looking? This appearance is just average. The imperial concubine tightened her hand slightly and glared at her helplessly. Who did you hear this from? They are all based on real talent and knowledge. Okay. Yu Shulan was conceived when the old lady was 40 years old. She had a daughter in middle age and was loved by the old marquis and his wife before she was born. When she was 15 years old, the old lady chose Pei Hongxiao, the top scholar that year. She wanted him to be her son-in-law. But according to convention, the top three should be seen by the female relatives of the royal family first. This old lady was so shameless that she used the token that the late emperor gave to the old marquis to ask the emperor to grant her daughter a marriage with Pei Hongxiao. Seeing that Yao Yao had been looking at Pei Hongxiao, Wei Yuelong's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. But he laughed on his face and said it in a joking tone. It has to be Brother Pei. This style. Even the little princess was stunned. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. I have seen arrogance, but I have never seen blatant arrogance for others. The little kid is jealous. That's enough. Originally, the imperial concubine frowned slightly when she heard Wei Yuelong's words, and her face showed suspicion. But the next moment, she heard Yao Yao's inner voice, and her pupils suddenly trembled, and she looked down at the little guy in disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? Jealous? Did Yao use the wrong words? Or was there something wrong with her ears? Was it what she thought it meant? Empress? Empress? Chunshur stepped forward and called a few times softly. What's the matter? The imperial concubine suddenly came back to her senses. Probably. Yao said something wrong? After all, she has not yet opened her eyes and is still illiterate. Lord Pei is talking to you. Chunshur reminded in a low voice and retreated again. Pei Hongxiao spoke again. Are you going to find my wife? Her eyes fell on him, and the imperial concubine was slightly stunned. It felt different from a few years ago. But she couldn't tell what was strange. Moreover, why do they always stay together? Seeing that she was also staring at Pei Hongxiao in a daze, Wei Yulang on the side could not help but speak. Royal concubine. The women are all in Yunxiang garden. I know. The royal concubine secretly laughed in her heart. She was really crazy. She actually thought that there was something between the two of them just because of a vague voice. She exerted a little force on her hand and pinched the chubby little hand. It was all because of this little guy misleading her. Let's go! As she said that, the royal concubine led Yao Yao to Yunxiang garden. Before leaving, Chu Yao Yao raised her little fat paw and waved at the two. Don't bother. You guys. Hearing this, the royal concubine almost stepped on the air while walking up the stairs. My queen. Ashur stepped forward quickly and helped. Is mother okay? Looking at the big eyes full of worry, the royal concubine stretched out her hand and touched her upturned little nose. It's okay. You just say less. Continuing to walk forward, the imperial concubine began to think. Should the matter of enlightenment be put on the agenda earlier? Approaching Yunxiang garden, she suddenly heard a discussion. Mrs. Pei does not take concubines. Nor does he flirt with other women. With such a good man, Mrs. Pei is really blessed. A lady's tone was full of envy. TSK. We have been married for 5 years and have no children. If it were me, I would be too ashamed to continue to dominate my husband. Keep your voice down. This is the mansion of the Marquis of Yongyi. The lady who had just looked envious reminded her in a low voice. I'm not afraid. Everyone in the capital knows that the Yongyi Marquis' mansion is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It is no longer as glorious as it used to be. If I hadn't heard that the imperial noble consort was coming, I wouldn't have come. This Yu Shuan is jealous. Not only that, she can't lay eggs. The imperial noble consort has arrived. Sensing her own queen's anger, Chunshur interrupted the lady's words with a look of tact. Greetings to the imperial noble consort. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess. The ladies in the garden knelt down to pay their respects. The imperial noble consort walked to the woman who had just mocked her. If I remember correctly, you are the concubine of Sun Sai of the Imperial College? Madame Sun nodded hurriedly. It is indeed me. Your Majesty has a good memory. The imperial noble consort snorted coldly. I heard that Madame Sun has taken in a few concubines for Lord Sunday. She is really generous. As soon as these words came out, all the female relatives couldn't help laughing. The news they heard was that Madame Sun had been making a fuss for a long time. Madame Sun's face suddenly turned blue and white. But the imperial concubine did not intend to give up. Gossiping behind people's backs. Is this the rule of your Sun mansion? Chu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. That's right. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Madame Pei give birth to a child alone? Chapter 116. Hiss. Chu Yaoyao felt a pain in her hand. What happened to my mother? The imperial concubine finally reacted and let go of her hand. What did Yao mean? What does a person mean? I greet the imperial concubine. Several people walked through the moon-shaped door and approached quickly. In the middle was an old lady, wearing a dark red dress embroidered with patterns in gold thread. On her hair bun mixed with silver threads. There were 2 ruby hairpins on the left and right. And on her earlobes were golden-laid ruby earrings. With the help of Yu Shuan and Lady Yin of Yingyi Ho, the old lady came forward, bent down, and wanted to kneel down. Wait a minute. Old lady. The imperial concubine hurriedly stepped forward and supported her. You are the birthday girl today. No need to be polite. Then she said to the many female relatives, Get up. The old lady smiled faintly and shook her head. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Then she turned her head and looked to the side. Smiling very kindly. Is this Princess Chiyuan? Suddenly being mentioned, Chu Yaoyao ran over with a grin. Hello, old lady. I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the South Mountain. Okay. Okay. The old lady smiled so much that her face wrinkles deepened a lot. Thank you, little princess. I also wish the little princess peace and success. And all her wishes come true. After saying that, she sighed leisurely. Time flies so fast. I still remember the first time we met. The imperial concubine was about this age. I didn't expect the child to be so big now. Time really doesn't spare anyone. As she said that, she glanced at the little daughter beside her, and sighed again, with anxiety and loneliness in her eyes, which was very complicated. Meeting her mother's eyes, Yu Shuan lowered her head in shame. She knew what her mother meant, but she could do nothing about the child. Chu Yaoyao's understanding eyes wandered between the two. The old lady is smart and wise. And she is decisive. She is a good person. But her eyesight is not very good. Look! What kind of person did she choose as a son-in-law? It's simply pushing her daughter into the fire pit. Hearing this, the imperial concubine subconsciously thought of the scene she had just seen in the corridor. Mother! Please ask sisterly, the imperial concubine, and the princess to go in and reminisce about the past. Yushuan said softly. Look at me. I'm really old and confused. The old lady patted her forehead in annoyance, and then made a gesture of invitation. Please ask the imperial concubine and the princess to move to the main hall. The group walked into the main hall. After sitting for a while, the old lady held her forehead and said apologetically, I'm really old. I'm tired after sitting for a while. The imperial concubine nodded with understanding. The old lady turned to look at the two people beside her. Lauder. Aching. You must entertain the imperial concubine and the princess. The two sisters-in-law bowed slightly. Yes. When the old lady left, Yen found an excuse, as if she saw that her sister-in-law had something to say. I will ask the kitchen to send some snacks in. Then she left with the maid. When there were only 3 of them in the room, Yu Shuan excitedly held the imperial concubine's hand, her eyes slightly red and moist. Sisterly. The imperial concubine also blinked her red eyes, smiled and patted her hand. How have you been these years? Hearing this, Yu Shuan pulled her hand back, lowered her head slightly. Her face was a little unnatural, and her words were evasive. What's good or bad? Don't all married women live the same life? Seeing this, the imperial concubine became more determined in her guess. She suddenly had an idea and said casually, Which shop did you buy this bracelet from? It's really beautiful. As she said that, she grabbed Yushulan's right hand and seemed to look at the bracelet carefully. In fact, she pulled her sleeve down intentionally or unintentionally, and when she saw the red spot on the inside of her arm, the imperial concubine's heart jumped. And then she looked away as usual. This is... Yushulan pulled her arm back with force, then hurriedly tidied her sleeves, took off the bracelet, and handed it to her. I don't know which shop it is from. Sister Xian gave it to me. The imperial concubine looked puzzled. Sister Xian? Yushuan explained. It's sure Xian, the wife of Wei Bianqiu of the Hanlin Academy. Wei Bianqiu? The imperial concubine suddenly thought of the two people on the corridor again. I just saw Pei Daijiao and Wei Bianqiu drinking tea together. From what you said, your two families have a good relationship? Yushuan nodded slightly. Before getting married, I knew Sister Xian, and we have been visiting each other for many years. Visiting each other? The steps and thresholds should be trampled. Right? Without a special seat. Chu Yao Yao, who was half a head shorter, could only support her elbows on her thighs and hold her chin with her hands. She pouted. Otherwise, the ancients really knew how to play. What does this mean? The imperial concubine didn't have time to think about it. And the door was opened. Shulan, I saw that there are your favorite juju paste biscuits and chestnut cakes in the kitchen, so I brought some back. As the door was opened, a clear voice like a silver bell reached the ears of the 3 people. Sister Xian, where did you go just now? Yushulan's tone was a little complaining. And then she stood up and walked over, as if she wanted to help take the tray. Sure Xian dodged and didn't let her take over. Didn't you say you were hungry just now? I went to the kitchen. The imperial concubine looked at the person who came. After putting down the tray, Sure Xian knelt on the ground and saluted. I greet the imperial concubine and the princess. Get up. Thank you, my lady. After getting up, Sure Xian saw the bracelet on the table. She picked it up and turned to look at Yushulan, her tone a little serious, with a little questioning. Shulan, why did you take off the bracelet? Don't you like it anymore? No. No. Yushulan quickly waved her hand and shook her head, explaining, the imperial concubine was curious just now, so I took it off to let her take a good look. Oh, didn't you call me sisterly just now? Chu Yao Yao was feeling weird in her heart. After hearing her explanation, Madame Wei nodded, then took her hand and helped her put it on again, and her tone was much softer. If you don't like it anymore, you must tell me. I'll buy a new one. Yushuan smiled and nodded in response. Seeing this scene, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the imperial concubine. Why do you feel a little strange? Yushuan picked up the plate of juju paste pastry. Sisterly. She subconsciously looked at Madame Wei, and then changed her words. I remember that the imperial concubine also likes this snack. You try it. Thank you. The imperial concubine picked up a piece. Try this chestnut cake. Madame Wei picked up a piece and handed it to Yushuan. It was even more strange. The imperial concubine took a bite of the date paste cake absent-mindedly. And her doubts became even more serious. Goose. Goose. This melon is so delicious. Hearing the voice, she turned her head and saw a little guy with eyebrows at the edge of the table, grinning and stretching his neck to look across. As if noticing her anxious look, Yushuan picked up the chestnut cake plate and walked to her side. Little princess, do you want to try this chestnut cake? Chu Yaoyao first glanced at someone opposite, then shook her head, stood up from the chair, reached out to the fruit plate, and picked up a piece of honeydew melon. I don't eat that. I eat melon. Then she took another piece for her mother. Mother, eat it too. Chapter 117. It's her. The imperial concubine took it in a daze, holding the juju paste pastry in one hand and the honeydew melon in the other. She fell into deep thought. Okay then. Seeing that she didn't want to eat, Yushuan looked at her helplessly and went back to sit down. Chu Yaoyao gnawed the honeydew melon while complaining in her heart. When the ancients knew how to play, there was really nothing to do. This possessiveness is too strong. Even the husband of the other person can't tolerate it. In order to monopolize her friend, she actually let her husband take the husband of the other person to visit the brothel, and finally got her own husband involved. Who would have thought that Pei Hanshao had another purpose for marrying Yushuan? He was originally a, and finally gave Wei Yuang. Ha ha ha. Meat buns hit the dog. I give up. I'm laughing. Cough cough cough. Hearing this, the imperial concubine who was eating snacks was choked directly. Mother! Chu Yaoyao quickly grabbed the cup, jumped off the chair and ran over. After handing over the tea on tiptoe, she stretched out her arm and patted her back. The chubby little face was full of worry. Why did you choke? Royal concubine. No matter how much you eat, you can't stop your mouth? Are you okay? Yushuan quickly got up, picked up the teapot and poured another cup of tea and pushed it over. Drink some more water to slow down. The royal concubine drank 2 more cups of tea, and then she felt better. Shulan, I want to drink tea too. Mrs. Wei's tone was a little dissatisfied. Oh, okay. Yushuan turned her head and responded, then helped her pour tea. But she kept looking at the royal concubine, watching the tea in the cup increase little by little. Sure Xian's eyes were dark. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Ah! It hurts. Sister Xian, are you okay? Yushuan was so frightened that she panicked. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like she was blaming herself and feeling guilty. Sure Xian blew on the back of her hand that was burned red, then looked at her and comforted her. It's okay. Just apply some ointment. But my dress? As she spoke, she looked down at the hem of her dress soaked in tea. Don't worry. My clothes are kept in the mansion. But Sister Xian has to wear my old clothes. As she spoke, Yushuan lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Then let's go quickly. It's too uncomfortable. Yushuan glanced at the two of them with a little apology. Your Majesty, Princess, we'll leave first. The imperial concubine smiled and nodded slightly. System, host. That sure Xian is really a scheming bxxxh. Just now, the tea was about to overflow, and she didn't remind him loudly, but she deliberately reached up and let herself get burned. Chu Yaoyao was slightly stunned. She did it on purpose? Just now, she was so worried about her mother that she didn't notice this situation. System, what a ruthless person. Chu Yaoyao shuddered. That's crazy enough. At this time, the wife of the Marquis of Yingyi, Yan, knocked on the door and walked in. Meet the imperial concubine. Meet the princess. Then she asked curiously, why don't you see Shulan? The imperial concubine said the matter in a few words. Yan sighed softly. Look at your expression. Madam, is there anything bothering you? There was a trace of sadness between Yan's eyebrows. I don't know why, but I always feel that Lord Wei and his wife. Chu Yaoyao didn't want to waste time listening to something she already knew, and she was a little bored sitting there, so she wanted to go out for a walk, with Ashur accompanying her. The imperial concubine simply stayed in the room and continued to chat with Yin and get information. Princess, where do you want to go? Chu Yaoyao laughed. Where to go? Of course. Go to the birthplace of melons and advance to check it out. After walking a few steps, she saw a white kitten in the corner of the yard. Mimi? She ran over immediately. thinking that the kitten would be scared away. But she didn't expect it to stay there obediently and lick its fur. Meow meow. So cute. Chu Yao took out a baby teething stick from her small purse, which was the size of a finger biscuit. This thing has less sugar and less oil. And it is not hard. So cats should be able to eat it. She held the biscuit in her right hand and pushed it forward. Mimi? Princess. I don't know if this cat will scratch people. So let me do it. Chu Yao looked up at her. But it looks so good. Meow. Before she finished speaking, the kitten came closer, sniffed it first, then licked it twice, and then took the biscuit away. Meow. Look. It likes to eat it too. Chu Yao grinned and laughed happily. What are you doing? She felt a flash in front of her eyes, and a pink shadow rushed over. She picked up the kitten and threw the unfinished biscuit on her hand, with a look of disgust. Who are you? What do you want to do to my Tingyun? Tingyun? I'm still riding the mist. The woman held the kitten and wiped it with a towel. You? Why do you eat all kinds of dirty things? Hearing this, Chu Yao was unhappy. She took out another toothbrush with her left hand, stuffed it into her mouth, and said vaguely, very clean, very delicious. Each one is individually wrapped. Humph. The girl snorted disdainfully. I have never seen this kind of food before. But which chef made it? Or did Shop 18 come up with a new product that I don't know about? Chu Yao swallowed the biscuit. This is mine. Only I have it. System product. Exclusive to me. The woman listened and immediately said with a sarcastic tone. I see. Only people who are not presentable will eat such things. She touched the kitten and said proudly, the cat food of my Tingyun is made by the chef from Wantao Tower, who personally made the recipe and cooked it carefully. But I can't explain it to you. I guess you have never been to Wantao Tower at all. I sure took a step forward, but was stopped by Yao's eyes. Chu Yao looked down at her clothes, and touched the silver beads and jade headband on her hair. Am I dressed shabby? Wear the Dongdu ring given by the Empress Dowager next time. Who are you? The girl raised her chin proudly. I am the niece of the wife of the Marquis of Yongyi. I really don't know what those servants do. They let anyone in. What if they offend the noble? I'm afraid you misunderstood. Sister. A woman in green came towards them. When the woman approached, Chu Yao's eyes widened. It's her? Your servant Yan Jing greets Princess Chiyuan. What? What? Seeing this, the girl holding the cat turned pale. Her legs softened, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. Your servant Yan. Yan Jihui greets Princess Chiyuan. Originally, Chu Yao didn't like being knelt to. But when she thought of Yan Jihui's sarcasm just now, she immediately imitated her father. With a stern face, a slightly tightened chin, and a slight raise of her hand. Stand up. Then she raised her head and looked at Asher proudly. This action, this momentum. Let's not say that we have learned 10 times 10. But it can be about 70% similar. Right? System. Not really. Looking at the 2 lumps of slightly trembling baby fat, Asher turned his eyes away without much expression. I can't look at it anymore. If I look at it anymore, I will want to pinch it. That's disrespectful. Your servant. Your servant. Yan Jihui hesitated, as if she wanted to say something. You stay and chat with me. Chu Yao ignored her and pointed at Yan Jing. Your servant will leave. After that, Yan Jihui ran out of the yard as fast as she could, as if she was afraid of remembering her. A handkerchief fell on the ground, and Chu Yao squatted down to pick it up. She glanced at the figure that disappeared around the corner. She is the one you said you wanted to take revenge on? When she mentioned this, Yan Jing's face turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth. That's right. She sent someone to kidnap my sister and me, and then sold us to Lanyu Pavilion. System, host. Are you still eating melons? Hurry up. Otherwise you won't be able to eat hot ones. Oh no. I almost forgot. Chu Yao waved at the 2 of them. Let's go! Today, I'll show you something exciting. Chapter 118, Eating Melons. Looking at a little princess who was walking in the front, crouching like a thief, Yan Jing poked Asher next to her and whispered, Where are we going? Asher glanced at her, serious, with almost no expression on his face. Didn't the princess say that? Go find excitement. Although she didn't know what excitement meant. Yan Jing. Thank you. I'm not deaf. I heard it too. Passing through the rockery and several moon-shaped doors, the 3 of them walked further and further away. To be precise, they walked deeper and deeper, and soon came to the deepest corner of the Yongyi Marquis' mansion. a corner on the west. There was a house not far away. Yin Jing looked up and saw two big words written on the plaque. Ancestral Hall. Asher widened his eyes slightly. What exactly is the princess going to do? Yin Jing shuddered subconsciously and touched the goose bumps on her arm. The little princess's hobby is really different from others. In this place, what else can be found besides ranking and incense? At the door, a servant looked around in a panic, and from time to time he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. It can be seen how guilty and nervous he was. Chu Yaoyao looked up at Asher, gave her a look, raised his hand slightly, and then pointed at the servant. Asher nodded, walked towards the servant with light steps. In just a few breaths, the servant fell to the ground. The three of them tiptoed and pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked in. Chu Yaoyao took small steps and curled her lips. I really don't understand what they are thinking. This place is indeed sparsely populated, but it shouldn't be difficult to find a yard with few people. Is it more comfortable here, in front of other people's ancestors? The three gradually approached a room, and suddenly a muffled groan came from inside. Then there was an ambiguous voice. I don't like the way the imperial concubine and the little princess looked at you just now. I really want to hide you. Hearing the dirty words inside, Asher's face changed, and he immediately reacted and quickly covered Yao Yao's ears. Yen Jing's face was even redder. This is really too exciting. I couldn't see it in the first place. And now you cover my ears. Why did I come here? Chu Yaoyao exhaled heavily through her nose. Extremely depressed. Although covered, she could still hear something faintly. Brother Wei, have you heard Lord Wei mention the new weapons forged by the Ministry of Industry these days? Chu Yaoyao slightly frowned. Is it a bomb? But that's right. Pei Hongshao has a relationship with the Murong family. It's normal for him to inquire about these things. Hearing the previous movement, Asher wanted to take the little princess away directly, but she hesitated when she heard this. Inside, Pei Hongshao continued to ask, didn't you say last time that the second prince was going south soon? Has a date been set? Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly. Why are you asking about this? Could it be that they want to take this opportunity to do something to my second brother? Another muffled groan came from inside. You still have time to think about other things at this time? You? Woo! A figure approached. Asher quickly covered the person's mouth. The one who spoke was Yu, who had seen them come to the ancestral hall and followed them in. Asher waved the dagger in front of her and threatened in a deep voice. Don't make a sound. Yu was so scared that she nodded quickly. Asher then let her go. Why did you come to my ancestral hall? Yu asked in a low voice. When she turned around, she saw this distinctive upside-down melon seed face. Chu Yaoyao extended her index finger and slammed her at her. Yu glanced at Yin Jing, whose face was flushed, and Asher, whose eyebrows were furrowed and whose expression was complicated. Finally, her eyes fell on the extremely excited little Tuanzi. What are you doing? At this time, intermittent voices came from inside again. Huh? That weapon. Could it be that it was also made by the second prince? Focus a little. You have too many questions. Yu Yu's eyes widened immediately. That's the voice of my uncle and Lord Wei. Why are they in there? And she frowned, and her expression became a little weird. From the sound, my uncle seems to be in pain? Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked at her. They are probably sparring. What? Yu Yu stood up immediately. My uncle doesn't know martial arts at all. He will definitely be injured. No. I have to go in and take a look. Who is it? Along with the angry shout, there was a rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other. A she picked up Yao Yao and ran out with Qigong, and disappeared in 3 or 2 steps. Yin Jing also reacted quickly and pulled Yu Yu, who was in a daze, and dragged her out. No one noticed that a handkerchief was left in the corner. After leaving the gate of the ancestral hall and turning the corner, Yu Yu looked back, not wanting to catch a glimpse of her uncle, who was disheveled. She opened the door, and Lord Wei, who was adjusting his belt while walking. Seeing this scene, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Except for Asher, no one who hurried to Yunxiang Garden noticed that a pink dress flashed in the corner. Although Asher noticed it, he didn't threaten her, so he ignored her. When they walked away, Yin Zhehui ran away in panic with the cat in her arms. It was a close call. She was almost discovered. Anyway, it was really weird. How could she meet the princess everywhere? Fortunately, she reacted quickly. If she had seen her, what if Princess Chiyuan remembered what happened just now and wanted to punish her? Her panicked look happened to fall into the eyes of the servant, who had just woken up, thinking of what happened just now. The servant was shocked and sweating. On the other side, several people returned to Yunxiang Garden, and Usher put Yao Yao down. Huh? Where's the handkerchief? Chu Yao Yao turned over her body. Why did the handkerchief she had been holding disappear? Oh no! Hearing this, Yan Jing exclaimed, covered her mouth with one hand, and pointed in the direction of the previous hand with the other hand. Could it be left there? Usher's face was serious, and he turned and left. I will go and find it now. Wait a minute. Chu Yao Yao waved her hands quickly, looking indifferent. No need to look for it. It's not mine anyway. Over at the ancestral hall, Wei Yulang found a pink handkerchief in the corner of the wall, with a jasmine flower embroidered on it and a word. It's not good. Sir, it's not good. The servant hurried in and knelt beside Pei Hanshao. I deserve to die. I was knocked unconscious just now. Pei Hanshao was so angry that he kicked him in the chest and kicked him more than a meter away. Waste. He trembled all over, not knowing whether he was angry or afraid, or for some other reason. Did you see who did it? The servant's face was pale, and big drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead. I only vaguely saw a side face. A woman wearing a pink dress and holding a cat. Pink dress? Holding a cat? Pei Hanshao frowned and thought carefully. Who could it be? I roughly know who it is. Wei Yulang handed him a handkerchief, and the word on it was, Hui. Holding the handkerchief, Pei Hongshao's face darkened. It's Yan Ping's daughter, Yan Zhihui. The word Hui on the handkerchief. And she was famous for loving cats. And she would bring them wherever she went. These two things all matched. Wei Yulang's eyes flashed with cruelty, and his tone was cold. We must strike first. I thought about this chapter for a long time and revised it several times. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I apologize here. Sorry people, sorry. I will try to avoid this kind of plot in the future. Chapter 119. Love Brain again. You're right. Pei Hanshao clutched the handkerchief tightly, his eyes turning cold. If he killed her directly, he might get into trouble. But he could still make everyone not believe her. The two looked at each other, and saw cruelty in each other's eyes. So, you and Yan Zhihui are only 1 month apart? Chu Yao Yao's mouth twitched. Yan Jing lowered her head, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of hatred. Yes, the day she was 1 month old was the day my mother gave birth to me. My father has been with them, and never showed up. Chu Yao Yao opened her mouth slightly. So scumbag? When I was 8 years old, my mother gave birth to my sister. She learned about this during the confinement period, and was too sad. Since then, she has developed a root of illness, and died not long after. Usher felt a little strange. Since they are already favored by your father, why can't they tolerate you sisters? One is because of the dowry left by my mother, Yin Jing said with a sarcastic smile. My father is not very talented. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the position of reviewer in the Hanlin Academy for more than 20 years. The Yin family has long been in decline. Over the years, it has relied on my mother's dowry to maintain its glory. But most of my mother's dowry is in my and my sister's name. Who is your mother? Chu Yao Yao blinked. A small part of the dowry can maintain a luxurious life for so many years. How much money does it cost? Yan Jing slowly said. The daughter of the Su family in Luzhou. Su family? Usher rarely lost his composure, and shouted it out directly. That is the richest businessman in Daki. Speaking of this, Yan Jing's eyes were filled with deep sadness. My grandfather may have seen my father's nature and disagreed with this marriage. But my mother would rather break off relations with the Su family and marry him. After the marriage, she never contacted the Su family. My mother thought she had met a good man. But she didn't expect that this was all lies and deception. Yin Jing slowly talked about the past. It was probably that the daughter of a rich family went out to play, encountered robbers, and all the guards around her died. When she was escaping, she met the son of a poor family. She was protected and taken in. The most explosive thing was that because someone personally cooked a bowl of ginger soup for her, she determined that the other party was a good man and would not marry anyone else. Chu Yao Yao lowered her head and curled her lips. It's hard to judge. In her opinion, this was a deliberate trap. The robbers were probably related to the scumbag. Right? Sure enough, there is no shortage of love brains everywhere. After all, someone cooked a bowl of ginger soup for her. So those guards who died to protect her were not as good as a bowl of ginger soup? So speechless, Chu Yao Yao raised her eyes. After your mother passed away, you didn't contact the Su family? Then being bullied is deserved. Yan Jing showed regret. I originally thought that it was just some material possessions, so I gave it away. After all, a harmonious family is the key to success. She gritted her teeth and said, but I didn't expect that giving in step by step would actually feed their appetite and ambition, and almost kill us sisters. At this point, she looked at Yao Yao gratefully. Fortunately, I was saved by the princess. Thank you for sending someone to send us back to the Yin family, and for saying those words. Otherwise, our sisters' reputations would definitely be ruined by them. Chu Yao Yao waved her hand. You're welcome. Remember to call me when there's a commotion. I'm not a saint, and I won't help you for nothing. Just give me more melons in the future. Yan Jing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes firm. After I went home last time, I wrote a letter to my grandfather and uncle. I must take back my mother's assets and make them pay the price. Chu Yao Yao stood on tiptoe and patted her hips. Then she clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture. I'm optimistic about you. I look forward to you punching your scumbag father and kicking your vicious stepmother and stepsister. Give me a big melon. Seeing this familiar action, Yan Jing curled her lips and smiled. She remembered that the little princess did the same thing that day, giving her unlimited courage in the dark. A warm current immediately surged in my heart. Other reasons? This is the first one. What about the second one? Speaking of this, Yan Jing's face was shy. Another reason is the engagement my mother made with old Madame Zhou. Lu wants her daughter to marry into the Zhou family. Chu Yao Yao grabbed the drooping hairband. Which Zhou family? The Taifu mansion. In the family of old Taifu Zhou. The only one of the right age is Zhou Huaichen. Who called me? Friends couldn't come to the banquet, so Zhou Huaichen strolled around without interest. Don't want to hear someone calling his name. Little princess? He walked closer quickly. Chu Yao Yao stretched out his hand and introduced seriously. This is your fiancé. Zhou Huaichen suddenly seemed to slip away. Why did he seem to see the shadow of his grandmother in the little princess? It turned out to be Miss Yan. Yan Jing knelt slightly and returned the greeting. Meet Mr. Zhou. Chu Yao Yao looked at the two people who were extremely embarrassed. I will avoid you. You guys chat. You guys chat. As he said that, he walked away. Jing, you actually met with a man outside in public. It is simply a disgrace to my Yin family. This angry voice interrupted the two people who were talking happily. A couple came towards them. Father. Yan Ping snorted heavily. No manners. Didn't you see your mother? Lu took his arm and comforted him softly. Master, I took my sister's place, and it's reasonable for Jing to dislike me. Chu Yao Yao looked disgusted. And the tea smell is so strong. Yan Jing laughed sarcastically. Father, aren't you afraid that my daughter will shout, and my mother will hear it? Will she come to find me in the middle of the night? You? Yan Ping was speechless for a while, and his neck turned red with anger. Zhou Huaichen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the rumor is wrong, he said to Yan Jing. I'll go first. Yan Jing nodded slightly. Mr. Zhou, take care. Mr. Zhou? After Zhou Huaichen walked away, Yan Ping finally reacted. Was that the grandson of old Master Zhou? Then he looked blaming. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yan Jing hid the sarcasm in her eyes and looked at him innocently. Father didn't give me a chance to say it. You? Unlike Yan Ping's annoyance, Lu tightly grasped the handkerchief. With cold eyes, Mr. Zhou's expression just now must have aroused his interest in this dead girl. What about her weir? Yan Jing didn't want to waste time with him anymore. Little princess, I've dealt with my affairs. Chu Yao Yao nodded. Let's go then. Princess? When Yan Ping heard these two words, she hurried forward. See Her Royal Highness the Princess. Chu Yao Yao rolled her eyes. Bah! A scumbag who eats soft rice and is forced to do nothing. Don't pollute my air. She put her 5 fingers together and pushed forward. Back. 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 Yan Ping's face, which was originally full of wrinkles from smiling, was instantly filled with helplessness and embarrassment. Has he been spurned by the little princess? Princess, the queen is looking for you. Chansha ran over. Chu Yao Yao followed her back. As soon as she entered the main hall, she saw the old lady holding her daughter and son-in-law's hands, earnestly telling them something. Oh, you were having an affair in the ancestral hall the last second, and you're here the next second? Hearing this voice, the imperial concubine waved at her helplessly. Chu Yao Yao ran over and suddenly felt a little itchy on the back of her hand. Seeing her little movement, the imperial concubine picked her up. What's wrong? She showed her mosquito bite. It should be because she was bitten by a mosquito when she was eavesdropping. Itchy. There was a small red bump on the white and tender back of her hand with a meaty dimple. The imperial concubine didn't know whether to worry or get angry for a moment. Eavesdropping? If you don't keep an eye on it for a while, you'll cause trouble again. Come on. Go get the ointment. The old lady noticed it and hurriedly ordered. Chu Yaoyao glanced at someone's neck, and a sly look flashed in her big eyes. She pointed at Pei Hongxiao and asked loudly in a milky voice. There are also red spots on Lord Pei's neck. Was he bitten too? Chapter 120 Yu Shulan, he just loves me too much. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Pei Hongxiao's neck. Those who were close took a quick look. Yeah. Those who understand. Their eyes became playful. It was broad daylight and Pei Daijiao was having fun. And he was in front of the Marquis of Yongyi. So he was really brave. When the Yongyi Marquis and his wife saw this, their faces turned ugly. Especially Marquis Yongyi. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were wide open. And his eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent. If he hadn't taken into consideration the fact that there were so many people around, he would have probably beaten Pei Hongxiao up. That was his beloved sister whom he had loved since childhood. Although she was his younger sister, he was already a young man when Shulan was born. Most men of that age would have been married and had children. He watched Shulan grow up. As soon as she learned to speak, the first person she called was not her father or her mother, but brother. Now, his precious sister, who he had cherished like a pearl since childhood, was let down by Pei Hongxiao. How could he swallow this breath? The old lady had poor eyesight, and she was a little far away, so she couldn't see anything clearly, but she was keenly aware of the emotions of the crowd. Her old and loose eyelids slightly closed, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. Did Pei Hongxiao have a concubine? Who is this shameless BXXXH? Following behind Yao Yao, Yu, who had just walked in, kept her head down. As long as she thought of the scene she had just seen, she could no longer look directly at her uncle. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Pei Hongxiao's face was a little flustered. His eyes were erratic, and he quickly straightened his collar to cover the red marks. Are you still thinking about doing something bad to my second brother? Then you have hit a wall. Chu Yaoyao had an innocent look on her face, staring at him with her big round eyes, and reached out to scratch her mosquito bite. I'm itchy. Are you itchy? Seeing someone's forehead covered with cold sweat, he looked more and more guilty. Chu Yaoyao raised her chin slightly with pride. If you mess with me, every step you take from now on will be a trap. Hearing her words, Yu Shulan turned her head to look at Pei Hongxiao. Seeing his appearance, she thought he was in pain, and was immediately worried, and hurried to his side. Is it itchy? I'll help you apply medicine. As she said, she gently lifted his collar. Why is it so much? It doesn't matter. Pei Hongxiao barely pulled the corner of his mouth lightly, and then pulled her hand away. When she saw the 3 or 4 red marks on his neck, Yu Shulan's face gradually turned pale, and her lips moved slightly. This is, although she had never experienced it, she did not know nothing. I said, it's none of your business. Pei Hongxiao pulled her hand away, his tone full of impatience. With a cold face, he rearranged his collar and wrapped it tightly. Yu Shulan was shocked by his attitude. Her hand was still in the same position as when he brushed it away. Her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she looked helpless. What are you doing? Are you taking it out on Shulan? How dare you do that? Seeing his sister being bullied, Yongyi Ho couldn't help it. Pei Hongxiao had let Shulan down, and he still had the nerve to get angry? And in front of them, their Yongyi Ho mansion was indeed not what it used to be. But he's not dead yet. Do you think Shulan has no one to back her up? My lord, I was just in a hurry. I didn't mean anything else. Pei Hongxiao forced a smile and explained. My lord, calm down. This is not the time to talk about this. Yin also stepped forward to hold the Marquis of Yongyi and comforted him softly, thinking of what she had just seen, coupled with the teasing eyes of the crowd. Yu Shulan panicked and moved closer to the old lady. The old lady patted her hands and smiled at everyone. Everyone, take a seat. Then she looked at the imperial concubine with a pleading look in her eyes. Seeing that look, the imperial concubine was shocked. The old lady was such a strong person. After the old marquis passed away, the Marquis of Yongyi was a person with little talent. It was all up to her to support this huge marquisate. She only asked for favors twice in her life, both for this daughter. She gathered her thoughts and said loudly, Okay. The time has come. Everyone please take your seats. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The imperial concubine held Yao Yao and returned to the room with the old lady. There were only 5 people at the table. In addition to the imperial concubine and Yao Yao's mother and daughter, there were only the old lady's mother and daughter and Yin. Originally, Yin wanted to help with the serving of dishes with her sister-in-law, but was stopped. Today, I really made a fool of myself for the imperial concubine and the princess. I am so ashamed. So ashamed. The imperial concubine pursed her lips and glanced at her without saying anything. Then, the old lady looked at her daughter beside her with a serious face. Lana, what's the matter between you and Pei Hongxiao? Yu Shulan's eyes were erratic, and her clasped hands unconsciously clenched tighter. Mother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The old lady slammed the table heavily, and the teacup beside her was directly knocked over. Is he hanging out with someone outside? Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up in her heart. Of course, the old lady is wise. Oh, mother, what are you thinking about? Yu Shulan pouted slightly, with a tone of tenderness and a little bit of coquettishness. The old lady looked at her and said firmly, You are my daughter. I know you best. You must be hiding something from me. After that, she called her confidant. Go and check if anyone in the mansion has any tricks up their sleeves. I want to see which BXXXH dares to seduce the master under my nose. Shulan did not bring a maid back today, so it must be someone from the Marquis's mansion. Not only under your nose, but also blatantly, in front of your ancestors of the Yu family. It's a man. The imperial concubine picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth. Eat it. Eat it quickly. And you should say less. Otherwise, she will really make a scene. I don't know what she thought of. The old lady narrowed her old eyes, and quickly grabbed Yu Shulan's arm, and lifted her sleeve to check. Seeing the intact toad's sand, the old lady leaned back, covered her chest, and gasped for breath. Mother! Old lady! Several people rushed forward. What a sin! The old lady covered her face and cried. She held her daughter's arm tightly. Is it Pei Hongxiao's problem? Is he not good enough? Or does he have some hidden disease? It's all her fault. What kind of family did she choose for her daughter? Actually, my husband treats me very well. Speaking of this, Yu Shulan pulled back her arm. Her cheeks seemed to be red, and she was a little embarrassed. He just loves me too much and can't bear to hurt me. Hearing this, the chicken leg in Chu Yaoyao's mouth fell to the ground with a snap. Are you kidding me? You are the most successful PUA by a scumbag. A model? He doesn't love you too much. He just doesn't care at all. Pei Hongxiao is not bad. He just can't treat you. Seeing her shy posture like a little girl, the other 3 people at the table closed their eyes and held their foreheads. Especially the imperial concubine who knew the truth from her heart. Couldn't look straight. How could Yu Shulan be like this? It's just stupid. Yin couldn't bear to see it, and couldn't help but remind her. Then the one on his neck. Sister-in-law. Yu Shulan looked at Yin and raised her tone. There must be a misunderstanding. She covered her red cheeks. My husband said that in his eyes. I am the most beautiful and wonderful woman in the world. He doesn't want to get close to me. How can he be interested in other women? After hearing this, several people looked at her as if she were a fool. You believe this nonsense? Chapter 121. It's really eye-opening. Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. Of course he doesn't like women. He only likes men. At this time, the door was suddenly knocked, and the servant shouted outside the door. Old lady, my master has prepared a birthday gift for you. Please move to the small garden. Mother! Hearing the servant's report, Yu Shulan was very excited and couldn't wait to stand up and walk out. My husband is so mysterious. It must be a rare good thing. Let's go out and take a look. At her urging, several people got up and walked to the yard. On the other side, Wei Yulang also came over with a group of guests. And he said as he walked, Just now I heard from Pei Daijiao's servant that this birthday gift is a little special. Why don't we come and see how special it is? As soon as Chu Yaoyao saw him, she felt something was wrong. Sure enough, everyone waited for a long time, and the person who said he would present the birthday gift did not show up. Aware of everyone's impatience, Yu Shulan felt a little embarrassed and began to question the servant. Didn't you say you wanted to present a birthday gift? Where is your husband? The servant looked embarrassed, glanced at a certain place, and said hesitantly, My lord has some private matters to deal with. Yu Shulan took a few steps forward, with a little complaint in her tone. No matter how important the matter is, You can't let everyone wait here all the time? This? The servant lowered his head and kept glancing in a certain direction, looking a little guilty and afraid to look at her. This posture made everyone subconsciously think of the ambiguous marks on Pei Hongxiao's neck. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. Is it difficult to come late? We can help. Madame Sun looked like she was watching the fun. She rolled up her sleeves and walked straight in the direction the servant had just glanced. Everyone followed her with the intention of watching a good show. Walking out of the courtyard gate and coming to the rockery, I heard a righteous voice from inside. Miss Yin, according to seniority, Pei is your elder. Please don't bother me anymore. Chu Yao Yao? What's going on? Hearing this voice, everyone looked at each other. This trip today is not in vain. One after another. Over there. Pei Hongxiao's voice continued. I am sincere to Lanner. Do you know how much misunderstanding you will cause us by what you did today? Opposite him, Yin Jue looked at someone who suddenly started talking to himself in confusion. What does this mean? He just said that he picked up her handkerchief and came to return it. Why did he suddenly say something she couldn't understand? But she had a strong feeling that she couldn't let him continue talking. Master Pei. You? Fortunately, Lanner is simple and kind. Otherwise, based on these lip balm marks and the handkerchief you forced on me, I would have no way to defend myself. Pei Hongxiao didn't give her a chance to defend herself at all. I won't tell anyone about what happened today, but please don't bother me again in the future. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait a minute. Yin Jue chased him out, grabbed his sleeve, and stopped him from leaving. What did you mean by what you said just now? Seeing everyone's eyes, she immediately let go. Yin Ping walked over and slapped her in the face. Asshole. Father, why did you hit me? Yin Jue covered her face in disbelief. Shut up. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Yin Ping pointed at her nose and shouted. Lanner, did you hear everything? Pei Hongxiao looked a little flustered, and walked quickly to Yu Shulan and took her hand. It was her. She suddenly rushed over and hugged me. And he lowered his head in shame and anger. No way. Is it so ridiculous? You want to beat someone to death with one-sided words? Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched, and he turned to look at the other party. Yu Shulan was stunned and did not respond. Seeing her expression, Pei Hongxiao covered his heart, looking very hurt. So, you don't believe me? You actually doubt me? The old lady was afraid that her daughter would lose her mind, so she patted her hand. Lanner, there are many doubts about this matter. What's more, that is your sister-in-law's family, so we need to handle it with caution. Mother is right. Yu Shulan looked at Pei Hongxiao with hesitation. Pei Hongxiao grabbed her shoulders with both hands and shook her vigorously. Have you not seen my heart clearly in all these years? Yu Shulan shook her head. Of course I know. But Pei Hongxiao stretched out his index finger and pressed it against her lips to stop her from continuing. I also know that there is always a thorn in your heart. He looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression and sighed softly. But you are so beautiful. How can I, an ordinary person in this world, bear to hurt you and defile you? He took Yu Shulan's hand and looked at her affectionately. I know I am not worthy of you, but I don't ask for much. Just to watch you from afar, guard you, accompany you under the starry sky, watch the snow and the moon, chat with you about poetry and songs, talk about love and romance. These are the greatest gifts God has given me to me. Then he let go of Yu Shulan's hand, turned sideways, covered his face with his hands, and wailed in great pain. How dare I expect more? No, I won't let you belittle yourself like this. You are good. You are not wrong. Even if you are wrong, it is my fault. Yu Shulan was moved to tears, holding his hand and looking at him lovingly. It must be that I am not good enough, so you can't have worldly desires for me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yaoyao's eyes almost popped out. Oh my God! Help me! Help me! Who can come and save me? My eyes are going blind. My ears are going deaf. I really open my eyes. I really want to hear 3 sounds. Looking at the two people who hugged each other affectionately after confessing their feelings to each other, she wrinkled her face, covered her mouth, and felt nauseous. Is this world magical? Noticed the people who were trying not to laugh, and the eyes that watched the fun. Fortunately, most people were still normal. The imperial concubine turned her eyes away, unable to look directly at the two people. The old lady was so angry that she covered her chest and fell backwards, almost unable to breathe. Mother! The Yongyi Marquis and his wife supported her on each side. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the two people with trembling hands. Her lips trembled. What a sin! It's really embarrassing. After calming down, Yu Shuan walked to Yin Zhehui. With a look of don't try to break us up. He looked at her arrogantly. For the sake of my sister-in-law, I won't bother with you today. From now on, you are not allowed to appear in front of us again. Otherwise, be careful that I will be rude to you. I didn't. Yin Zhehui blushed with anger and refuted with gritted teeth. Many female relatives were watching and whispered, You actually seduced your elders? How shameless. Her mother turned out to be a concubine. I can only say that they are worthy of being mother and daughter. Even if Pei Diao and his wife were a little unreasonable. But seducing a married woman, and the other party is an elder. This is unforgivable. Facing the condemning and disdainful eyes of everyone, Yin Zhehui was ashamed and angry. Her lips trembled. And she trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence. In the end, she could only be dragged away by Yan Ping and Lu and left in disgrace. Listening to the sarcasm of everyone, Chu Yaoyao sighed. Pei Hanxiao and Wei Yuelong's plan was really vicious. A woman who was labeled as seducing an elder. No matter what she said in the future, everyone would think that she was asking for it, but couldn't get it. And she deliberately spread rumors because of love and hatred. In short, no one would believe her anymore. But what they didn't expect was that the person who eavesdropped was not Yin Zhehui at all. Before, Yin Zhehui had her own sisters kidnapped for her own selfish reasons, and had them defiled and ruined their reputation. Who would have thought that today? She would also be framed and her reputation would be ruined. Now it can be regarded as karma. Evil will be punished. Chu Yaoyao couldn't feel pity for her at all. System, it's really strange. Chu Yaoyao blinked. What? System, I found a secret. Little princess. Yin Jiying's voice brought her back to her senses. I want to go back too. Thinking of the news she just heard. Chu Yaoyao waved at her. Yin Jiying didn't understand, but still leaned over to listen. Chu Yaoyao mysteriously put her hand over her mouth and whispered something in her ear. Yin Jiying's pupils suddenly trembled. Really? Chapter 122. What did the mother see? Guaranteed. Chu Yaoyao nodded her head seriously. Her soft, chubby cheek shook with the movement. The system said it. It's true. Seeing her soft little appearance, Yin Jiying, who was originally filled with anger, was like a balloon that was released, and she deflated with a whoosh. She chuckled. Okay. Thank you, little princess, for telling me. I know what to do. After that, she respectfully performed a salute to the mother and daughter. I'll take my leave. Noticing her leaving, Zhou Huaichen also quietly left the gate of the Yonghe Marquis' mansion. On the other side, Yu Shuan always looked at Pei Hanxiao beside her affectionately. Chu Yaoyao first glanced at Wei Yulang in the crowd. I saw that the other party's jaw was tight, staring at the two people holding hands. Roar! He was anxious. The sight turned to Shi Xian again. The other party was glaring at the clenched hands with gritted teeth. Oh! She is also anxious. Chu Yaoyao clenched her little fists. Her little face flushed with excitement. And she looked like she was watching the fun. Fight! 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 Quick! Fight! Slap her mouth. Pull her hair. If you are a man, rush up. Then she looked at Shi Xian. This is related to your position in the hearts of your good sisters. You can't be timid at this time. Go! Scratch his face. Hearing this, the imperial concubine secretly supported her forehead and stretched out her hand to pinch her little face. You are everywhere. After so much trouble, I don't know what birthday gift Pei Daijiao prepared for the old lady. Do we have the honor to see it? The one who said this was naturally Madame Sun. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Before, the imperial concubine actually scolded her in public for that fool Yu Shuan. When she thought of this, she was very angry. She had seen it clearly just now. Pei Hanxiao was simply deceiving Yu Shuan, and he had no sincerity towards her. If a man is not sincere to his bedmate, how good can he be to the woman's family? This time, Yu Shuan must be humiliated to relieve her hatred. That's right. After she reminded her, Yu Shuan also remembered, and she turned around and ordered the servant. Hurry up and bring up the birthday gift prepared by the master. Then she looked at Pei Hanxiao and smiled happily and sweetly. As for Pei Hanxiao, his smile was very forced. Birthday gifts are just a pretext to lure everyone out. It's not that there are no gifts. But, seeing his expression, Madame Sun's eyes turned, and she looked at the two of them with a fake smile. It's so mysterious. I think Master Pei's birthday gift must be extremely precious. But it's a famous calligraphy and painting? Pei Hongxiao's mouth was pursed into a straight line. And he didn't answer. Is it a rare antique? Or a precious medicinal material? Pei Hongxiao still didn't speak. Madame Sun clapped her hands and said excitedly, Is it more precious than these? Then I am even more curious. Yu Shulan looked at her dissatisfied. You don't have to be so aggressive. What my husband prepared is naturally extremely precious. Hearing this, the imperial concubine's eyes were filled with some doubts and disapproval. Why is Shulan's character still the same as when she was a child? Still impatient. Madame Sun moved her eyes away lightly without saying anything. It wasn't because she was afraid of her, but because she was too lazy to argue with her. What's the point of arguing with a fool? At this time, the birthday gift was also brought, and 2 servants came over with a box half a person's height. Everyone gathered around curiously. Quick! Open it! Yu Shulan waved her hand and directed the servants. Seeing that the box was about to be opened, Pei Hongxiao stopped it. Wait! Facing the gazes of everyone, fine sweat oozed from his forehead, and he said dryly, Let's wait until the birthday banquet is over. But he was a step late to say this. Yu Shulan had already asked someone to open the box. There was silence at first, and then a sigh. Oh! This? I saw that what was placed in the box was actually a green pine and cypress. Madame Sun covered her lips and chuckled, saying meaningfully, This birthday gift is special. This? Yu Shulan subconsciously looked at Pei Hongxiao. The moment the box was opened, Pei Hongxiao's eyebrows jumped, and he secretly glared at Yu Shulan, who ruined his good deeds. But things have come to this point, and he noticed the eyes of everyone watching the fun. So he began to make up lies seriously. Mother, I planted this pine and cypress with my own hands and took good care of it, just to present it to you today. May you be as blessed and long-lived as this evergreen pine and cypress. The old lady stood with the support of her son and daughter-in-law, half closed her eyes, with a faint expression, and said nothing. On the contrary, Yu Shulan covered her mouth, and her eyes were shining with crystal tears. This was actually planted by my husband himself? Pei Hongxiao smiled at her perfunctorily. She ran to the old lady, took the old lady's hand, and shook it like a spoiled child. Mother, this is Hongxiao's gift. In my opinion, this pine and cypress is the most precious today. Old lady. Otherwise, she would have fainted directly. Marquis Yongyi and his wife. Guests, I am offended. However, Yu Shulan seemed not to notice the abnormality of the crowd. Royal concubine. Do you think I am right? Royal concubine. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's go. You are wrong. Why do you drag my mother into the water? Chu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and looked at her dissatisfiedly. Suddenly, she turned her big eyes, pointed at the pine and cypress, looked at Yu Shulan, and said in a baby voice, This color really suits you. Puff. Many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chu Yao looked at Pei, who was sweating profusely. With pride? That's right. I am your retribution. Suddenly, her feet left the ground. The imperial concubine held her. Yaoer said she missed her father. Let's go first. Chu Yaoyao kicked her feet and looked at her with confused eyes. When did I say that? The imperial concubine covered her mouth, nodded to everyone, and turned to leave. Everyone bowed and shouted, Farewell to the imperial concubine. Farewell to Her Royal Highness the Princess. After they left, Yu Shulan, who had not noticed anything wrong, took Sir Xian's arm. Sister Xian, tell me, was what I said just now right? Sir Xian smiled and nodded, with a little pampering in her tone. Yes, you are right. Everyone. In the carriage, Chu Yaoyao was swinging her feet in boredom. She touched her soft belly and smacked her lips with satisfaction. Although I didn't eat much meat, this melon really made me full. The imperial concubine was speechless and lifted the curtain to look outside casually. Well, out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, slapped the inner wall of the carriage frantically, and shouted to the outside, Stop! Then she jumped down hurriedly without waiting for the carriage to stabilize, leaving only one sentence. Take good care of the princess. After that, she ran to the place she had just seen. What happened? Chu Yaoyao stretched her neck to look outside. After a while, the imperial concubine came back in a daze. After returning to the carriage, she kept stroking the half-wooden bracelet. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao was a little worried. What did the mother see? Chapter 123. What secrets are there? Why are you looking at that half-bracelet again? Perhaps the voice brought the imperial concubine back to her senses. Or perhaps she thought of something. She put away the wooden bracelet and then gave an order to the outside. Put me down at the next intersection. And you can take the princess back to the palace. Chu Yaoyao grabbed her sleeve, her big eyes full of worry. Mother, where are you going? The imperial concubine patted her little head. Mother has something to discuss with your grandfather. Why should you avoid me? I want to go too. To see my grandfather. The imperial concubine forced a smile and helped her tidy up her frizzy braids. Next time. I'll take you there another day. As she spoke, the carriage stopped. The imperial concubine hurried to the Jinshi Marquis's mansion with a few guards. Chu Yaoyao sighed with her chin dragged. What secrets does mother hide? After coming back, I have been looking at the bracelet. Did I see my old lover just now? System. What's going on? System. I don't know. It's not mentioned in the book. What's the use of you? A man in black brocade stood at the corner of the street and witnessed everything. Owner. Why are you hiding? Let's go. Wan Ning turned around and prepared to leave. Han Liang looked at him. Go straight at this intersection. And turn another corner to reach the Jinshi Marquis mansion. You. I said. Go. Wan Ning shouted, hearing the anger in his tone. Han Liang had to shut up and follow. On the other side, after leaving the Yongyi Marquis mansion, Shushi was angry. Miss, the master is really too much. Not only did he not wait for you, but he didn't even leave a carriage. Yin Jing kept her head down, her face thoughtful. If what the little princess said is true, then, Miss, what's the matter? She suddenly came back to her senses. I said that there is no carriage, so you can only walk back. Yin Jing said indifferently. Then let's go. The master and servant walked on the bustling street. Suddenly, she stopped. Miss? Jushi also looked over. Two people approached. A girl was supporting a woman with dull eyes, suspected to be blind. The woman thanked. Thank you, little girl. The little girl smiled. You're welcome. I'm on my way. Madam, did you just say Yishatang? The woman nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Let's turn in from the alley in front and take the shortcut. Short road? Yin Jing looked into the corner and found a sneaky strong man looking around. Not good. The girl looked entangled. But I haven't walked that road. The woman suddenly raised her voice, as if she was deliberately speaking to someone. Don't worry. I always walk that road. Okay then. Seeing that the two were getting closer and closer, Yin Jing also moved. She walked forward quickly and bumped into the girl, and then heard a snap. Ah! She covered her mouth and exclaimed, My bracelet! What happened? The woman asked with her ear tilted. This? The girl was at a loss for a few moments, and then looked at Yin Jing. I'm sorry. Miss, I didn't mean it. Don't worry. I will definitely compensate you. As she said that, she took out her purse. I only have 20 taels in my hand. I'll give it all to you. Or you can leave your address, and I will come to apologize another day. No! The woman subconsciously stopped her. Those silvers are hers. Seeing her reaction so violently, the girl looked puzzled. Madam, you? Seemingly realizing that something was wrong, the woman spoke hesitantly. Little girl, didn't you say you would buy medicine for me? Oh, that's right. The girl took out a silver ingot and handed it over again. Then I'll return you 10 taels first. Yin Jing slapped her purse open. My bracelet was bought from Ye Guangfeng, and it's worth 300 taels. Who are you going to send with 10 taels of silver? Jushi looked a little stunned. The lady actually has such a fierce side? Speaking of which, since being summoned by the princess, the lady's temperament has changed a lot. To be precise, it is completely different from before. There was a lot of noise here, and many people gathered around. Sir, why is this Miss Yin? She is being unreasonable. Isn't she? The girl said she would definitely pay it back. But she still insisted on the street. Just wait and see. This matter is not that simple. The people who spoke were Zhou Huaichen and the servant of Zhou Mansion. Being surrounded by people, the girl was anxious and annoyed. Her cheeks flushed. My father is a member of the Ministry of Personnel, and my brother is a compiler of the Hanlin Academy. I will definitely not default on my debt. Yin Jing grabbed her and shouted loudly. It is natural to pay back debts. You don't have to scare me with your family background. You said your father and brother are high officials, and I said I know the princess. More and more people were watching. Seeing that things were not going well, The woman got out of the crowd and sneaked away. Auntie! The girl was a little anxious and wanted to chase after her. Yan Jing grabbed her. Don't be anxious. Then motioned her to look carefully. She actually. The girl widened her eyes slightly. She can see it. The next scene made her sweat instantly. A big and strong man walked out of the corner. The little girl looked pale. Her eyes were slightly red. And she looked at her and thanked her sincerely. With a little crying. Thank you. Otherwise, I would be miserable. Yan Jing smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome. Be careful in the future. Then she continued to move forward. Wait a minute. I haven't compensated you yet. Yan Jing turned around and smiled at her. It's a street stall product. Not worth much. Back to the Yin mansion. Yan Jing let Jushi go in first. Then she turned around. Mr. Zhou followed all the way. But is there something wrong? Zhou Huaichen raised his hand and touched his nose. Could he say that he was afraid that she would be retaliated by that gang? So he had been following behind to protect her secretly. What a coincidence. Miss Jing. Yan Jing glanced at the plaque at the door and smiled lightly without saying a word. Zhou Huaichen laughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. My grandmother likes to drink milk tea from the sweet house. I'll go buy some for her. But, Yan Jing pointed behind him. You walked past it. Zhou Huaichen's brain was working fast. Before leaving, my grandmother said she wanted to have some snacks. I'll go to Shibapa first. Yan Jing said seriously, I have made it very clear before. I know that Mr. Zhou is not satisfied with this marriage. But in my current situation, I really need such a marriage contract. In exchange, the shop under my name will give Mr. Zhou 10% of the profit every year. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I won't keep you too long. After that, she turned and walked into the gate. Looking at her back, Zhou Huaichen closed his fan and tapped his palm. Master, are we still going to Shibapu? The servant asked in a low voice. Zhou Huaichen raised his eyebrows slightly. Let's go back. On the other side, Chu Yaoyao just walked into the Qianghua Palace and saw Su Maowen walking around anxiously. Su General Manager? Su Maowen hurriedly greeted him. Oh, little princess. You are finally back. Why? Don't you see the imperial concubine? My mother has something to do. Chu Yaoyao replied. Then walked into the hall. Looking at someone who was sipping tea slowly. She curled her lips. You still have the leisure to drink tea here. My mother is going to fall in love with someone else. Puff. Emperor Qishuan sprayed out a mouthful of tea. What is falling in love with someone else? Who wants to fall in love with someone else? Chapter 124 Bad Dad. You're in trouble. Who is so? Cough cough cough. The Emperor Qishuan was choked and coughed non-stop. Your Majesty. Su Maowen ran in as soon as he heard the noise and hurried over to help him breathe. The Emperor Qishuan's face turned red from coughing. Aware of the suspicious eyes of a certain little guy, he put the teacup heavily on the table. Who brewed the tea? It's so hot. So that's how it is. I thought he was having a seizure again. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, climbed onto the chair with a hum, picked up the teapot with both hands and poured half a cup of tea, then shook it and let it dry. After a while, a cup appeared in the Emperor Qishuan's sight. Looking at the little guy holding the teacup with difficulty, his heart warmed. Thank you, our little princess. Chu Yaoyao waved her hand. You're welcome. Her little face suddenly became serious because she thought of a very serious problem. If my mother and that person rekindle their old love, who will I follow? Puff. Cough cough cough. The Emperor Qishuan choked again. Your Majesty. Su Maowen hurriedly poured another cup of tea, wondering in his heart. What happened today? Father, are you okay? As he spoke, Chu Yaoyao took small steps and moved a little further away. How unlucky is it to choke even when drinking water? I'd better stay away. The Emperor Qishuan. He drank a glass of water in great depression, and the itch in his throat was finally suppressed. He looked at a certain little guy with a fake smile, stood up and took a step, and picked up Yaoyao with his big hand. Humph. Want to hide? That's impossible. He shook her in his arms and estimated the weight. Well, it's about the same as before leaving the palace. It seems that he didn't eat meat secretly. Chu Yaoyao kicked his short legs in dissatisfaction. But her strength was just a tickle to Emperor Qishuan, and he could suppress it with one hand. Come! Tell your father if anything interesting happened today. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao laughed and stopped struggling. Today? It's fun. That's so interesting. Emperor Qishuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to ask some questions to see who was so bold as to dare to steal his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the Yongyi Marquis mansion is quite lively today. By the way, Zhou Huaichen chased her out before, and I don't know how they are now. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao smiled like an ant. Zhou Huaichen, the duplicity guy, actually refused to admit it. Unexpectedly, she has the potential to be a matchmaker. Emperor Qixuan looked at the little girl with a weird smile and confusion. What does it have to do with the kid from the Zhou family? Outside the palace? Yan mansion. As soon as she entered the yard, Yan Jing heard scolding and crying. Cry, cry, cry. All you know is to cry. You did such a shameless thing. How can you still cry? Her father's angry voice came into her ears. And Yan Jing curled her lips sarcastically. Her father was just like always, only believing what he heard and saw, and not giving others the slightest chance to explain. The same thing happened to Lu's mother and daughter, and she just felt extremely happy. Thinking of this, she simply stood outside Yan Zhihui's courtyard wall and continued to listen. In the room, Yan Zhihui wiped her tears and sobbed to defend herself. Father, I really didn't do those things. Then tell me, why did you appear there with Pei Hongxiao? Yan Zhihui's eyes were a little vague. She bribed the servant of the Marquis mansion to help keep an eye on Mr. Zhou. When she heard the servant say that Mr. Zhou was in the rockery, she rushed over happily. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. Here, tell me quickly. Did someone frame you and deliberately leave you there? Was it that dead girl Yan Jing? Lu looked at her anxiously. So anxious that she wished she could replace her brain and mouth with her. Hearing this, Yan Ping glared at her. Don't blame Jing for everything. Outside the courtyard, hearing their voices, Yan Jing sneered. And then her face was solemn. She was not surprised that Lu would say this. But her father, why would he defend himself in front of Lu's mother and daughter? Lu grabbed Yan Ping's sleeve. Master, Huir is devoted to Mr. Zhou. How could she like Pei Daijiao? Mr. Zhou? Yan Ping was furious when he mentioned this. He pushed Lu away and watched her fall to the ground and hit the stool with cold eyes. You still have the nerve to mention it? It was Jing who was originally engaged to the young master of the Zhou family. Today, this kind of thing happened again. Do you think the Taifu mansion will still look at you? Will you marry in? Yan Ping pointed at her nose and jumped up and cursed. Dream. It's just wishful thinking. From now on, you will stay in your own yard honestly and not step out of the yard. After saying that, Yan Ping turned around and strode away. Seeing this, Yan Zhihui felt cold in her heart. Is her father going to give up on her? No. Absolutely not. She rushed over and cried with tears in her eyes. Father, listen to my explanation. But she didn't even grab a corner of her clothes. Lu ran to her side, holding her head which was injured and still a little dazed, and helped her up. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Hearing this, Yan Jing, who was standing at the courtyard wall, was in a good mood. Sister, why are you here? Hearing the voice, Yan Ping, who had just walked out of the courtyard gate, looked over. Father. Yan Jing and her sister knelt down to salute. Yan Ping glanced in the direction of the eldest daughter's room, then turned back and looked at the two sisters. Why are you here? Seeing him so serious, Yan Jiqian held her sister's hand tightly. Yan Jing lowered her eyes, clenched slightly, silently comforted her, and then explained softly, such a big thing happened at home, and my daughter was worried. So she came back. You are thoughtful. Yan Ping nodded. Then he looked at her disapprovingly, with a reproachful tone in his tone. But no matter how big the family matter is, it is not bigger than the princess. You should spend more time with Her Royal Highness the Princess. As he said this, the confusion and suspicion in his eyes became even greater. I really didn't expect that this cowardly second daughter would win the favor of the little princess. Or was her original cowardice just pretending? Upon hearing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed across Yan Jing's eyes. No wonder her father would protect her. It turned out that he saw greater benefits in her, although she had already seen it clearly in her heart. She looked panicked. I didn't think so much. Father is right. It's true that my daughter didn't think it through. Hearing her timid and weak appearance as usual, Yan Ping dispelled his doubts in his heart. Maybe it was a coincidence. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little regretful. It would be great if Huir was valued by the princess. What Lu said was right. Even if they were siblings, they were not born from the same belly, so there would be some estrangement. Thinking of this, Yan Ping's eyes flickered slightly. The princess is about the same age as you are. When the princess summons you in the future, Take him with you. People of the same age will be more likely to play together. So this is the idea. The little playboy who was spoiled by Lou and thought about marrying a wife and concubines at the age of 8? Such a person is not worthy of appearing in front of the princess. Soon, she restrained her emotions, and when she raised her head, her eyes were full of admiration. My daughter has remembered it. Seeing this, Yen Ping nodded with satisfaction, and rarely smiled at the sisters. Looking at his back, Jixi looked up at her sister. Sister, this is the first time that father has been kind to us since mother left. Yen Jing touched her face. Is Cici happy? The little girl frowned for a long time before slowly shaking her head. I don't like it. My father's eyes are full of calculations. Jixi's eyes became wet, with tears in her eyes. Sister, is it wrong for me to say this? Am I very bad? Yen Jing wiped the tears from her eyes. No. In fact, sister doesn't like it either. Puff. Hearing this, Jixi burst into laughter. Qianghua Palace. You mean? Your mother was very excited after seeing someone. And she kept looking at the half-wooden bracelet? Chu Yaoyao nodded while eating snacks, looking at him with gloating. Scumbag father. You are miserable. Mother's old lover has appeared. Chapter 125. So that's it. So, Emperor Qishuan laughed and shook his head. So it was a misunderstanding. So this little guy thought that the bracelet was a token of love? Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao paused while biting the snack. What's going on? Can you still laugh? That's enough. I'm still busy. Have fun by yourself. With that, Emperor Qishuan stood up and walked out. Really? It's a waste of time. Chu Yaoyao was even more confused. You're not worried at all? She pouted. The emperor's heart is like a needle in the sea. That's right. System, your trading partner sent a call request. Do you accept it? It's Ruan Newell. Chu Yaoyao quickly stuffed the remaining 2.5 snacks in her hand into her mouth, then jumped off the chair and ran to the room. Princess, run slowly. She followed all the way and was finally locked outside the door. She patted the door anxiously. Princess, what's wrong with you? I'm sleepy and want to sleep. After Chu Yaoyao shouted, she put her little ear against the door. When she heard the footsteps getting farther and farther away, she felt relieved and clicked the call. In fact, with Asher's light skill level, if he really wanted to hide the footsteps, how could she hear them? It was just to cooperate with her. Little boss, I have good news for you. As soon as the video was connected, Ruan Nua's cheerful voice came. The mecha has been developed. There is a physical model, so it should be almost done. Right? That's not the case. Ruan Nua smiled embarrassedly. Although there is a physical object, the material aspect is also a big problem. She picked up the small box at hand and became excited again. It's this. The genetic modification liquid has been developed. And according to experiments, it can not only strengthen the body, but also stimulate potential. The most important thing is that after the batch of experimenters took it, several people had great breakthroughs in hearing, speed, smell, taste and strength. Chu Yaoyao was stunned. Isn't that equivalent to awakening superpowers? This is really fantasy, she said anxiously. Do you have any more? I want to buy some. This is a good thing. If Daki can build a core of superpowers, what is she afraid of the male and female protagonists? I am not afraid of another 100 pairs. There are not many at the moment. I only have one. If the little boss needs it, I will apply for more tomorrow. As he said, Ruan Nuo put the glass bottle in his hand on the display stand. Set the price of 1 point. Chu Yaoyao calculated in his mind. There is only one. According to Ruan Nua, there will not be too many for a long time. Then the question is, should I give this one to the weak prince brother first? Or wait until I get enough medicine and then give it to my family together? System, host. I must remind you. You should take a look at what is written on it first. Chu Yaoyao looked closely and saw that the small medicine bottle was written, genetic modification liquid, exclusive to host Chu Yaoyao. What does it mean? Can only use it myself? There is no such rule for the things traded before? System, there is an invisible rule in plane transactions. Items that are too far beyond the technological level of this plane can only be used by the host himself. Otherwise, wouldn't this world be magical? The rules of the plane wouldn't allow it. System, of course. The items won by lottery are not included. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao sighed with melancholy. Well, now I don't have to think about who to give it to first. Little boss, what's wrong with you? Facing Wan Nua's worried gaze, Chu Yaoyao forced a smile. Forget about the genetic modification fluid. I can't use it here. I'll give you some more weapons. Hearing this, Wan Nua was stunned for a while, but soon reacted and nodded. Okay. It's ready. Just as she put all the weapons on the display stand as she did the previous 2 times. A problem occurred. What's the situation, little boss? It shows here that the other side's plane has a low level of technology, and there is only one chance to sell weapons. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao immediately clicked to check. Sure enough, she saw a prompt with the same meaning. She was so angry that she laughed. System. Come out and explain it to me. System. For items that exceed the technological level of the plane, there are only 3 chances. For example, if someone in this world invents this thing, there will be no restrictions on future transactions. Chu Yaoyao wanted to go crazy. Do you think you are so noble? You are playing this trick of not having more than 3 chopsticks for a dish. System. The rules are set by the main system, and I am just the executor of the rules. System. If the host wants to buy weapons in large quantities, it is recommended to improve the technological level of this world. System. For example, make an explosive first? Chu Yaoyao reluctantly relayed the system's words to Wan Nua. It doesn't matter. I'll go to the project team tomorrow to see if I can use herbs to mix genetic modification fluid. After the 2 completed the last arms transaction, Chu Yaoyao collapsed back. System. Host. Don't be discouraged. Simple explosives are still easy to make. Chu Yaoyao sat up suddenly. That means my plan to use the medical cabin to treat the villain has failed? System. Yes. Chu Yaoyao snorted her hair twice and said angrily, let's draw a lottery. Detoxification pills and bad luck charms can be used. If you draw something like intermittent ointment, bone-setting pills, etc. After 2 10 draws, Chu Yaoyao fell into deep thought while looking at the talisman gift pack and the elixir gift pack. My luck is too good, isn't it? The system glanced at the luck value that only it could see and chose to shut up. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Is Yao in there? To answer your majesty. The princess said she wanted to sleep for a while. Chu Yaoyao quickly laid down and closed her eyes. I know. You go down first. The door creaked open. Chu Yaoyao pretended to have just woken up and rubbed her eyes with her hand. She looked in the direction of the voice, but because she walked in against the light, she couldn't see her mother's expression clearly. But perhaps because of the mother-daughter connection, she clearly felt her mother's sadness. Mother! You're back. The imperial concubine approached and hugged her. What's wrong with Mother? She stretched out her short little arms, patted Mother's back, and comforted her clumsily. Don't be sad. Mother! Yaoyao will accompany you. Hearing this soft tone, the imperial concubine felt that her heart was about to melt into a pool of water. She wiped her tears and rubbed Yaoyao's plump little forehead. Mother is fine. I just remembered the past and felt a little sad. She took out the half-wooden bracelet. Do you remember this? What is this for? Do you want to talk to me about your last relationship? Chu Yaoyao nodded, and her heart was excited. Oh my god! Can I listen to this for free? Hearing this, the imperial concubine's mouth twitched. Actually, you have an uncle. Chu Yaoyao was stunned. What? Chapter 126 Mistaken. What happened? Chu Yaoyao was stunned as she listened to her mother talking about the past. At the same time, in a courtyard at Chen Dong's residence, Jin Shu looked at the meat on the table that had been heated and changed several times, and advised, Master, it's late at night. Princess Chiyuan may not come. Shangwan Jin lowered his eyes and stroked the cat in his arms twice. I heard that today is the birthday banquet of the old lady of the Yongyi Marquis mansion. There are so many delicious foods at the banquet. I don't think she will come. Then he waved his hand. Remove these. What do you want to eat? Shangwan Jin turned the wheelchair and prepared to go back to the room, saying lightly, I'm not hungry. After Jin Shu pushed him back to the room, he returned to the original place and sighed heavily, then quickly put away the food. In Qianghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao blinked blankly, as if she hadn't reacted yet. Okay. She was wrong. It turns out that the bracelet is not from an old lover. My mother is not the youngest child of the Li family. She has a younger brother. 13 years ago, Daki and Sia were at war. My grandfather went to the battlefield, and my grandmother took her children back to her hometown to worship their ancestors. But someone leaked their whereabouts, and they were chased by Sia soldiers. At that time, my uncle and the second uncle went out to play and did not encounter the pursuers. My mother was knocked unconscious by my grandmother and hid in a dry well, which saved her life. But my grandmother and my 10-year-old uncle were captured by Sia. Later, it was said that they were killed by Sia soldiers. But their bodies were never found, and there was no news. The imperial concubine tightly grasped the half-bracelet. Today I saw a man on the street. His eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as my mother's. She became very excited. Among us, my younger brother is the most like my mother. That person must be him. No mistake. But why has he refused to go home all these years? The imperial concubine had tears in her eyes and tightly grasped Yao Yao's little shoulders, with fear and uneasiness on her face. Yao, tell me, why doesn't your uncle show up to recognize you? Seeing her in this state, Chu Yao Yao was a little worried. Mother, tell me, is Wanning blaming us? We blamed him for not finding him for so many years. Wait a minute. Wan Ming. Chu Yao Yao's eyes widened instantly. Frog fun. Isn't it such a coincidence? Could Wu Ming be your uncle? What? The imperial concubine felt a boom in her head. Has Yao already seen him? She subconsciously wanted to ask, but she opened her mouth and held back. She just stared at Yao Yao nervously and continued to listen. Chu Yao Yao frowned and scratched her little hand unintentionally. No wonder he liked me so much the first time we met. After hearing my name, his favorability went up a lot. And he was quite accommodating to me. And even said he would take me home. Good impression? Yes. Yao has the ability to distinguish good from evil. Just like when she found out that Xiao Yunxi was pretending to be Princess Mingyu. Why would a stranger who met for the first time be so caring to Yao? Unless. And his name is also Wan Ming. He is also called Wan Ming? Hearing this, the imperial concubine was basically certain. The man Yao was talking about must be her brother. She was so surprised and excited that she felt dizzy. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. By the way, the owner of Shadow Tower, Black Boss, turned out to be my uncle? This is too exciting. Chu Yao's face flushed with excitement. Shadow Tower? Isn't that a killer? Thinking of this, the imperial concubine covered her mouth. Her eyes gradually moistened, and tears fell silently. Wan Ming actually. He must have suffered a lot. I want to tell my mother about this as soon as possible. Mother. Chu Yao Yao scratched her head and pretended to try to recall. I met a man in Lanyu Pavilion. His name is also Wan Ming. The imperial concubine didn't have to hide her emotions now. She grabbed Yao Yao's shoulders and stared at her tightly as if to verify. What did you say? You met a man named Wan Ming before? What does he look like? How old does he look? Chu Yao Yao thought about it carefully, then sighed helplessly. I can't see clearly because he's wearing a mask. Very young. Estimated to be in his 20s. The imperial concubine stood up excitedly. It must be him. There is no mistake. It must be him. I will tell my father and brother this news. As she said that, she ran out. When she was leaving, she was stopped by Chuncher. Your Majesty, you just came back. Where are you going? Hurry up and prepare the carriage. I want to go back to the Marquis Mansion. Chuncher hurriedly grabbed her. Your Majesty, the palace gates are locked now. I can't get out at all. This reminded her, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right. Your Majesty, I am going to find your Majesty. In the imperial study, Ashur was reporting what he saw and heard today in the Marquis of Yongni's mansion. Puff. After hearing her words, Emperor Qishuan, who was drinking tea, was choked again and again. Ahem. Emperor Qishuan wiped the corner of his mouth casually, with a look of disbelief. What did you say? Pei Hongxiao and Wei Yiling. The two of them. Actually, he racked his brains and thought of a more euphemistic word. They actually have a private affair? Ashur's expression was also quite complicated. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. Emperor Qishuan took a long time to recover from the huge shock. When he thought of the relationship between the two, he subconsciously shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. It was within his expectation that Pei Hongxiao would inquire about explosives. After all, his name was on the list left by the Shadow Building. He also secretly sent people to inquire about Pei Hongxiao's identity, his hometown address, and his family members at home, all of which were fake. But Wei Yiling, was he involved? Was he used without knowing it? Or did he know Pei Hongxiao's identity and deliberately help him inquire about the news? And did his father, Wei Song, the Minister of Works, leak the secrets about colored glaze and weapons? Thinking of this, Emperor Qishuan gave an order in a deep voice. Send someone to keep an eye on the Pei and Wei families. If there is any abnormal situation, report it immediately. Yes. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. And Su Maoan whispered, Your Majesty, the imperial concubine wants to see you. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan gave Ashura a look. The other party quickly jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night in just a moment. Send. The imperial concubine hurried in. Your Majesty, I want to leave the palace. Seeing her eyes moist and red and swollen, the Emperor Qishuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up and walked over, holding her hand worriedly. Feeling the coldness of her hand, he felt even more distressed. Didn't you just come back from outside the palace? Why are you going out again? What happened? It's Wan Ming. I met him on the street today. Yaor also said that she met a man named Wan Ming in Lanyu Pavilion. The imperial concubine's face was mixed with joy and excitement. It must be him. It must be my brother. I want to tell my father this good news. As she said, her brows were furrowed, but her eyes were firm. He must have suffered a lot in the shadow building. We must take him home immediately. Hearing her words, Emperor Qishuan's eyes flickered slightly, and his face was thoughtful. The shadow building? So that's it. Then everything can be explained. Wanji, listen to me first. Emperor Qishuan interrupted. Seeing his serious expression, Li Wanji's excited heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. She pulled her hand back and took 2 steps back. Is the emperor afraid of Wan Ming's identity as a killer? She had a frank expression and said righteously, You can rest assured about this. Father taught us to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic since childhood. And Wan Ming was even more determined to be a great hero fighting on the battlefield at a young age. Even though he is now in the shadow building, I believe that he has never done anything to harm Daki. You misunderstood. Of course I don't mean that. Seeing the defensiveness and suspicion in her eyes, Emperor Qishian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and explained helplessly, I'm just afraid that you will go to recognize your relatives in a big way and ruin his plan. Hearing this, the imperial concubine's eyes were confused for a moment. What? Chapter 127 Big Injustice. Forgive my stupidity, Your Majesty. What does this mean? Emperor Qishuan pulled her to sit down, and then slowly told her about the shadow tower over the years. Late at night, there was silence outside the imperial study, and there were constant conversations inside, and exclamations from time to time. Qianghua Palace. Chu Yao Yao, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over and sat up in a daze. Did I forget something? The system glanced at the plot fragments in the space, and then looked at the dazed little host. System, no. Oh! Chu Yao Yao was completely relieved now, and laid down again. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. The system took another look at the luck value, and then went out to visit happily. My host has great luck, and I must show it off to my younger brothers. Outside the palace, in a courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing, Han Liang stood guard at the door, looking at the closed door, a little worried. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw Han Chi coming over with a few pieces of wood. The worry in the other person's eyes was also very strong. Han Liang looked at the wood and asked in a low voice, Which piece is this? The third piece. Han Chi looked at the closed door and sighed heavily. Didn't you meet the Li family today? Why is the host still in a bad mood? Han Liang shook his head and patted his shoulder. It's because of meeting them that I feel even worse. What do you mean? Han Chi scratched the back of his head and looked at him in confusion. Wood. A cold and slightly hoarse voice came from the room. Here. Han Chi responded and hurriedly walked in with the wood. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wan Ming sitting at the table, carefully carving something with a carving knife. The host. The wood is here. Hiss. Wan Ming was distracted, and the sharp carving knife scraped the wood carving and filed straight to his finger. Blood immediately flowed. Subordinates, go get the medicine. Han Chi ran out in a panic. No need. Wan Ming took out his handkerchief and wiped it casually. No need to guard. You guys go back and rest. Hearing this unquestionable tone, Han Chi lowered his head and replied respectfully, Yes. Taking away the handkerchief and looking at the cut on his finger that was still bleeding, Wan Ming had an idea. Dipped a little blood and dotted it on the eyes of the wood carving. A lifelike little rabbit. It was done. He stood up with the wood carving and opened the cabinet. But it was already filled with wood carvings. A variety of animals carved from wood. Wooden knives, wooden swords, and various small gadgets. but the most were wooden bracelets. His eyes stayed on the wooden bracelets for a moment. Then he closed the cabinet again and opened the cabinet next to it. In addition to the wood carvings, there was also a box. Opening the box, there were also little people carved from wood. Both men and women. No more. No less. Exactly 6. He put the little rabbit in and muttered to himself. One more is missing. After closing the box, he returned to the table and looked at the wood that Han Chi brought over. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line, and he looked a little disgusted. He decided to go find a piece of fine red sandalwood himself tomorrow. Looking at the dark night outside the window, he rubbed his eyebrows and sighed softly. I was still too impulsive today. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Han Liang hurriedly pushed the door open. Master, our people reported that several mysterious people appeared around Pei Mansion and Wei Mansion, and they seemed to be staring at these two families. Wan Ming nodded gently. Then let them withdraw. Don't conflict with each other. I understand. The next day, Qianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao sat in a special seat, sitting upright, waiting for food obediently. When 11 entered the door, he saw the little guy sitting in a chair seriously, his 2 short legs drooping and shaking unconsciously. She resisted the urge to rub it until the food was served. Chu Yaoyao looked around in confusion and finally realized that something was wrong. Where is the mother? These few days, although the food was different, the mother still ate lunch with her as usual, so that she could see but not eat. It was called to make her impressed. Why is she not here today? As he took out the food, Usher explained softly. The queen had something to do and went to the Marquis of Jinqi's mansion. Chu Yaoyao pouted and muttered in frustration. You didn't take me with you again. Too much. Seeing her like this, Usher shook his head gently, and then took out the last bowl of mincemeat porridge. Meat porridge. Chu Yaoyao's big eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with her mouth open. Seeing meat, she couldn't care about being angry. This is what the queen specifically ordered, saying that the little princess doesn't have to deliberately eat vegetarian food in the future. The meat ban has been lifted? Mother is so nice. Chu Yaoyao held the small bowl and shouted, then waved the small spoon and ate it mouthful by mouthful. Usher smiled. The imperial concubine still has a way. Chu Yaoyao was eating with her head down, and the voice of the system suddenly sounded. System, detected that the host's blood relatives have developed items that benefit the country and the people. Reward counterattack progress +3. Current progress 89. Reward points +15. Current balance 240. Chu Yaoyao paused. What? System, host forgot? It's cement. Yes. At this time, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Yaoyao, there is good news. Chu Yaoyao turned her little head to look over, with 2 grains of rice on the corners of her mouth. The prince saw the scene as soon as he came in. This slightly cute little look made his heart soften, and he raised his hand to help wipe it with a handkerchief. Then he pinched a handful of soft baby fat without hesitation. Facing the accusing eyes, he pinched the other side with a clear conscience, and then retracted his hand. Well, this is the benefit of helping to wipe the mouth. There is a good news. Yaoyao, do you want to know? Chu Yaoyao retracted his gaze with an indifferent look and continued to eat. It's just about cement. I already know it. The prince blinked. Yes. How could he forget about this? In this capital city, I am afraid that nothing can be hidden from this little guy. Let's go. Father asked you to go to the manufacturing warehouse to take a look. Chu Yaoyao continued to drink porridge slowly. If not, what's so good about cement? System, host. Don't forget about the explosives. Chu Yaoyao put down the spoon. That's right. This is more tricky. Thinking of this, she held a small bowl and accelerated her eating speed. Well, although it's urgent, we can't waste food. After a bowl of meat porridge, she rubbed her belly and waved at the 2 of them. Let's go. The prince stepped forward and picked her up. Let's go. Manufacturing warehouse. Emperor Qishuan and Chu Yu arrived before them. At this moment, they were looking at a square floor paved with cement. Emperor Qishuan raised his foot and walked back and forth a few times, feeling the flat and solid ground under his feet, and laughed heartily. Ha. Great. Someone come. Su Maowen stepped forward respectfully. The servant is here. Emperor Qishuan put one hand behind his back and waved his hand. Reward 1,000 taels of gold. And all ministers and craftsmen who participated in these projects will be rewarded according to their merits. As soon as these words came out, Officials and craftsmen knelt on the ground and shouted, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials looked at each other and were very excited. The emperor asked for confidentiality. The people who participated in these castings were all the same group of people, and at most only half 10,000 taels of silver. Even if divided equally, each person can get 200 taels. This is more than the annual salary of most of them present. As soon as Chu Yaoyao came in, she saw the scene of all kneeling on the ground. "What's going on?" Emperor Qishuan waved at them. "Come, Yaoyao. This is the Minister of Works, Wei Song." Wei Song cowed out again. "Greetings, Princess." Chu Yaoyao felt that he sounded familiar. Wei Song. "Ah, I remember. He is Wei Yuelong's uncle. He is the one who was cheated on and still helped others raise children." Chapter 128, I just don't want to give birth to you. Emperor Qixin. Aren't Wei Song and Wei Yulang foster father and son? Why did Yao Yao say they were uncle and nephew? Soap, glass, and today's cement were all made by Chu Yu and his gang of people from the Ministry of Industry. He wanted to use Yao Yao's voice to figure out whether these people had ulterior motives. Especially Wei Song, the adopted son, who had a relationship with the Murong family. Unexpectedly, he heard such a big secret. The two brothers were also confused, and looked at Wei Song in disbelief. So Madame Wei had an affair with Lord Wei's eldest brother, and gave birth to a child, and Lord Wei had to raise it. That's really a big injustice. And Wei Song, who was kneeling on the ground, keenly noticed the gazes falling on him. He suddenly tensed up, sweating profusely, and trembling. Is there something wrong with him today? Did he wear the wrong official uniform? Or did he wear the hat crookedly? Why are the emperor, the princes, and the princesses all looking at him? Chu Yaoyao retracted her gaze, and began to dig into the melons of this Lord Wei. Found it. Wei Song and his wife have been married for 3 years, but they still can't have a child. Doctors in and outside the capital have seen all of them, but the results are the same. Madame Wei has no problem at all. But he didn't believe it. On the one hand, he asked Madame Wei to take those folk prescriptions for childbirth and drink bitter medicine. And on the other hand, he took concubines one after another. After another 3 years, he didn't see a child, but he took 7 or 8 concubines. She raised her eyes and glanced at Wei Song quietly. Just to find an excuse for his philandering. She turned her thoughts back and continued to read. A few more mouths out of thin air made the already not very wealthy family stretch to the limit. Poverty made him stop thinking about taking concubines, and he began to wonder if there was something wrong with him. But because of the man's face, he refused to see a doctor. Chu Yaoyao pouted and shook her head gently. It was really a shame to save face. Later, he decided to secretly adopt a boy and pretend that he was born by a concubine. Emperor Qishuan nodded secretly. This matter was not a secret. The fact that Wei Yulang was not Wei Song's biological son was known to all the prominent families in the capital. In recent years, the ministers in the court often discussed this matter. Because of this matter, Wei Song was often discussed behind his back by ministers and aristocratic families. The Ministry of Works has a lot of work to do, and the adoption of children is entirely decided by his wife. Doesn't this give the family a chance to reunite? Chu Yaoyao glanced at Wei Song and pursed her lips to hold back her smile. But who would have thought that Wei Song's body was actually fine? He couldn't get pregnant because his wife would drink contraceptive soup every time she slept with him. Unexpected, right? She had already given birth to a son for your eldest brother. It's either that she can't give birth to a son, or that she doesn't want to give birth to a son for you. And those concubines, who drink a bowl of soup mixed with contraceptive medicine every day. It would be strange if they could get pregnant. Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth, her body trembling. The reason why she knew this was because the heroine accidentally saw Pei Hongxiao and Wei Yulang having an affair in the Yongyi Marquis' mansion. She was discovered by them when she left in a hurry, and then she was suppressed and targeted by the two families. Yu Shulan's love brain was instigated by Pei Hongxiao, and she begged her mother and brother to use the power of the entire Yongyi Marquis' mansion to target the Shi family. As for Wei Yulang, he not only took advantage of his position in the Hanlin Academy to make things difficult for Shi Jingjing's father, he also used his father, the Minister Wei, in front of him, to secretly communicate with Shi's father's boss and target Shi's father together. All these gossips and secrets were found by the male protagonist for Shi Jingjing. Later, she not only used these news to make the Wei family restless and the family broken up, he also exposed the collusion between Pei Hongxiao and the previous dynasty to his father. destroying the entire Yongyi Marquis mansion in one fell swoop. When I read this, I saw the heroine punching the scumbag man and the evil woman, and kicking the love brain man. She was very happy, and felt that her mammary glands were unblocked. Chu Yao's little eyes fell on her father. If you really count it, the Wei family's gossip was also caused by the scumbag father. Emperor Qixuan almost couldn't hold it back, and almost shouted directly, "How can everything be blamed on me? Why?" But Chu Yao thought about it again. At that time, his father had not yet ascended the throne. No. It should be blamed on Grandpa. Hearing this, Emperor Qixuan's anger subsided a little. Who ordered Wei Song to go south to build a dam on the 5th day of his wedding? This trip took more than a year. Who can bear this? Emperor Qixuan was completely relieved and nodded in agreement. Yes, it was indeed his father's fault. It's a pity that Lord Wei was honest and dedicated to his work all his life and loyal to Daki. But in the end, he was ruined by his bedmate and his brother's family of 3. And he was cuckolded every other day. Mrs. Wei would have 2 or 3 days a month, using the excuse of going to the temple to burn incense, to meet with his eldest brother in private. Chu Yao looked at the top of Wei Song's head. To sum it up, this green hat has been worn for more than 20 years on and off. Puff. Cough. Cough. Emperor Qixuan couldn't help it. Why? From what you said, you still complain that I haven't worn it for a short time? He looked at Wei Song with sympathy. Being kept in the dark for more than 20 years. Betrayed by the person next to you and your own brother. This is too miserable. He raised his hand slightly to the crowd. Everyone stand up. Thank you, Your Majesty. After all, he was diligent and loyal, and willing to work steadily. So Emperor Qixuan still wanted to give some advice. He looked at Wei Song. His tone was normal, as if chatting. Recently, is Wei Shilong's family okay? Being asked suddenly, Wei Song's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His body tensed, and subconsciously even breathed lighter. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I am fine. Emperor Qixuan gave another reminder. During this period, the burden of the Ministry of Works has indeed been heavier. But while you are diligent, don't forget to care about your family and children. Although this was said to all the ministers, he kept looking at Wei Song. You should be more careful. When these words came out, the ministers present had different expressions, but they were all equally panicked. Could it be that someone in the family had committed a crime? How big of a crime could it be that it was worth His Majesty's personal reminder? For a moment, many ministers' legs began to weaken, looking around and taking in everyone's expressions. Emperor Qixuan's eyes stopped on Wei Song again. Especially Minister Wei. I see that you don't look very well. I'll ask the imperial physician to take a look at you sometime in the next few days. Hearing this, Chu Yao nodded in agreement. Yes, the doctor he often went to see was bribed by his wife. It's time to find a reliable doctor to let him know that there is nothing wrong with his health. The other ministers looked at Wei Song secretly. What does the emperor mean? Why did he suddenly care about Minister Wei? It seems that the sky of the Ministry of Works is about to change, facing the envious and jealous eyes of his colleagues. Wei Song was very excited. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your sympathy. I can go to the doctor by myself and don't need to trouble the imperial physician. Seeing this, several people who knew about it held their foreheads. There is no hope. Leaving the manufacturing warehouse, the group came to the imperial study. Emperor Qixuan sat down with Yao Yao in his arms and looked at the prince. Chu Yu has recently been preparing for the southward movement. The cement matter will be left to you. The prince stood up and accepted the order. Your son obeys your order. Suddenly, his eyebrows were slightly twisted. There was a little sadness on his face. It's just that this process is a bit complicated, and the output is also very small. In my opinion, it's better to mix some sand and pebbles in it. Chu Yao looked up suddenly. Great. My brother. You are smart. Is this the brain that can draw inferences from one example? Even concrete can be thought of. This hardness is much higher than pure cement. The father and his sons were shocked. Especially the prince. He just thought that cement was not easy to make, so he would save as much as possible. He didn't expect to get such a reward. Emperor Qixuan immediately made a decision. You make sense? Then do it. Then, his face became solemn. I got the news that Pei Hanshao was secretly investigating the bomb. Hearing this, the expressions of the two brothers became serious. The prince secretly clenched his fist. I didn't expect that the news would leak out despite all the precautions. It seems that more people will be sent to protect Yao Yao in the future. The father and his sons looked at the little kid worriedly. The baby they were watching covered his mouth, his face yellow from holding back his anger. Why are you talking about this again? Damn it. The memory of the dead Lerdu is attacking me again. The only one who knew about it among the 3 fathers and sons. Emperor Qishuan coughed lightly and remained silent. 2 brothers? So what did you hear? Chapter 129. Why did you deduct my points? What secrets did the father and Yao Yao hide from them? The 2 brothers looked at their father in confusion. Emperor Qishuan pretended not to see it, shifted his gaze, and fell on Yao Yao. Don't ask. It's hard to ask. He, looking at the little guy with a trembling body and a weird smile. The father and his 2 sons. Well, they don't have to worry about this. Emperor Qishuan turned his head away. Out of sight. Out of mind. I will be uneasy as long as the Murong family is not eliminated. This is an opportunity. Hearing this, the prince lowered his eyes and thought, and looked up after a moment. Father, what do you mean? You meant to lure him out? Chuyi was a little worried. But will this work? Pei Hongshao has been hiding for so long. Will he take this risk with cement alone? The prince nodded slightly. Second brother is right. Let alone cement. Even if we add glass, I'm afraid it won't be enough to attract him. The next moment, he said meaningfully, but what if it's a bomb? But we don't have any bombs. The prince shrugged. As long as they don't know we don't have any. Isn't it okay? Emperor Qishuan nodded in appreciation. Not bad. Then he looked at the little guy beside him. It would be great if there was a formula for the bomb. Finally got to the point. Chu Yaoyao restrained her smile, stood up from the chair, and raised her little hand high. I know. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. According to the proportion, you can make gunpowder. The pupils of the father and son trembled. Emperor Qishuan's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Yao Yao, are you talking about the formula of explosives? Chu Yaoyao nodded her head. Yeah. On the other side, after finishing the busy days and getting the reward, Wei Song returned home refreshed and happy. Father, you are back. Seeing him enter the main hall, Wei Yulang walked to the teapot. After serving the tea, he stood aside. During this period, you always go out early and come back late, working day and night. It's rare that you come back early today. But the errand has been completed? Wei Song had just taken 2 sips of tea. When he heard what he said, he immediately put the teacup down heavily, raised his eyelids and glanced at him, with an extremely serious tone. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do you need me to teach you this rule again? Seeing this, Wei Yulang had to bow his head and admit his mistake. Father taught me that I know my mistake. At this time, Mrs. Wei, who had returned from the temple to burn incense, walked in slowly. Seeing that the expressions of the 2 were not right, she adjusted her bun. What's going on? I heard you guys quarreling as soon as I entered the door. Wei Yulang bowed slightly to her. Mother. Wei Song stood up and walked over. Madam is back? Seeing that she was rosy-cheeked and in a good mood after going out, Wei Song also had a smile in his eyes. It seems that it's good to go to worship Buddha. You might as well take Yin Yang and the others with you next time. They stay in the backyard all day and look unhappy. Hearing this, Wei Yulang glanced at him inconspicuously, and the expression on his face. Well, it's hard to describe. If they want to go, they can go by themselves. I won't take them. Madame Wei refused without thinking. Are you kidding? With so many people, how can she meet Dao Long? If you don't want to bring them, then don't bring them. It was just a casual mention. Not a big deal. And Wei Song didn't want to upset her, so he just went along with her. Madame Wei looked around the 2 of them with a slightly inquiring gaze. What happened just now? Wei Yulang lowered his head. It was the child who was too talkative. Seeing that my father had been going out early and coming back late these days, I wanted to ask him what he was busy with, and forgot the rules for a moment. Hearing her son's aggrieved tone, Madame Wei was unhappy and her face sank immediately. Master, this is not right. Langer is also concerned about you. Otherwise, who would want to listen to your Ministry of Industry's little things? At the end, she whispered, isn't it just cement? It's water and mud. So dirty. Wei Yulang on the side took this voice into his ears, with some doubts in his eyes. What is cement? It's not a new weapon. Hearing this, Wei Song, who was unwilling to argue with her, immediately slammed the table and stood up. How do you know this? Mrs. Wei was frightened by his sudden anger, but Wei Song's forbearance and concession over the years also made her bolder. She pointed directly at Wei Song's nose and said loudly, "Don't talk as if I want to know so much. It's because you often talk in your sleep at night. Always submit." Submit? Mrs. Wei looked crazy. "I'm so annoyed by the noise." "Shut up." Wei Song wanted to block her mouth directly. His eyes were wide open, as if he hadn't lost his temper for many years. And once he got angry, his momentum was a little scary. "Don't mention this matter again in the future." Seeing his posture, Mrs. Wei was also a little scared. She moved her lips and spoke. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares?" Wei Song looked at Wei Yulang on the side again. "Don't worry, Father. I will never reveal a word to anyone. Your Majesty has issued an order." A loud shout suddenly came. The Wei family went to the courtyard and knelt down to receive the order. Su Maowen asked the eunuch to hand the tray to Wei Song. "Master Wei, please stand up. In addition to the reward, the Emperor has another order." Hearing this, Wei Song handed the tray to Wei Yulang, then hurriedly stood up and led Su Maowen to a secluded place. Kneeling on the spot, Wei Yulang lowered his eyes to the ground, hiding the deep thoughts in his eyes. "Langer, come! Get up quickly." Mrs. Wei took the tray, handed it to the housekeeper beside her, and then helped her son up. She also helped to pat the dust off the hem of his clothes. Su Maowen first looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice. "Sir Wei, the Emperor said that we should give you this envelope and ask you to keep it well. Starting tomorrow, organize people to do what is written on it." Hearing this, Wei Song knelt on the ground respectfully and took the envelope with both hands. "I obey your order." The mission was completed. Su Maowen came in a hurry and left quickly. Looking at the envelope, Wei Song was very excited. He didn't care much about rewards. The most important thing was that the Emperor bypassed Minister Song and directly gave him such an important task. What does this mean? It means that His Majesty trusts him. Thinking of this, Wei Song's blood boiled, and he carefully put the envelope close to his body. He must not live up to His Majesty's trust. Wei Yulang walked up to him and saw only a corner of the envelope. He felt a little regretful, and then asked casually, "Father, but the Emperor has another mission for you?" Wei Song glanced at him. "Did you forget the rules again?" Wei Yulang bowed to him with a cheerful look on his face. "I'm just happy for you. I heard that His Majesty often bypassed Minister Song and gave you the mission recently. I dare to guess that the Emperor wants to use you." Hearing his words, Wei Song's heart was hot. If that's the case, then, no, I can't keep thinking about it. Thunder and rain are all the grace of the Emperor. The Emperor's move must have a deep meaning, which is not something that they, the ministers, can guess. He took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and his tone became serious. "You are getting more and more daring to guess the Emperor's intentions." Wei Yulang lowered his head quickly. "Father, calm down. I dare not." "Humph." Wei Song snorted heavily, then stopped talking and walked straight to the study. The Imperial Palace. After coming out of the Imperial study, the prince went to work on cement. "Yao Yao, my second brother is back first. I will play with you another day." After that, Chu Yu also left in a hurry. Chu Yao Yao strolled in the Imperial garden boldly, and opened the system panel to check the balance as usual. Suddenly, she stopped and stared at the panel, her face unusually serious. "What's going on? Why did the progress go backwards? Why did you deduct my points?" Chapter 130. Do you want to stand up again? The original counterattack progress of 89 was reduced to 88. 5 points for 1 point of progress. And the task was regressed. And 10 points were deducted. What's going on? The system was also confused and checked quickly. "System, I found it." It was Shi Jingjing. She helped the male protagonist to come up with movable type printing. "I'm dizzy. It seems that the heroine's halo is still there." Chu Yao Yao slapped her forehead fiercely. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Ashur quickly squatted down and grabbed her hand, looking at the little forehead that was slapped red, and rubbed it distressfully. Chu Yao Yao took her hand down, and then waved her little hand. "Let's go to Qindong's office." Finding faults with the protagonist, who can be more professional than the villain, Ashur hesitated. "But the second prince probably doesn't have time to accompany you." "It's not for my second brother." Ashur was about to pick her up when he suddenly thought of what happened that day and immediately advised, "Princess, the queen has lifted your punishment, so you don't have to go to the hostage of Sia to eat meat anymore. Right? It's not for this." Chu Yao Yao was embarrassed and annoyed, stamping her feet anxiously and looking at her angrily. Am I such a greedy person in your eyes? Seeing her angry look, I sure had to carry her to Qingdong. Chu Yaoyao was carried by her, and came to the yard where Shang Wenjin lived. He was feeding the cat. The air was filled with the smell of spiced duck. Seeing this familiar scene, and smelling this smell, Chu Yaoyao awkwardly scratched the soles of her shoes with her toes. Last time she was indeed a bit too much. Hey, Princess Chiyuan, how come you have time to come today? Noticing the two of them, Jinshu was a little weird. Jinshu, don't be rude. Shang Wenjin wiped his hands with a wet towel, turned around and told him, go to the imperial kitchen and get another 5 spiced duck. No need. Chu Yaoyao hurriedly stopped them. Noticing their doubtful and suspicious eyes, she smiled awkwardly and lowered her head. My mother agreed. I eat meat. So, no need to bother. Hearing her words, Shang Wenjin's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. But in almost a breath, he smiled as usual. Then I wonder why Princess Chiyuan came here today. Chu Yaoyao patted Asher's shoulder, motioning her to put him down, and then walked to his side with her calves. She looked up, staring at him with big dark eyes, so clear that he could see his own shadow in her pupils. After that, he heard the childish words that brought endless hope and strength to people. This voice was deeply engraved in his memory, until many years later, when he sat on the throne that symbolized power and loneliness. It was still as clear as yesterday. Do you want to stand up again? I want to in my dreams. Late at night, in the quiet courtyard of Wei Mansion, there was a sudden creaking sound, and the study door was opened. A sneaky figure sneaked in. Wei Yulang began to search on the desk with the faint light of the fire. But he searched the entire desk, even the secret compartment, and didn't even see the shadow of the letter. He was so anxious that fine sweat broke out on his forehead. How could it be gone? Why not? He murmured unconsciously. What do you mean by no? What are you looking for? Ah! The voice startled him, and his body shook subconsciously, and then tensed up. The fire starter in his hand was also thrown out unconsciously. It went out. A candle was lit. Looking at the figure in the candlelight, Wei Yulang swallowed nervously. His Adam's apple rolled up and down with this movement, and his tone trembled a little. Father? Shouldn't you be in Mother's room tonight? Why are you in the study? Wei Song held the candle and looked at him. When he heard this, his face became even uglier. Aren't you afraid of talking in your sleep again? You can only sleep in the study. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why did you sneak into my study in the middle of the night? Wei Yulang's eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye at all. I can't sleep, so I thought you have some ancient books here, and I want to borrow them to read. Wei Song stared at him for a long time. It was so long that Wei Yulang was so nervous that his breathing became rapid, and the only sound in his ears was his own thumping heartbeat. Just when he was about to give up, Wei Song moved. He walked to the bookshelf, took out a box from the middle layer, took out the yellowed book inside, and handed it to him. Take it. Thank you, Father. Wei Yulang took it with both hands, thanked him, and hurriedly turned around and ran out the door. Wait a minute. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Stiffly, he slowly turned around and pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. Father, do you have any other instructions? Wei Song's tone was not very good, and he began to scold him. You are also a father now. Don't be so reckless as you are today. Why do you sneak into the study room like a thief in the middle of the night when you can't talk about something during the day? Father taught me a lesson. I've taken note of it and won't do it again. Seeing that he admitted his mistake with a good attitude, Wei Song nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go back. Hearing this, Wei Yulang felt as if he had been pardoned. He was relieved and ran out in a hurry with the ancient book in his arms. He hurried back to the room and met Sir Xian's slightly disdainful eyes as soon as he entered the door. The matter was not done, and he was almost discovered. He was already angry and couldn't suppress his anger at all. What do you mean? Sir Xian glanced at him faintly, then looked away lightly, without answering, and said to herself, Can you be more restrained in the future? Aren't you afraid that the Yongyi Marquis' mansion will cause trouble for you? Ha! Hearing this, Wei Yulang sneered and looked at her sarcastically. That's a nice thing to say. Are you afraid that your good sister will know the truth and break up with you? Come to think of it, don't you think it's ridiculous? When you asked me to take Pei Hanxiao to the brothel to find a young man, why didn't you think of the word Loki? Sir Xian was so angry that she was speechless for a moment. You, however, Wei Yulang didn't wait for her to continue. but walked to the soft couch with a quilt in his arms. Lying down, covering himself with a quilt, closing his eyes. The meaning was obvious. He didn't want to pay attention to her. Seeing this, Sure Xian glared at him, then pulled hard and heavily closed the curtain. On the other side, the study was quiet again. Wei Song took out the envelope that he kept close to him and put it close to the candle. It was written on it, "Send people to the stables. Pig pens and toilets to collect dirt and clods with white hard SHLS on the surface." After reading it carefully several times, he put away the envelope with a complicated expression. Go clean the stables and pig pens? Is this the so-called important task? Your Majesty, what exactly does this mean? Chapter 131 Standing Up. Chen Dongsuo. Shang Wanjin carefully observed the pill in his hand. The brown pill was only the size of a fingernail, and there were mysterious patterns on it. He remembered what happened during the day. She asked, "Do you want to stand up again?" On weekdays, people often asked this question. He always smiled and said nothing, avoiding the answer, because this question is really funny. How could he not want to stand up? But he thought, what's the use? If there is no meaning to the answer, then just don't say it. But today, for some reason, when he heard her ask, he subconsciously said what was in his heart. Maybe it was because Princess Chiyuan's tone was not mixed with any other emotions. It was just a question. No pity, no disdain, and no ridicule. It was just a simple question. Your Highness, you are still looking at this. Jinshu walked in with a basin of water, wrung out the wet towel, and handed it over. I guess Princess Chiyuan rubbed it when she was playing in the mud? You can coax her in person, but don't take it seriously. He shook his head and smiled. The little princess is actually like a little charlatan, and she can do magic tricks. Take out a ghost painting, tear it up and it disappears. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh. Your Highness, don't do that. Shang Wanjin put the pill in his mouth, raised his head and swallowed it. Jinshu hurried to his side, looked at him worriedly, and was anxious and incoherent. You? How did you really eat it? He was so anxious that he was a little crazy. This won't make people sick? I'll go ask the doctor. Shut up. Shang Wanjin shouted angrily, then looked at his legs in disbelief, raised his hand and clenched his fist, and hammered twice. I feel my legs numb. What? Jinshu was so surprised that he couldn't speak clearly. Shang Wanjin stared at his legs in ecstasy. The long-lost numbness and tingling almost made him burst into tears. Woo-woo! Jinshu cried with joy. He was so happy that he couldn't speak, and could only gesture with his hands. Great! Shang Wanjin moved his feet slightly. His feet hadn't moved for a long time, and they were a little soft and weak. But his feet could really move. Realizing this, his eyes turned red, and he rubbed his legs a few more times. Then he supported the chair with both hands, accumulated strength, and stood up. Jinshu's eyes moved up with him as he stood up. Seeing that he really stood up, his pupils trembled and his eyes widened. Your Highness, be careful. He hurried forward to support him. With his support, Shang Wanjin took a step forward. After this small step, Shang Wanjin pushed Jinshu's hand away, took a deep breath, and tried to walk forward by himself. At first, it was very slow and shaky, like a toddler, but each step was steady and faster than the last. He walked around the room several times, wishing he could finish all the roads he hadn't walked in these years. After a while, he calmed down and got back on the wheelchair. Don't mention this to anyone else, Jinshu said seriously. Don't worry, Your Highness. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly grabbed Shang Wanjin's arm. Looking panicked? The pill is real. So isn't the talisman real too? Shang Wanjin looked at the strange pattern on his left arm. He had tried it before, but it couldn't be wiped off no matter how hard he tried. Just like a birthmark he was born with. He whispered softly. Self-questioning talisman. The childish but cold and murderous voice sounded in his mind again. I'll help you get back on your feet. In return, you help me. With this talisman, if you want to hurt me and endanger Daki, you will explode and die. Recalling it, Jinshu had tried many ways, but none of them could be wiped off, and he was sweating profusely. Master, what should I do? Shang Wanjin pulled back his arm and put down his sleeves, looking indifferent and unconcerned. It doesn't matter, as long as I don't have any bad intentions. This thing won't hurt me. That was his benefactor. How could he harm her? Jin Shu was still worried. But, don't mention this anymore. Go prepare some hot water. This prince wants to take a bath. Also, pass the order down that our intelligence network should be restarted. Hearing this, Jin Shu was excited. Yes. In Qianghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao went to bed after hearing the news that the villain had taken the elixir. Well, everyone has their own expertise. The villain should be the one to cause trouble for the protagonists. The next day, Wei Song led a group of people to move between the stable, pigpen and toilet. After a busy and interesting day, he was exhausted and was about to go back home. He didn't want to step into the carriage when he heard someone calling him. Lord Wei, please stay. He turned around quickly. General Manager Su? Su Maowen walked to his side. His nose twitched slightly, and then silently stepped back a few steps. Seeing his actions, Wei Song looked embarrassed and took the initiative to step back 2 steps. The Emperor has ordered us to bring the Imperial Physician to help Lord Wei. Wei Song bowed in the direction of the palace and said loudly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Wei Song walked into the house in a daze, and it was already the second day. Mrs. Wei, humming a little tune, came towards him. Seeing his disheveled appearance, she fanned him with a handkerchief in disdain, and then covered her mouth and nose. Master, are you punished to clean the pigsty? As soon as he heard her voice, the words of Vong Yuanshou rang in Wei Song's mind. Lord Wei is in good health, although he has some minor illnesses caused by overwork. They will not affect his offspring. The wives and concubines in this mansion have doctors come to check their pulses every month. The doctor has never said anything abnormal about them. Now the Imperial Physician has also said that there is nothing wrong with his health. Then why can't they get pregnant? Someone in this mansion must have done something. Except for Chio in front of him. There is no one in this mansion who can do this. Why do you treat him like this? Over the years, he respected her, honored her, and even tolerated her because of guilt. What did he do wrong? Chio was so cruel that he wanted him to have no children or grandchildren. Thinking of this, he was filled with grief and anger, and trembled all over. He almost couldn't help asking directly. But he couldn't ask, because even if he did, she wouldn't admit it. The investigation must be conducted in secret. When the day comes when the investigation is clear, she must pay the price. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and uttered a few words through his teeth. Where are you going again? Mrs. Wei didn't notice anything wrong. She stood a little further away, but the handkerchief was always blocked on her nose, and her nasal tone was very heavy when she spoke. Going to the temple to burn incense. Hearing this, Wei Song looked at her suspiciously. Do you need to dress up so gorgeously to burn incense? Looking at Chio, he looked a little dazed. Thinking carefully, she seemed very happy every time she went to the temple over the years. Why is this? But the shock today was too great, and his mind was still very messy at the moment, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Wei Song frowned and looked at her. Didn't you go there the day before yesterday? Why do you have to go today? Hearing this, Mrs. Wei rolled her eyes. My lord, you had dinner yesterday, so don't you have to eat today? After saying that, she twisted her waist, hummed a little tune, and walked away. Father, you're back. Hearing the voice, Wei Song turned his head and looked over. His eyes fell on Wei Yuelang's face, and his eyes gradually became dull. At the beginning, Wei Yuelang was only 7 or 8 years old when he entered the Wei mansion. At that time, he saw that the child's eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to his, and he was very happy. He thought, this may be God's will. This child is destined to be with him. Even God wanted to help him cover up his lies and give him a decent life. But now think about it. Why would a completely unrelated person be so similar to him? Father. Seeing that he didn't respond, Wei Yuelang took a few steps forward. Father, is the job difficult? If you encounter difficulties, the child can also help. One is disgusted. The other is tempting. It's really ironic. He didn't come back all night, and his wife and children didn't even say a word of concern and worry. Chapter 132. It's so bad. Father, it's okay. I'm just too tired. Wei Song replied absent-mindedly, and then walked towards the study. Wei Yuelang stood there, frowning and thinking. After returning to the study, Wei Song walked to the desk absent-mindedly, wanting to write a divorce letter. In a trance, he knocked over the small backpack beside the table, and the scroll inside rolled all over the floor. Hey! He sighed heavily and squatted down to pick it up. Suddenly, a painting was not tied tightly, and was shaken open. What came into view was the portrait of his father when he was young. He was about to roll it up again, but suddenly his hand stopped and stared at the person on it. Like, too much like, Wei Yulang and his father when they were young. They are so much alike. This is definitely not a coincidence. He suddenly remembered that his eldest brother had stayed in the mansion for a period of time, and everyone said that among the two brothers, the eldest brother is the most like his father. Could it be? When he thought of this possibility, his mind suddenly boomed. He didn't care to pick up the scroll. He immediately opened the door and strode out. Father, where are you going? Wei Song stared at him, then turned his eyes away. Now whenever he saw this face, he would be furious. Why are you asking this? Wei Song's tone was cold. I just thought that you didn't have breakfast, and I was worried about your health. I have just asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Do you want some? Wei Song snorted coldly. No need. You don't need to be hypocritical. Watching his back as he left in a rage, Wei Yulang stood there for a long time, then took a deep look at the door of the study. In the palace, the imperial concubine was taking Yao Yao to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. After letting the other concubines leave, they were the only ones left. Come! 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 I haven't seen you for a few days. Let the Empress Dowager take a look. A few days ago, she was afraid that she would be soft-hearted, so she punished the little guy in order to cooperate with the emperor and the imperial concubine. But even the concubine's greetings were exempted. Chu Yaoyao grinned and ran over with a smile. Grandmother! Hey, the queen mother picked her up and held her in her arms. She rubbed the tender flesh on her cheek lovingly. Look! It's only been a few days since we last ate meat, and our Yaoyao's little face has become thinner. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao turned her head very cooperatively and offered the other side of her little face. That's right. This little look made the queen mother hug her and shout, sweetheart. Don't be willful again in the future. Chu Yaoyao nodded like pounding garlic, and her little look was so well behaved and rubbed. The queen mother couldn't help but rubbed her tender face again. At this time, the confidant Gu Ma came forward. Report to the queen mother. The Marquis of Pingyang requests an audience. Hearing this, the queen mother, who was originally smiling, instantly flattened her lips. She sighed softly and said in a light tone, Let him in. Marquis of Pingyang? Isn't that the youngest brother of the imperial grandmother? The fool marquis who is neither good at literature nor martial arts, but has high aspirations? Hearing this, the imperial concubine was shocked and her heart skipped a beat. Yaoer. She quickly spoke to stop her from thinking further. Seeing the queen mother's face getting uglier and uglier, she became even more panicked. You have something to do, so I will take Yaoer back first. Yes, you go back first. Yaoer stays. The queen mother rubbed Yaoer's little head. Hearing this, the imperial concubine was worried. But, okay, I need Yaoer's help. The queen mother glanced at her, with a little helplessness in her tone. She was indeed very angry, but not at Yao Yao. In her opinion, what could Yao Yao, a little kid, understand? She must have heard these things from the immortals. Her evaluation of Pingyang Ho must be the same as the immortals' evaluation of Pingyang Ho. How embarrassing. Okay, I'm awesome. I'll help. Chu Yaoyao raised her little chin proudly, patted her little chest, and responded loudly in a baby voice. The queen mother was amused and laughed, and her face changed from the seriousness and sadness just now. Seeing this, the imperial concubine knelt and saluted. I will take my leave. When she was leaving, Pingyang Ho approached. She bowed slightly. Greetings to Pingyang Ho. However, Pingyang Ho just snorted with disdain, not even giving her a glance. Looking at his back, Chunshur said indignantly, My lady, what does Pingyang Ho mean by this? He is a minister, and it's fine if he doesn't salute the imperial concubine, but he actually puts on such a high and mighty attitude, which is simply disrespectful to the inferiors. The imperial concubine gave her a look and stopped her from continuing. Pingyang Ho is the queen mother's brother and an elder. Besides, he has always had a problem with my father, so how can he be polite to me? She looked at the direction of the palace door and sighed softly, hoping that Yaoer would keep her mouth shut and not cause any trouble. Let's go! The master and servant left Xi'an Palace. On the other side, the palace maid led Pingyang Ho into the main hall. Greetings to the queen mother. The queen mother nodded slightly. Get up. Didn't you just come back? Why don't you take a rest? I have something important to discuss with the queen mother. Pingyang Ho looked up and saw Yao Yao beside the queen mother, and his old face drooped immediately. Please ask the Queen Mother to dismiss the attendants. The Queen Mother raised her eyelids and glanced at him lightly. Gu Yun is my confidant. What can't she know? Ping Yong-ho pointed at the little figure beside the Queen Mother and said loudly, I'm talking about her. Chu Yao's eyes widened. Me? You want to let me, a child, leave? Do you want to talk about something inappropriate for children? The Queen Mother touched her forehead and looked at her helplessly after hearing this. Chi Yuan is just a child. You are too suspicious. That's right. You have no ability. But you are jealous of others' ability. Humph. She's just a little girl. She'll just be a tool for marriage in the future. I don't even bother to care about her. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Shut up. Before she could speak, the Queen Mother couldn't help it. She slammed the table. Yaoyao is the Princess Chi Yuan appointed by the Emperor. She's my granddaughter. Your tone. Are you dissatisfied with the Emperor and me? The Queen Mother didn't say a word. Her face darkened. Do you still have the word rules in your eyes? Seeing this, Ping Yong-ho hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Queen Mother. Calm down. The Queen Mother ignored him. Just patted Yaoyao's little shoulder. You should apologize to Yaoyao. Hearing this, Ping Yong-ho glared at Yaoyao fiercely and gritted his teeth and said, Princess Chi Yuan, please forgive me. Chu Yaoyao curled her lips. I won't bother with you. People can't reason with idiots. Because no matter how much you say, it can't change the fact that they are full of. Talking to you is a pure waste of time. Her attitude made Ping Yong-ho feel choked up in his chest, unable to go up or down, and his face turned blue with anger. But Chu Yaoyao's face tightened instantly after seeing the news on the panel. She raised her little head and looked at the Queen Mother. Grandmother, Yaoyao can't figure it out. The Queen Mother rubbed her head and asked softly, What don't you understand? Father said that I have a title, which is the first rank. And she stretched out her chubby index finger and pointed at Ping Yong-ho. A second-rank official. According to the rules. Shouldn't you bow to me? What did you say? You want me to kneel down for you? Hearing this, Ping Yong-ho widened his eyes and pointed at himself in disbelief. Chu Yaoyao raised her chin as a matter of course. Yeah. I didn't want to argue with you. But you actually sent people to the sweet house to make trouble and wanted to steal my second brother's business. You usually help your son to rob women. Most importantly, you actually acted as a protective umbrella for the human traffickers of the previous dynasty. You are so bad. Chapter 133, Are there any dietary restrictions? What? Hearing this, the Queen Mother felt a boom in her head. The tender little voice beside her ear came intermittently. Every time she heard a sentence, her heart was lifted a little, and her anger increased a little. Finally, her heart was in her throat, and she couldn't hear anything, only a full of anger. It's so audacious. Does he know that the gang of human traffickers is related to the Murong family? How could he? How dare he? The Queen Mother drooped her eyelids, and the Buddhist beads in her hand turned faster and faster. The Emperor said more than once that Ping Yong-ho relied on his status as an elder to loudly contradict him in front of him, even in front of the civil and military officials. And he had no respect for the inferior. In his words, he was very dissatisfied with his behavior. Now, he actually colluded with the remnants of the previous dynasty. If this continues, won't Ping Yong-ho mansion and the entire Bai family be destroyed in his hands? No, absolutely not. The Queen Mother's old but sharp eyes swept over him, and her tone was filled with anger. It is indeed presumptuous. Marquis Ping Yong shuddered at this sound. As soon as he looked up, he met the Queen Mother's angry eyes, and immediately broke out in cold sweat and trembled. This dead girl is indeed the blood of the Li family, and is as annoying as that guy Li De. At such a young age, she has mastered the essence of eye drops. What will happen when she grows up? The Queen Mother took a deep breath and wanted to teach him a lesson, which was also a reminder for him not to forget the duties of respect and inferiority. Yaoyao is right. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Just follow the rules. Second sister? Marquis Ping Yong looked at her in disbelief. The Queen Mother was not moved at all, and slowly spoke with a cold tone. What? Didn't you hear it? Seeing her attitude that could not be refused, Marquis Ping Yong gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground unwillingly. See. Chu Yaoyao glanced at the favorability index on his head that was about to drip ink, then looked at him in a confused tone. With a surprised tone. I mean, it's okay to bow. Why are you kneeling down? I only said to bow. But I didn't ask you to kneel. You kneeled down yourself. Don't blame me in the future. Ping Yong-ho. Seeing that he looked ugly, Chu Yaoyao continued to shake his chubby hands, and continued to hurt his heart with a baby voice. We are all real relatives. Don't make a big deal about it. There's no need to kneel 3 times and count on 9 times. Right? Ping Yongho gritted his teeth and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Who is making a big deal about it? He first glanced at the Queen Mother, who didn't react at all. And he kowtowed 3 times in anger. See Princess Chiyuan. Then he looked up and looked at the Queen Mother, without saying anything, and didn't get up. Seeing that his forehead was red, Chu Yaoyao frowned. How cruel. Get up. If you kneel down again, you won't get any lucky money. But Ping Yongho seemed not to hear him, and continued to kneel. Seeing that he didn't move, Chu Yao blinked, looked at him, and then turned to the Queen Mother, who kept looking down. I'm talking to you. Why are you looking at the royal grandmother? She suddenly realized. At such an old age, he still uses the self-torture trick. How childish. Hearing this, the Queen Mother lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. Didn't you hear what the princess said? Ping Yongho clenched his fists and slowly stood up. Thank you, princess. He lowered his eyes to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. I didn't expect this stinky girl to be so favored. It's fine that the emperor gave her a title and a fiefdom. Even the Queen Mother wanted to support her. It seems that Mr. Chong is right. The Li family must not be kept. Why did you come here today? To be honest, I came here today for my disappointing son. Ping Yongho knelt on the ground again, and his words were full of pleading. Queen Mother, you must help Chair. He is your nephew. Upon hearing this name, the Queen Mother raised her hand with impatience. You get up first. What happened? The day before yesterday, Chair went to Tainwila and had an argument with the eldest son of the Marquis of Jinshi. Unexpectedly, Li Wanjing killed Chair and injured him. Chair is still in bed. Queen Mother, you must make a decision for him. Chu Yaoyao pulled her neck and yelled at him angrily. You are talking nonsense. It was obviously your son who smashed the store first. It was obviously your son who came to the door to make trouble and failed. So he smashed the store. The uncle was afraid of hurting the customers, so he had to stop him. Hearing this, the expression on Ping Yang Marquis's face froze for a moment. And then he looked at her sadly and continued to accuse. But it is true that Chair was beaten and seriously injured. Princess, are you saying this to favor the Li family? Chu Yaoyao was so angry that she was about to explode. I'm so angry. The villain complained first. Your son just lost 2 big teeth. How could he need to stay in bed? It's obvious that he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail people and stir up trouble. Queen Mother, Chair is your nephew. There is only one male in our Bai family. Now he is being bullied. The people behind him clearly don't take you and our Bai family seriously. You? Shut up. You lied. You confuse right and wrong. Chu Yaoyao was so angry that her face turned red, and she couldn't speak clearly. She only hated that she was too young now, and couldn't speak clearly because she was anxious. Ah! I'm so angry. System. I want to braise this shameless old man. Do you have any dietary taboos? System. No coriander and more green onions. Chu Yaoyao. Marquis Pingyang knelt on the ground again, looking like he had suffered a lot of grievances, and couldn't bear it anymore. I know that the Marquis of Jinshi has made many military achievements, and is a close minister of Daki. But they are also bullying too much. Will the Empress Dowager believe his words, and then have a problem with my grandfather's family? Don't do that. Chu Yao looked at the Queen Mother nervously. Her 2 little hands clenched together anxiously. Seeing her little look, the Queen Mother touched her full forehead soothingly, and then looked at the Marquis of Pingyang, who was kneeling on the ground wiping his tears. Since Si Che is injured, let the imperial physician take a look. If there is an injury, treat it as soon as possible to avoid any root of the disease. Chu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. That's right. Kidney deficiency is a serious disease. Treat it as soon as possible while you are young. Otherwise, your lineage will really be gone. Hearing this, the Queen Mother's eyelids twitched wildly. Her face became very ugly. Kidney deficiency? How old is Bai Si Che? Hearing the Queen Mother's words, the Marquis of Pingyang paused in wiping his tears, and his expression was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect the Queen Mother to say so. What does the Queen Mother mean? Shouldn't she be furious and punish the Li family? It has always been like this. Why today? Suddenly, he looked at Yao Yao fiercely. Is it because of her? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his eyes became resentful. She is really favored. That guy Lita really gave birth to a good daughter. Not only did she fascinate the emperor, but even the little girl born by her daughter could be favored by the emperor and the queen mother. She is really lucky. Such good luck. Why can't it belong to the Pingyang Marquis mansion? If Pingyang Marquis bowed his head and said, "Thank you for the grace of the queen mother. I have another request. Leonor has reached the age of marriage. She has always been devoted to your majesty. I dare to ask the queen mother to fulfill her infatuation." Ahem. Chu Yaoyao was choked by her saliva, and her big eyeballs almost fell out of her eyes. Are you kidding? I've seen people cheating their fathers, but I've never seen people cheating their daughters. Your daughter obviously likes the prince, but you actually want her to marry the father of her sweetheart. Chapter 134. It's a nice thought. You are such a fool. The queen mother looked at Yao Yao in surprise. Yu Lian actually likes the prince? That's absolutely impossible. There is a generation gap between them. Marquis Pingyang continued to talk to himself. If Leonor enters the harem, she could also serve you by your side. Right? After all, we are a family, and we can always be more appropriate than others, blah blah. After hearing this, a trace of sarcasm flashed across the queen mother's eyes. Humph. You think I am old and can't continue to protect the Pingyang Marquis mansion. So you want to let Yu Lian enter the palace while I can still speak in front of the emperor. Then help her get favor. And then have a favorite concubine. Or even to maintain the glory of the Pingyang Marquis mansion for decades to come. Right? Her brother really used her thoroughly. After his thoughts were exposed, the Pingyang Marquis simply admitted it openly. The queen mother is really as good as seeing through fire. As the saying goes, good things should not flow into outsiders' fields. Outsiders are outsiders after all. How could they really be on the same page with you? Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Who are you calling here? Just report my and my mother's ID numbers. The queen mother picked up the teacup, took a sip leisurely, and then said lightly, with Yu Lian's character and brain, are you sure that letting her enter the palace is a good thing for the Bai family? She is interested in the prince, so she must not be allowed to enter the palace. Hearing this, Pingyang Ho looked embarrassed. Although it was just a casual mention, he didn't expect this to really work. But why was the queen mother so straightforward and didn't give him any face? Thinking of this, he looked at the queen mother with a little resentment in his eyes. The queen mother saw this look. The last bit of tenderness and warmth in his heart for Pingyang Ho mansion also completely cooled down. Yo? Do you feel that the Empress Dowager didn't give you face, and you are resentful? Chu Yaoyao curled her lips in disdain. You have a big beard and are old, but you still don't understand life? You gave yourself face. The queen mother nodded secretly. She is several decades old, but she is not as clear as a child. Not to mention the emperor. Even I would not agree to this. If there is nothing else, please go back. Marquis Pingyang did not move, but continued, in this case, I have something to ask the queen mother for help. Chair has become more and more unbridled in recent years, and doesn't know how to restrain himself. I think it's because he has nothing to do all day and is idle. I dare to ask the queen mother to give me permission to let him participate in the glass business. Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists and looked at him angrily. You actually want to steal my second brother's business. Hearing this, the queen mother closed her eyes, and her tone was a little angry. The glass shop was given to the second prince by the emperor himself. And you want to have a piece of it? Marquis Pingyang cried and begged. Queen mother, I really have no choice. Chair is interested in the glass business now, and I am the only one who has it. Chu Yaoyao was almost laughed out of anger. How funny! A shop makes a fortune every day, from the dignitaries to the ordinary merchants and people in the capital. Who wouldn't be jealous of the glass business? Your son is special. He must get what he likes? The queen mother rubbed her forehead impatiently. I have said that the emperor has made a decision on this matter, and I have no say. Queen mother, shut up. After interrupting him, the queen mother looked outside the palace door. If there is nothing else, leave quickly. Marquis Pingyang still did not move. He looked willing to take a step back and used a negotiating tone. Since the business cannot be done, then find a position for chair in the Ministry of Works. Right? As he said this, he looked pleading. Queen mother, chair is your nephew. Don't you want to see him do something? Hearing this, the queen mother's face eased. After all, she watched Che grow up, and he is the only male in the Bai family's main branch. If experience can help him restrain his temper, it would be a good thing. She was about to nod, but Yao Yao beside her suddenly spoke. Don't you love your son very much? Why send him to the Ministry of Works? I've been there. It's so tiring. She wrinkled her face in disdain. Hearing this, the Queen Mother's eyes flickered slightly, and she began to doubt. Yes, with the degree of favor that the fourth brother has for Si Che, even if he wants to gain experience, the first choice must be the most leisurely Ministry of Rites, or the most powerful Ministry of Personnel. Why do you want to go to the Ministry of Works? This, as if he didn't expect her to ask suddenly. Ping Yang-ho was obviously stunned for a while, and then pulled out a slightly far-fetched excuse. Since it's an experience, then go to the hardest place. Seeing his abnormal demeanor, the Queen Mother was even more confused. Oh! Chu Yaoyao nodded, gave him a thumbs up, and said meaningfully, so that's the case? Then you really have good intentions. In fact, this is your purpose. What about sending your daughter to the palace, and wanting your son to do business are all preparations to elicit this request? The Empress Dowager has rejected your 3 requests in a row. It would be inappropriate to reject you again. The Ministry of Works is the hardest and most tiring place. Ordinary rich children avoid it. You love your son so much, but you still want to send him to the Ministry of Works? There must be a secret. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. She had more ideas. With the brain of the 4th child, he couldn't think of such a way to retreat and advance. Who is behind it? Suddenly, Chu Yaoyao suddenly realized. Is it for the bomb? Bomb? The Empress Dowager was shocked. The Emperor had mentioned this to her in a vague way. That was the secret weapon of Daki. At the time of the incident, Ping Yang-ho was not in the capital at all. How did he know? By the way, the Emperor also said that the remnants of the previous dynasty were also trying to find out about the bomb. Thinking about the human traffickers. Could it be that Ping Yang-ho really had an affair with Muro? Once this thought came up, it was out of control. If this is true, then the Bai family is finished. When she thought of this, the Queen Mother immediately slammed the table and pointed at him angrily. How dare you? The harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Are you planning to put me on the fire by making such a request? Do you think the censorate has not impeached enough? Seeing this, Ping Yang-ho quickly knelt on the ground. Queen Dowager, calm down. I have no such intention. The Queen Dowager straightened her clothes and sat down again. Her tone unquestionable. This matter is not negotiable. If Shurs wants to serve as an official in the court, he can only rely on his real talents and knowledge. Otherwise, even if you are not afraid of being gossiped, I am still afraid of being stabbed in the back. Hearing this, Ping Yang-ho looked at her in disbelief. Rejected again. Why? His eyes fell on Yao Yao, who was standing aside. It's her again. It's all her fault. The Queen Dowager had clearly shown signs of loosening up just now. It's all because of what she said. Why not? Ping Yang-ho stood up, looked at the Queen Dowager sitting at the top, and complained loudly. Why don't you agree with what I want to do? Chapter 135. It's still a scene of catching an adulterer? Because of her. Right? He stared at Yao Yao. Chu Yaoyao had no doubt that if they were not far away, next to the Queen Mother, he would probably want to strangle her to death. Is it because of what she said? Why do you love her so much? To the point that you let your brother kneel down to her just because of what she said, and even disregard the future of your nephew, because her grandfather holds the military power. Will he fight? But all this should have been his. All this honor should have belonged to the Bai family. Ping Yang-ho's eyes were red with jealousy, and his expression was a little ferocious. If not for the Queen Mother, who was still the queen at the time, asking him to hand over the military power, everything the Li family has obtained today should belong to him. He looked at the Queen Mother and then laughed at himself. I know you have always looked down on me, but don't forget that it was you who asked me to hand over the military power. He pointed at the Queen Mother, and his expression became crazy. You are the center of the Bai family. You will always owe me. The Queen Mother sighed with sadness in her eyes. So this is how you thought of me all these years? Grandmother. Chu Yaoyao worriedly grabbed her hand. Then he stared at him with his big round eyes and shouted at him. You? You are not very capable. But you think so beautifully? It is obviously you who are not good at literature and martial arts. How can the Emperor grandfather trust you to hand over the military power to you? It will be taken back sooner or later anyway. So it is better to hand it over voluntarily. At least you can win favor and take the opportunity to get some benefits. What's more, the Emperor grandfather was already wary of the powerful Bai family, and the military power was a time bomb, which might send the entire Bai family to the west at any time. Being ridiculed in public by a little kid. Ping Yang-ho couldn't bear it at all. You stinky girl. How dare you humiliate me? Today, I will help your father teach you a lesson. He walked forward and wanted to pull Yao Yao down to teach her a lesson. How dare you? The Queen Mother scolded him harshly. Facing Yao Yao's worried eyes, the Queen Mother smiled with relief and touched her face. Why can a little kid see clearly? But the fourth brother, who is over 50 years old, still doesn't understand? The reputation and status of the Bai family were won by his father and brother fighting on the battlefield. Does she want to hand over the military power? But the fourth brother is not that kind of material at all. Being a rich and idle marquis was the best choice she could think of at the time. Hearing this, the Queen Mother looked at Ping Yang Ho with an impatient look. Yao is right. Your ability and qualifications are mediocre. It is indeed not suitable to continue to be the patriarch of the Bai family. Second sister. What do you mean? Hearing this, Ping Yang Ho was obviously panicked. He stared at the Queen Mother closely, trying to find a hint of joking on her face. But the Queen Mother's expression was very serious. Strongly robbing women. Abducting women and children. Do you think you are doing it in secret? Do you think the Emperor and I don't know? Without saying a few words, the Queen Mother slammed her hand on the table. The bang 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 sound made Ping Yang Ho's head dizzy. The blood on his face faded, and he staggered back a few steps. He shook his head and murmured in disbelief. How could it be? How could you know? The Queen Mother snorted coldly, looking at him without a trace of warmth in her eyes. If you still don't repent, in order to prevent the whole family from being burdened by you, I can only kill my own relatives for the sake of justice. It is true that Ping Yang Ho is her younger brother, but in her heart, a half-brother is not as important as the Bai family. This made Chu Yaoyao excited. Wow! The royal grandmother is so domineering. Hearing the praise of her granddaughter, the Queen Mother, who was originally hesitant and worried, became more determined. She straightened her back unconsciously. That's right. It concerns the lives of the entire Bai family. And we can't be soft-hearted. System, host. There is a big melon. What melon? Whose melon? System, it's Wei Song's melon. He followed Madame Wei to the temple. Hee hee. Chu Yaoyao laughed out loud at an inappropriate time, and then quickly covered her mouth. She turned her big eyes around and found that no one was looking at her. So she put her hands down and coughed twice in a serious manner. Mrs. Wei actually went to burn incense again? That's frequent enough. Quick! Release the melon. After the points were deducted, the live broadcast room was opened, and the screen showed Qingshan Temple and Wei Song hiding at the temple gate. Wow! It's still a big drama of catching an adulterer. Hearing this, the Queen Mother secretly looked at her and was a little moved. Seeing someone panicking below, she looked even more impatient. She waved her hand casually. I'm tired. You go back. Come on. Send the Marquis out of the palace. Ping Yang Marquis struggled to explain. Queen Mother. I didn't. The Queen Mother looked away in disdain. Let's go. Hurry up. Don't delay me from eating melon with my good granddaughter. Chu Yaoyao blinked her eyes belatedly and looked at her. Is the royal grandmother tired? Then Yaoyao will go back first. As she said that, she moved her little butt. Her two short legs shook, found the right position, and wanted to jump down. The Queen Mother quickly embraced her. No hurry. Sit with the imperial grandmother for a while. How can she eat melons if she leaves? Do you want to eat milk cakes? The Queen Mother wiped her hands with a wet towel, then picked up a piece and fed it to her mouth. Chu Yaoyao subconsciously opened her mouth and took a bite. Her mouth was filled with rich milk fragrance, and her big eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you, Imperial Grandmother. She continued to watch the live broadcast with a snack in one hand and milk tea in the other. A middle-aged woman dressed up in fancy clothes, with a rosy face, and seemed to be in a good mood walked out of the screen. Wei Song hid quickly after seeing that person. He squatted in the bushes in the corner of the wall, staring at Chio's back. As soon as she left, another middle-aged man walked out. The man had some similarities with Wei Song's facial features, but perhaps Wei Song was busy with official duties, and was not good at taking care of himself. Compared to the man in front of him, Wei Song was just, well, a little swollen, with a few more wrinkles on his face, and a darker complexion. After seeing that man, Wei Song glared at him with gritted teeth, his face terribly gloomy. It was indeed him, this adulterous couple. How dare they do such a shameful thing under the Buddha? Anger kept attacking his reason, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. After a long time, he looked at the backs of the two people leaving, smiled strangely, and then went down the mountain. Chu Yaoyao widened her eyes. System, you deceived my feelings. What kind of gossip is this? Did he catch the adulterer for nothing? Why didn't he rush up and beat that person up? The queen mother beside him was very upset. It sounded interesting. What happened? Who went to catch the adulterer? Who was caught? Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and was speechless. She really admired this person's endurance. You can't even fight? No matter how angry she was. The scene ended here. On the other side, Wei Song returned to the study and walked to the soft couch to take a nap. Too many things happened in the past 2 days, and he almost couldn't control himself and rushed up to catch the adulterer on the spot. But he went too late. Didn't catch him. And he was the only one with no manpower. The eldest brother is good at martial arts. If they really fight, he will definitely suffer. If you want to make the adulterous couple infamous and discredited, you need to plan carefully. Not knowing what he thought of, he picked up the pillow and took out the envelope from his secret pocket. After checking it carefully, his face suddenly changed. Someone has touched this letter. Chapter 136. Eat your own melon again? Maybe it's a misunderstanding? To be on the safe side, Wei Song checked the letter paper and envelope again and again. But it's not an illusion. Although the folds are exactly the same as before. He had caught 2 grains of sand in it. Now there are none. Who is it? In Wei Song's mind, he subconsciously flashed the scene of Wei Yulang sneaking into the study that night. Wei Yulang. Yes. He often inquires about the news of the Ministry of Industry recently. Now he peeked at the secret letter again. What on earth is he going to do? Wei Song didn't even have time to wash up. He put away the envelope and hurried out the door. Father, where are you going? Sure Xian came over with the child in her arms. Seeing the mother and son, Wei Song tried to suppress his anger. Grandfather, the little boy, who was more than 3 years old, stretched out his little hands and rushed forward, wanting him to hold him. But as soon as he got close and smelled the smell on his body, his delicate facial features instantly twisted, and he covered his mouth and nose and began to yell. It stinks. I don't want you to hold me anymore. Wei Song awkwardly withdrew his hand after hearing this. The little guy in his arms kept making a fuss. Sure Xian frowned and patted him twice. Don't be rude to your grandfather. Wei Song didn't care much. I haven't finished my work yet. I have to go to the Ministry of Works. Sure Xian bowed his head and knelt. Father, take care. Imperial study. The prince was reporting the progress of sulfur and saltpeter. But for some reason, he was frowning and absent-minded while talking. Emperor Qishuan noticed this and asked with concern. Why are you so worried? What happened? The prince frowned. My great-grandmother is ill, and I am a little worried. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan was also a little anxious. Have you asked the imperial physician to take a look? At this point, the prince's brows became even more gloomy. I have just asked Dean Zhang, but there is no news yet. Emperor Qishuan immediately called Su Maowen and ordered, tell the imperial hospital to do its best to treat Madame Zhou. All the medicines and manpower can be used at will. Yes. Su Maowen hurried out after receiving the order. The prince forced a smile. Thank you, father. Emperor Qishuan felt more and more uneasy. Old Taifu Zhou and Madame Zhou were deeply in love. If the old lady had any mishap, the old Taifu would be extremely sad. In addition, he was old. If there was a chance for Daki, it would be a huge loss. Lord Wei, why are you here? Su Maowen had just run out not far when he saw Wei Song, who was in a mess. General Manager Su, I have something important to ask your majesty. Su Maowen hesitated and looked at the door of the imperial study. This? Let him in. A majestic voice came from inside. With permission, Wei Song hurried in. Su Maowen frowned and raised his hand to fan the air. This Lord Wei is really something. Why didn't he wash up before coming to see the emperor? Although he was grumbling in his heart, his steps were not slow at all. He still had a mission. On the other side, as soon as he entered the imperial study, Wei Song found that the emperor and the prince looked very unhappy. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that his majesty already knew about it? He immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. Your majesty, the method of making saltpeter has been leaked. It's all my fault. Please punish me. Your majesty. Seeing him crying and wiping tears, Emperor Qishuan rubbed his brows with a headache. Get up first. In fact, after Wei Yulang sent the letter away, the secret guard brought the news back. He did not arrest Wei Yulang. Firstly, to lure out the people of the Murong family, and secondly, to test Wei Song. Wei Song's initiative to ask for forgiveness did not disappoint him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the story. A few days ago, Yao Yao went to attend the birthday banquet of the Yongyi Marquis mansion. Because of playfulness, he mistakenly entered the Yu family ancestral hall and ran into cough. Emperor Qishuan suppressed his embarrassment, tried to numb his face, and continued. Wei Yulang and Pei Hanxiao were inside, doing something shameful. Prince? Wei Song. Puff. The prince sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing made Emperor Qishuan a little worried. Wouldn't it induce asthma? Father, did Yao Yao say this? She saw it with her own eyes? The prince coughed until his face was red. But he was still concerned about his sister's physical and mental health. Poor Yao Yao. She had to bear these shocks at such a young age. Emperor Qishuan naturally understood what he meant and curled his lips. I didn't see it, but I heard it. From what Usher said. She went there just for this scene. How could she be scared? While the father and son were talking, Wei Song's expression was dull, and he was always in a state of shock. Wei Yulang turned out to be a homosexual? What a shame! But then he thought, he is not his own son. What a retribution. That adulterous couple will also have this day. Thinking of this, he felt inexplicably relieved. But the next moment, he felt that it was not right. Wei Yulang was still his godson in name. It was still his face that was embarrassed. He felt that his heart was throbbing with pain. This shameless thing. Lord Wei. Wei Song. The prince's voice brought Wei Song back to his senses. He felt ashamed and embarrassed, and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His face turned red, blue, and white. Your Majesty, it's all my fault that I neglected to teach him on weekdays, and polluted the little princess' ears. I deserve to die. The son is not his own, and the wife is not his own. But he has to bear the cold eyes and punishment. Where can I go to make sense? It's really frustrating. Emperor Qishuan waved his hand indifferently. This is not a big deal. Ah? Wei Song was even more confused. Then why is your Majesty angry? I also got news that Pei Hanxiao has a close relationship with the Murong family. Hearing this, Wei Song felt a boom in his head. No wonder Wei Yulang has been secretly trying to find out the news of the Ministry of Works during this period of time. It turns out, the remnants of the previous dynasty? When Wei Song thought about his relationship with these words, he felt his eyes go dark, his legs go weak, and he couldn't stand up, and he fell to his knees. He was really going to be killed by the adulterous couple and their bastards. He banged his head on the ground and banged 3 times. Your Majesty, I know nothing about this. Get up. If I wanted to punish you for this, I wouldn't tell you. Hearing this, Wei Song raised his red forehead and stood up carefully. Emperor Qishuan said meaningfully, I told this because I need your cooperation. In Xi'an Palace, the sun had already set. The imperial concubine sent people to urge her several times before the Empress Dowager let Yao Yao leave. Remember to come and accompany the imperial grandmother tomorrow. Chu Yao Yao nodded her head vigorously. I will definitely come tomorrow. Declining the maid who wanted to help with the lantern, Chu Yao Yao walked towards the Qianghua Palace while rubbing her bulging belly. After a burp, she sighed. What a sweet burden. Do you know? Princess Qiyuan knows witchcraft. When passing by the imperial garden, she suddenly heard this sentence. Chu Yao Yao quickly grabbed Ah Shi, who wanted to come forward. What's going on? He ate his own melon again. A trace of cunning flashed in her big eyes, and she walked quietly along the sound. The 3 concubines seemed to be enjoying the cool in the pavilion, and were still discussing at this moment. The concubine wearing a hairpin on her head pulled the person who was talking. Princess Qiyuan is loved by the emperor and the queen mother. You can't say that. The concubine who spoke before continued. The emperor already favors the imperial concubine, so it's reasonable to love the concubine. But the queen mother has never liked the imperial concubine, and she has never liked the little princess before. But she suddenly changed her temperament and loved her like a sweetheart. And she looked at the imperial concubine differently because of this. Isn't this strange? As soon as she said this, the concubine holding a round fan next to her also looked thoughtful. Moreover, those who go against the little princess and the imperial concubine have no good end. Do you remember concubine Zhao? As soon as this name came out, the 3 hugged themselves at the same time, and got goosebumps all over their bodies. That's too miserable. Chu Yao Yao walked behind the 3 people, holding a flashlight in one hand, with her thumb on the switch, and hesitated to press it. The other hand went to grab the concubine who said she knew witchcraft. Ha ha. The man smiled and dodged. Hey, don't tickle me. The other 2 looked at their hands, both with horror. We didn't. We didn't touch you. Then, who is it? The three of them were stiff, sweating. Suddenly there was a click sound, and the three of them twisted their stiff necks at the same time and turned their heads to look over. I saw Chu Yaoyao holding the flashlight on her chest, her chin slightly lowered, her eyes looking up, a weird smile on the corner of her mouth. And she said in a faint voice, I remember her too. Ah, there's a ghost. Chapter 137. The heart-wrenching version of Wait's song is online. Ah, help. The screams came one after another. The last three concubines rolled and crawled and ran away in panic. TSK. That's all. Come to block people in the middle of the night and call it witchcraft. I thought they were so bold. Yes. She seriously suspected that the three people just now were waiting here on purpose. Otherwise it would be too coincidental. Right, princess? How did you do it? Ashur looked at the small figure in front of him with admiration. I didn't do anything either. It's them who are guilty. Chu Yaoyao pouted and turned to look at her helplessly. Ashur immediately took a breath of cold air and took a step back quickly, looking scared. If it was really as the princess said, then she would also be guilty. Seeing her look of seeing a ghost, Chu Yaoyao looked down belatedly. Okay. I forgot to turn off the flashlight. There was another click sound, and she fell into darkness again. Ashur calmed down her mind and felt more and more that something was wrong just now. She looked at a corner obscurely. Princess, let's go back quickly. Chu Yaoyao glanced at the direction where the three disappeared, snorted, then stretched out her hand to shake the drooping hairband, raised her head, and said proudly, Let's go! When the two returned to Qinghua Palace, Chu Yaoyao was already lying on Ashur's shoulder and drowsy. After the imperial concubine and Chunshur helped her to wash up, they sent her back to the room. Ashur slowly talked about what happened just now. The imperial concubine lowered her eyes and looked at the small object in her hand that was the size of a palm and made of special materials. Chunshur once mentioned to her that Yaoer had an object in her hand that could illuminate without fire and was easy to carry. I think it was this object. Therefore, I think it is not a coincidence that the three concubines appeared there. After saying that, Ashur looked at her. However, I saw someone playing with a flashlight with clicks. Your Highness, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Hearing this voice, the imperial concubine coughed lightly and put away the flashlight seriously. Leave it to the emperor to decide. Although she was the imperial concubine, she could manage the affairs of the harem. But it was not her turn to manage the court officials. What do you need my help with? Emperor Qishuan strode into the palace. Ashur had no choice but to repeat the whole thing again. When Emperor Qishuan heard Yaoyao's weird and scary behavior, he shook his head and chuckled. That little guy is really smart. Then his face became serious and he called Su Maowen. Go report this to the Queen Mother. After receiving the order, Su Maowen hurried out. Qian Palace. Hearing Su Maowen's report, the Queen Mother opened her closed eyes. A cold light flashed, and she put down the Buddhist beads in her hand directly. I know. Go and tell him. If he finds out anything, tell him not to worry about me. After Su Maowen left, Gu Mama presented a cup of soothing tea. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was frowning, she comforted her softly. Relax, Empress Dowager. I think the Emperor won't be too embarrassed for your sake. Besides, you have done enough. The Empress Dowager took the teacup, took a sip, and then said sadly, I am not worried, but disappointed. Wei Mansion. After Wei Song returned to the mansion, he just walked to the main hall and saw Wei Yuelong's family of three and Qiu waiting for him. The master is back. Qiu quickly got up and walked to his side, wanting to reach out and pull him. But when she smelled his scent, her hand stopped in midair. Seeing this, Wei Song sneered in his heart. Didn't he look so disgusted during the day? Why is he pretending to be virtuous now? Qiu didn't know what she thought of, but she still smiled and continued to pull him. Wei Song stepped forward unnoticeably and avoided her hand. Seeing this, Qiu's smile froze and looked at him in confusion. What happened to Wei Song today? Doesn't he like me to be close to him on weekdays? I'm going to take a bath and change clothes. You guys eat first. Hearing this, Qiu's mouth was covered with a smug smile again. It turned out that he was afraid that I would dislike him. He was sensible, so I reluctantly let him stay overnight today. Then, she pinched her throat and smiled and replied, Okay. You go ahead. We'll wait for you to eat together. Half an hour later, Wei Song returned to the main hall. Master, Lilin is sleepy and wants to sleep, so let the nurse take him back. Lin Lin is the nickname of Wei Yuelong's son. Hearing this, Wei Song nodded indifferently, and then sat down to prepare for dinner. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he heard, "Father, I ran into my uncle on the street 2 days ago. I heard him say that the shop business seemed to be down." Wei Song put down his chopsticks and looked at him expressionlessly. "So what? There is not much money in the mansion. If you want to help him, you could only use the dowry of your wife and your mother." Wei Yulang lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. "My uncle mentioned that he wanted to sell glass. I thought that my father was familiar with the second prince, and maybe he could get through it?" After he said this, Xiao looked at him eagerly. Wei Song's expression was indifferent, but he was actually sneering in his heart. He said, why would Xiao wait for him to have dinner together? So it was for this. He pretended to think for a while. That's right. After all, they are brothers, and we can't just watch him lose everything. Yes. Xiao picked up the wine pot with a happy face and helped him pour wine. Wei Song finished drinking and thought for a while. How about this? The second prince is preparing to go south, and he is short of manpower. I can help introduce him. Almost the entire court knew about this matter, and it was not a secret. Go south? This is absolutely not possible. Upon hearing these two words, Xiao couldn't help but shout it out loudly. Her two shouts really made Wei Yulang sweat. Ahem. Wei Yulang coughed a few times and kept winking at her. Wei Song looked at her strangely. Why are you so excited? Facing his suspicious eyes. Xiao's eyes were erratic and her expression was a little flustered. She racked her brains to come up with an excuse. I was thinking that my eldest brother and his family have lived in the capital for decades. So how could they be willing to go to a place where they are unfamiliar with the place? Wei Song nodded in agreement. Well, you are right. Let's put this matter aside for now. It seemed that she had something to hide, so Xiao didn't dare to speak again. Seeing this, Wei Song picked up the chopsticks with satisfaction. And just as he was about to pick up the food, he heard, Father. Wei Yulang poured him another glass of wine. I see that you have hardly had time to rest for the past 2 days. But the job is very difficult. You must take care of yourself. Wei Song had to put down his chopsticks again and picked up the wine glass. He pretended to be very puzzled and had a headache, and sighed. The weapons that your majesty wants to make are simply unheard of by us, and we really don't know where to start. When he heard the word weapon, Wei Yulang was so excited that he choked on the wine. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Song looked at him helplessly, with a fatherly tone. You still have the nerve to tell me. You are really a kid. You should pay more attention to your health on weekdays. Otherwise, how can you pass on the family line? Then, he mentioned it casually. Speaking of which, Lin Lin is almost 4 years old. When are you going to give him another brother? Wei Song, I just want to ask. When can I eat this meal? Chapter 138. The troublemaker turned out to be. It's okay to have a sister. As he said this, Wei Song looked at Wei Yulang and his wife expectantly, as if he was willing to give birth to a child. Before he finished speaking, Wei Yulang started coughing violently again. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that he was coughing so hard, Xiao hurried over to him, patted him, and looked at him with a worried look. What's wrong? Why are you coughing so hard? As she said this, she looked at Sir Xian on the side with dissatisfaction, pointed at her and asked harshly, How do you take care of your husband? Although Sir Xian had complaints in her heart, she still stood up obediently, knelt down and admitted her fault, and spoke softly. Mother, calm down. It's all your daughter-in-law's fault. Of course it's your fault. Xiao seemed to have found an outlet to vent, pointing at her and cursing. Over the years, Langer has never taken a concubine, nor has he gone out to look for women. He has been devoted to you, and has always stayed in your room. But you have never been pregnant except Lin Lin. If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? Seeing her eyes that seemed to be looking at an enemy, Sir Xian was really speechless, and felt very aggrieved. She could only pull Wei Yulang next to her, glared at him fiercely, and signaled him to persuade her quickly. Wei Yulang drank several sips of tea, and finally stopped coughing. When she pulled him, his hand shook, and the remaining tea in the cup fell directly on the hem of his clothes. He frowned, and there was a little bit of anger between his eyebrows. This was given by him. He wiped it carefully with a handkerchief, and then looked at Xiao and helped Sir Xian speak. Mother, don't blame Xianer. Your mother is right. Wei Song suddenly frowned and interrupted him loudly. He stared at Sir Xian with his tiger eyes, and said sternly, Sir Xian, Our Wei family has never treated you badly over the years. But if you really can't have children anymore, for the sake of Yu Lang's offspring, we must help him take a concubine. That's right. Xiao nodded in agreement. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Seeing this, Sure Xian bowed her head and replied, the daughter-in-law has no objection. It's all up to my father and mother. She didn't care. Anyway, no matter how many women came in, the child would not be born. Xiao glanced at her, then snorted coldly. You know what's good for you. As soon as she sat down, Wei Yulang suddenly stood up and refused loudly. No. Why not? Xiao was frightened by his voice and jumped up directly. Seeing her son's angry expression, she pointed to Sure Xian on the side. What kind of magic potion did she give you to make you want her? Hearing this, Sure Xian pouted secretly. It's not me who gave your son magic potion. Xiao's eyes were slightly red, and her tone was a little aggrieved. I just want to have more grandchildren. Is it so difficult? Facing his mother's eager, puzzled and hurt eyes, Wei Yulang felt uncomfortable and could only use his usual excuses again. Mother, I have already made it clear that my current career is the most important thing. I just want to do my job well. How can I indulge in that kind of thing? As he said, he looked at Wei Song for help. Wei Song, why are you looking at me? I'm watching very enthusiastically. It turns out that there are so many fun things to do after staying out of the matter. The next moment, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have spoken up at this time in the past. Ahem. I am so annoyed. It turns out that I missed so many good shows in the past. He sighed depressedly and decided to speak up. Well, no matter what, it is a good thing that your son wants to make progress. Since he doesn't want to, the matter of taking a concubine will be discussed another day. Okay. Start eating, or the food will get cold. If you don't eat, I still want to eat. Thinking of this, he picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his mouth. This mouthful of rice was finally eaten. He glanced at the three people who were unusually silent, and felt that the food was even more delicious. It smells so good. After a meal, only Wei Song was satisfied with the meal, and the other three people at the table were chewing wax. After eating and drinking, Wei Song wiped the corners of his mouth casually, and then got up and walked out. You guys continue. I still have things to do. Xiao stood up and looked at him, pinching her throat and said, Master, I will leave the light on for you tonight. Hearing this, Wei Song felt a chill and goosebumps all over his body. Who asked you to leave the door open? I don't care. He turned his head and said casually, No need. I still have to write down the production steps and progress tonight, and I will definitely be busy until late. I will take a nap in the study. Looking at his back without any nostalgia, Xiao felt more and more uneasy for some reason. It was as if something had escaped her control. She looked at her son beside her and asked for confirmation. Lang, do you feel that your father is not right? Wei Yulang was still thinking about the weapon. Hearing this, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, then stood up and straightened his clothes. Father is busy with his work. You should be more understanding. Son, I'm done. I'll take my leave first. After that, he walked out of the main hall quickly and went to the bedroom. After the two left, Sure Xian picked up the chopsticks and prepared to continue eating. Her calm appearance made Xiao even more upset, and she slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table with a bang. You are still in the mood to eat? You are so careless. Sure Xian glanced at her while picking up the dishes. Mother, I am not careless. I just don't feel guilty. Perhaps Xiao was indeed guilty, and the listener took it seriously. Hearing her vague words, Xiao looked a little panicked, and her words were a little stuttering. What do you mean by this? Sure Xian smiled faintly and looked at her, and said meaningfully, My daughter-in-law means that the doctor comes to check my pulse every month. Isn't mother the one who knows best if I have any problems with my body? Hearing her say this, Xiao was immediately at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know whether to panic that her bribery of the doctor was discovered, or to worry about her son's health. Finally, she glared at Sure Xian fiercely, and then hurried away with a complicated expression, looking at her slightly flustered back. Sure Xian curled her lips and sneered, then put down the bowl and chopsticks, and looked at the leftovers on the table with disdain. Come on. Go stew a bowl of bird's nest. Yes. After giving the order, Sure Xian slowly returned to the room and waited. As soon as she entered the door, she met Wei Yuelong's angry eyes. Although he lowered his voice deliberately, his tone was still full of anger. Why did you agree to take a concubine just now? Sure Xian rolled her eyes impatiently, and then slammed the door shut. Don't say that, or I'll think you're deeply in love with me. You are simply unreasonable. Wei Yulang roared, took a deep breath to suppress his anger, and looked at her with gritted teeth. Don't forget the agreement between us. After that, he opened the door and walked away. The maid Xiaoming came in with the bird's nest, and saw that he looked ugly, and was a little worried. Miss, did you quarrel with your son-in-law? After putting down the tray, she sighed. You and your son-in-law have always had a good relationship. Why is it? As she said that, Xiaoming glanced at Sure Xian's belly obscurely. Why can't you get pregnant? The palace, Qin Dong's office. After listening to Jin Shu's report, Shang Wanjin shook his head and smiled, and sighed. After all, it's a child. Then, he lowered his eyes, and tapped the armrest of the wheelchair. After a long time, he slowly spoke. You mean, that object can illuminate without fire? Jin Shu nodded. Yes, but it's a night-shining pearl or something like that? Jin Shu shook his head slowly. Absolutely not. The light is very bright. The place it shines on is as bright as day. And there is a control switch. Shang Wanjin looked at the night outside the window and sighed. My little benefactor is really amazing. At the same time, Qianghua Palace. After listening to Su Maowen's report, Emperor Qishuan's face became serious. Han Jieyu? He frowned and thought for a long time, but still had no impression at all. Seeing this, the imperial concubine explained helplessly, it's the daughter of the governor of Luozhou. The governor of Luozhou? That doesn't mean. Is it really related to Pingyang Ho? Chapter 139. The imperial physician actually said that. Su Maowen looked up cautiously, and then continued. Today, when Pingyang Ho came out of Xi'an Palace, he did have a quick encounter with concubine Han. Emperor Qishuan's jaw tightened and his face became ugly. The wife of the governor of Luozhou was the Empress Dowager's biological sister and his aunt. The concubine Han, who was sent to the palace, was the concubine of the Han family. Emperor Qishuan clenched his fists tightly. His face was gloomy and a little scary, and his tone was a little disdainful. You are old, but you hold a grudge against a junior because he told the truth. You spread rumors and make trouble. You are narrow-minded and mean. Emperor Qishuan became more and more angry as he spoke. How old is he? Yao Yao is not even a fraction of his age. Why do you have to involve children in matters between adults? Seeing that he was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, the imperial concubine patted his hand soothingly. Your Majesty, calm down. Her face had returned to normal. It was something she had expected, and she had gotten over it. In fact, when she heard Ashur talk about this, she subconsciously thought that it was Pingyang Ho who was behind it. Sure enough. Su Maowen. Su Maowen stepped forward tremblingly. Your servant is here. Emperor Qishuan's tone was full of coldness. You go and pass on the order. Immediately demote Han to a commoner and send her to the Coal Palace. Also, let the censorate investigate Pingyang Ho's mansion. Emperor Qishuan's eyes were cold. In this palace, he spread rumors that his own daughter was a monster? Does Pingyang Ho still have him as an emperor in his eyes? If Pingyang Ho's mansion is really not clean, then don't blame him for not thinking about family affection. The next morning, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes and habitually swiped the system panel. Seeing the progress on it, the yawn that was about to come to her mouth was scared away. What's going on? It fell again? Seeing the counterattack progress of silence turning into 86 on the panel, Chu Yaoyao sat up. What is the reason this time? After a long time, the system spoke. System, it was Shi Jingjing, who helped the male protagonist create an image of a poet exiled to the mortal world with a few poems. Chu Yaoyao was so surprised that her mouth opened wide unconsciously. Is this the power of love? She doesn't plan to be a poet herself? She even gave up her reputation? System, I don't know about this, but the male protagonist has been in the limelight these days. Many students have come to Xia Capital in admiration of his reputation, hoping to get his guidance and his poems. I'm so annoyed. Chu Yaoyao scratched his head frantically. His hair, which was already a little messy from sleeping, turned into a mess. In a short period of time, it would definitely be too late to stop and destroy their plans. But we can't just wait. After waking up, he was deducted another 20 points. Who can bear this? The points I worked so hard to get were all deducted. What a pity. Looking at the remaining points, Chu Yaoyao had a bold idea. She swiped directly to the big turntable interface and stretched out her little finger to poke it. The system noticed her intention and quickly reminded her. System, wait a minute. The host can draw the lottery. But to be on the safe side, keep half of the points. Chu Yaoyao blinked in confusion with her messy hair. What do you mean? System, if the counterattack progress continues to regress, the host will be punished if the points are insufficient. Hearing this explanation, Chu Yaoyao was so angry that she lay back directly. And she waved her hand weakly. Destroy it. This task can't be done. Seeing her dejected look, the system was also anxious. System, host, don't be discouraged. We can find a way to earn points. As soon as it finished speaking, Chu Yaoyao's big eyes lit up, rolled around, and turned over on the bed. Yes. She clicked on the transaction interface, her big round eyes sparkling. For points, find Leah. But the other party's avatar was gray, indicating that the transaction could not be carried out at the moment. Chu Yaoyao exhaled heavily in frustration. The system didn't understand why the host subconsciously thought of Leah. Is it because she can't eat fruit? Why not find Wan Nu? If you really count, Wan Nu owes his host a lot. System, that. Otherwise find Wan Nu. That's right. Just as Chu Yaoyao was about to raise her hand, she heard her mother's voice from outside. Yao, are you awake? Then Asha replied. I just heard a noise inside. The door creaked open. She saw her mother approaching hurriedly. Yao, hurry up and pack up. We're going to Fengyi Palace to visit the queen. As she spoke, the imperial concubine and Chunshur helped her wash and change clothes. Chu Yaoyao was forced to raise her hands and legs, looking at the two confusedly. Queen, what's wrong? The imperial concubine sighed, with a little worry on her face. Last night, Madame Zhou suddenly fell into a coma. When the queen heard about it, she was too worried and fell ill with anger. Madame Lo? Chu Yaoyao pulled her soft hair. The wife of Grand Tutor Zhou? Yes. It was mentioned in the original text that after Madame Zhou died, Grand Tutor Zhou was too sad and died soon after. Hearing this, the imperial concubine's hands trembled violently as she helped her put on her clothes. Could it be that old Madame Zhou really couldn't bear it this time? Old Master Zhou has many students all over the world and is a literary master in Daki. He is the most respected person in the hearts of Daki's scholars and students. If he had any mishap, I'm afraid the whole Daki would be in a panic. While thinking, the mother and daughter came to Fengyi Palace. The concubines gathered here, and when they saw them, many concubines subconsciously shrank. It is estimated that they also heard the rumors last night. The imperial concubine's face turned cold, and she wanted to give them a warning. But Chu Yaoyao just snorted at them and dragged her mother inside. I won't argue with you. Several people went all the way into the queen's bedroom, and the imperial physician was taking her pulse. Emperor Qishuan was still attending court in Tian Hall, so he was not present. The prince was standing by, and when he saw them coming, he quickly turned his head, avoiding their sight, and raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eyes. Chu Yaoyao let go of her mother's hand and ran over. Brother Prince? Mother will definitely. It's okay. Yaoyao. Hearing her voice, the queen suddenly shouted, opened her eyes and sat up. Seeing Yaoyao's little figure, she struggled to get off the bed, staggered to Yaoyao's side in 2 steps. She tightly grasped Yaoyao's little shoulders. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her eyes were full of begging. Yaoyao, please beg the immortal to save my grandmother. Okay? Seeing her in such a state, the prince suppressed the grief in his heart, asked the others to retreat, and then helped her up. Mother, don't be like this. He looked sad. The imperial physician said that my great-grandmother is about to die. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao was slightly stunned. Did the imperial physician actually say that? But I remember that Madame Zhou died of poisoning. Chapter 140. It's her? What? The prince's eyes suddenly widened. Who poisoned his great-grandmother? Why didn't the imperial physician find out? Is there something wrong with the imperial physician? This is impossible. As soon as this thought came up, he was suppressed. Ordinary imperial physicians might have problems, but the one who said this was Ding Nong. What on earth is going on? But he didn't care to think about that at the moment. He squatted down and looked at Yaoyao with a tone full of pleading. Yaoyao, I always feel that my great-grandmother seems to be poisoned. Can you give me an antidote pill? Hearing this, the queen's red, swollen and dry eyes were instantly moistened. She covered her mouth and almost cried out. Is this true? Is there really hope for my grandmother? She didn't dare to ask aloud, but just clasped her hands tightly together and looked at Yaoyao nervously. Chu Yaoyao blinked in surprise. Awesome. My brother. Your sense is even better than our girl's sixth sense. She fumbled in the pink floral bag she was carrying for a while, then took out a candy-shaped object wrapped in oil paper and handed it to him. This? The prince looked at it in confusion, wondering if he had taken the wrong thing. Chu Yaoyao raised it in front of him again. It's the detoxification pill. The detoxification pill is still the same detoxification pill, but I wrapped it up for hygiene reasons. It should have been put in a small bottle. But when she thought of the bottle, she remembered the mutton fat white jade bottle that she had given away as a gift. Her heart ached. Oh, okay. The prince took the detoxification pill disguised as candy with a wooden expression. Well, this is very concealing. Putting away the detoxification pill, the prince stood up. Mother, I will go to the imperial tutor's mansion first. The queen nodded hurriedly. Okay. You go first. I will follow with the herbs. As she said that, she loudly ordered the palace servants to go to the private storehouse. Before leaving, the prince looked at the imperial concubine. My lady imperial concubine. I want to take Yaoyao with me. I wonder. Of course. Before he finished speaking, the imperial concubine spoke first and agreed. If the person who poisoned her can't be found, I'm afraid this matter will not end easily. But Yao is still young, and it's her first time riding a horse. I hope the prince will take care of her more. As she said that, she put her hand on Yao Yao's back and pushed her to the side of the prince. After the prince nodded seriously, he picked up Yao Yao and walked out quickly. Chu Yao Yao's face was full of excitement. Riding a horse? Seeing her excited expression, the prince seemed to be infected by her mood, and his tightly knitted eyebrows loosened a little. Yes, big brother will take you on a horseback ride. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her chubby little finger and touched his forehead, as if she wanted to help him smooth it out. Brother Crown Prince, don't worry. The old lady will definitely be fine. According to the novel, old lady Zhou suddenly vomited blood and died at midnight tonight. It would be too late to rush over now. Hearing this, Crown Prince Yao rubbed his head against her soft and tender fingertips, then lent us Yao Yao auspicious words. As they spoke, the brother and sister had already arrived at the palace gate, took the reins from the palace servant, and the crown prince hugged Yao Yao and jumped on the horse. Oh! Suddenly, Chu Yao Yao's sight was lifted up, and she opened her mouth excitedly and exclaimed. The brother and sister rode out of the palace gate and headed towards the direction of the Taifu mansion. The prince held Yao Yao's little body in one hand, held the reins with the other hand, and kicked the horse's belly lightly, and the red Fergana horse galloped on the street. Wow! Ha ha! Chu Yao Yao opened her arms and felt the breeze blowing in her face. The fresh morning wind made people feel very comfortable. She half closed her big eyes comfortably. Let us keep company in the world. But soon, this chic did not last long. Chu Yao Yao was uncomfortable and felt her stomach churning. Is she sick from the horse? Taifu mansion. The prince carried Yao Yao, who was a little dispirited because of the horse's sickness, into the old lady's bedroom. Great-grandmother. Hearing his voice, the old woman with silver hair, pale face, and sick face turned her head to look at him. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed twice. The prince is here. Noticing the little guy in his arms, the old lady waved at him. Could this be the little Princess Chiyuan? Hello, old lady. Chu Yao Yao grinned and waved her little paw at her. Okay. Thank you, princess, for visiting me. The wrinkles on the old lady's face deepened with laughter. The queen told him that this princess has the ability to reach the sky. It is also thanks to her that the prince is safe. The prince looked around the room with displeasure on his face. Great-grandmother. Why is there no one serving in the room? Where are the imperial doctors and maids? The old lady let out a long sigh. I asked the imperial doctors to go back. There are so many people here all the time. I feel stuffy in my chest just looking at them. The prince put Yao Yao down and took out the detoxification pill from his arms. Great-grandmother. I asked for this from a master. Try taking it. Hearing him say this, Chu Yao Yao lowered her head and grabbed the sole of her shoe with her toes. Master or something. So embarrassing. At this time, a woman who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old and wearing a pink dress came in with a medicine bowl. She was dressed gorgeously, with delicate makeup, a gilded hairpin in her hair, and gemstones and pearls dotted her temples. Old lady, it's time to take the medicine. The woman saw the brother and sister, put down the medicine bowl, and performed a salute. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chu Yao Yao pursed her lips and rubbed her chin with her little hand. feeling a little strange. She is dressed luxuriously. Definitely not a maid. But no matter who she is, a person who takes care of the sick, with such delicate makeup. Although this dress is beautiful, but the sleeves are so wide, and there is a hairpin on her head that is almost hanging down to her shoulders. Wearing this to take care of the patient. Don't you think it's inconvenient? It's really strange. Hearing this, the prince also looked over in confusion. It was indeed very strange. The old lady introduced, "This is Meng Yin, the granddaughter of my sister from my mother's family. Meng Yin. This is Princess Chiyuan." LV Meng Yin bowed to Yao Yao and said softly, "I, the commoner, pay my respects to the princess." It turned out to be her. Hearing this, the prince's eyebrows suddenly jumped. From the tone, Yao Yao seemed to know her? He felt uneasy. LV Meng Yin picked up the medicine bowl again, and she glanced at the candy in the prince's hand. "Old lady, drink the medicine before eating the candy." The prince had been waiting for Yao Yao to continue thinking, but there was no sound, and he was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. Now he heard Meng Yin talking about taking medicine, and he was even more afraid that there might be some problems. Thinking of this, his tone was a little anxious. "Great-grandmother, this pill is hard to come by. You should take it as soon as possible." This, Meng Yin looked at the thing wrapped in the candy paper and smiled. "Your Highness, are you joking? This is clearly candy." At this time, a voice came from outside the door. "Grandma, I brought Yan Jing to see you." Hearing this voice, Lu Mengyan turned her head sharply and looked at the door. The movement was so big that the hairpin hit her cheek. Chu Yao felt pain for her when she saw this scene. But Chu Yao also saw clearly that her eyes became sparkling after hearing this voice. This is interesting. Seeing the two people walk in one after another, the old lady smiled with relief. Especially when they saluted the prince and Yao Yao. The action was somewhat tacit. The old lady smiled from ear to ear and waved at the two. "Okay. Jing. Come here quickly." Yin Jing approached and bowed slightly. "Meet the old lady." Hearing this, the old lady scolded, "You called me the wrong name. You should call me Grandma." Then, she took her hand and said, "I've thought about it. Your wedding will be set in 3 days." Bang! Ah! Chapter 141. It's that sachet. Hearing the sound, several people looked over. Meng Yin looked panic-stricken, and at her feet was a broken medicine bowl, with the medicine inside spilled all over the floor. The old lady looked at her and asked with concern, "Are you not hurt?" Meng Yan's face was pale, as if she was still in shock. She shook her head. I'm fine." Seeing her expression, Chu Yao's eyes turned, and then pointed in the direction of Yan Jing and Zhou Huaichen, exclaiming innocently, "Wow, you two are so well matched." "Poochie." The old lady was amused by this. Cough, cough, cough. "Grandmother, great-grandmother." Several people hurried forward, and except Chu Yao, no one noticed the flash of resentment and murderous intent in Lu Mingyan's eyes. The old lady endured the itch in her throat and waved to the few people. "Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm not going to die yet." She looked at Zhou Huaichen and Yan Jing with a look of relief. "I still want to see my good grandson get married." This successfully made the two blush. "Huh? There's something going on with these two." Chu Yao, a veteran spectator, saw the signs at a glance. She put on an anti-smile on her face, and then made trouble again. She walked over and pushed Yan Jing to Zhou Huaichen. Then she looked around and finally nodded with satisfaction. "That's right." The old lady touched her little hand and said in a doting tone, "Look, our little princess and I are thinking the same thing." Chu Yao lowered her head and smiled shyly, looking at the favorability of someone in her peripheral vision that was constantly filled with black, and her mouth grinned even wider. Lu Mingyan gritted her teeth and stared at the two people standing together, clenching her fists tightly. Seeing her expression, Chu Yao continued to pierce her heart. "Ms. Mengyan, whether you are a couple or not, you also think that they are a good match." Hearing this, Zhou Huaichen and Yan Jing took a step to the side at the same time, far away from each other. After that, they coughed twice at the same time, looked around, and looked at everyone in the room. But they didn't look at each other. LV Mengyan was afraid that her emotions would be discovered, so she lowered her head and hurried out. I will go to boil the medicine again." After she left, the old lady sighed faintly. She was already a person buried in the earth up to her neck. What else could she not understand? She knew that Meng Yan liked Chinner, but not to mention that Chinner had already been engaged. The most important thing was that Chinner had no interest in her. Great-grandmother, please take this pill quickly. The prince handed over the detoxification pill again. Zhou Huaichen was a little skeptical. But the old lady took the pill and put it in her mouth very firmly. She believed in the prince. The three watched her take the pill, and then waited nervously aside. Chu Yaoyao was walking around, touching this and that. She focused on the medicine scattered on the ground, the incense burner and flower pot, and the tea set on the table. After checking everything, she found nothing. Nothing is wrong. What's going on? The novel only mentioned that the old lady was poisoned by her relatives, but it didn't say how it was done or where it was put. The imperial physician has been watching over the house these days, so the food must not be poisonous. And there is nothing wrong with this room. How did LV Mingyan poison her? On the other side, after LV Mingyan left the room, her face darkened instantly. She looked in the direction of the room with resentment, and then left quickly. But she did not go directly to the kitchen to boil the medicine, but returned to her own room first. In the room, the old lady took the detoxification pill, and in less than half a cup of tea, she was ready to go to the toilet. After Yan Jiying helped her out, the prince noticed Yao Yao's abnormality. What's wrong? Yao Yao, did you find something wrong? Chu Yao Yao touched her chin, and her delicate eyebrows were tightly twisted into a ball. It's so strange. Zhou Huaichen also came over. What's strange? Chu Yao Yao put her hands on her waist and looked around. I'm curious. Where was the poison put? Poison? Hearing this, Zhou Huaichen's pupils trembled, and he looked at her in disbelief. Isn't this impossible? The emperor sends a doctor to check grandpa and grandma's pulse every month. Grandma's meals and medicines have also been checked by the doctor in person these days. The prince looked at him with a serious expression. Uncle, do you know what medicine that was just now? Isn't it the magic medicine that saved your life before? He had vaguely heard his grandfather mention that the little princess took out the magic medicine to treat the prince. The prince's lips opened slightly. It's the detoxification pill. Grandma took the detoxification pill, and she is already well. Do you still doubt it? Zhou Huaichen clenched his fists. His joints cracked, and gritted his teeth and said, Who is it? Dare to poison grandma under their noses? Who else could it be? Lu Mengyan. Just now. Miss Mengyan. It was so strange. Chu Yaoyao looked up at him. For the sake of the prince brother, I still remind you. This, Zhou Huaichen, who was full of anger just now, became a little embarrassed when he heard this. And then he turned his head and looked out the door carefully, looking at the brother and sister. He whispered, Actually, she is interested in me, but I don't like her, and I have already made it clear to her. But she seems very stubborn. I think she was a little sad when she heard my grandmother talking about my wedding date, so she lost her composure. Chu Yaoyao. The prince put his hand on his forehead, so speechless, looking at a certain little girl with a pout and a look of disdain. Zhou Huaichen was afraid that she would say something in front of Yan Jiying, so he shook his head and waved his hands frantically, explaining loudly, Don't get me wrong. I really don't like her. The prince had a complicated expression. Uncle, have you ever thought that Lu Mengyan might be the one who poisoned her? What? What? Zhou Huaichen looked stunned. After all, my grandmother and her grandmother are sisters. Why did she do this? Chu Yaoyao raised her eyes and glanced at him faintly. Because of love. Because of jealousy. She likes you and wants to marry you, but you have no interest in her. So she begged the old lady. But the old lady did not agree, and repeatedly mentioned your engagement in front of her. So she can't get the love she wants, and hates you because of love. I'll catch her right now and ask her clearly, Zhou Huaichen said, striding out. And just as he went out, he saw his grandmother walking towards him. Grandma? Are you back? At this time, Lu Mengyan came over again with the medicine bowl. Seeing this, the hand holding the tray instantly increased its strength. Madam, why did you come out? As she spoke, she walked closer quickly, stuffed the tray into Yan Jiying's hand, and then helped the old lady walk in. The imperial physician said that you are weak and need to stay in bed to rest. As she approached, Chu Yaoyao felt a burning pain in her fingers, which was much stronger than any other time, and she cried out in pain. Hiss! Seeing her covering her fingers, the prince quickly squatted beside her to check. What's wrong? It's a purse. There are poison pills in the purse. It turns out that the poison was not directly injected, but made into a sachet. Through inhalation, the toxins accumulate in the body for a long time. slowly damaging the internal organs. It's really vicious. Chapter 142 Progress is back a little bit. Plus, the old lady is old, and there will always be problems with her organs. It is difficult for doctors to find the real reason. A purse filled with poison? The prince turned his head and looked over. As expected, there was a hollow sachet hanging on Lu Mingyan's waist. He gave Zhou Huaichen a subtle look, and the two of them moved closer to that side intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Yaoyao wanted to expose her directly, but Lu Mingyan was too close to the old lady, and she was still supporting the old lady. He glanced at the long hairpin. If she had the idea of fighting to the death, it would be bad. It doesn't matter. I will take action. It's time for me to appear again. Chu Yaoyao clenched her hands behind her back, and a pocket-sized electric baton appeared in her hand. Miss Mingyan, your sachet is so beautiful. As she spoke, she walked forward, looked at the sachet with eager eyes, and stretched out her hand. Can I take a look? When she mentioned the sachet, LV Mingyan's face showed panic, and she quickly covered it tightly with her skirt. This is just an ordinary sachet. Nothing special. If the little princess likes it, I will give you one later. Chu Yaoyao smiled. And in her heart, the kind that will die if you wear it? I want it. Seeing her walk over, the prince was very anxious. Yaoyao, you can't do this. It's too rude. Come back quickly. While saying this, he waved at her and winked at her, signaling her to come quickly. But Chu Yaoyao pouted her little mouth and directly grabbed it with a rogue and willful tone. I don't want it. I want it. You still don't let go now? As long as you let go of the old lady, I will knock you out. No. No. LV Mingyan protected the sachet with one hand and blocked her with the other. In this way, the old lady was let go. Right now, the prince and Zhou Huaichen seized this opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and one of them twisted her arm and grabbed her. One of them protected the old lady and Yaoyao and walked to the door. When they retreated to the door, Chu Yaoyao was confused. What's going on? Has the prince found out? Let me go. Why do you treat me like this? Can the prince bully people and arrest people for no reason? LV Mingyan struggled desperately. She looked at the old father at the door with tears in her eyes. Old lady, please save me. You said for no reason? After comforting his grandmother, Zhou Huaichen walked over and pulled down her sachet. Then this? LV Mingyan struggled hard twice, and her tone was urgent. Brother Chen, don't touch this. Zhou Huaichen ignored her, and after opening it, there were 2 red pills inside. The prince's eyes were gloomy, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Just now I just felt strange, but now I am sure. Then tell me, what is in this sachet? So that's it. Chu Yaoyao put aside her doubts. By the way, the prince brother is really observant. It's a pity that he didn't go to the Dali temple to solve the case. LV Mingyan's expression became more and more flustered. This is an ordinary hawthorn pill. Hearing this, Zhou Huaichen snorted coldly. Really? He put the 2 pills to Lu Mingyan's mouth, and his tone was extremely cold. Then you take one and let me see. Looking at the pills pushed to her mouth, Lu Mingyan's face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She quickly held her breath and hid back. She turned her head away. I remembered it wrongly. This is not a hawthorn pill. This is a special fragrant pill that cannot be eaten. Seeing this, what else does the old lady not understand? She closed her eyes heavily. Take her away. Hearing this, Lu Mingyan begged bitterly. No, old lady. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The old lady pointed at her. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she looked angry. Over the years, I have never treated you badly, and I have treated you like my granddaughter. But what about you? You actually poisoned me? Granddaughter? Hearing this, Lu Mingyan stopped pretending. She laughed sarcastically, with undisguised resentment and dissatisfaction in her eyes. Is your way of treating your granddaughter not to let her marry the person she loves as she wishes? Hearing this, Zhou Huaichen looked at her without a trace of warmth in his eyes. I have already made it clear to you that I don't like you. This has nothing to do with anyone. Even if you persuaded my grandmother to put pressure on me, I will not give in. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. LV Mingyan looked at him and shook her head frantically. I don't believe it. As long as I stay with you, you will always be moved by me. But she glared at the old lady with gritted teeth. But she wants to send me back and break us up. No, you're wrong. Zhou Huaichen said sternly. I always treat you as my sister, no matter how long it takes. I can't like you. After that, he turned his eyes away impatiently and stopped looking at her. LV was deeply hurt by his words and attitude. She struggled like crazy and looked towards the door. It must be her. Because that BXXXH is right? Zhou Huaichen looked in the direction of Yan Jing. Even if there was no her, it wouldn't be you. Because I met her. It won't be anyone else. Meeting his eyes, Yan Jing seemed to be burned and looked away in a panic. You're talking nonsense. LV Mingyin's expression became crazy. Excuses. All excuses. You just dislike my identity as a concubine. Looking at her face, that was twisted and horrible because of jealousy. The old lady turned her head away. And the last bit of affection in her heart was also exhausted. Take her away and lock her up first. After finding out the source of the poison, send her to the government. At this time, Grand Tutor Zhou and his children and grandchildren also rushed over with the servants. I don't want it. I've figured it out. Old lady. I'll go back. I can go back to the Lu family. Woo woo woo. Several servants took the person from the prince, blocked her mouth, and took her away. What a sin! I didn't expect that I would have a poisonous snake by my side all these years. The old lady's tone was sad. As she spoke, she suddenly fainted. Madam. Grandmother. Imperial physician. Go and get the imperial physician. At this time, the queen and the imperial concubine, who arrived a step late, hurried in with imperial physician Zhang. Seeing this scene, imperial physician Zhang's eyelids twitched. After taking the pulse, he replied respectfully, Your Highness. The old lady fainted due to anger. It's nothing serious. Relax and she will be fine after a while. Then, he suddenly frowned. It's really strange. Seeing him like this, old Master Zhou staggered and almost couldn't stand. His eyes were red. He stared at him, and his lips trembled. Could it be? Zhang Yuanshou's eyes fell to the corner. When he saw a small figure, he immediately understood. Don't worry, old master. The old lady is fine. Really? Old Master Zhou looked at him excitedly. Zhang Yuanshou nodded and said solemnly, Yes. The old lady's life is no longer in danger. That's great. Old Master Zhou's 2 sons and grandchildren hugged and cried. Very excited. The queen even cried while holding the prince. Seeing this, the imperial concubine held Yao Yao and walked out of the room. In this situation, it was not suitable for them to stay here. System detected that the host changed the fate of the key supporting role. Completed the special side quest, Save the Literary World. Reward counterattack progress +2. Current progress 88. Reward points x10. Points balance 200. I unexpectedly completed the task by accident. Looking at the progress that has increased a little, Chu Yaoyao is very happy. So happy? Noticing her mood, the imperial concubine rubbed her pink little face with her forehead. Ha ha. Chu Yaoyao was rubbed by the hair on her forehead and hid aside. System. Our progress is back. Are you happy too? System. Yes. Of course. Happy. Looking at the smiling little host, the system sighed in a rather anthropomorphic way. Although the host was a little stingy at the beginning and didn't upgrade it, often not doing his job and just eating melons. Loved to lie down and play badly. And complete the task depends on his family to fly. But it still likes this host. You can call it unmotivated or selfish. But it actually expects the progress to continue to drop. Once the task is completed, it will. Chapter 143, I probably have an incurable disease. In the pavilion, Chu Yaoyao sat on a chair, her 2 short legs drooping and shaking unconsciously, looking at the little guy whose eyebrows were flush with the edge of the table, but whose face was serious, and who tried to straighten his back. Yan Jing took a sip of tea and covered her raised mouth with the teacup. The little princess is so cute. So, your father has discovered Yan Jiwei's true identity? So fast? Yan Jing nodded. Father has divorced Lu and kicked the 3 of them out of the house. Of course, it wasn't her father who discovered it himself. She had spent a lot of time and effort. But these dirty tricks are not suitable for the little princess to hear. Chu Yaoyao felt a little regretful. I didn't get to eat this melon again. Suddenly, she didn't know what she thought of. She grinned and winked at Yan Jing. What's going on between you and Zhou Huaichen? We were friends who had been to a brothel together. But you kept it a secret from me. Hearing her ask this, Yan Jing's cheeks instantly flushed, and her eyes were erratic. What can happen between me and him? Then she hurriedly bowed. I still have to go to the shop to check the accounts. So I'll take my leave first. Seeing her fleeing figure, Chu Yaoyao smiled and raised her eyebrows. If there's nothing wrong, why are you blushing? Hee hee. It seems that she has added another couple to her CP. Yaor, have some snacks first. The imperial concubine came over with a freshly baked milk cake. Chu Yaoyao sniffed with her upturned little nose. And she could tell from the fragrance that the milk cake was made by her mother. She nodded her head obediently. Okay. The mother and daughter were eating snacks in the pavilion in the yard. And old Master Zhou suddenly came over. Just now, I heard from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that he would like to thank the little princess for saving my wife's life. Chu Yaoyao was startled by a respectable man who bowed deeply to thank her, and quickly jumped off the stool. Then she moved quickly, dodging and shaking her head. No. You're welcome. It's my duty. Master, you don't have to be so polite. Don't be so polite. I'm afraid it will shorten my life. Because of the 2 times she saved his family's life. Master Zhou's affection for the little princess doubled. In addition, the little girl looked delicate and white. This blessed little appearance simply touched the hearts of those older people. Looking at the words and deeds just now. Although she was an ignorant child, she was well behaved and polite. And Master Zhou liked her even more. He pondered for a while. Then looked at the imperial concubine and asked, I wonder if anyone has chosen a master for the little princess's enlightenment. Hearing this, the imperial concubine clenched her handkerchief excitedly. What does the old tutor mean? Could it be? Oh my god. Is it what she thought? She suppressed her excitement, calmed her mind, and shook her head slowly. It hasn't been decided yet. Hearing this, the old tutor Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Then I will ask His Majesty for permission tomorrow to enlighten the little princess. The imperial concubine blushed with excitement, and she suppressed the urge to shout. Unexpectedly, her dream was realized by her daughter. In that case, thank you, Master. The 2 of them asked and answered, and their future tragic fate was determined. Chu Yaoyao's face instantly showed the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Are you kidding me? What's going on? I'm here to save people and do good things, not to cause trouble for myself. Old Master Zhou continued. Wait until all matters related to the autumn examination are over, and I will open the door for the little princess. Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened instantly. Exam in August. Results in September. Won't that be very soon? The imperial concubine naturally agreed, and she nodded hurriedly. In this case, it couldn't be better. Old Master Zhou noticed Yaoyao's expression and spoke in a kind tone. Little princess, do you have anything to say? Of course I do. I don't want to study. I can't bear the hardship of studying. I don't want to. However, just after she said 2 words, her mother grabbed her by the back of her neck and covered her mouth. The imperial concubine smiled and looked at Master Zhou. Yaoyao is so happy. She has no objection. Not at all. Chu Yaoyao fluttered with her hands and feet, but she couldn't escape from her mother's palm. The imperial concubine held her down and said to Master Zhou, Look, she is so happy. Old Master Zhou looked at a cheering little guy with approval. I didn't expect the princess to have such a keen heart to learn at such a young age. This is much better than most of the children of the aristocratic families nowadays. Good. It's great. Great-grandfather. Dr. Zhang has checked it out. The medicine used in the poison pill is not from my Daki territory. The prince came over with the Zhou family's children and Dr. Zhang. Now Chu Yaoyao stopped making a fuss. She thought of the information she had seen before. Of course it is not from Daki. It is a poisonous grass in Xia territory. And it was made by the soul-demanding pavilion. The soul-calling pavilion? As soon as these words came out, the 2 people who could hear the inner voice were shocked. Isn't that the largest assassin organization in Xia? Why would they attack a woman in the back house? Chu Yaoyao was scratching the panel. It was really a coincidence that the assassin was rescued by Lu Mengyan after being injured. In order to repay her kindness, she gave her a few poison pills and antidotes. So that's it. Hearing this, the prince breathed a sigh of relief. He thought someone was paying by the lives of his great-grandfather's family. Old Master Zhou said lightly, Let the Dali Temple investigate this matter. Noticing the wilted Tuanzi, the prince squatted down and touched her forehead distressfully. Yaoyao, do you still feel uncomfortable? Just so happens that Dean Zhang is here. Let him help you take a look. As he said that, he motioned for Dr. Zhang to come over here. I am. Chu Yaoyao was about to speak when she felt a pain in her shoulder. She looked up and saw her mother's lips moving slightly. Although she didn't say anything, She knew that her mother was talking about meat. If she dared to refuse in public, she would not have meat to eat for a month. Chu Yaoyao gave in unwillingly. She lowered her head in pain, covered her heart with her small hands, and sighed sadly. No need. Physical illness is easy to cure, but mental illness is difficult to cure. If not wanting to go to school is a disease, I probably have an incurable disease. The prince tried hard to hold back his laughter. Imperial concubine. At such a young age. How can there be so much drama? Everyone. I have never heard that the little princess has a heart disease. System, host. 2 melons. Chu Yaoyao instantly became energetic. Tell me about it. System, just now. Madame Wei went to the temple to burn incense again. And this time, Wei San also brought people to follow behind. Chu Yaoyao's face turned yellow with excitement. So exciting? Caught an adulterer? System, there is another one. Wei Yulang and Pei Hanshao did not go on duty today. The two agreed to go to the old place. A house in Yunyu Lane. This? Yunyu Lane? Is it so appropriate? This is too blatant. Chapter 144 A Life-Giving Literature? 2 big melons. 2 places. Chu Yaoyao was confused. Which side should I go to? Forget it. The distance is long and the distance is short. Of course I have to choose the one that is closer. Otherwise I can't eat a hot bite. She looked up and tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mother! Let's go and find Aunt Shuan. Okay? The imperial concubine was already confused after hearing such a strange thing. This was even more strange. Why do you suddenly want to find her? Didn't Yaoer always dislike you, Shuan? Chu Yaoyao blinked. Hee hee. Of course I'll take her to eat melons. To cure love brain. I have to take strong medicine. Eat melons? Or is it related to Shuan? Could it be? The imperial concubine suddenly remembered what happened at the last birthday banquet. Could it be that Pei Hanshao and Wei Yulang are mixed up again? Must go. I didn't see it last time, so I can't miss it this time. No. I must expose their true colors this time. Thinking of this, she picked up the little guy and said to everyone, It's rare to go out of the palace once. I will take Yao Yao to the street. Farewell to the imperial concubine. Farewell to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Looking at their backs, the prince looked eager. What melon? I want to eat it too. The mother and daughter walked out of the gate of the Taifu mansion with the guards and palace maids. The imperial concubine shouted to the outside. Go to Yunyu Lane. Hearing this place, Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth in surprise. And a hint of confusion flashed across her big round eyes. What's going on? How did the mother know Yunyu Lane? Why did she want to go there? Hearing this voice, the imperial concubine's heartbeat quickened by 2 beats. Oops. I was almost exposed in excitement. Yaoer. Mother suddenly remembered that she saw Pei Diao on the street just now. He was entangled with someone near Yunyu Lane. I dare to conclude that he must have something fishy with that person. As she said, the imperial concubine blinked and gave her a meaningful smile. Mother will take you to see a good show. This time, I will let Shuan see the true face of that guy. Chu Yaoyao nodded, and her doubts disappeared. So that's how it is. It's good this way. So I don't have to bother to take you there. Hearing this, the imperial concubine breathed a sigh of relief. The carriage hadn't gone far, and relying on the plug-in, Chu Yaoyao spotted Yu Shuan on the street with her sharp eyes. Mother! Look! The imperial concubine looked in the direction of her finger, and then gave Chuncher a look. Here, Yu Shuan and Shi Xian had just come out of Ye Guangfeng. Chuncher walked quickly to the two of them, bowed slightly, and said, Madam Pei, my queen invites you. Sister Li is here too? Yu Shuan exclaimed in a low voice, and then ran towards the carriage with a happy face. Shulan! Shi Xian stamped her feet on the spot, looking unhappy. Even though she was unwilling in her heart, she still followed. Yu Shulan ran out of breath. Sisterly, why are you here? Hearing the voice, the imperial concubine lifted the curtain and looked at the two of them. Come up first. After getting in the car, Yu Shuan looked outside. Where are we going? The imperial concubine kept her eyes closed to rest, and Chu Yaoyao replied with a smile. Let's go to the theater. Yu Shuan clapped her hands and responded with a beaming face. Okay. I also like to watch theater, especially shadow puppetry. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and smiled at her perfunctorily. You won't like it later. Shi Xian frowned and rubbed her handkerchief. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy. After about half a cup of tea, the carriage stopped. The guards outside said that the alley was very narrow and the carriage could not enter. Helplessly, several people had to get off the car. Yu Shulan looked around, then stopped and asked in confusion, "Sisterly, what are we doing here?" The imperial concubine picked up Yao and thought, "Since we have arrived at the place, we might as well tell her directly. To be honest, I saw Pei Daizhao and someone arguing on the street today, and the two of them went in here." "What?" Yu Shulan was shocked at first, then shook her head and said firmly, "This is impossible. Whether it is true or not, we will know it after a test." After that, the imperial concubine stopped arguing with her, and turned around and walked into the alley with Yao Yao in her arms. The further they walked in, the more panicked Sure Xian's expression became. Seeing the familiar gait, she grabbed Yu Shulan's arm. "Lon, I suddenly feel uncomfortable. You go back with me first." Seeing that her face was indeed pale, Yu Shulan bit her lip and looked tangled. The imperial concubine glanced at her lightly, turned around and ordered, "Come on. Send Madame Wei to the clinic." Her words made Yu Shulan feel relieved. "Sister Xian, go see the doctor first. I must prove to Sisterly that she was wrong. My husband will never betray me." Sure Xian struggled and shouted at them, "No, you can't go in." Her voice became louder and louder. The imperial concubine looked at Ashi. Asher nodded and directly blocked her mouth with a handkerchief. Seeing this scene, Yu Shulan didn't react at all. Chu Yaoyao looked at her in confusion. "This is strange. Aren't they on good terms? Why didn't he speak for her?" Asher climbed over the wall and knocked out the lookout boy, then opened the door from the inside. Several people walked in unimpeded. The two of them seemed to be afraid of being discovered. There was not a single servant or maid in the house. They walked to the door of the room and heard a muffled groan from inside. Then, there was Pei Hongshao's voice. "Brother Wei, you stole something so important and gave it to me. Aren't you afraid of being punished? It's just a weapon forging method. If you want it, I'll give it to you even if it's my life." Chu Yaoyao, who was outside the door, covered her mouth tightly with both hands to prevent the two obscene words from coming out. "Oh my God! You're actually performing life-giving literature here? Ah! Help me. My ears are dirty again." Chu Yaoyao's face was so red that it was almost steaming. The imperial concubine was startled by her voice and came back to her senses. Knowing is one thing. Seeing it with your own eyes. No. Hearing it with your own ears. That's another thing. This. She subconsciously looked to the side. But where was Yu Shulan beside her? There was only a bang. Yu Shulan raised her leg and kicked the door open. Chu Yaoyao wanted to follow her in, but was grabbed by her mother's collar again. The imperial concubine covered her eyes. "Be careful of getting sty after looking at these." Chu Yaoyao puffed her cheeks and hummed in dissatisfaction. "Then mother still looks?" The imperial concubine's face was slightly embarrassed. Mother is grown up and won't get this disease." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao angrily put her hands on her hips. "Humph! You are double standard. Ah! Don't come in! Don't come over!" There were bursts of exclamations from inside, and there was a faint sound of fabric rubbing. "Shulan, why are you here?" Then came Pei Hongshao's panicked explanation. "Listen to my explanation. It's not what you see." Yu Shulan's voice was as usual, gentle with a little bit of coquettishness. "Okay. Then tell me. What's going on?" Hearing this voice, the imperial concubine immediately pulled Yao Yao in, and she pointed at the two people in dishevel on the bed. "Yu Shulan, are you crazy? What else is there to say to him? Haven't you been deceived enough by him?" Yu Shulan turned her head and glanced at her. Her eyes and tone were calm. "Sisterly, don't worry about this." Chu Yaoyao was always covered by her mother's eyes, and she moved her ears when she heard the words. "So calm. Why does it feel a little wrong?" Chapter 145. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. You are totally unreasonable. Hearing Yu Shulan's words, the imperial concubine was very angry, and simply turned around and stopped looking at her. Yu Shulan looked at Pei Hongshao again, raised her chin, and motioned him to continue. "Go ahead. I'm listening." Pei Hongshao swallowed nervously. I was just discussing the acupuncture points of the human body with Brother Wei." As he said, he nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's it. Didn't you say that you always feel sore and weak all over? I specially consulted the imperial physician and learned the art of massage and acupuncture." As he said, he looked at Wei Yulang. "It's just that I'm not very good at learning now, and I need to find someone to practice with." Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Do you need to be naked to identify acupuncture points? Only a fool would believe such a ridiculous reason." Really? Yu Shuan smiled and walked over. Hearing this tone, Chu Yaoyao was even more confused. Something is wrong. Even more strange. Pei Hongxiao sat on the bed, looking up at her affectionately. Of course. The sincerity in his eyes was so sincere that he was deceived. Yu Shuan smiled at him. And then her eyes suddenly became sharp. At the same time, she quickly pulled out the hairpin on her head and slashed it towards Wei Yulang's face. Hiss! Ah! Wei Yulang cried out in pain. And a palm-length cut appeared on his face. And blood immediately flowed. UBXXXH. He wanted to fight back, but was caught by the guards. You poisonous woman. How dare you do it? Pei Hongxiao pointed at her angrily. However, the next moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a hint of coldness in his back inexplicably appeared. And then he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Ah! Hearing this scream, the guards in the room put their legs together. The imperial concubine took a deep breath and moved sideways to block Yao Yao, quickly covering her ears with both hands. She looked at the frail figure excitedly. This was the Yu Shuan she knew. Chu Yaoyao was anxious. What happened? What happened? System. It means that he will be TSK. Pure and free from desire in the future. Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched. It was stabbed. So it was castrated. Castrated? System, well, not completely. Pei Hongxiao collapsed to the ground, covering his lower body, hunched over. Ah! The severe pain made him tremble all over. His neck veins bulged, and big drops of cold sweat fell to the ground. And he kept curling up on the ground and wailing. Yu Shuan looked at this scene coldly, with a chill in her tone. You said you like women who are gentle, simple and innocent. So I have been suppressing my nature and pretending to be fooled by your clumsy lies. She threw the bloody hairpin to Pei Hongxiao. In the past, I was willing to believe you. Not because your lies were so clever. And not because I was stupid. At this point, she laughed at herself. Because I love you. So no matter how ridiculous your excuses are, I will still convince myself to believe. I also thought that you might have a concubine. But I didn't expect you would dare to humiliate me like this. Yu Shuan took a deep breath. The tenderness in her eyes faded, leaving only a coldness. Looking down at him condescendingly. You make me feel sick. After saying that, she turned around without hesitation, looking at the blood splattered on her cheek. The imperial concubine handed her a handkerchief. Wipe it. Yu Shuan smiled at her, took it, wiped it casually in front of the mirror in the room, and then strode towards the door. The sunlight was a little dazzling at this time. And Mo Yaoyao, who had finally seen the light again, was dazzled by the light and felt a little uncomfortable. It happened that Yu Shuan walked to the door, and her thin body blocked some of the light, casting a shadow on the faces of the mother and daughter, like a heroine standing against the light. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, her big eyes bright. Suddenly I feel that she is a little handsome. Sisterly. Let's go. This place is too dirty. Hearing this familiar tone, the imperial concubine's eyes were a little moist. This is the little girl who is only 7 or 8 years old and can help her teach a lesson to the lecher. The Shuan she knew is back. She said, it's only been a few years since we last met. How could a person's personality become completely different from before? A team of soldiers suddenly broke into the gate. According to the order of His Majesty, arrest the traitor Pei Hongxiao. As this voice reached everyone's ears, Li Wanjing strode into the yard. The imperial concubine took Yao Yao to the yard. Big brother? As soon as he saw them, Li Wanjing ran over quickly. I asked Chuncher just now, and she said she didn't know what she was doing here. So, Li Wanjing looked inside. Why did you come here? We came. Facing her big brother's puzzled eyes, the imperial concubine was a little embarrassed to speak. Chu Yaoyao didn't have so many concerns. She raised her little hand high. Come to accompany Aunt Shuan. To catch an adulterer? The imperial concubine put down her hand that wanted to stop her, but was a step late, and smiled awkwardly at her big brother. Why did you bring Yao Yao with you for such a thing? Li Wanjing looked at her helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he was attracted by the wailing in the room. Li Wanjing nodded to the two of them, and then took a few officers and soldiers to arrest them. System. It was detected that the host's blood relatives had wiped out the remnants of the previous dynasty. The reward counterattack progress +4. The current progress is 92. The reward points are 20. And the points balance is 220. The huge surprise made Chu Yaoyao stunned. This happiness came too suddenly. What's going on? System. It was the manufacturing formula that Wei Yulang said that caused it. In fact, Wei Tsam deliberately let him get it. System. Murong sent someone to get the formula. But I didn't expect your father to send someone to follow. And follow the clues all the way to find Murongshan's lair. While one person and one unified communication. Li Wanjing took the officers and soldiers to catch Pei Wei and the two. Since you are outside the palace, go home, he said to the mother and daughter. And I don't know what he thought of. His eyes were slightly red. And his tone was excited. Seeing his expression, Li Wanji vaguely guessed something in her heart. But she was not sure. She could only look at her eldest brother as if to verify. What happened? Li Wanjing calmed down. Have you forgotten why you ran home crying again and again before? Then he said seriously. He is back. Really? Li Wanji's head was a little swollen due to the huge surprise. And her expression was confused for a moment. After a few breaths, she came back to her senses and turned around and ran. I'll take Yao back to the Marquis mansion now. Seeing her like this, Li Wanjing blinked his slightly moist eyes. He also wanted to go home. But the job was not done yet. A shao. Wei Yulang, who was cut all over his face and covered in blood, struggled desperately and shouted at Pei Hongxiao. On the other side, Pei Hongxiao had already fallen into a coma. Looking at his bloody part, Li Wanjing felt a chill in his lower body and shuddered instantly. He turned his head to look at Yushulan's position. I really can't tell. She looks so weak on the surface. But she is so cruel. He waved at the officers and soldiers and shouted, take them away. On the other side, the imperial concubine ran towards the carriage with Yao Yao in her arms. And Yushulan followed behind them. Shulan! The guard stopped holding Shirexian when they saw their masters coming out. She ran over quickly, grabbed Yushulan's hand, and looked at her worriedly. Are you okay? Yushulan didn't want to show any expression. So she pulled her hand back with force. And then raised her hand and slapped her. Pa! Shirexian covered her face and looked at her in disbelief. What are you doing? Yushulan said coldly. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? You already knew about the dirty things between them? I'm not. Seeing her evasive words, Yushulan looked at her angrily. I treat you as a good sister. But you actually helped them hide it from me and made me go around in circles. Shirexian shook her head and reached out to pull her. I have my reasons. Listen to my explanation. Yushulan raised her hand to avoid it and interrupted her. We don't have to see each other again in the future. What I regret most is being friends with you. Watching her turn around and leave without hesitation, Shirexian's eyes became gloomy and dangerous. In the carriage, Chu Yaoyao saw this scene. She's not going to make trouble. Is she? Regarding the character of Yushulan, she was spoiled and well protected. She is a little willful and self-willed, and full of fantasies about love. If she loves someone, even if she pretends to be stupid, puts herself in a very low position, doesn't care about other people's eyes and opinions, she will still praise that person. She has always been sober. But now she has accumulated enough disappointment and found that she has been deceived and humiliated. It means that if you love someone, you want him to live. And if you hate someone, you want him to die. But my skills are not good enough, so I may not describe it well. Please bear with me. Readers. Chapter 146. So my points were wasted? Hurry. Go to the Marquis of Jinchi mansion. After the imperial concubine sat down with Yao Yao in her arms, she shouted to the outside. She was so excited that her hands, which were tightly holding the handkerchief, were sweating slightly, and she would occasionally lift the curtain to look out. Hurry up. Hurry up. Marquis of Jinchi mansion. Holding Yao Yao, she trotted into the door and looked at the tall black figure in the hall. Li Wanji's eyes, which had just been wiped dry, were instantly moist again. Seeing that she was out of breath, Yu Lingwei stepped forward and took Yao Yao over. Li Wanji took a breath, walked over slowly, stared at the person in front of her, and said the name with trembling lips. Wanming. Li Wanming's body stiffened slightly, and then slowly turned around, revealing the face that looked like her mother. She approached step by step, and the figure in front of her gradually overlapped with the vague shadow in her memory. Finally, Li Wanji rushed over and hugged him, crying, Woo woo. You are finally back. Li Wanming's tense body gradually relaxed subconsciously. He slowly raised his hand and patted her gently, comforting her in a slightly unfamiliar way. It's me. Sister. I'm back. Seeing the scene of his children hugging and crying, Zhengzu's eyes also turned red. After comforting his sister, Wan Ming walked to Yao Yao. He took out a palm-sized, butterfly-shaped wood carving from his arms, and handed it over nervously. Actually, I am you. After Chu Yao Yao took it, she grinned and shouted, Uncle. Hearing this name, Wan Ming was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his lips rose, and his eyes were smiling. Yes, I am your uncle. Chu Yao Yao lowered her head and fiddled with the wood carving. Strange. Why do you like to give me butterflies? Wan Ming's fingers moved slightly. Don't you like it? He saw this little girl wearing a butterfly jade pendant before, and thought she liked butterflies very much. If you don't like it, I'll change it. As he spoke, he reached out to take it back. Chu Yao Yao hid behind him while holding the wood carving. No, I like it. Her big eyes looked at him brightly. I didn't expect my uncle to have this skill. He is so clever. Uncle, you are amazing. Hearing this compliment, Wan Ming couldn't help but blushing slightly, pursing his lips, and smiled at her a little embarrassedly. Jin Shiho also stabilized his emotions. He wiped the corners of his eyes and asked, what happened back then? And, as he said that, he looked at Li Wanming seriously. If I hadn't called you, would you still not have planned to recognize us? Facing the accusing eyes of his father and sister, Li Wanming was a little helpless. Father! Father! He hadn't called like this for a long time, and he was still a little uncomfortable. I just think it's not the right time. Thinking of that incident, his eyes darkened. When my mother and I were captured, I heard from the CS soldiers that someone from the Ministry of War betrayed us. Later, my mother took me out while they were not paying attention, but we were discovered not long after we ran. My mother was shot by an arrow, and the pursuers forced us to the edge of a cliff. And then my mother took me and jumped down. Fortunately, there was a pool of water below, but my mother lost too much blood. As he spoke, Li Wanming took a long breath, suppressing the anger in his chest. Hearing this, Chu Yao Yao spent 2 points and angrily scratched the panel. Let me see. Which bastard betrayed my grandmother? Hearing this voice, the 3 people almost couldn't hold it. Ahem. Li Wanming coughed twice and continued, over the years, I have been secretly collecting evidence of that person's collusion with the enemy. But that person is very cautious. As he spoke, he took out a thumb-thick bamboo tube that looked a bit old. And even his handwriting is different from before. After taking it, Jin Shiho took out a yellowed note from it. Looking at the handwriting on it, he frowned and thought. Somewhat familiar. Chu Yao Yao's cheeks trembled with excitement. Found it. At the same time, Jin Shiho's pupils trembled. It turned out to be him? Chu Yao Yao? So, my points were wasted? At night, Taifu Mansion. After the old lady woke up, the old Taifu and her children and grandchildren surrounded her. How do you feel, madam? The old lady closed her eyes and took a long breath, then nodded, with a happy smile on her face. I haven't felt so comfortable all over for a long time. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. My life was saved thanks to the little princess. As she said this, the old lady looked at her children, grandchildren and daughters-in-law seriously. You must respect the little princess in the future. Otherwise, I will break your legs with a dragon-headed cane. Zhou Huaichen nodded repeatedly and helped to massage her back and shoulders diligently. Grandma, don't worry. There is no such ungrateful person in our Zhou family. Isn't it, father? As he said this, he looked at his father with a grin, as if he was making a joke. Seeing his unremarkable look, the third son of the Zhou family glared at him, then nodded to his parents. My son has made a note of it. The others also nodded. But the eldest son of the Zhou family frowned and thought deeply. Seeing his expression, the old lady frowned. Old man, what's that expression on your face? I warn you, don't put those twists and turns on the princess. The little princess is a child. Very innocent. Hearing this, the eldest son of the Zhou family didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mother, I just remembered the rumors about the little princess I heard today. Hearing this, the expression of the old tutor Zhou also became serious. Humph. You are so old. But you have to pick on a child. The prince told him about this. After thinking for a while, he looked at his 2 sons. You brothers, go and do 2 things. Pingyang Marquis's mansion. Pingyang Marquis was so angry that his face turned blue, and he paced back and forth in the study. It really pissed me off. As soon as Chang Yen came in, he saw his expression of joy and anger. Although he was disdainful in his heart, he still said comfortingly, "My lord, please relax. We still need to take a long-term view on dealing with the Li family." Ping Yang Marquis turned a deaf ear to him, casually grabbed the teacup and drank the tea inside, then threw it directly to the ground. The crisp sound of the teacup breaking was drowned in his angry curses. Chu Yaoyao, that damn girl, is as annoying as her grandfather. The emperor actually banished concubine Han to the cold palace for her. By doing this, where is the face of this marquis and the Bai family? Hearing this, Chang Yen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you clear-headed? He is the emperor. Does he need to save face for a minister like you? Ping An Ho seemed to have just noticed him, and waved at him. You came just in time. When that person arrives, we will make a good plan. We must get rid of that stinky girl Chu Yaoyao. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Otherwise, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. Chang Yen almost couldn't hold it. It's crazy. So you called me here just to deal with a 2-year-old child? It's outrageous. Dong dong dong. The butler's voice sounded outside the door. My lord, someone is coming. Ping Yang Ho first sat down behind the desk. Let him in. The butler opened the door, and a man in a black cloak walked in. Chang Yen looked up and glanced at him inadvertently. The white hat covered most of the man's face. It made it impossible to see his appearance. From the figure, this person is a man. Ping Yang Ho raised his chin slightly towards the man. You are late. The censorate has already started investigating you. How dare you let me come at this time? Chang Yen lowered his head and thought. Okay. Cautious enough. This man is wearing a mask and deliberately lowering his voice. His tone sounds a little weird. Who is it? Ping Yang Ho looked at the man with an arrogant look and said in a tone of command. I want you to do something. He took out a palm-sized brown paper bag and threw it on the table. I heard that the latest batch of war horses arrived at Yuanma Temple. You put this medicine in the hay. Hearing his words, Chang Yan's eyes twitched. He is sick. However, Ping Yang Ho was still immersed in his perfect plan, and he became more and more excited. As long as those war horses die inexplicably, tomorrow morning, I can say in public that Princess Chiyuan is a demon and is incompatible with the destiny of Daki. Chang Yan lowered his head and rolled his eyes. Did the horse kick his head? Do you have to make things difficult for Ma? Ping Yang Ho continued. When that time comes, you must cooperate with me. The man chuckled, with a hint of disdain in his tone. I thought the Marquis asked me to come here to discuss how to deal with the Li family. Hearing this, Ping Yang Ho looked a little embarrassed, and then nodded heavily. Of course, this is also to deal with the Li family. The cloaked man turned and left, leaving only one sentence. Then I wish the Marquis Ma's death success. Hearing the contempt in his tone, Ping Yang Ho immediately slammed the table and stood up. Stop! You may have forgotten who promoted you from a 9th-ranked deputy envoy to your current position? Seeing that the man stopped, Ping Yang Ho raised his mouth proudly. If I tell Li Da that the news that his wife returned to her hometown to worship her ancestors was leaked to Sia by you. Thanks to Xinghe for the amulet. Thanks to ZZ for the little heart. Chapter 147 Censor Zhou, it's my turn. Shut up. The man seemed to have been hit in the sore spot, and changed his previous carelessness, and became extremely excited. He pointed at Ping Yang Ho and threatened. Do you think the things you did are very secret? He said. He shook his sleeves heavily, and said in a resolute tone, At worst, we will die together. Seeing him lose his composure, Ping Yang Ho's face became more and more disdainful. Since you are so afraid of Li Da, why did you provoke him in the first place? Hearing this, the cloaked man was silent for a few moments, and then chuckled sarcastically. Would I be afraid of him? Isn't it? Humph! Ping Yang Ho snorted and interrupted him. It's useless to be tough. But when it comes to dying together, Ping Yang Ho narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you believe it? The fish will definitely die, but the net will never break. Hearing this, the cloaked man clenched his fists, and his chest rose and fell rapidly, showing how angry he was. He was right. With the death-free gold certificate and the Queen Mother, he would be fine. After a long time, the cloaked man said hoarsely, gritting his teeth, Okay, I'll help you one last time. He grabbed the medicine bag. After this, we're even. Jinchi Marquis' mansion. After Han Chi handed the note to Li Wanming, he used his qigong and disappeared into the night with 2 or 3 jumps. After Li Wanming read it hastily, he handed the note to his father and brother beside him. Father, brother, I didn't expect that Ping Yang Marquis would be so narrow-minded. After reading it, Jinchi Marquis put the note on the candlelight, and the note was instantly swallowed by the flames. The firelight illuminated his face, and the murderous intent in his eyes was revealed. Since he took the initiative to jump out, it saves us the trouble. In an inn on the border of Daki, an old man in a taoist robe with white hair and beard looked at the starry sky. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. This is not right. The drowsy young man beside him was startled by his voice, and woke up immediately. He rubbed his eyes. Master, what have you seen again? The old man looked at the starry sky and muttered softly. Why does the star that should have gradually dimmed and was about to slide down flicker again? After saying that, his expression was complicated, solemn and anxious. Let's go! The young man hurriedly caught up with him with his bag. Master, slow down. You're going the wrong way. The old man shook his head as he walked. No, this is the right direction. The young apprentice scratched the back of his head and said in confusion, Then, aren't we going back? The old man looked at the night sky meaningfully. It turns out that I was wrong. How can that slight turn of events compare to the general trend? Then he pointed his finger and said, Let's go. Let's go to the north. In the Tian Palace, the ministers gathered in twos and threes to discuss what happened yesterday. The Marquis of Jinchi was surrounded by several ministers. Congratulations, Lord Marquis. You have wiped out the remnants of the previous dynasty and have made great contributions this time. The Emperor will definitely reward you generously. Yes, the Marquis of Jinchi is really a loyal minister of our great Emperor. Yes, he is really a role model for us. Thinking of what happened yesterday, the Marquis of Jinchi had a bit of joy between his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time in a long time. He bowed to the ministers around him. You are too kind. It was your Majesty who was very observant and found the traces of the thieves. He was so happy. Really not because he cared about the rewards. In his opinion, killing enemies on the battlefield and catching rebels were the duties of a minister. What made him happy was that his long-lost son came back yesterday. The most important thing was that today, seeing him so modest, several people admired him even more. Your Majesty is really too modest. Not far away, I saw the scene of the Marquis of Jinchi being praised by the stars. Pingyang Marquis looked disdainful and snorted heavily. I'll let you be proud for a while. And when your Majesty comes, I will definitely make you look good. There were also a small group of people gossiping. The Minister of Works looked around. Mr. Wei didn't come today? A minister next to him pulled him. Didn't you hear? The wife of Minister Wei was with. She's not Mrs. Wei anymore. She's already divorced. A civil official with a mustache approached, and he touched his mustache and coughed lightly. To be honest, my wife was in Qingshan Temple yesterday, and the scene, TSK. He looked disdainful and embarrassed. And then he approached the two people and whispered, You don't know yet? Yesterday, the nephew of Lord Wei actually did something improper with the brother-in-law of the Marquis of Yongyi. A minister with half a century hair beside him patted him. You are wrong too. This successfully attracted everyone's attention. The man raised his head and chest, with an expression of your news is out of date, and said in a deep voice, Yesterday, the old lady of the Marquis of Yingyi asked to see the Emperor, and His Majesty has issued an order to order Yushur and Pei Hanshao to divorce. He is no longer the brother-in-law of the Marquis of Yongyi. The Emperor has arrived. This shout interrupted the minister's whispers. After Emperor Qishuan sat down, he said that Pei Hanshao was a remnant of the previous dynasty. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar in the court. I really didn't expect it. This Morong family is simply omnipresent. Most of the ministers gnashed their teeth, and some were trembling with fear. After seeing the expressions of the courtiers, Emperor Qishuan knew what was going on. He looked at Su Maoan without much expression. After receiving the signal, Su Maoan stepped forward a few steps and said loudly, If there is something, please report it. If there is nothing, please leave the court. Emperor Qishuan was about to get up when Pingyang Ho suddenly stood up. Your Majesty, I heard that something strange happened in Yuanma Temple this morning. A large number of war horses died for no reason. Please order the Emperor to investigate the matter thoroughly. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan turned his ring slightly and lowered his eyes, making it impossible to see his emotions. He asked in an ambiguous way, For no reason? Your Majesty, Minister of the Ministry of War Yuan Gui shouted loudly, and he secretly glared at Pingyang Ho fiercely. Last night, his confidant was late to return, and there might be something wrong. This guy is really a fool. Why don't you discuss it with him first? But now that things have come to this, You can only bite the bullet. He strode forward and said loudly, Your Majesty. A large number of war horses die for no reason. I think this is a punishment from heaven. This reminds me of the rumors in the palace these 2 days. Could it be that Princess Chiyuan and my great Qi dynasty are in conflict with each other? As soon as these words came out, the court officials began to whisper. Is Princess Chiyuan really the reincarnation of a demon? Xiao Jingwu glared at the two of them. Shut up. Princess Chiyuan is your Majesty's blood. How dare you slander her like this? Yuan Gui spoke again after noticing the hidden look in Ping Yongho's eyes. Your Majesty. This time it was just a war horse. Next time, I don't know who will be harmed. As he said that, he lifted his clothes and knelt on the ground. For the sake of Daki's foundation, please let your Majesty kill Princess Chiyuan. How dare you? Emperor Qishuan threw the memorial at him heavily. You are saying that my biological daughter is a demon? The court officials knelt down one after another. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I dare not. Ping Yongho did not kneel. He stood with his hands behind his back, his chest and head held high, looking righteous. Your Majesty, everything is for Daki. Emperor Qishuan suppressed his anger and turned his eyes away impatiently. If it weren't for the golden certificate of exemption from death, his head would have been chopped off long ago. Seeing this, Censor Zhou straightened his collar and took out the evidence from his bosom. He was very good at observing people's expressions. Your Majesty is now on a high platform in the name of justice by the Marquis of Pingyang, and he can't get down. As a caring minister, the first task is to save your Majesty in times of danger. Now that the Emperor is in trouble, it's his turn to take action. He cleared his throat, raised his foot, and was about to step out when he heard an old but full-bodied voice. Is the Marquis of Pingyang forcing your Majesty? Chapter 148. This is impossible. Hearing this, Censor Zhou retracted his foot. Since the old tutor has come down personally, he should wait a while before sharing the worries for his Majesty. He stuffed the evidence back into his arms. Old tutor Zhou walked in with a dragon-headed cane, and the ministers in the hall bowed and saluted. Meet the old tutor. Old tutor Zhou nodded. You don't have to be so polite. Seeing him approach, Ping Yongho clasped his fists perfunctorily. With a casual tone, the tutor just said too much. How dare I force your Majesty? However, old tutor Zhou walked straight past him without even a glance at him. Your Majesty, what Ping Yongho said just now is nonsense. Ping Yongho glared and refuted loudly. But it is true that a large number of war horses die for no reason. Hearing this, old tutor Zhou lifted his wrinkled and loose eyelids and glanced at him casually, with an ambiguous tone. Facts? He pulled the corner of his mouth slightly in mockery, then stopped looking at him and bowed slightly to Emperor Qishuan. Your Majesty, I just met General Li and the Minister of the Imperial Court, Fan Tong, on the road. They came here in a hurry, and I don't know what they are doing. Emperor Qishuan raised his eyes slightly. Li Wanjing? Glancing at the calm face of the Marquis of Jinshi, he roughly guessed something in his heart. Announce. In just a moment, Li Wanjing took Fan Tong into the Tian Hall. See your Majesty? Without waiting for Fan Tong to speak, the Marquis of Pingyang took a few steps closer and asked first. Master Fan came here in a hurry, but to report the death of the war horse? Fan Tong looked at him resentfully, and then cowed out hurriedly. Your Majesty, there is no such thing. Those 1,780 war horses, not one less, all fat and strong, with strong limbs. There is absolutely no casualties. Fan Tong's forehead was always on the ground, and big drops of cold sweat soaked the small carpet. He could not stop hating Ping Yongho and Yuan Gui. These two were really crazy. They came up with such a vicious plan to frame the little princess. The little princess was only 2 years old. How did he offend them? They were crazy. But they even wanted him to lose his head. So, he was the one who cut off his head to cheer them up when they went crazy? He couldn't stand it at all. Hearing him say this, Ping Yongho shouted without thinking. This is impossible. After saying that, he felt a little guilty. Didn't the matter get done? He subconsciously looked at Yuan Gui on the side. He couldn't do such a small thing well. What a waste. When the other party heard that Zhang Ma was fine, he lowered his head in panic and didn't notice his eyes at all. Seeing the expressions of these two people, Li Wanjing sneered in his heart, and then bowed to Emperor Qishuan on the throne to report. Your Majesty, a few days ago, I sent my mount to the Yuanma Temple and asked Lord Fan to take care of it. I went to get it last night, but I ran into a man in black, sneaking around the hay warehouse. I have captured this man, and he is now outside the palace. As soon as he said this, Yuan Gui's face became visibly paler. Oh! Emperor Qichuan waved his hand casually, with a hint of interest in his tone. Let him in. After the young eunuch shouted. 2 imperial guards came in, with a man in black clothes, who was about 5 feet tall. Estimated to be in his 30s. Thin. And dark yellow. The hall was magnificent and majestic. And the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows in the hall. Where had the man seen such a scene? He was immediately shocked. When he saw Yuan Gui, he shouted in panic, as if he had seen a savior. Cousin-in-law. Save me! Hearing his voice, Yuan Gui's heart was pounding, and he cursed in his heart. He is a person who is not good at doing things, but always makes trouble. He strode to the man, raised his hand, and slapped it hard on his face. A bloody tooth could be seen faintly falling out of his mouth. It fell on the clothes of a minister. The minister frowned and wiped his official uniform with a handkerchief in disdain, cursing the bad luck in his heart. Lu Sanner. I really didn't expect you to be so bold. I was really deceived by you on weekdays. Lu San's face suddenly swelled up like a steamed bun. He covered his face and spoke unclearly. Marker. It was obviously you who asked me to go. Cousin-in-law. It was obviously you who asked me to go. Shut up. Yuan Gui shouted angrily, and then knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty. It's all my fault that I didn't discipline the servants in the mansion strictly on weekdays. And I let him make such a big mistake. This Lu San. Your Majesty wants to beat or kill me. I have no complaints. Hearing this, Lu San was completely panicked. He kowtowed like he didn't want to die, and kept shaking his head and waving his hands, pointing at Yuan Gui. It's him. It's his direct line. It's him, he instructed. Yuan Gui turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Shut up. You made such a big mistake. And you want to drag me into the water? Have you ever thought about how your mother and sister in the countryside will live in the future? Sure enough, hearing him say this, Lu San dared not speak anymore. His face turned pale. His eyes were full of regret, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. Sir Yuan threatened me in public like this. Do you think we are deaf or stupid? The Marquis of Jinchi came out and looked at him sarcastically. Then he knelt on the ground. Seeing him do this, Yuan Gui felt more and more uneasy. Sure enough, the Marquis of Jinchi said in a sad voice. Your Majesty, there is an old case. Please Your Majesty make the decision for this old minister. Li Wanjing also kowtowed heavily. Your Majesty, please give justice to my Li family. Seeing the father and son's posture, Yuan Gui swallowed nervously, and his hands clenched tightly unconsciously. No, they would never know about this. But even if they knew, so what? After so many years, there is no physical evidence. And the witnesses, except for Ping Yang Ho, the other witnesses are all from Xia, and their words are not testimony at all. As for Ping Yang Ho, Yuan Gui glanced at the figure in front of him without a trace, and his eyes became cold. If he dared to tell this, he should be prepared to be torn off a piece of meat by himself. But at this time, even if he couldn't figure it out, he should understand the truth that it is better to have less trouble than more. I think he dare not cause trouble for himself. Thinking of this, his face became more calm and composed. On the dragon throne, seeing the expressions of the Li family father and son, Emperor Qichuan vaguely guessed something. Please stand up. My dear ministers, tell me what grievances you have. I will definitely help you. The Marquis of Jinchi looked angry and sad. I will report the Minister of War Yuan Gui for colluding with the enemy and causing the tragic death of my wife. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the Tian Hall. Most of the court officials in the hall knew about the tragedy of the Li family. On the way back home with her children, Mrs. Li's whereabouts were leaked, and Xia sent troops to hunt them down, resulting in the death of the wife and children of the Marquis of Jinchi. The court officials pointed and talked about it. This was actually done by Yuan Gui? I didn't expect this person to hide so deeply. Over the years, Yuan Gui has received a lot of favors from the Marquis of Jinchi. It's true that you can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. Yuan Gui pretended to be calm and shouted loudly. Your Majesty, I am innocent. The Marquis of Jinchi wants to accuse me of the crime of treason without any evidence. I don't accept it. The Marquis of Jinchi looked at him meaningfully. Who said I don't have evidence? As he said, he bowed his head respectfully. Please allow the witness to enter the hall. Emperor Qichuan nodded and raised his chin slightly. Aloud, a young man in a black auspicious cloud and silver patterned brocade walked in from outside the hall. As he approached and saw his face clearly, Yuan Gui's legs instantly became weak, and he went from kneeling straight to kneeling on the ground. Looking very embarrassed, he widened his eyes and cried out in shock. This is impossible. Chapter 149. He actually. Looking at the facial features that are very similar, Yuan Gui was a little dazed, as if he saw the face that would appear in front of him every time he woke up in the middle of the night. In fact, he has a secret. This secret has been hidden in his heart for more than 30 years, and he has never mentioned it to anyone. That year, he went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. He was beaten and bullied by rich children because of his poor family background. Fortunately, a woman spoke up to protect him. At a glance that day, a person lived in his heart. It's a pity that they met again 3 years later, and the woman had already married. He was unwilling to accept it. Who could be accompanied by such a beautiful woman? Until he heard that the man was a warrior, but he had never taken a concubine. He barely suppressed his unwillingness in his heart. But this unwillingness did not dissipate with the passage of time, but became more and more intense. Jealousy always eroded his reason until, that year, Daki and Sia fought a war, and Lida led the army to the battle. She brought her children back to her hometown to worship her ancestors, and did not bring many guards. He knew that this might be his only chance. He accepted Sia's bribery and leaked some information to them in exchange for Sia sending someone to kidnap her. As for those children? Humph! What does it have to do with him? Unexpectedly, the Sia people suddenly changed their minds and wanted to take them away to threaten Lida. What was even more unexpected was that she was killed because of this. The man slowly approached and then knelt on the ground. Li Wanning pays respect to your majesty. Hearing this name, many old ministers exclaimed, "It's the youngest son of Jinqiho? I met Madame Li several times many years ago, and they are indeed cut from the same mold." Li Wanming talked about the past, his tone indignant. "Your majesty, I heard the Sia soldiers say with my own ears that it was the former deputy envoy Yuan Gui who leaked the news to them." "You lied?" Yuan Gui calmed his mind and regained his sanity. Hearing this, he subconsciously refuted. "Your majesty, if this man is really the son of the Marquis of Jinqi, why hasn't he shown up for so many years and gone home?" He pointed at Li Wanming. "He slandered important officials in the court as soon as he showed up. Your majesty, this man's identity is really suspicious." Hearing this, many ministers nodded secretly. But some people also said frankly that the man looked like Madame Li back then. Yuan Gui sneered at those people. How many similar people are there in this world? Seeing that he was still quibbling, Li Wanming curled his lips and sneered, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed 3 red moles under his armpits. He looked at the old tutor Zhou beside him. "Do you remember these 3 moles?" As he said this, his face was a little warm. "Mother mentioned that you said in public at the junior baptism ceremony that these 3 moles are quite interesting. Who knows? The Li family may produce a genius who can pass the imperial examination." Old Master Zhou took a closer look and nodded. "Yes, this person is undoubtedly Li Wanming." As soon as he said this, the old ministers in the hall also nodded. "Indeed, I was there that day." Seeing that everyone seemed to have determined that this person was Li Wanming, Yuan Gui's face was slightly unbearable. "So what?" He put on a rogue posture. "Anyway, you can't produce any evidence, so I won't admit it. Even if he is really Li Wanming, he was just a 10-year-old boy back then. It's normal for him to remember things wrongly after being frightened." It seemed that he was shocked by his extremely shameless appearance. The corners of Jinqiho's mouth twitched slightly, and the action of taking things froze for a while. "Your majesty, this is the secret letter from that year." As he said, he presented the bamboo tube and a letter. Seeing the familiar bamboo tube, Yuan Gui's calm expression began to become stiff. Emperor Qishuan opened the bamboo tube. Although he roughly guessed the truth from the situation just now, but after reading the note and the letter, he still couldn't help but get angry. No wonder the casualties in that battle were so heavy. Collaborating with the enemy country, leaking military intelligence, framing loyal officials, and harming the families of loyal officials. What a courage! Emperor Qishuan crumpled the note and the letter together and threw it at Yuan Gui. "The handwriting on this note is exactly the same as your handwriting back then. What else do you have to say?" Looking at Yuan Gui, who looked pale, the Marquis of Jinqi lowered his eyes and sneered. It is indeed difficult to convict him based on just a piece of paper. And with Yuan Gui's cautiousness, changing his handwriting is not enough. He will definitely destroy all previous traces. But he missed the letter. The thank you letter he wrote to his wife. Thanks to Yao Yao's voice, they were able to think of this. And he glanced coldly at someone who was at a loss, and continued, if Lord Yuan feels that this is not enough, please ask the Emperor to send someone to the Imperial Academy to give Lord Yuan's test paper that year. Yuan Gui only felt a boom in his head, and his eyes went blank. It's over. It's completely over now. Li Wanming squatted beside him and whispered, in fact, my mother mentioned you before she died. Did she? Yuan Gui looked up and stared at him. Does she regret helping me back then? Does she wish she had never known me? Seeing the regret in his eyes, Li Wanming smiled sarcastically. His thin lips moved slightly. Mother said that she would never regret what she had done. But if she could do it again, she would definitely choose to watch coldly. Ha ha ha. No regrets. Yuan Gui suddenly raised his head and laughed, and his eyes gradually became wet. Soon, he became unusually calm, knelt properly again, and kowtowed deeply to the ground. Your Majesty, I plead guilty, but I still have a piece of evidence to hand over. As he said this, he raised his head slightly and glanced at a certain place intentionally or unintentionally. The evidence is hidden in the secret compartment of the guilty minister's study. When he found out that his collusion with the enemy was discovered by Ping Yang Ho, in order to protect himself, he had been secretly collecting evidence of Ping Yang Ho's mansion for these years. Now that the matter has been exposed, he will definitely die. And there is no point in keeping that thing. Over the years, he was forced by Ping Yang Ho to do many wrong things that he could not help. When he was about to die, he dragged the guy down with him to relieve his hatred. Emperor Qishuan immediately ordered Li Wanjing, take people to get it. Yes. After receiving the order, Li Wanjing stood up and walked out, before being dragged away by the imperial guards. Yuan Gui looked at Ping Yang Ho meaningfully. Meeting his eyes, Ping Yang Ho was inexplicably frightened and stared at him nervously until he was dragged out of the hall. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. But after being disturbed like this, he didn't want to continue to find fault. Forget it. Today's battle was not going well. Let's talk about it another day. Thinking of this, he was ready to retreat to the team. Sensing his movements, the old Taifu Zhou knocked the ground heavily with his dragon-headed cane. Dong dong dong. Wait! The sound was like the sound of an executioner sharpening a knife, which made him shudder and sweat. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Pingyang slandered my last disciple, Princess Chiyuan, for his own selfishness. His heart is sinister and extremely vicious, which is simply outrageous. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan nodded secretly. You have kicked several layers of iron plates by provoking our Yao Yao. The next moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Just now, what did the old Taifu say? He didn't pay attention, but the other court officials heard it clearly. Everyone immediately bowed and congratulated. Congratulations to the old master for accepting another good disciple. There were also many ministers who sighed and lamented. The old master had just made it very clear. It is a closed disciple. Alas, their children and grandchildren have no chance. Emperor Qishuan, it's outrageous. In such a short time, my daughter has become my little sister? The key is, such a big thing. Why do I know about it with these outsiders? The more the courtiers discussed, the louder they became. From the date of the apprenticeship ceremony to what kind of gift to send. The more they talked, the more outrageous it became. In a short time, they had already talked about their great-grandson being about the same age as the little princess. And maybe they could work hard to become a prince consort. Emperor Qishuan couldn't help it now. But he couldn't get angry at the old master. He could only vent his anger on Ping Yang Ho. What a courage! Ping Yang Ho was shocked by the voice, and his legs subconsciously weakened, and he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the people who just accused the little princess of being a demon were clearly Yuan Gui and his cousin, and had nothing to do with me, he said earnestly. What I just said was all for the safety of Daki and Your Majesty. I am sincere. Please understand. Your Majesty. Old Master Zhou glanced at him indifferently and asked quietly. I never said that the incident at Yuanma Temple had anything to do with you. Marquis Pingyang is so eager to jump out to defend himself. But is he guilty? Chapter 150. What a irony. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. You are suspicious. Faced the doubtful eyes of the crowd. Ping Yang Ho swallowed nervously, his eyes wandering. This Marquis just don't want to be misunderstood by the Emperor and my colleagues. So I explain it. No one present was a fool. Seeing his expression, they all understood. For a moment, everyone looked at him with more or less disdain. At this time, a little eunuch at the door loudly reported, "Your Majesty, Yu Ma from the Queen's palace is here." Looking at the old Grandmaster, who was calm and in control, Emperor Xian raised his eyebrows frivolously. Could this also be the work of the Grandmaster? "Xian!" Yu Ma walked into the hall with two timid concubines. If Chu Yaoyao saw them, she would definitely recognize them. They were two of the three people who were scared to death by her that night. "Your Majesty, there were rumors about Princess Chiyuan in the harem a few nights ago. The Empress has investigated it and ordered me to bring people here." The two concubines knelt on the ground tremblingly. Give me your respects, Your Majesty." Emperor Qishuan looked displeased. "What's going on? You two tell the truth? Otherwise," as he spoke, his eyes turned cold, and his tone was murderous. "Slandering the princess is disrespectful. According to the law, you should be beheaded." "I dare not." The two concubines were frightened and cowed out for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare my life." Emperor Qishuan looked away impatiently. When Su Maowen saw his expression, he stepped forward a few steps, swung his whisk heavily, pointed at the two and said sternly, "Why don't you tell the truth?" Seeing them trembling like sieves, he became more and more disdainful. Sure enough, there are reasons for being unpopular. They really have no courage and no sense. They deserve to be used as guns. The two concubines trembled, and one by one, they told what happened that night. "Yes, it was concubine Han. She found us and asked us to cooperate with her to spread the rumor that the little princess was a demon in the palace. She also insisted on saying it in front of the little princess. She also said." The two carefully glanced at Ping Yang Ho and noticed the murderous look in his eyes. They lowered their heads in fear, and there was a hint of crying in their tone. Concubine Han also said that this was instructed by Ping Yang Ho, and after the matter was accomplished, there must be a big reward. Ping Yang Ho gritted his teeth and looked at the two people, with a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "It's just nonsense!" After saying that, he turned around abruptly. "Your Majesty, after I came out of Xi'an Palace that day, I did meet concubine Han, and I did complain to her a few times, but I never asked her to do anything." Marquis Pingyang looked calm, but only he knew that his clenched hands under the sleeves of his wide navy blue python robe were full of cold sweat. "Don't panic. Han has been banished to the Cold Palace. If she doesn't want to live a miserable life in the second half of her life, she must know what to say and what not to say. Don't lose your composure." The scene was deadlocked again, and old Master Zhou's face gradually became serious. News came from the Queen's office this morning, and Han refused to identify Marquis Pingyang no matter what. As long as Ping Yang Ho refused to admit it, they really had no way to deal with it. Emperor Qishuan naturally thought of this. He waved his hand with an unhappy look and asked someone to take the two concubines away. Seeing this, Ping Yang Ho raised his mouth proudly and showed a triumphant smile. He arched his hands towards the old tutor and prepared to step back and stand. Seeing his action, Zhou Yushir narrowed his eyes slightly. It was finally his turn to share the worries of his majesty. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when he suddenly heard a report. "Your Majesty, this is the evidence found in Yuan Mansion." Li Wanjing strode in and presented a book with both hands. Su Maowen got the signal and walked down the platform quickly. After taking the book, he hurriedly presented it. Emperor Qishuan flipped through 2 pages, and the hand holding the book clenched tightly, and the paper was composing with a sand sound. Although I knew that Bai Zi's hands were not clean, I didn't expect this guy to be so bold. Embezzlement and bribery, selling official positions at a fixed price, and secretly participating in the trafficking of women, girls and children. Emperor Qishuan spoke each word. His cold eyes shot at Ping Yang Ho, wishing to cut him into pieces. Every time he heard a word, Ping Yang Ho felt a layer of coldness covering his body. In the end, it was as if he was in the cold winter, freezing him stiff. "It's over." Bang! He slammed the book shut. "I don't know when you, Ping Yang Ho, have the final say in the appointment and dismissal of officials in Daki?" As he spoke, Emperor Qishuan threw the tray with memorials at him. "What else do you have to say?" Ping Yang Ho didn't dare to hide, and was hit by this, and his forehead was immediately broken. "I am ashamed." He knelt on the ground and began to cry. "I have been taught by my father and brother since I was a child, and I know that all the glory of the Bai family is the grace of the emperor." Censor Zhou rolled his eyes. Here it comes again. Whenever he encounters trouble, he brings up his deceased father and brother. If General Bai Lao and General Bai Shao knew that he had done these things that harmed Daki and violated the will of heaven and earth, I am afraid that the coffin lid would not be able to hold it down. Right? Ping An Ho's voice was choked with sobs. His tone was sad, and he looked like he regretted it. My father and brother died on the battlefield to protect the people of Daki. I actually betrayed my father and brother's will. I really deserve to die. Emperor Qi Xian rolled his eyes in an indecent manner. He had heard this countless times, and his ears were about to be calloused. Bai Zi said this just to arouse his guilt, and then give him a lighter sentence. Humph. Then he made a wrong calculation. Instead of playing the emotional card here, it is better to be practical and directly use the death exemption certificate to exchange for his own life. Pass the order down. Ping An Ho has committed unforgivable crimes for corruption, bribery, selling official positions, and trafficking women and children. Immediately deprive him of his title, confiscate his property, throw him into death row, and execute him in 3 days. Ping An Ho looked dejected and collapsed backwards in despair. He lost. Emperor Qishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Even though he was in such a situation, he still refused to hand over the death certificate? Is he really not afraid of death? Just when Ping An Ho. No. Now it's just Bai Zi. When the Imperial Guards were about to take Bai Zi away, Censor Zhou finally had the opportunity to stand up. Your Majesty, I want to impeach Ping An Ho for allowing his son to rob women and take human lives. As he spoke, he took up the evidence, which was much thinner than before. When he heard him mention his son, Bai Zi, who was in a daze, panicked visibly. He struggled twice and yelled at Zhou Yushir with his neck stiff. They are just some women who cling to the powerful. How can it be said that it is forced if we both agree? Emperor Qishuan slapped the testimony on the table, looked at him with a sullen face, and questioned him with gritted teeth. Those 2 women were tortured to death. And you still say that we both agree? Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. Bai Zi was so anxious that he was incoherent, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Zhou Yushir glanced at him and said lightly, the parents and relatives of the 2 women are now in the Ministry of Justice. Why don't you let Bai Shirche go to the Ministry of Justice and confront those people face to face? Absolutely not. Bai Zi refused subconsciously, but his reaction looked even more suspicious in the eyes of everyone. Bai Zi didn't care so much. How could Shurs, who had been spoiled since childhood, withstand the torture of the Ministry of Justice? When he thought of his son suffering, he didn't know where he got the strength from, and struggled to break free from the grip of the 2 Imperial Guards, and knelt on the ground with a plop. He put his hands together and kowtowed continuously. The golden crown on his head had fallen off, and a few strands of half-white hair fell down. Half of his face was covered with blood, and he looked embarrassed and horrible. Your Majesty, No. I am a commoner. I have a gold certificate for exemption from death granted by the late Emperor, and I only hope to exchange it for my son's life. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan's clenched fist loosened, and then clenched it again. He treated other people's children as objects for sale. Such a heinous person actually has a kind father's heart? What a irony. Chapter 151. I was expelled from the sect? Seeing him in such a state of embarrassment, the court official sighed. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Emperor Qishuan twitched his lips sarcastically, and then slowly spoke. Since it was granted by the late Emperor, I will certainly agree. But I can be spared the death penalty. But I cannot escape the punishment of life. I will issue an order to exile Bai Shirche to the border from now on, and he will not be allowed to leave the border for the rest of his life without an imperial decree. Bai Zi slammed his head to the ground. His tone choked with sorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. It's good to be able to save a life. Maybe it's not too bad? After all, the Queen Mother watched Shirche grow up. Maybe she can still take care of him? Dismiss the court. After saying this, Emperor Qishuan stood up and left. Imperial study. After drinking a cup of herbal tea, Emperor Qishuan barely suppressed his anger. He looked at Censor Zhou. Compensate those 2 families well. After saying this, he lowered his eyelids and remained silent. Bai Shirche should have paid with his life, but in order to get back the gold certificate for immunity from death, he had to. After receiving the order, Censor Zhou comforted him. Your Majesty, there is no need to do this. I have seen that the 2 families talked about silver every time, and they did not seem very sad. I think they just want more compensation. Emperor Qishuan nodded slightly, then waved his hand and let him leave. After calming down, He looked at the man sitting on the crane chair and drinking tea slowly. Taifu, why didn't you discuss with me about taking Yao Yao as your apprentice? At least, you should have told me first. Right? Old Taifu Zhou put the teacup on the table with a click and touched his beard. Earlier or later. Your Majesty still knows. Right? Emperor Qishuan. Is that the same thing? He said helplessly. Then have you ever thought about how I should deal with my daughter becoming my junior sister in the future? Hearing this, the old Taifu Zhou paused while stroking his beard, and looked at him sharply. When the late emperor asked me to teach your Majesty, he never worried about these things. The corner of Emperor Qishuan's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, this person in front of him had also taught for his father. After saying this, the old Taifu looked thoughtful and nodded slightly. But what you said makes sense. That's right. Emperor Qishuan stood up and prepared to walk over and have a good talk with him. After all, the little princess is a girl, and she can't be as thick-skinned as you. If someone talks about her, she will probably cry. Hearing this, the corner of Emperor Qishuan's mouth twitched, and he sat down angrily again. The old tutor glanced at him with disdain. What a trouble. Let's put it this way. Your Majesty is the emperor. I am just an ordinary man. I am not worthy of being your master. In the future, you and I don't have to call each other master and apprentice anymore. After saying that, the old tutor stood up with a dragon-headed cane, walked away with square steps. Emperor Qishuan. He picked up the teacup, waved it at the old tutor's back, and then put it down helplessly. I am so angry. So I was expelled from the sect? It's outrageous. At this time, Su Maowen came in with a tray and presented something. Your Majesty, this is just brought back from the Pingyang Marquis' mansion. There was a box on the tray. After opening it, a piece of gold-plated iron appeared in front of the two. Emperor Qishuan stood up and walked over, picked up the thing and looked at it, excited and disgusted, with a very complicated expression. That's it. Such a small piece of iron has made him sleepless for years. If he, Pingyang Ho, was a good person, it would be fine. But Bai Zi is a disaster. He threw it up casually, drew out the sword with a clang, and swung it twice in the air. Su Maowen only felt a flash of cold light in front of his eyes. The next moment, the iron piece suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Emperor Qishuan smiled happily and exhaled heavily. The mess left by Grandpa and Father has finally been solved. Hearing this, Su Maowen lowered his head even more. Emperor Taizu left the Murong family as a root of trouble, and even the late emperor did not eradicate it. But your Majesty did it. There is also the King of Canaan and the Shao family, who are too powerful to be eliminated. And Pingyang Ho. Speaking of which, Emperor Taizu and the late emperor are really. Alas, this is not something that he, a servant, can discuss. It's really difficult for their Majesty. After solving the troubles, Emperor Qishuan suddenly thought of the little guy who was not in the court but caused a storm in the court. Su Maowen. Su Maowen bowed and replied, the servant is here. The coldness on Emperor Qishuan's face faded away. With warmth, you said, what is Yao Yao doing now? This. Su Maowen looked up and glanced outside. I guess the little princess is having breakfast. Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan chuckled and stretched out his hand to point at him. You are used to saying nice things. It's almost noon. The little guy must not have woken up yet. What kind of breakfast is needed? Su Maowen smiled and replied, the princess is still young. It's time to grow up. It's right for her to sleep a little longer. Emperor Qishuan nodded, then laughed out loud with a bad taste, with a gloating tone. Yeah, let's sleep. She won't have the time to sleep late in the future. When he thought of the dragon-headed cane of the Taifu, he felt a slight chill on his back. My junior sister is not that easy to be. When Emperor Qishuan thought of the little girl in the future, she would be spanked by the Taifu like he was when he was a child. He felt very happy. Thinking of this, he reviewed the memorials much faster. Qianghua Palace. Chu Yaoyao's long eyelashes trembled, and she noticed that her host had signs of awakening, and the system was online. System detected that the host's blood relatives rectified the administration. Reward counterattack progress +3. Current progress 95. Reward points 15. Current points balance 233. Chu Yaoyao stretched out her chubby little hands and rubbed her confused eyes. What's going on? System, the host still remembers that in the middle of the novel, when Chu Yao took over Daki, several rebellions broke out in less than half a year. Remember? because the phenomenon of buying and selling officials was particularly serious at that time. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips. Her face became serious. The position of a county magistrate was clearly marked at 3,000 taels. After those wealthy merchants spent money to buy official positions, they used their power to exploit and oppress the people in order to get dozens or hundreds of times the money back. Coupled with the constant natural disasters and wars, the people were miserable and could not survive. So they could only rebel in the end. Yao, are you awake? The voice of her mother came, interrupting her memories. Chu Yaoyao responded. Mother. The imperial concubine pushed the door open and walked in, looking at a little guy with a red face sleeping. I felt that my heart was about to soften into a pool of water. She pinched the little face full of baby fat, and then helped to tidy up the soft and messy hair that was blown up by sleep. The expression of the imperial concubine suddenly became serious. Did you forget something? Chapter 152. Except for the eldest son, none of them are his biological children. What's the matter? Chu Yaoyao's big eyes flashed with confusion. What? This silly and cute little look made the imperial concubine hug her in her arms and ravage her. Then mother, let me remind you. What did you say to your imperial grandmother before? Imperial grandmother? Chu Yaoyao slipped to the ground. Oh no! I promised my imperial grandmother that I would visit her before, and it has been several days. Don't worry. The imperial concubine called Chunshur to help her clean up. Mother! Hurry up. Hurry up. Chu Yaoyao stamped her feet in anxiety. I know. It will be ready soon. As she spoke, the imperial concubine picked up 2 gold-threaded butterfly headbands and tied 2 small buns, looking at her masterpiece with satisfaction. A small ball carved from jade is out of the oven. A small pink embroidered cloth bag was slung over her shoulder, and a small bag of snacks was put into it. Then she used a small kettle with a straw to make milk. The imperial concubine looked at the little guy and said, Eat some snacks if you're hungry, and drink milk if you're thirsty. Chu Yaoyao tossed her short legs and walked out impatiently. I know. I know. See Iron Palace? As soon as she entered the door, Chu Yaoyao looked at the 2 middle-aged men standing in the palace in confusion. Hearing the footsteps, the queen mother, who had closed her eyes to rest, opened her eyes. Seeing the little guy, she smiled and waved at her. Come, Yaoyao. Come to the royal grandmother. The 2 middle-aged men knelt down and saluted when they heard her identity. Greetings, princess. Chu Yaoyao climbed onto the soft couch, sat next to the queen mother, blinked, and raised her hand to them. No need to be polite. Hearing this, the 2 stood up and stood up again. A certain Yaoyao had a stern face and sat seriously. Her body did not move, but her eyes moved. Her big round eyes moved back and forth between the 3 people. Are they discussing something important? Am I here at the wrong time? The queen mother touched her soft hair and motioned her to look at the middle-aged man in a brown robe who was a little fat. He is Bai Ci from the 2nd branch of the Bai family. Sensing the sight of him, Bai Ci bowed slightly again. Meet your highness the princess. The queen mother continued to point to another tall and thin man in a green robe. That is Bai Zhan from the 3rd branch. Bai Zhan bowed respectfully. I meet Princess Chiyuan. Chu Yaoyao smiled politely and nodded slightly at the 2 of them. The queen mother continued to speak, but her eyes were always on the little guy. I asked them to come from Lingqing just to choose the next head of the Bai family from the 2 of them. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes became sharp. Let's not talk about whether Bai Zi knew that the group of human traffickers was related to the Murong family. Just say that he bought and sold official positions. 10 heads are not enough to chop off. Although he was her half-brother, she would never sacrifice the entire Bai family for such a person. Call her cold-blooded or indifferent. She had to consider the future and lives of the entire Bai family. Hearing her words, the 2 brothers of the Bai family secretly exchanged glances, both looking shocked. The little princess is so favored? The queen mother actually told such an important thing to a 2-year-old child. However, what they heard next almost shocked them. Who do you think should be chosen? Yaoyao? Chu Yaoyao grinned and laughed, and a trace of confusion flashed across her big eyes, pretending not to understand. My dear grandmother, you are probably kidding. Such a big thing. Asking me, a little kid. Do you think it's appropriate? The queen mother also realized that the question was wrong. She looked at Bai Ci and began to change the subject. I heard that your 2nd son is going to get married next month. Hearing this, Bai Ci bowed slightly and said respectfully, Thank you for your concern, Queen Mother. It is true. Thinking of the descendants of the Bai family, The Queen Mother sighed with melancholy. Speaking of which, in our generation, the Bai family has more descendants than you. In fact, she wanted Bai Ci to succeed the position of patriarch. After all, he has many sons. If a family wants to pass on, the most important thing is the descendants. Compared with him, Bai John, who only has one son, is a little inferior. Moreover, Bai Ci has a talent for business. The current Bai family is not suitable for a career in politics. Chu Yaoyao secretly curled her lips. There are many, but except for the sickly eldest son born to his wife, none of the other 3 sons and 2 daughters are his biological children. Puff! Hearing the sound, the Queen Mother spit out a mouthful of tea. Queen Mother, Grandmother. Several people looked at her worriedly. Cough, cough, cough. The Queen Mother took the handkerchief handed over by Gu Mama and wiped the corner of her mouth. I'm fine. It's just that the tea is too hot. Hearing this, Gu Mama picked up the teacup and prepared to change a cup. When her fingers touched the wall of the teacup, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. It's not hot, and it's been delayed for a long time, so the temperature is cooler than before. Why did the Queen Mother? Although she was puzzled, she quickly restrained her emotions, with no expression on her face, and took the teacup away. Seeing that her grandmother was fine, Chu Yaoyao sat back down, held the kettle, and took a sip of the sweet and rich milk, and continued to pick Bai Ci's melon. Of the 4 women in the backyard, only his first wife was sincere to him. But he secretly poisoned her with a chronic poison. Just wanted to send his first wife to the west as soon as possible, and then make his favorite concubine his wife. Scumbag. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao glared at Bai Ci and took a bite of the snack viciously. However, when she saw the following message, she almost laughed out the snack. Laughing rat. Of the 3 concubines, one had an affair with someone else before she got married, making him the scapegoat. One had someone in her heart and often went out to meet people secretly. And the one he loved the most actually hooked up with the housekeeper under his nose and gave birth to a pair of twins. The key is that he treasured the twins so much. It can be regarded as retribution. The Queen Mother's face was slightly tense, and her hand holding the Buddhist beads tightened slightly. If this is true, Bai Ci must not be the chief of the clan. He is not smart. Chu Yaoyao continued to read on, and she became more and more angry. The novel mentioned that after Daki was gone, Bai Ci surrendered to the male and female protagonists, and to show his loyalty, he also gave half of his family property. The Queen Mother's breathing became rapid, and she slightly increased the strength of her hands twisting the Buddhist beads, looking at Bai Ci with cold eyes. He actually surrendered to the enemy? He is really unworthy of being a descendant of the Bai family. I wanted to remind him to pay attention to the backyard. Forget it. Everything depends on his own luck. If I wasn't afraid of displeasing Shi Jingjing, I would have wanted to pack up my daughter and give her to the male protagonist. Chu Yaoyao glared at Bai Ci angrily. Although the emperor has his own ministers in this dynasty, she despises this kind of fence-sitter from the bottom of her heart. Just because he is a relative of the Queen Mother of the previous dynasty, his surrender has set a good example for others. She gritted her teeth. The more I think about it, the angrier I am. Suddenly, a trace of cunning flashed in Chu Yaoyao's big eyes, swallowed a bite of snacks, and pointed at Bai Ci's head. Is it heavy? Wearing several green hats? It must be heavy. Right? Chapter 153. I'm not clean anymore. Hearing her ask this, Bai Ci was stunned for a moment. After a while, he followed her line of sight, raised his hand, and touched the gold and jade hair crown on his head. And then he reacted. Not heavy. As soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong. The Queen Mother was here to select the next clan leader, so she wouldn't think he was too extravagant. Right? This little princess is really good at digging a hole for him. Is it because he is not compatible with her? He cursed in his heart and hurriedly explained. I was very happy to hear that the Queen Mother summoned me, so I found this outfit at the bottom of the box, and even borrowed this hair crown from a friend. At the end, he emphasized, on weekdays, I am very frugal. Seeing the great drop in the price, Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips and said meaningfully, what a coincidence. It's still green. The Queen Mother pursed her lips to hold back her smile, and stroked her little head lovingly. What? What? Bai Ci looked up in confusion. What does this mean? After finishing his melon, Chu Yaoyao curled her lips and stopped looking at him. She turned her eyes to another person. Just now, She spent 2 points to buy a super disgusting melon. It was a big loss. This time, she didn't plan to use the points to check again. But, by John? Sounds a bit familiar. Could it be? Chu Yaoyao looked at him with interest. How many children do you have? Bai Zhan bowed his head respectfully and bowed back, to answer the princess. I only have one son. Named Yuan Xiao. Chu Yaoyao's eyes widened slightly. Oh my god! So he is really Bai Yuan Xiao's father. At this time, Gu Mama came in with tea, and the Queen Mother was about to take the teacup. Hearing this, she paused and looked at Bai Zhan suspiciously. Is his son very powerful? After Bai Ci joined the male and female protagonists, Bai Zhan took the third branch to Donglin. I remember that his wife was the long-lost daughter of Prime Minister Donglin. Later, Bai Yuan Xiao joined the army and made many achievements on the battlefield. When Xie and Donglin fought, he rushed through the heavy guards with a gun, swept the male protagonist off his horse, and almost took half of his life. Thinking of this, Chu Yaoyao clenched her fists excitedly, and her cheeks trembled. I don't worry about the fact that I only took half of my life. Nor do I regret it. After all, he has the aura of the protagonist. The point is, except for the villain, Bai Yuan Xiao is the only one who actually seriously injured the male protagonist. Chu Yaoyao looked at him with bright eyes and clenched her fists. Talent. We have one goal and 3 steps. Win over a small group. Divide a large group. And attack the male and female protagonists. Cultivate. Must cultivate well. Listening to the voice of the heart. The Queen Mother always lowered her eyes and thought deeply. In this case, Bai Zhan is the best candidate for the next clan leader. But she didn't plan to say it now. She waved at the two of them. Okay. It's getting late. I won't keep you here. I'll take my leave. The two walked out one after the other. The Queen Mother glanced at Gu Mama inconspicuously, and she bowed slightly and walked out quietly. Bai Zhan is the best candidate for the clan leader. How should I tell the royal grandmother? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But if I say it, will it backfire? After all, adults won't take children's words seriously. Seeing her tangled little look, the Queen Mother touched her plump little forehead and whispered to her. Grandmother thinks Bai Zhan is good. What do you think? Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. He is very good. Grandmother really has a good eye for talent. Here, a certain dumpling flatters one after another. The Queen Mother laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. On the other side, after walking out of Xi'an Palace, Bai Ci asked a question seemingly unintentionally. Cousin, the little princess seems to have a good impression of you. Hearing the temptation in his words. But after all, in the palace, Bai Zhan didn't want to argue with him. So he just said what he wanted to hear. What are you saying? Cousin? It's just a question. If you really count it, the little princess said 2 words to you. Hearing this, Bai Ci showed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, and then snorted softly. Since ancient times, the eldest son of aristocratic families has always inherited the throne. Even if there is no legitimate son, it is the eldest son who should inherit the throne. Bai Zhan bowed his hands. My cousin is right. You are smart. After leaving this sentence, Bai Ci straightened his chest and raised his head, and strode away. After the two left, Gu Mama came out from the corner, looked at the two people's backs meaningfully, and then turned and walked into the hall. The two grandparents were eating snacks. The palace maid approached and whispered a few words in the Queen Mother's ear. The Queen Mother's smile gradually flattened. No! Chu Yaoyao looked at her in a daze with a snack in her mouth. Who is it? The Queen Mother's face became very ugly. Go and get some silver notes for her. If she is willing, send her back to her hometown in Lingcheng, which can be regarded as the aunt and niece relationship we have had for so many years. Could it be the daughter of Pingyang Ho? That Bai Yulian? The palace maid hurried out. At this time, the eunuch outside reported that the imperial kitchen had delivered the food. The Queen Mother shouted to the outside. Send it! Then she took her granddaughter's hand, and her face was much more relaxed. Let's go. There are crabs today. After lunch, she noticed that her grandmother seemed to have something to say to Gu Mama. Chu Yaoyao left Xi'an Palace with a bulging belly, recalling the delicious hairy crab. She rubbed her belly with some regret. It's a pity that I can't eat it. When passing by the imperial garden, several concubines rushed towards her. Chu Yaoyao only felt a fragrant breeze mixed with various fragrances. And then she was surrounded. A concubine wearing a lavender-embroidered gauze skirt spoke first. Little princess, I have a nephew in my family who is about the same age as you. I will introduce you to him another day." As soon as she finished speaking, she was pushed aside by the concubine in a pink dress next to her. "Your Highness, my family has a black and white bear. It's very cute. Can I take you to see it someday?" Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Black and white bear? Is it a panda? Just when she was about to ask, the person who was talking was pushed away again. "Go away. It's my turn to talk." The concubines almost fought. "Don't listen to them. Go to my house. Go to my house." Surrounded by such a group of concubines with abnormal attitudes, Chu Yaoyao tugged at Ashur's sleeve with some uneasiness. "What are you going to do?" Ashur held Yaoyao and retreated cautiously. The concubines came closer and closer, and two of them took the opportunity to touch Chu Yaoyao's soft little hands and chubby cheeks. Looking at the lip balm marks on the back of her hands, Chu Yaoyao. "Ah, I'm not clean anymore." Seeing a few more hands reaching out, Chu Yaoyao quickly covered her face, staring with big eyes, showing a self-proclaimed fierce look to everyone, pulling her neck and threatening loudly. You don't come over. Be careful of me. I'm not polite to you. I'm very bad." Ashur, using the fiercest tone, shouting the softest words. She wanted to rub it twice. Sure enough, this group of weird ants did not stop their actions, but became more excited. "What smell?" Ashur suddenly sniffed, and his eyes became sharp instantly. Could it be poisonous smoke? Looking at the strange ant who surrounded her tightly, Chu Yaoyao suddenly had an idea and shouted in one direction. "Father! Save me! The Emperor?" When the concubines heard that the Emperor was coming, they straightened their clothes, adjusted their messy hairpins, and then knelt down to salute, pinching their voices as if mixed with honey. "Your Highness." Ashur took the opportunity to run with Yaoyao in his arms. After running a few steps, he heard a rough shout. "Oh no! We were deceived. The little princess ran away. Chase her." Then this scene appeared in the imperial garden. A palace maid ran in front holding the little princess, and a group of concubines dressed up in fancy clothes chased her wildly behind. The palace people around them all suspected that they were dazzled, and then took a closer look. The one in the front. She is not the Emperor either. What a strange thing. Chu Yaoyao hid in Ashur's arms and looked back. Why are they chasing me? Chapter 154. What did the heroine do again? This is really out of line. Why are you chasing me? I'm not a scumbag, father. Ashur replied while running. I don't know either. She has Qigong, and her speed is not comparable to those pampered concubines. In a few breaths, she left the group far behind. Looking at their backs, the concubines stamped their feet in frustration. The concubine in the pink dress looked at everyone with sarcasm. It's really funny. Some people, who usually don't care about the little princess, how dare they come up to her today? Hearing this, several people looked embarrassed. Several people retorted, Don't think we don't know what you want to do. Aren't you just trying to make your nephew show his face in front of the little princess? They all have ulterior motives. So who is more noble than who? The pink-dressed concubine stiffened her neck and glared at everyone. Don't you want to? The concubine who had said before that she had a black and white bear at home shrugged when she heard this. I'm different from you. I just want to get some of the little princess's blessing. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth. I just took a breath of blessing, so I can't let it go. Then, she held her right hand with her left hand and smiled so hard that her teeth were bared. Just now, she even touched the little princess. She decided that she wouldn't take a bath for this month. Father had already sent her the news. The little princess just went to the Taifu's house and stayed with the old lady for a while. And the terminally ill old lady Zhou got better. How can this be described as a blessing? It's simply fairy-like. She looked around proudly, with a sense of superiority of everyone is drunk, and I am the only one awake. Alas, this group of people who only know how to pursue fame and status. It's so vulgar. Of course, I will never tell you the secret. On the other side, Chu Yaoyao, who was lying on Ashur's shoulder and looking back, suddenly hugged her stomach. It turned out that it was not an illusion just now. She blushed and urged softly, Hurry up. Hurry up. Let's go. Ashur took the time to look back and comforted her. Princess, don't worry. They can't catch up with us. No. Chu Yaoyao had just finished speaking when a slight sound came into the ears of the two. Ashur's expression was blank for a moment. It was mixed with the smell of perfume just now. Not very obvious. It turned out. Hearing this sound, Chu Yaoyao's little face suddenly turned red as if it was cooked. So hot that you could fry an egg. She covered her face tightly and shouted with despair. Sure. Hurry up. My stomach hurts. Chu Yaoyao wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could this happen? Is this body allergic to seafood? Won't I have less happiness in the future? Seeing her painful expression, Ashur did not dare to delay and directly used his qigong to fly towards the direction of Qianghua Palace. Half an hour later, Chu Yaoyao, who had packed up, had a pale face and lay on the bed humming softly. This little appearance made the imperial concubine feel distressed, and she turned to ask Ashur, what happened? Ashur told her everything, and emphasized that she was surrounded by many concubines on the way back. At the end, her face was solemn. I guess, maybe someone took the opportunity to do something? Will it? The imperial concubine looked at a little guy suspiciously. Why did she feel that it was caused by greed again? The door creaked open, and Chuncher hurried in with Dr. Zhang. After taking the pulse, Dean Zhang finally had time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Don't worry, imperial concubine. The little princess just ate too much cold food. It's nothing serious. Facing her mother's serious eyes, Chu Yaoyao buried her head under the pillow. She defended herself in a low voice. I only ate 2 crabs. Not much at all. She was secretly happy in her heart. It turns out that it's not an allergy. That's great. Hearing this, the imperial concubine clenched her fists. Although she was very angry, she still gave instructions to the few people with a normal expression. Chuncher, take Dr. Zhang down to write a prescription, and Ashur will go get the medicine. Chu Yao poked her head out. I have medicine. I don't want to drink bitter soup medicine. But when she met her mother's stern eyes, she shrank back again and said awkwardly, Okay. Then, listen to my mother. Forget it. A man who knows the times is a hero. The imperial concubine looked away and nodded slightly to Dr. Zhang. Then I'll trouble you. Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang bowed and responded. Yes. The door was closed again, and only the mother and daughter were left in the room. The imperial concubine took a deep breath. Speaking of medicine, the immortal really spoiled this little guy too much. A pill is also wrapped in a layer of sugar coating, and the granular thing that turns into medicine juice when washed with water. What typhoid medicine? It's obviously sugar water. Looking at the curled up little ball, she slowly said, When the medicine is boiled, my mother will feed you personally. She must be taught a lesson. Hearing this voice, Chu Yaoyao's little body stiffened, and the little face buried under the pillow instantly put on a mask of pain. But what made her more painful was still to come. The imperial concubine curled her lips and sneered, saying faintly, also, in these 3 days, you have lost all your meat. What? Chu Yaoyao pushed the pillow away directly, and climbed up with 2 bird nests on her head. Suddenly, after seeing a certain place, her eyes became dull, and she collapsed and screamed in her heart. System, what's wrong with you? Why did the progress suddenly regress so much? Unlike the previous 2 times when she woke up and found that the progress had decreased a little. This time, Chu Yaoyao watched the progress drop with her own eyes. And it was not 1 or 2 points before. This time, it decreased by a full 5 points. What did the heroine do again? System, I found out that the hero and heroine have made horseshoes and crossbows again. Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched. Horses, horseshoes? She was like an eggplant hit by frost, with her head drooping, looking heartbroken. In fact, she could think of these. She covered her chest, feeling extremely heartbroken. I was wrong. Seeing her regretful look, the imperial concubine was also distressed. She began to reflect on herself. Was her tone a little harsh just now? When she was young, she was also a person who would not hesitate to go to the roof and tiles if she was not punished for 3 days. Compared with her, isn't Yaoer just a little greedy? It's no big deal. It's not like I can't afford it. She sat down on the bed and rubbed the little guy's head. It's good that you know your mistakes. Then don't. You will be punished to eat vegetarian food. I was wrong. I shouldn't have relied on the system so much. The imperial concubine paused. I shouldn't have felt sorry for her. Thinking of this, she pinched someone's chubby cheeks. However, Chu Yaoyao seemed not to feel it, and was always immersed in her regret. Suddenly, she jumped off the bed. The imperial concubine grabbed her by the back of the neck. Where are you going? You don't even wear shoes. And you think your stomach doesn't hurt enough? Chu Yaoyao raised her legs and kicked hard twice. Her face flushed with anxiety. Don't stop me. Mother! I want to go. To find my second brother. Chu Yaoyao cried in her heart. I want to tell my second brother about honeycomb coal, spinning machine, and white sugar, and what I learned in the elective course. The postpartum care of sows. Chapter 155. Could it be? Upon hearing this, the corners of the imperial concubine's mouth twitched. Are these four related? Seeing that she seemed to be trapped in a vicious circle, thinking only of competing with the heroine in invention. The system was almost short-circuited. We already have the advantage. Why turn around and chase others? System, host. Don't worry. Isn't it just a crossbow? How can it compare to the Type 95 and M99 in our space? System, even if the Daki soldiers can't use it, it doesn't matter. They always have the strength. They can always throw it. Right? A grenade will send them to the west. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's face was stunned. Grenade? System, yes. Give them a little deterrence with hot weapons. Chu Yaoyao pursed his lips, and his cheeks trembled. Oh! Bomb! What if the heroine makes a bomb first? How much progress will be lost? She clenched her hands into fists. Her eyes became fierce, and she let out an unyielding cry. This is absolutely not allowed. I won't allow it. The imperial concubine, who was helping her put on her shoes, was startled by her sudden shout and let go of her hands. After Chu Yaoyao regained her freedom, she ran away. I want to go find my brother, the crown prince. The imperial concubine was a little dazed. Didn't she just say she was going to find the second prince? As soon as Ashur held her out of the Qionghua palace, he saw the crown prince rushing over. Crown prince. Chu Yaoyao reached out to him. It's just right. I was just thinking of finding you. As he said that, the crown prince took her from Ashur's arms. Let's go. My father is waiting for us in the manufacturing warehouse. Chu Yaoyao blinked. Manufacturing warehouse? Then my second brother must be there too. It's just right. The crown prince? What's just right? Manufacturing warehouse of the Ministry of Industry. Wei Song looked at the closed door, waiting anxiously, and walked back and forth anxiously. Why haven't you come out yet? Will this work? Emperor Qishuan sat on the chair, although his face was expressionless. But his slightly tense jaw and the small movements of turning the ring still revealed his nervous and anxious mood at the moment. Others couldn't understand, but Su Maowen, who had served him for more than 20 years, knew it clearly. Glancing at Wei Song, who was spinning so hard that it made people dizzy, he reminded him, Lord Wei, please sit down and rest for a while. I'm dizzy. Hearing his voice, Wei Song stopped, laughed awkwardly, and stood still. Father! The prince carried Yao Yao up the steps. Second brother? Chu Yaoyao pointed to the door and asked in confusion, turning his head to look at them. Emperor Qishuan's hands tightened slightly, but he spoke in a calm tone. Yes. Your second brother is mixing explosives in there. The prince also stared at the door nervously. Just on the way, he had learned from Yao Yao's voice that Jingjing seemed to have made a lot of noise in Xia at that time. He glanced at the bright yellow figure and spoke hesitantly. Father, have you ever thought about when to release the Xia hostage? Hearing this, Emperor Qishuan looked at him strangely. Why are you asking this? I just think. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the room, interrupting the prince's words. Emperor Qishuan stood up suddenly. His face could no longer hold back, and he became very excited. He clenched his fist and waved it. It's done! Ahem! Chu Yu, with his hair standing up and his face covered in black and gray, opened the door and bowed in his direction. Father, I have done my job. System, detected that the host's blood relatives have created cross-era items. Reward counterattack progress plus 3. Points plus 15. Current progress 93. Points balance 196. Great. However, Chu Yaoyao was only happy for a few seconds, because these 15 points were not enough to offset the pain of losing 5 points of progress. Emperor Qi Xian was overjoyed and cheered excitedly. Good. 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 It's great. At this moment, he seemed to see the scene of the soldiers of Daki using bombs to clear the way and being invincible on the battlefield. He took a deep breath, tried to calm down, patted Chu Yu's shoulder, and wiped his hands full of dust. He patted the prince with his other hand again. You two brothers have worked so hard these days. The two brothers bowed slightly. It is the duty of sons and ministers to share the worries of the father. Emperor Qishuan nodded with satisfaction, then swept his sharp eyes to Wei Song and ordered in a deep voice. Don't reveal a single word about what happened just now. I obey your order. After Wei San left, Emperor Qishuan looked at the prince. Why did you ask about the hostage just now? Chu Yaoyao also looked up in confusion. Yes. I want the villain to go back so that he can help deal with the male and female protagonists. Brother Prince? Why do you care about Shang Wenjin's return to Xia? Male and female protagonists. These words have not been heard from Yao Yao's voice for a long time. In addition to the prince, who heard her worry all the way, Emperor Qishuan and Chu Yu were a little dazed. Did they do something again? The prince said the reason he had just thought of. I just think that the hostage is weak. If something happens to us, Xia will definitely hold on to it. By then, it will also affect the reputation of our Daki. Emperor Qishuan lowered his eyes and thought deeply. If he hadn't heard Yao Yao's voice, he would have refused without a second thought. But from what Yao Yao said just now, this hostage seems to be the best candidate to deal with Shang Wenji and Shi Jingjing. But, Emperor Qishuan frowned slightly. If he took the initiative to send the hostage back, wouldn't it show that Daki was afraid of them? This matter needs to be carefully considered. You have a point. I'll think about it. After that, he waved his hand and walked out. Time waits for no one. Chu Yaoyao hurriedly stepped on her legs to catch up. Father. Emperor. The key is that my progress and points can't wait. The prince picked her up and held her in his arms. Yaoyao. The prince brother just wants to discuss something with your second brother. I will send you back later. Although Chu Yu was confused, he washed up and followed him to the East Palace. There were no outsiders around, and Chu Yu no longer pretended. After entering the door, his legs and feet were like ordinary people. I wonder why the prince brother is looking for me. Seeing him walking like an ordinary person, the prince was not surprised at all. He also knew that Yao Yao took out the bone-repairing pill. He glanced at Yao Yao as if inadvertently, and then gave Chu Yu a look. Then, he looked heartbroken and sighed. It's my mount, Feng Ta, who has lost his appetite since yesterday. After a careful inspection, I found that there was a wooden thorn stuck in the horse's hoof. Then, he looked at Chu Yu and said anxiously, So I want to ask my second brother for help. Can you make 4 iron rings and put them on its hoof? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth wide and almost cried out in surprise. Oh my god! My brother is amazing. He has already thought of horseshoes? She walked around the prince and looked at him curiously. So, the prince is the chosen one. Right? Chu Yu tried his best to ignore the childish exclamation in his ear and nodded. This is very simple. The prince touched his chin. If all the war horses of Daki are protected like this, it will definitely be beneficial on the battlefield. Brother is right. Looking at Yao Yao again, the prince clenched his right fist, put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. Actually, I have another idea. Facing the burning gaze of the little dumpling, he tried to make his expression look more natural. Today at the archery field, I was thinking that it would be too troublesome to draw the bow every time I shoot an arrow. Second brother, can we make a bow that can shoot several arrows in a row? Chu Yaoyao opened her mouth wide. Her jaw dropped in shock. Isn't that a crossbow? Just to be lazy. So I came up with a crossbow? Respect? After being surprised, she looked at the prince in confusion. Is this the awakening of consciousness? Or, could it be? The 3 siblings began to write and draw on paper. Because of the cheating device of the system, Chu Yaoyao basically described it. And the 2 brothers recorded it on paper. The sun set in the west, and the palace seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. Princess, we should go back. You still need to take medicine. This is the 3rd time that Ashur has urged. As a last resort, she had to use this to remind the crown prince and the second prince. Sure enough, when they heard the word drink medicine, the 2 brothers stopped what they were doing and spoke in an anxious tone. How did you get sick? What disease did you have? Facing the worried eyes of her 2 brothers, Chu Yaoyao smiled and lowered her head. I ate too many crabs and had diarrhea. Her face was red, and she muttered softly, Yes, I caught a cold. Hearing this, the 2 brothers looked at her speechlessly. You still know how to be embarrassed? The crown prince packed her small bag and helped to put it on his shoulder. Okay, since you are not feeling well, go back and rest. Chu Yaoyao walked to the door and was about to open the door. I don't know what she thought of. So she retreated. She quietly approached the crown prince, who was sorting out the drawings, and suddenly said, What is the price of the shirt? Chapter 156. Someone is peeping. Sean. What Sean? The prince was startled by the voice and looked at her in confusion. Chu Yaoyao did not answer and turned to walk out. Just when the prince just picked up the pen and was about to continue writing, she appeared from behind again. She handed the prince a lollipop. The prince took it, peeled it, and just put it in his mouth. She suddenly said, 20. I sweep you. Or you sweep me? As she said. Her big eyes stared at the prince's movements. The prince looked at her strangely. Yao Yao. What's wrong with you? And what do you want to sweep? Nothing. Chu Yao Yao waved her hands repeatedly, baring her millet teeth and laughing happily. Noticing the puzzled looks of her two brothers, she swung her arms back and forth a little embarrassedly, lowered her head, and took 2 steps on the spot. Oh! This floor is swept so clean. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be the same as before. I was so scared. I thought the prince was also wearing clothes. Wearing clothes? What clothes? The two brothers looked down at themselves and at the clothes of their eldest brother. But no one could see anything wrong. Chu Yao Yao took out a lollipop and put it in front of her second brother, then ran out with her short legs. On the way back to Qinghua Palace, she nestled in Asher's arms in a good mood, shaking her head and humming a little tune. The vast horizon is mine. I didn't care. Bye-bye. Asher looked at the little princess in his arms suspiciously. For some reason, this song made her want to sway her body unconsciously. Could it be? Her face was stern. Could this be a song that could bewitch people? Then she would write it down, humming it when facing the enemy in the future. She would definitely win without fighting. See ya. The 5th prince's mansion. Shang Wanji was sitting in the courtyard sipping tea, when suddenly the door of a room not far away opened. Mo Zhou walked out with an incense burner and a piece of paper in his hands. Master, this is what I just asked. Hearing this, Shang Wanji stood up excitedly and couldn't wait to grab the paper. After seeing the words on the paper, he frowned and thought. Saltpeter? Sulfur and charcoal? Mo Zhou nodded. Yes. She seemed to be very reluctant to talk about anything related to explosives. I increased the amount of the incense and asked several times before she said these 3 things. But these 3 seemed to be in a certain proportion to make a bomb. As he said this, he looked ashamed and knelt down to apologize. I am incompetent and didn't ask the proportion. You get up first. Shang Wanji glanced at the room not far away and snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. With the raw materials, we can always test it out. Then he called him Oing. Go collect these 3 things. How many are there on the market? How many do I want? Yes. Having solved a big problem in his heart, Shang Wanji was in a good mood. He picked up the incense burner and took a look. Although the surname Qin has no real skills, the things he took out are really useful. Go get some more from him. Mo Zhou hesitated. Master, if you use too much of this soul-bewitching incense, it will affect your mind. Shang Wanji said impatiently. What a trouble. Forget it. Wait a few days before using it. Her brain is still very useful. If Jingjing was not really cold-blooded at this time, and threatening the lives of her family members did not work, he would not have resorted to such a desperate measure. 5th brother. Shang Wanchong hurried over. Seeing him, Shang Wanji looked unhappy, with a hint of blame in his tone. Didn't I tell you not to come to me these days? The last incident angered the emperor, who ordered him to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors and not allow anyone to visit him. If the 6th brother came here so blatantly and was discovered and reported to the emperor, both of them would be in trouble. Shang Wanchong ran out of breath and his throat was dry and painful. But he still explained to reassure him. I checked it. No one noticed. Then he grabbed the teacup and took a big sip of tea. And then he recovered. Something big has happened. 5th brother. Today in the court, father suddenly mentioned that 4th brother should come back. What? Shang Wanji was shocked. Although father mentioned it as if he was chatting, many court officials also agreed. Hearing this, Shang Wanji was even more incredulous. There are still people in the court who follow that waste? Shang Wanchong glanced at him, then lowered his head and answered hesitantly. It was the ministers and the envoys who sent the bride before. Hearing this, Shang Wanji's face became uglier and gloomy. So gloomy that ink could drip. It's just that the waste got a good reputation for nothing. He waved his sleeves vigorously, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth a few steps. That's impossible. How can he, a hostage, return to the country at will? As he said this, his face was terribly gloomy, and his tone was full of coldness. Father would rather he died in Daki, so he would never bring up this matter. Who is the one who spread the word in front of father? Shang Wanchong slowed down. It's the Feng family. Father met the old man of the Feng family yesterday. Then he walked a few steps closer and whispered, I heard from the spy that the old man of the Feng family is about to celebrate his 70th birthday. I hope that fourth brother can come back to attend his birthday banquet. Hearing this, Shang Wanji slowly sat down, clenched his right hand, and slammed the table heavily. Feng family. The Feng family is still unwilling to give up that waste. Shang Wanchong was also very dissatisfied when mentioning the Feng family. Father is really something. Wouldn't it be okay to find a reason to investigate the Feng family directly, so as to avoid being led by the nose by a mere imperial merchant? Shut up, Shang Wanji scolded. Then he lowered his voice. The Feng family is rich enough to rival a country. Do you think the emperor is not jealous? He sneered. Our father is not old and confused yet. He will not do anything to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Shang Wanchong sat down in a frustrated manner. Then the fourth brother. Won't he definitely come back? I don't know what he thought of. Shang Wanji's slightly loosened fist clenched again, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wants to help the grandparents reunite. But it depends on whether Daki is willing to cooperate. Daki. Cheonghua Palace. Early in the morning, Chu Yaoyao was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a phone call while sleeping. System, your trading partner requests a video call with you. Do you accept it? She jumped up. Accept. Little boss. I have good news for you. Ruan Nua's cheerful voice came. Tick. 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 We have developed a simplified formula for the genetic modification fluid. As she spoke, she shook the information in her hand. So fast? Chu Yaoyao blinked in surprise. Speaking of this, Ruan Nua was a little embarrassed. The efficacy is far worse and cannot stimulate the potential of the human body, so it can only be regarded as a tonic fluid. Although it can't prolong life, it can repair human damage, such as chronic diseases, frailty, etc., which is more than enough. Chu Yaoyao nodded. This effect was very amazing in ancient times. It was beyond her expectations. While talking, she had taken a picture of the information and was about to take it out when she suddenly heard, Yaoer. Chu Yaoyao hurriedly said as her mother's voice sounded outside the door. The explosives are made. Prepare more. And help me find the flintlock blueprints. That's right. The next step is to continue to make hot weapons. After saying that, she ended the call, lay down, covered herself with the quilt, closed her eyes, and did it all in one go. Almost the next second, the door was opened, and the imperial concubine walked in with a happy face. Yaoer, wake up quickly. We are going out of the palace today. Upon hearing those two words, Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes. Out of the palace? The imperial concubine helped her choose a pomegranate red jacket and skirt with gold embroidery on the collar and cuffs. Let's go with this one. It looks festive. Mother, where are we going? Chu Yaoyao asked, stretching her hands and legs in coordination with Chunshur. Mentioning this, the imperial concubine became happier. Today is your eldest uncle's birthday. Your second uncle has returned from suppressing bandits. And most importantly, your youngest uncle has returned home. Let's have a family reunion dinner together. An hour later, Jinshi Marquis' mansion. The imperial concubine held Yaoyao and walked into the gate. And Ashur, who was following them, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the corner. Who's there? Ashi? Come on. Today you must try the birthday cake made by Aunt Sang. Chunshur saw that she didn't catch up, and ran back to lead her inside. Ashi nodded and said, Okay. At the corner of the street, a man in a stone blue brocade robe covered his chest, looking nervous and not daring to move. After waiting for a long time, he carefully poked his head out and looked in the direction of the gate of Jinshi Marquis' mansion. He was relieved to find that the person had left. Isn't this made too cautious? Then, the man was very excited. I've been waiting for so many days. And I finally got it. Chapter 157. It's her? The mother and daughter walked all the way to the main hall, where the Marquis of Jinshi and his two sons were chatting. Yaoyao. As soon as he saw his granddaughter, the Marquis of Jinshi immediately left his son. Let Grandpa see her. As he said that, he took the little ball from the imperial concubine's arms and lifted it up. Fly. Fly high. Woohoo! Ha ha. Chu Yaoyao's arms fluttered up and down happily. Her big grape-like eyes narrowed into two slits, and she smiled so hard that her teeth were not visible. Seeing that she was having fun, the Marquis of Jinshi lifted her directly above his head and carried her around the hall. The imperial concubine worriedly advised father. Take it easy and watch your waist. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao twisted her little body, stopped playing, and wanted to go down. After putting her down, the Marquis of Jinchi supported his waist with his hands and smiled and scratched the tender flesh on his cheeks. Don't listen to your mother. It's not that serious. Even if our Yaoyao gains another 20 kilograms, Grandpa can still lift her. Chu Yaoyao wrinkled her little nose and hummed in dissatisfaction. No, I don't want to become a little fat boy, weighing more than 50 kilograms at the age of 2 or 3. It's simply terrifying. Jinchi Ho touched her little face lovingly. Okay. Grandpa was wrong. Seeing that he kept rubbing his waist with his hands, and there was some sweat on his forehead, Chu Yaoyao was a little worried. It seems that we need to prepare the body-strengthening liquid quickly. Hearing this, several people exchanged glances. Strengthening the body? Is that what they thought? The medicine is most suitable for repairing Grandpa's old illness. Not only Grandpa, but also father, mother, grandmother, uncle. Everyone has one. Everyone is healthy and long-lived. Hearing this, the excitement of several people in the hall gradually turned into touching, and their eyes gradually became wet. This child, after talking for a long time, only left himself behind. The Marquis of Jinchi glanced at his children, asked them to restrain their expressions, then picked up the little guy and looked at his daughter beside him. I heard that old Master Zhou took the initiative to ask to open Yao Yao's eyes. Speaking of this, the imperial concubine looked at a little guy with envy. Yes, our Yao Yao is still blessed. In front of several people, Chu Yaoyao performed a smile disappearing technique on the spot. She pursed her lips, her expression solemn. Who wants this blessing? Who wants it? Anyway, I don't want it. Several people looked at her helplessly and amusedly. Old Master Zhou is a master in the literary world. Not to mention Daki. Looking at the whole world, being able to get his full teaching is something that many students can't even ask for. This little guy doesn't even want it. The Marquis of Jinchi asked again. Did you say when the class will start? Without waiting for her mother to answer, Chu Yaoyao shook her head and waved her hands. Her cute little face wrinkled into a ball. Every eyebrow expressed resistance and dissatisfaction, and her expression was quite disgusted. Grandfather, it's a good day. Let's not talk about the annoying things. The Marquis of Jinchi couldn't help but laughed out loud, his mouth almost stiff. Okay, let's not talk about it. Chu Yaoyao was satisfied, and looked at her mother with a proud grin. See, Grandfather and I are from the same country. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong, and looked around. And yes, there were 2 people missing. Where are my second uncle and my eldest aunt? When it comes to this, the expression of the Marquis of Jinchi becomes serious. He sits on the chair holding Yao Yao, looking grim and silent. The imperial concubine looks at her elder brother and younger brother, and Li Wanjing explains to them in a low voice. Ling Wei is in the kitchen. As for my second brother, he saved a woman on the way to suppress bandits, and brought her back to the mansion 2 days ago, and said, Chu Yaoyao blinked. Another girl? He always picks up people when he goes out. What kind of physique is this? Li Wanjing glanced at his father and continued. My second brother? He also said he wanted to marry the girl. Chu Yaoyao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It turns out to be a dog-blood plot of picking up true love when he goes out. Humph! The Marquis of Jinchi slammed the table heavily. I don't agree. Seeing that he was very angry, Chu Yaoyao jumped down from his arms, ran to the table, climbed onto the chair, tremblingly poured half a cup of tea, and handed it to him with the cup staggeringly. In a soft voice, she said, Grandfather is not angry. Seeing this, the Marquis of Jinchi felt warm in his heart and his face softened a lot. Our Yao Yao is still well-behaved and sensible. He took the teacup and took a sip, and his anger disappeared for the most part. Picking up the little guy again, the Marquis of Jinchi snorted. He has no memory of what happened last time. Hearing this, the expressions of several people became serious. Yes, if it wasn't Yao Yao, they would have. Li Wanming hesitated for a while, but decided to say it. In fact, after my second brother brought people back that day, I secretly sent people to investigate the girl. Other information can't be found for the time being. But one thing is certain. He paused. His expression was stern. She is from Xie. Hearing his words, the Marquis of Jinchi was so angry that he picked up the teacup at hand, raised it high, and his eyes fell on Yao Yao in his arms, and then slowly put it down. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. It's very clear now. The woman is probably a spy again. It's not that he has prejudice against the people of Sia. The war between the two countries has nothing to do with the people of both sides. He knows this in his heart. Maybe the woman is innocent. But leaving her in the house is too risky. Father! Brother! Wan Ming! We are back! Li Wanfeng started shouting as soon as he entered the gate. Chu Yaoyao looked over and saw Li Wanfeng in an indigo jade silk robe, followed by a woman in a pastel-colored gauze dress. Oh! My sister is back. He looked at Yaoyao again and winked at her. Is our little princess back too? The woman bowed and said, Meet the imperial concubine and the little princess. Brother. Look! Guan Yu specially picked a pair of jade pendants for you and sister-in-law. They are so beautiful. We picked them for a long time. As he said, Li Wanfeng handed over a red box. Li Wanjing glanced at the jade pendant and nodded at her with a faint expression. Thank you. Guan Yu hurriedly shook her head and said softly, No, you're welcome. From the moment she walked in, Chu Yaoyao had been staring at her. It's so strange. Why do I feel a little familiar? She scratched her hair in distress. Children's brains are forgetful. Where have I seen you before? Hearing her say this, except for Li Wanfeng. The others also began to look at Guan Yu in a subtle way. Judging from her words and deeds, she is indeed not like a girl from an ordinary family. But why would a girl from a noble family appear alone in a foreign country? It is getting more and more suspicious. System, give me some hints. Chu Yaoyao can only ask for help outside the field because she really can't remember. System, no problem. As long as the points are in place, we can find out anything for you. Chu Yaoyao. Here. Deducted. After all, it is related to my grandfather's family, so it is better to be cautious. After paying 2 points with great pain, Chu Yaoyao sifted through the information. Suddenly, her eyes widened. It was her. Who? Several people concentrated and listened carefully. No wonder my uncle didn't find out. A princess who grew up in the Cold Palace. No one should pay special attention to it. Right? Princess? Several people looked at Guan Yu in disbelief. Chu Yaoyao's big eyes became sparkling. She looked at the other party a little embarrassed. Guan Yu. Shangwan Mingyu. She is the Princess Mingyu who was sent by Xie to marry. Chapter 158. A certain Yaoyao who has seen through it long ago. What? Guan Yu is actually a princess who is married to a foreign country? Sensing everyone's gaze, Shangwan Mingyu hid behind Li Wanfeng uncomfortably. God is really helping me. If we find the princess who is married to a foreign country, Shangwan Jin can go back. Go back and help me deal with the male and female protagonists. And my mission progress will be preserved. Chu Yaoyao became more and more excited as she thought about it. She couldn't help but said directly, I think you look familiar. Shangwan Mingyu lowered her head and said hesitantly, This little princess is joking. Today is the first time I have seen you. Chu Yaoyao shook her head. No. I think you and... Oh. I'm hungry. The food is not ready yet. Li Wanfeng rubbed his stomach and shouted outside, interrupting her. He subconsciously didn't want Yaoyao to continue. If Ah Yu's identity was exposed, the emperor would not let Ah Yu enter the harem. Right? What should he do then? At this time, Yu Lingwei walked in. Father, the food is ready. Xin Shiho raised his eyes, and the deep thoughts in his eyes had dissipated. He nodded slightly. Okay, let's eat first. If there is anything, we can talk after eating. After that, he carried Yaoyao and walked over first. Chu Yaoyao pouted with some regret, but after seeing the delicious food on the table, she stopped worrying. Okay, let's eat first. She can't run away anyway. Everyone walked slowly to the dining table, except Yu Lingwei. They all looked absent-minded. On the dining table, except for a certain milk ball with chicken legs in one hand and ribs in the other, chewing with oil in his mouth and eating fragrantly. Everyone else looked uninterested and tasted like chewing wax. Suddenly, the butler came to report, My lord, Yongyi Ho is visiting. Hearing this, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks. Xin Ho didn't understand. Yongyi Ho? What is he doing here? Today is just a family dinner. They didn't invite anyone. The housekeeper bowed his head and replied, Yes, I want to see the imperial concubine. Shinchi Marquis glanced to the side, and the imperial concubine was also confused. Although puzzled, if there was no tricky thing, Yongyi Marquis would not be so rude and come at mealtime. Thinking of this, he turned around and ordered, Please come in. After a moment, Yongyi Marquis hurried in, knelt down on the ground as soon as he entered the door, and cried, Imperial concubine, please save Shulan. Seeing this, the Li brothers hurriedly helped him up. The Imperial concubine also hurriedly got up and walked in front of him. My lord, please get up quickly. If there is anything I can help with, as long as it is in accordance with the rules, I will not refuse. Yongyi Marquis wiped his red and swollen eyes. Shulan is gone. Gone? The Imperial concubine instantly widened her eyes and cried out in surprise. Yongyi-ho was sweating profusely. She went out yesterday and has not come back since. After all, this matter concerns the reputation of women. I don't want to report to the police unless it is absolutely necessary. My mother fainted in a hurry. I searched all over the city, but couldn't find her. His mind was blank, and he was so anxious that he spoke incoherently, talking about his sister and mother. Could it be Sher Xian who did it? Chu Yaoyao subconsciously thought of Sher Xinxian's strange eyes that day. Yes. The Imperial concubine's eyebrows jumped suddenly, and then reminded, have you visited Shulan's friend's house? Hasn't she always been good friends with Sher Xian? Marquis Yongyi nodded with a worried look on his face. I went there last night, and she said she hadn't seen Shulan. Chu Yaoyao clicked on the information he had just bought. Humph! It was Sher Xian who did it. She knocked Yu Shulan unconscious. An hour ago. She left the capital and was about to go to Luozhou. But how should I tell everyone? Hearing this, the Li family looked at each other. Suddenly, Li Wanfeng slapped his forehead. I remember it. Just now on the street, I seemed to see Sher Xian riding a carriage and leaving the city. Chu Yaoyao puffed up his cheeks and looked at him resentfully. I knew I wouldn't spend points earlier. Second uncle is really something. Why didn't he say it earlier? Shangguan Mingyu also looked at him in confusion. Why doesn't she remember such a carriage? As soon as Li Wanfeng said this, Marquis Yongyi suddenly recalled yesterday. Sher Xian's eyes flickered during her words, and she seemed to be a little guilty. Could it be that she really kidnapped Shulan? Marquis Yongyi was so anxious that he turned around. My lord, please be patient. The Imperial concubine arranged in an orderly manner. Please ask my father to use the mansion's manpower to go out of the city to look for her. Don't worry. Marquis Zhenqi immediately went out to gather people. We will help too. The three brothers of the Li family followed their father's footsteps and went out. The Imperial concubine asked Chunshur to prepare some supplements. The old lady is ill, and I have to go to see her. I will go too. Chu Yaoyao stood on tiptoe and raised her hand. The Imperial concubine did not plan to take her with her. Before leaving, she ordered, Ashi, take care of the little princess. Yes. After a while, only Chu Yaoyao and Ashi were left in the whole hall. Oh, and Shangguan Mingyu, who tried to reduce her presence. But she and Chu Yaoyao had nothing to talk about, and she was afraid of being recognized. So she hurried back to her room. Chu Yaoyao sat at the gate with her chin in her hand, and was so bored that she started counting ants. Sugar man. Delicious sugar man. The hawker's voice came from the corner of the street. She smacked her lips as she looked at the brown sugar man, which had an attractive luster under the sun. I want to eat it. Seeing her eager eyes, Asher asked the doorman to help watch her, and then ran out to buy sugar man for her. As soon as she walked away, an old woman passed by with a cane. She suddenly slipped and fell on the steps with a thump. Chu Yao's eyes almost popped out, and she quickly jumped up and took several steps back. We didn't touch you. Don't touch porcelain like this. The old woman lay on the steps and wailed. Ouch. It hurts so much. I can't move. Who can help this poor old woman like me? Is there any kind-hearted person? The old lady shouted, glancing at her secretly. The doorman had a cold face and waved his fist fiercely. Go away. This is not a place for you to mess around. You are so cold-blooded. Young man, I am injured. You don't help me, but you chase me away. While complaining, the old woman slapped her thigh heavily. It's unfair. Chu Yaoyao glanced at Asher, who was also in trouble, and said to the doorman, forget it. You take her to the clinic. The concierge advised earnestly, young lady. She is obviously pretending to be so, just to blackmail us. Okay. Go quickly. How can I watch the show if you don't go? The concierge hesitated and refused to move. What about you? I dare not let you stay outside alone. Chu Yaoyao waved at him, then turned and walked inside. I'm going back. Seeing this, the concierge was reluctant, but he could only help the old woman up. Chu Yaoyao walked a few steps in a serious manner, and then tiptoed back to the door. As soon as she stood still, she heard, "Little girl, little girl." A kind-looking woman waved at her. Chu Yaoyao smiled smugly in her heart. I knew it wasn't over yet. This familiar smell. Chapter 159. Hey. The villain in Chu Yaoyao's heart put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha. I have something good to do again. She opened her confused eyes. Who are you? The woman looked around carefully, then waved at her. Your mother asked me to take you to find her. Chu Yaoyao pursed her lips, waved her hands repeatedly, and took 2 steps back. But my mother doesn't allow me to go with strangers, the woman hurriedly explained. It's not a stranger. I know your mother. Chu Yaoyao continued to step back. I don't believe it. The woman frowned, turned her eyes, and then showed a kind smile. Did your mother leave in a carriage? Or a carriage pulled by 2 white horses? Chu Yaoyao nodded, and didn't step back this time. Seeing her stop, the woman was overjoyed. There's a chance, she continued to recall. Is your mother wearing a light blue embroidered skirt with a white jade pendant hanging around her waist? Chu Yaoyao continued to nod in agreement. Yes. You really know my mother? Of course. The woman took 2 steps forward and stepped onto a step. Is your mother as beautiful as a fairy? Chu Yaoyao ran to her side and shouted. Mom is the most beautiful. The woman smiled proudly. She let down her guard after praising her mother a few words. Children are so easy to fool. She clapped her hands and looked anxious. Do you believe it now? Come with me. Your mother is waiting for us. Okay. Chu Yaoyao opened her arms to her. The woman looked at her in confusion. What for? Chu Yaoyao pouted impatiently. Hold me. I walked slowly. Didn't you say that my mother was very anxious? I have tried my best to cooperate with you in acting. Do you still want me to walk over by myself? That's another price. Oh. Yes. Let's go. The woman complained in her heart. This girl has so many problems. But for the sake of money, she still picked her up. Before leaving, Chu Yaoyao glanced in the direction of Ashur, who was still being pestered by a few children. She took out a handful of melon seeds, and after a while, threw one. After throwing away half a bag of melon seeds, the 2 came to a remote alley. Chu Yaoyao was getting impatient. Why haven't you arrived yet? Just at this time, the woman also stopped and looked around, as if waiting for someone. Chu Yaoyao looked around. What does this mean? Is this person a human trafficker? Is Chu Yaoyao impatient waiting, and took out the electric baton, just about to shock her. Suddenly, a man wearing a stone blue brocade robe and a gray hat fell from the sky. He stopped the woman with a sword in one hand, and put his index and middle fingers together, pointed hard, and shouted, Hey! You thief! Let go of that child! Chu Yaoyao? Here! Ashur bought a candy man for each of the children, and then escaped from their encirclement. She held a butterfly-shaped candy man, smiled, and turned to look at the little princess. Unexpectedly, there was no one at the door. The smile on her mouth faded instantly, and the candy man fell from her hand, and fell to the ground with a click, and the beautiful butterfly candy man instantly shattered. At this moment, the concierge who had sent the old woman to the clinic came back. Ashur-san took 2 steps at a time, rushed over and grabbed his collar, stared at him fiercely, and asked with gritted teeth, Where is the princess? Seeing her like this, the concierge subconsciously looked at the gate, but didn't see the little figure. His heart suddenly turned cold, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But he still held a glimmer of hope, and he pointed to the mansion. The little princess said she was going back. Maybe she is somewhere in the mansion. Ashur loosened his collar and pushed him hard. Go find her. The concierge rolled and crawled inside, shouting loudly as he ran. Princess! Where are you? Don't tease me. Ashur looked around to see if there were any clues. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the steps. There was a melon seed on it. She ran over quickly, picked it up, opened it, and put it in her mouth. There was a faint smell of honey. Her face was solemn. It's the princess's melon seeds. Looking forward, there are more over there. There were 2 more a few steps away. She followed the melon seeds and searched all the way. The concierge searched everywhere in the mansion, but couldn't find the little figure. Oh no! That old woman must be a beggar. Realizing this, his legs softened and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's over. On the other side, facing the man in green, the woman whispered, Green hat. Then, she opened her mouth and showed a horrified expression. Are you the woman shouted. Are you the green hero? The man slightly raised his chest and put one hand behind his back. Yes. Since you know me. Then, the woman didn't wait for him to finish, and hurriedly put the little guy in her arms on the ground, as if she was chased by a wolf, and ran out of the alley like she was escaping. She had already run a long way, and she didn't forget to shout the last line. Oh, hero, spare me. If you are really the green hero, I am definitely not your opponent. Chu Yaoyao looked disgusted. This acting and lines are so embarrassing. The man raised his hand slightly in the direction where the woman left, as if he wanted to say something, and then put it down awkwardly. Is this a bit exaggerated? Then his eyes fell on the three-headed baby. Well, the child should not be able to see anything, right? The man tried to restrain his excitement and showed a righteous look. He patted his chest hard. Don't worry, kid. With me, the green hero who is famous in the world, no one can hurt you. Hearing this, Chu Yaoyao's mouth twitched. Green hero? Self-proclaimed? Right. Has it been half an hour since the name was called out? Seeing that she didn't react, the man couldn't act anymore. He told the kids before that he was a swordsman who was chivalrous and had an important task for them. They all looked at him admiringly. Why is this? But he soon figured it out. How could a girl who could take out the holy water that could cure all diseases be as vulgar as an ordinary child? Yes, he came for the holy water. A few months ago, he traveled to a village outside the capital and saw with his own eyes that this child took out the holy water and saved an old woman who was poisoned and dying. He searched hard and finally got news about her. Unexpectedly, this child turned out to be the princess of Daki. He didn't want to enter the palace. After all, he ran away secretly and couldn't be too ostentatious, so he could only guard outside the Jinchi Marquis's mansion day and night. God will not let down those who work hard. He finally got the chance. Grandpa, I will be able to bring the holy water back to save you soon. Chapter 160. It turns out that the host, after the excitement, he felt a little sad. The Jinchi Marquis mansion is well guarded and does not recruit workers. He dared not squat outside openly, so he could only disguise himself. These days, he has sold vegetables, pretended to be a butcher, and pretended to be a blind man to tell fortunes. He wore women's clothes to seduce the doorman, just to get words from him. He disguised himself as a peddler and walked the streets, worked as a night watchman, pretended to be a beggar, and even carried manure. While thinking back, the man in green couldn't help but wipe away a bitter tear for himself. It's too difficult. But as long as he can get the holy water and make Grandpa's body better, it's all worth it. Seeing his dreamy look, Chu Yaoyao pouted in disdain and shook off the goosebumps all over his body. So wretched. So disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that this man had no ill towards him, he would have been shocked by a baton long ago. The man approached and squatted in front of her. Where is your home? I will take you back. Chu Yaoyao lowered her head and scratched her fingernails without saying anything. Keep making up stories and acting. I will watch you quietly. You asked someone to pretend to be a kidnapper to carry me out, but you don't even know where my home is? Funny. The man continued to talk to himself. Although I saved you, people like me who practice martial arts should be chivalrous and fight for justice, and put an end to injustice in the world. I don't want your reward. Then he added, but if you insist on giving me a thank you gift, for example, holy water, I would still be happy to accept it. Okay. Chu Yaoyao raised a big smile, and the voice was very crisp. Ah? The man in green looked at the baby grinning at him in confusion. Uncle, you are such a good man. Chu Yaoyao gave him a thumbs up while praising him half-heartedly. Heh. Heh. The man pulled the corner of his mouth with difficulty, and his face was a little bit unable to hold it. Forget it. I'll take you home first, and you can think about it carefully on the way. Just as he was about to pick her up, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously rolled to the side. With a clang sound, a dart pierced deeply into the ground at his position just now, shaking up some fine sand and gravel. What a close call. Before he had time to breathe a sigh of relief, another dart was shot at him, followed by a roar. Bold thief! How dare you kidnap my lady? Ashur shouted loudly and rushed over with a dagger. The man picked up the sword in a panic to block, looking a little embarrassed. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing that there were a few more blood marks on the man's body, and that he had been taught a lesson enough, Chu Yaoyao shouted, Sister Ashur, let's go! Hearing her voice, Ashur took back the dagger, glanced at the man coldly, and then left with Yao Yao in his arms. Chu Yao Yao stretched out her white and tender little hand. Where is the candy man? Thinking of the broken butterfly, Asher felt a little regretful, because it was the most beautiful one among the pile of candy men. It fell off. I will buy you a new one later. Okay then. After the two left, the man in green wiped the sweat off his head. His hand holding the hilt of the sword trembled slightly, and he felt a little scared. This maid's kung fu is too powerful. Thinking of his grandfather, who was terminally ill, his eyes became more determined. I won't give up. Chu Yao Yao lay on Asher's shoulder, praising him. Asher is really amazing. He found me so quickly. Hearing this praise, Asher smiled. The little princess is smart. She actually thought of leaving a mark. Chu Yao Yao knew what she meant, and immediately hugged her neck guiltily, speaking softly. Sister Asher, I'm sorry. I made you worry. Actually, I took the initiative to follow him. It was my carelessness. Beat him. Keep beating him. If he dies, it's my fault. A loud shout came from the corner, and the two looked over. They saw three strong men punching and kicking a man who looked like a scholar on the ground. Spare my life. Three heroes. The scholar protected his head and kept begging. The strong man, who was the leader of the three people, spat. Okay. If you don't want to be beaten, just return the 100 taels of silver to us. The scholar raised his head, his eyes full of indignation. I didn't know it. Why should I pay it back? The son should pay the father's debt. It's only natural. After shouting this, the strong man waved his hand. Keep beating. Asher withdrew his eyes with a faint expression and continued to move forward. Over the years in the dark Gar camp, her heart has long been as cold as ice. What's more, there are too many unfortunate people in this world, and she can't pity them all. Chu Yao Yao patted her and motioned to go over and take a look. Asher advised. Princess, these people appear strangely. You should leave it alone. No. 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 Chu Yao Yao raised her tender index finger, shook it, then smiled mysteriously at her, and said meaningfully, Cooperate. Then she turned her head to look at the scholar, who was lying on the ground and wailing in the alley, and curled her lips. TSK. You think I can't recognize you just because you have a new face? You're always on stage. What a drama queen. I want to see what your purpose is. The scholar shouted when he saw the two of them approaching. Don't come over. Go. The three strong men also stopped. This girl. You're out with your child. It's better not to mind your own business. Asher put Yao Yao in a safe place, then glanced at them lightly, his tone cold and unquestionable. My lady said that this matter must be taken care of. The three looked at each other and rushed over with fists as big as sandbags. Asher moved his wrists carelessly, and his footsteps shuttled quickly among the three. After a few breaths, the three fell to the ground and wailed. She patted the dust off her body, turned her head and looked at the scholar. Her eyes, which were originally emotionless, had a sense of scrutiny. Strangely, for some reason, she felt that this person looked familiar, especially those eyes. It seemed like she had seen them somewhere before. While she was in a trance, a strong man behind her got up, picked up a big stone, and aimed it at her head and was about to smash it up. Asher's ears moved slightly, and he turned his head slightly, looking behind him with his peripheral vision, and began to exert force with his feet. Just as she was about to move, she heard a sizzling sound. The next moment, the strongman fell down with convulsions all over his body. Boss! This movement scared the other two people. Another strong man shouted at the man next to him. Second brother, the idea is difficult. Let's go! The man who was called the second brother pointed at the scholar on the ground angrily. You, not keeping his word, but actually killing him? Fearing that they would do something bad, the scholar quickly took out a silver note. Here. This is 100 taels. Hurry up and leave. The strong man took the silver note, and the two brothers took one side each, supporting the still twitching boss, and limped away. Chu Yao Yao had just put the electric baton into her small bag when someone hugged her calf. She looked down in confusion. What? I just came to see a show. Don't be too outrageous. My benefactor. You are so awesome. May I ask who you are? The scholar crawled at her feet with a bruised face and nose, holding her legs tightly and refusing to let go. Chu Yao's eyes turned, and her heart to make fun of others could not be restrained again. Who doesn't know how to act? She raised her head and chest with a serious face. I am the messenger of God. The scholar asked excitedly, "What do you believe in?" He knew that this girl was not simple. Chu Yaoyao made a classic action of emitting light waves. Ha! Ultraman. System. So the host also believes in light? A man wiped his tears. I have it so hard. System, young man. You are so courageous. You can bend and yield.